I be the boyfriend in your wet dreams tonight. Bruh. I should go get smoke. On God. I love balls. Hell no. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bro, no wonder no one would watch this shit. Digital audio, maybe.
Fog, a group of conspirators stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith. With their knives imbued by its power, these assassins murdered the demigod Godwyn the Golden, and the rest is history. Yet despite these well-known facts, very little is known about the smaller details of this fateful night. When exactly did it happen? Did Rani betray her co-conspirators? Was Marika actually involved? Were other demigods murdered on the same night? In this video, we are going to unpack this event, from the formation of the conspiracy itself to the fallout, and review some fascinating and largely forgotten material from Bandai Namco's website, in an attempt to have a deeper understanding of this monumental event in the lore, who was involved, and what the true outcome actually was. At this point, I would also like to offer my thanks to Mirko, translator for Sabaka no Meiko, and Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive, both translators who offered me a lot of help in understanding some of the finer points in this video. And before we get started, remember to subscribe to the channel and like the video if you like Elden Ring lore content. Before we talk about the event itself and the build-up of the conspiracy, we need to talk about where this event sits in the general Elden Ring timeline. This event, of course, must have taken place after the Godskin apostasy, because it is the aforementioned event that led to Malekith sealing Death's death within his Black Blade. And of course it is from Malekith that the conspirators of the Night of the Black Knives would steal the Rune of Death from. Thus the events of this night must come after the Godskin apostasy. We also have the story trailer in which Rani narrates the events that led up to the Shattering War, and I quote Rani's narration from that trailer now. The Rune of Death was stolen, and the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden, Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The Shattering War ensued, a war that wrought only darkness. The way in which this is delivered seems to imply a direct chain of causality. The Night of the Black Knives happened, and as a result, it pushed Queen Marika to the brink, leading to the shattering of the Elden Ring. This is always the way I've interpreted the story trailer, and indeed, an article from Bandai Namco themselves, released alongside this story trailer to help explain what we're seeing in the story trailer in December of 21, also seems to imply a direct causal link. It is important when looking at outside sources, as is the case for the story trailer, and of course the Bandai Namco article, that we make it clear that these are not canonical sources, so you are free to disregard them as you so choose, so we do need to be careful when using these types of evidence. Firstly, thanks to the work of those like Sekiro Dube, Lance McDonald and Zully the Witch, we know that a lot actually changed between December of 2021, which is when this article and story trailer came out, and the release in February of 2022. The story trailer isn't an in-game cinematic, and it is more like a thematic appetizer for fans a couple of months ahead of release. That being said, there is no evidence that the overarching lore surrounding the Night of the Black Knives has changed substantially
It's over here.
with what we have in-game, and so I am more willing to lean into this idea that the intentions of the developer and publisher behind the story of the Night of the Black Knives is relevant to what we are seeing in the game, that this was what they conceived of the story at least of December 2021, but it would be intellectually dishonest of me if I didn't make it clear that of course this article and the story trailer to a degree are non-canonical sources. And as you can see from the parts I'm showing on the screen, there are many interesting details included in this article, especially in regards to Marika, that we will return to later. But for now, let's just stick with the timeline aspect of it. The heavy emphasis in both the story trailer and the article on a causal link seems to suggest to me that this event took place closer to the end of Marika's reign, rather than closer to the earlier Crucible and Age of Plenty eras. There's of course another similar retelling of events by an in-game NPC that lines up pretty well with the story trailer. I am referring to Sorcerer Roger, who is someone who has dedicated his life to researching this event and its fallout. When describing the importance of this event and when it came to pass, he says the following.
The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
So again, Roger reiterates the fact that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, was specifically the catalyst that would lead to the Shattering. Again, a chain of causality between this event and the Shattering. This is a sentiment backed up by Loki, who believes that the kanji that was translated as catalyst could be more closely translated as trigger, and in short believes that linguistically, the language is trying to imply that the Night of the Black Knives is directly connected to the outcome of Marika shattering the Elden Ring. When talking about when this event took place, Rogier specifically mentions a golden age as well, and again Loki was kind enough to offer their perspective as it is written in the original Japanese, specifically what their interpretation of what Rogier means when he says a golden age. and I quote Loki now, "Prosperous age is its own term, and basically refers to what we would call a golden age. Rogier is talking about the period before things fell apart, so of course that would be deemed a prosperous age. So in essence, Loki believes that Rogier is simply referring to a time in general when things were good, and before the peace was over. And in general, during America's reign, we do seem to have long periods of peace, from the Godskin apostasy, really to the Night of the Black Knives when everything fell apart. And in general, if you want a greater view of the things that happened during America's reign, I would recommend my Elden Ring timeline video, which I will link below. There are also some other tangential pieces of evidence that may help to give us a general idea of when this took place. For example, we know that Godwin took place in the War of the Dragons, and so again, the Night of the Black Knives has to have taken place after this event. But not only that, there is some evidence, potentially, that Godwin met Miquella. For example, there is the Golden Epitaph sword, which reads the following: a sword made to commemorate the death of Godwin the Golden, first of the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. The sword is made to commemorate Godwin's death, so after it, and is infused with the prayer of a young boy, who most likely must be Miquella, not only because of his youthful appearance, but because of Miquella's other potential associations with Godwin, and trying to grant him a true death. If you're unsure what connection I'm referring to, I am talking about Castle Sol and the NPC that can be found at the top of its battlement after defeating Commander Nile. Dialogue of this close NPC suggests that the denizens of the castle were looking for ways to restore the soul of Sol's demigods, and in particular, Miquella's comrade. But if you want a more in-depth look at this, then I would recommend my Miquella lore video, which I will link below. Now, these are of course important things to look at when talking about a Grendel, because surely, if Miquella cares so deeply about his dear brother, about Godwin's fate, then surely they must have had a relationship and known each other for such a love to exist. And if we assume that to be a given, then surely the Night of the Black Knives has to have happened after Miquella was born, and thus later on, with America's rule after he married Radigan. So with all the context we've looked at and all the linguistic nuance, I do think it is most likely fair to say that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, comes later on in Marika's rule, the end of a long period of peace and prosperity. Mirko did offer a different perspective on the translation of Rogier's golden era, and I will quote Mirko on screen now. And essentially, Mirko suggests that linguistically, the Japanese could be translated to mean the age of prosperity, the age of plenty, therefore putting it closer to the beginning of Marika's reign, and earlier on in the timeline than many may assume. However, I do leave it for you to decide which fits more carefully with your understanding of the history. Regardless, all we can say definitively is that this attack must have occurred during a period of relative peace, growth and prosperity under Queen Marika's rule, between the Godskin Apostle Godhunt, but before the shattering of the Elders. And with that said, let us go on to assess who actually took part in this conspiracy, who they are, and how they came to become known as the Black Knife Assassins. So now we have a general idea of when, we now need to talk about the conspirators and how this conspiracy was formed. The heavy hand and muscle of this operation were of course the Black Knife Assassins themselves. These nimble and deadly warriors are described to be scions of the Eternal City by Rogier, who says the following:
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City. A group entirely of women, arrayed in armour of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite.
But are also simultaneously described as Numen by the Black Knives armor set, which reads, "The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Knight of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen, who had close ties with Marika herself." I think there's little value me in going over this in depth once again, but here are the main general ties to why the Nox are essentially an offshoot Numen tribe.
That's cool. Ants throughout the underground rivers are shown to feast on the dead, usually dropping roots. If you specifically in the cave. Alright,
And if you'd like to hear a more in-depth explanation of that, I would recommend my video on the Eternal Cities, which I will link below. What is more interesting is that I believe you can specifically track the development of these assassins and how they tie in with the Eternal Cities and themselves. The armor set describes the assassins as all women. They are also extremely nimble warriors, and secondly, there is also an all-female nimble warrior class found within the Eternal City, the Swordstress. In prior videos I have suggested that maybe the Black Knight assassins were Swordstresses themselves. I think there is more nuance to be had here as we will dig into it, and I have refined my own understanding as I've dug deeper into this topic, but it is still fitting that culturally the Nox have a precedent for nimble female warriors. This is where I want to return to the term Scions of the Eternal Cities, as mentioned by Rogier. Scion means a descendant, usually used in reference to a notable bloodline. Loki was able to provide further insight into who these women may be, and he translated Rogier's dialogue in the following manner. "I told you before about the Knight of the Black Knives conspiracy. The perpetrators are said to be assassins who are descendants of the Eternal Capital." Then Loki would go on to tie this to a dialogue that we've looked at before, Gowry's one, regarding Celia's ties to the Eternal Cities, and I again quote Loki now, which ties into this. "As promised, I shall teach you about the lost sorceries of Celia, descendant of the Eternal." And this is the same term for descendant used in both dialogues, and both in regards to descending from the Eternal Cities. This is also a subject we've talked about in my Eternal Cities lore video and others, that the Celians are indeed descendants of the Nox as well, and it's therefore fascinating to me that Loki has linguistically tied these two references of two different groups together, the Black Knife Assassins and the Celians referred to in the exact same manner. However, the potential link between Celia and the Assassins is also found within the lore. One of the other defining features of the Assassins themselves are of course their clothes, that fool the eye, a fact that is reflected in gameplay by the Assassins who are essentially invisible to us, unless we are using the Sentry Torch, and even when we can see them, their cloaks seem to warp the light around them. So what is this technology or magic, and how are the Eternal Cities able to craft these extraordinary pieces of armour? Well, again, I think if we look at the culture and sorcery of Celia, we can get it. As we have already mentioned, Gowry directly ties Celia as an offshoot colony of Noxian descent, calling them descendants of the Eternal.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
But even without Gowry, the player would be able to tell these ties through visual and implicit storytelling. The most obvious, of course, is the crypt chair found in the rear of Celia, guarded by none other than a Noxian monk and swordstress. Indeed, the Celian throne is integrated into the Celian coat of arms, and given how iconic the crypt chairs are to Noxian society, it really shows how important the ties to the Eternal Cities are to this small town. Now, the architecture of Celia itself is different from the architecture of the Eternal Cities, but they are close enough that you could imagine them being built by Noxian offshoot. Indeed, the architecture of the lower regions of Leyndell matches that of Celia and Ordina as well, and credit to Tarnished Archaeologist who makes this connection in his video on Leyndell. And given that Celia is connected to the rocks and Newman, it's a logical conclusion that this lower Leyndell is also connected to the same grave, Marcus grave. Tarnished Archaeologist also brings attention to the main gate of Leyndell, and how it essentially leads to nowhere, suggesting that it must have been built with this Newman section in mind. I leave it to Tarnished Archaeologists to explain the implication this has for the Eternal Cities underground, some directly below where this gap between the wall and the lower Leyndell settlement is, as that is not the subject of this video. I'm just highlighting it because it shows the deep connections between the Newman and the Nox and their history with Marika and the lands between, that even in the heart of Leyndell we can see traces of the Nox's heritage and how important they are to Marika and the royal family. A fact that is even more stark when you consider that the signature floral patterns on the leaden windows of Celia are the same patterns on the very gates of Leyndell itself. Yet, to be clear, the Celians are certainly descended from the Nox, as is said by Gowrie explicitly, and the fact they are called scions by Rogier, which again means descendants. And so while Lower Leyndell most likely precedes the Eternal Cities and shares an architectural style with Celia, Celia most clearly comes after the establishment of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But the point in highlighting the connections of architecture between Celia and Lower Leyndell is not necessarily to put it in the same date as Lower Leyndell, but to highlight the connection and heritage that Celia and the Nox and the Newman share. In turn, this raises questions about Ordina Liturgical Town, that also shares the same architectural design, but we will get there near the end of the video. Then of course there is the Celian spell Night Maiden's Mist, one of the night sorceries of Celia, and the description of this spell reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. This is of course one of the greatest ties between the two. Firstly, it is a Celian night sorcery, and yet it originates from one of the Night Maidens of Nokron. Night Maidens, of course, being the highest ranking members in Noxian society that we are aware of. Indeed, when we fight Night Maidens in Nokron and Noxtella, they quite often use this technique and spell against us, again stressing the connection between Celia and its sorceries to the Nox. We can get a feel for what these night sorceries are all about and why they were developed by reading the description of Ambush Shard, which is the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. So this is a school of sorcery dedicated to assassination. It is about obfuscation and killing, which is reflected in the fact that when you use these spells, they fool the eyes of opponents who will not try to react or dodge as they may well do for regular spells. However, what is more important to this current discussion when talking about the assassins of the Black Knives is the spell known as Unseen Form, which reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, makes the caster semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. The Celian assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work. So here we have specifically a sorcery that makes one invisible, developed by a town that specialises in assassination. The description of the Black Knife armour makes it clear that there is a power in the veils that fool the eye, and I think it is more than likely that these night sorceries will have been employed to empower these specialised veils so that they could fool the eye, much like the Unseen Form spell. I want to briefly speak on the design of the armour itself. According to the description of the Black Knife armour set, it was forced to make no sound, And again, we could attribute that to the night magic of the Salians, or perhaps the tight and sophisticated scale design. However, what I'm more interested in is the iconography. There seems to be a large focus on feathers, both on the lower part of the cuirass and the teal feathers found on the shoulder joints. When trying to explain this, fortunately for us, there is another group of assassins who employ similar iconography, the Ravenmount assassins. The armour set of these read as follows: a ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. As I discussed at length in my Deathbirds lore video, deathbirds in the lands between are literal symbols of death, much as crows or ravens are to us in the real world. The Ravenmount imitated the deathbirds to show that they are bringers of death. Given that the Black Knight assassins are also assassins, my presumption is that the design of this armour is meant to employ the same sort of symbolism. So I think it's clear that the work developed in Celia, both in regard to training assassins and in developing spells that help obscure the assassins from their targets, were used to help equip and train the assassins that would go on to be known as the Black Knife Assassins, really cementing this Celian link. So with those deep connections to Celia in mind, let us once again return to specifically the women who would become the Black Knife Assassins. Straight up, the most obvious answer to me, given all we've looked at, is that these assassins are from Celia themselves. They are assassins who were trained by the town and are dominated. This would quite easily tick all the boxes we know about the assassins. They are related to the Numen. They are Celian trained in assassination. It's a town that developed invisibility sorcery, and it is a town of descendants of the Eternal City, much as the assassins themselves are. I'd be certainly happy with this, and we can move on. However, we can potentially go deeper and examine another signature element of the assassins, the Black Knight themselves, because they have another tie in the game. Ranni states that she forged the blade through fearsome rite.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
And shortly we will discuss where Ranni may have got this occult knowledge from. However, despite Ranni using the term forged, the actual description of the black knife reads slightly differently. It reads as follows: the ritual performed on the altar imbued it with the power of the stolen Rune of Death. So the ritual was performed on the blade, meaning presumably this ritual was performed on a mundane way, the tradition. And if we are looking at a base template for what type of knife may have been used in this ritual, we should look no further than the Blade of Calling. For those who don't know, the Blade of Calling is a very similar size and shape to the black knife one, except for the protruding aspects and it isn't black.
Oh, she killed me, I killed her.
But more importantly, the weapon art for the Blade of Calling, Blade of Gold, is basically a golden version of the Blade of Death weapon art that the black knife uses. This is also the Blade of Calling, wielded by Melina when we summon her for the Morgott fight, and she uses the exact same moveset as a Black Knife assassin. So this begs the question,
Where the fuck do I go?
who is Melina, and how can she inform us on who these assassins may be? So this is heavy speculation, but I want to try and tie together everything we know about Celia and Melina and her moveset and the Blade of Calling. It is heavily implied that Melina is a child of Marika, and yet she shares a combat style with these Numen kin, who have descended from the Noxian split of the Numen tribe. Taking Celia as an example, despite the place retaining heavy ties to the Nox, these are kind of hidden, such as the Noxian throne being hidden right at the back of Celia, and I'm sure many don't actually know in the world of Elden Ring that the Nox are related to the Celians. And in a lot of ways, the Celians have reintegrated with surface society. Lusat is a great example of this, a Celian native who was once Grand Master of Rhea Lucaria's Academy and founder of the Alevinus Conspectus. And thus, if Lusat is able to integrate into normal society despite being of Noxian descent, Is it possible that we can explain the closeness of the Black Knife Assassins in a similar manner? That these are Salian women who are reintegrated into Marika's court, bound through ties of kinship. I'm saying all this because of the implications of what is said in the Black Knife Assassin armor set in regards to closeness of these women to Marika, and in turn how that can help us explain the curious links between Melina and the Black Knife Assassins and the Blade of Calling with the Black Knife. And does this mean close in blood relation, or close as in familial or friendship? And for now I'm disregarding the idea that it means close that they were her co-conspirators, as I will deal with that later. But for now I wanted to get to the truth of what is being said here when it says close, and so once again I turn to Loki, who is able to provide this appraisal of the original Japanese, and I now quote his translation of the Black Knife armor set and appraisal. It is said that the assassins, who were the perpetrators of the night of the conspiracy, are all women, and according to one theory, were visitors close to Marika. Then Loki goes on to explain, close in the psychological sense, not in terms of dealings. So what Loki is trying to get across here is that the original Japanese, in his opinion, is only trying to convey that these women were close psychologically to Marika, close in terms of psychology, so friendship, kinship, or companionship, and nothing else. And again, this all makes sense without going any deeper if you consider their blood ties, that they all come from the Numen tribe ultimately. So in general, if these Numen were close to Marika and close to the court, perhaps they would have been trained in the same manner as Melina, another woman, and armed with the same blades. In European courts, royal women often surrendered themselves among the women, who would serve as their advisors, husbands, and companions, known as ladies in waiting. Perhaps this explains their proximity to Melina, and why they would share a combat style and armament. That these Numen women, possibly from Celia, acted as women of the court, and will have interacted and been around at the same time as Melina. That is of course wild speculation, but it's something that could explain the proximity of Melina to these women, and why they share similar combat styles. And so my final word on my speculation on who the Black Knife Assassins were specifically, is that they were probably Celians, and they were Numen that were probably known to Marika in some capacity. And that is all we are able to say with any certainty. And again, we will return to the idea that Marika was involved later, and why I do not believe that it is the case. When it comes to the assassins as characters and named people, we do have two named members of the leadership, Alecto and her daughter Tyche. Both have ancient Greek origins. Alecto meaning unceasing anger, who was one of the Furies in Greek mythology, which indeed feels fitting for an assassin who brings vengeance for her people, the Nox, against the gods. And we will talk more about the Nox's motivation in the next chapter. Tyche is a letter-swapped spelling of an ancient Greek word that represents the Greek deity of fortune, which is why I'm pronouncing it that way, by the way. And I find this somewhat ironic given her ultimate fate. However, when we look at the way Greeks viewed fortune, there is a little more here. Fortune could sometimes be seen as a force of uncaring reversals of fate and arbitrary violence, which is fitting given the fate of the Nox and Godwin himself. What is interesting is that the Bandai Namco site that I've cited frequently already names the Black Knife Assassins as a foul covenant, and given Rani's connection to the occult in the Dark Moon, perhaps Rani corrupted them with her beliefs, and thus they made a covenant between them. This of course brings us to the main conspirator, Rani herself. Whatever you think about the timeline we have discussed, it is an immutable fact that Rani was involved.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch Rani. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death, and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. One of the children born to King Consort Radigan and his first wife, Renala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint.
These dialogues both suggest that Rani was not only a conspirator, but in fact the orchestrator of the entire conspiracy. And this certainly makes sense, given that Rani wanted something very specific out of this event, and we will look at that in the following chapters. At this stage, Rani would still have her original imperial body with red hair, as we can see from this name. She would have been a princess with some privilege, and thus unsurprising she would have had the resources and influence to organise such an operation. It also seems that Rani's magic was necessary, as she claims it was she who imparted the power of death upon the knives through fearsome rite. This also seems backed up by the knife print that we get to Rogier to protect her hand in the ritual which imbued the knives with their power.
The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife. I love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint.
The term used by Rani, fearsome rite, smacks of occultism, and it makes sense that Rani would have this type of knowledge due to her association with the Dark Moon. Rani's Dark Moon spell reads as follows. This moon was encountered by a young Rani, led by the hand of her mother Lunala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occultic mystery. So Rani's Dark Moon, specifically, is tied to occult mystery, and it is no doubt via the Dark Moon that Rani will have learned or gained the skills necessary to imbue the Black Knives with death. But there is another player in the story of the Dark Moon, the Snowy Crone, Rani's secret mentor. We learn of the crone via certain spells, such as Freezing Mist, which reads as follows. The Snowy Crone taught the young Rani to fear the Dark Moon as she imparted her cold sorcery, and via the Snow Witch set, which reads, once warned by the Snowy Crone, who the young sorcerer encountered deep in the woods, she was a witch and well versed in cold sorceries. The old witch was Rani's secret mentor. Witches, the term that is used to describe this woman here, are generally associated with dark, occult, or blood magic, and Rani in turn would become known as Rani the Witch. So while it is probable that a lot of Rani's powers are tied to the power of the Dark Moon, I believe that it was the crone, the Snow Witch, who told her how to wield them and taught her occult magic. As such, it is most likely from the crone that Rani learned of the fearsome rite that would allow her to forge the Black Knives. Rani's brother Rykard also seems to have been tangentially involved, as we learn via the Blasphemous Claw, which reads, on the night of the dire plot, Rani rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade. So the English here is a little confusing as to why Rani is actually giving these items to Rykard. So again, Loki has been kind enough to provide a clearer translation of what is being conveyed here. And I quote their translation of the Blasphemous Claw now. Rock fragment engraved with a scale of the Rune of Death can divert the power of the Black Sword. On the night of the conspiracy, Praetor Rykard received a scale as a reward from Rani, as the trump card to challenge Malekith the Black Sword, the Bat Beast, who is destined death, when blasphemy someday comes. Now, blasphemy is a subject we talked about in great detail in my Rykard lore video. In essence, blasphemy means the turning against the Erd Tree, Rykard's turning against his own kin, and to take their power for his own. It is his rebellion. That is what the Day of Blasphemy is. So from Loki's translation, it seems as though Rani was giving Rykard this fragment so that he can challenge the gods in his time of blasphemy. He must have already shared his blasphemous ideals with his sister. That is why she trusts him enough to let him know about the conspiracy and involvement in it by handing him these shards. She's just causing more trouble for the Earthling Order. She has just armed a future enemy of the Erd Tree with a great weapon against their most powerful member. So in essence, Rykard is not really involved, rather he and his sister both shared their ideals and they both share a hatred for the Erd Tree and its order, and thus she's given a weapon to her brother just in the hopes that he can one day cause some trouble. But now that we've discussed Ranni's involvement, her involvement with making the blades, and organising the conspiracy in general, we now have to talk about the big elephant in the room, Marika, and why I believe she was not involved. So this brings us to the Marika question. Early on in the game's life cycle, many believed that Marika had a hand in the Night of the Black Knives, and many familiar with the channel, or people who follow me on Twitter, will know I'm very cynical of that theory as it has never felt right to me, and I have included it for completeness in certain videos, but it has never been the one that I've held to be the truth. However, again for completeness, let's just go over why this is such a popular theory. It is mainly driven by one central item, the Black Knife armor set, which states that the assassins had close ties with Marika. People have taken this to mean that Marika was tied to the conspiracy, that she had close ties to them through the family, and they believe it is reinforced by her perceived callousness towards her children.
Hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
If you'd want to see a video in more detail that discusses this theory, I'd recommend my good friend Ashen Hollow's lore video on this very subject. According to proponents of this theory, Marika's motivation for doing this, for killing her own son, is a way of rebelling against the greater will by killing her own child. Yeah, it's never really chimed true to me, and it just feels a little contrived, like they believe she's playing some kind of 4D chess. And really, the main person that gets something out of the Black Knives is Ranni, who specifically has it planned in a certain, particular, precise way for her benefit, as we will look at in the next chapter. So to jam Marika's ego and motives and 4D chess on top of Ranni's plans doesn't feel quite right. Emotionally, I also think a lot of people view Marika as some kind of Machiavellian schemer, and therefore readily accept this theory despite its flaws. Now, at the beginning of this video, I quoted an article from Bandai Namco themselves, an article from December, which explains the intent of what is being conveyed to us in the story trailer that also was released in December. Of course, we do need to bear in mind that the article is pre-release. It's December of 21, and some details did change thanks to the work of Sekiro Dubi and Lance McDonald. But it is only 2 months, and I reckon the broad details of the story trailer are generally correct. So I will quote the relevant passage from the article now. One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the land between. In a quotidian attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwin's gold. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the Order of the Gods was. So Bandai came to the picture of a god who wanted to protect the children, not involved, and that Godwin's death caused her a great deal of grief. So to those that believe that Marika did have a hand in the assassination, at the very least need to acknowledge this as a major flaw in their argument. A article from the publisher themselves that isn't in-game, so can't be subject to the usual unreliable narrator arguments that we can sometimes get when discussing the finer points of the lore. Bandai Namco will have no doubt consulted with From Software before releasing this article, and no doubt got the finer details of what is being conveyed here from From Software. And I think it is fair to say that FromSoft will certainly have greenlit the article, especially given how much they care about their lore and worlds. The reality of the Black Knight Assassin armor description to me is just a case of slightly awkward English that can be read in different ways, because while many people have read it as definitive proof of Marika's involvement, I simply have never read it that way because of the language used. And indeed this also does seem to be the opinion of Loki, who tweeted the following in a Twitter debate regarding this exact subject. To clarify, Marika's close ties with the Assassins isn't in terms of dealings, but with familiarity / emotional affinity, kinship you could say, which makes sense given their blood ties. Whether that is alluding to more than just coming from the same tribe, no comment at this time. And that is exactly how I would read it. That there's a blood kinship tie, and in fact this makes the tragedy all the more, because Marika and her children are betrayed by those of their blood, those closest to them. So to me, and as directly stated by Bandai Namco, Marika is in fact a secondary victim of the event, someone who loses her son, rather than some Machiavellian mastermind playing 4D chess and kills her son in some bizarre, convoluted plan to hit back at the Elden Ring, but then she shatters the Elden Ring anyway, rendering this scheme moot. For if Marika really was wanting to hit back against the Greater Will all this time in some clever plot, why not just shatter the Elden Ring straight away, as this is the real blow to the Greater Will's authority. The event is still important to Marika, even though she isn't involved. As the story trailer says, this event pushed Queen Marika to the brink, and as we have looked at in the previous chapters, in regards to the linguistics involved thanks to Loki, it is the trigger for the shattering of the Elden Ring, so it is still important. It's just that it causes someone who's lost her son to break the foundations of the world that she rules. So, in summary, the causal link between the Knight of the Black Knives and the shattering of the Elden Ring most makes sense if the tragedy of the Knight of the Black Knives caused Marika, in her grief, to shatter the Elden Ring, combined with the linguistics shown by Loki and the Bandai Namco page that straight up exonerates her, I think we can safely put Marika's involvement to rest. With that being said, and the conspirators defined, it is time we discuss the motivations of those involved, and why they were motivated to take part in such a dangerous conspiracy. Let's look at the motivations of the Black Knight Assassins themselves, why they were part of this conspiracy, and what they expected to achieve from it. The first could be pretty simple, that they are simply Ranni's co-conspirators, and they believe initially in her mission to become the Lord of Night and bring about the Age of Stars. There's of course another more general explanation, is that they are kin to the Nox, and there's an underlying resentment for the Greater Will and its representatives held by Nox society. The armor sets of the Nox of course make it clear that the Nox are where they are, banished underground, because of past grudges against the Greater Will and its proponents, and we get evidence via the Finger Slayer blade that they have acted against the Greater Will before. So I think the motivation for this group could be fairly straightforward. Revenge. Revenge for their kin's banishment, and a chance to overthrow the gods, put them to the sword, and bring about the Age of Stars. Either of those two fit. However, either way, I believe that Ranni later betrayed the Black Knight Assassins following the Night of the Black Knives, and there are two possible reasons for this as far as I see it. Explanation A is that Ranni deceived them as to the true purpose of the attack, and used them to achieve her real goal. While the assassins believed that this was a strike to bring down the gods, kill them all, Ranni uses it as an opportunity to perform a ritual and free herself from her flesh, and she kept the truth of this purpose from the assassins, and used them as tools. Explanation B is that the assassins were fully aware and on board with the true purpose, but Ranni still turned on them following the attack, and imprisoned their leader to cover up her involvement, and left the rest of the assassins hung out to dry at the mercy of Leyndell guards and forces. And so at this point I should probably explain why I think Ranni deceived and betrayed the Black Knight Assassins. And mainly, I think my evidence comes from environmental storytelling. First of all, near the conclusion of Rani's quest, there seems to be a coordinated attack against her people. And while I once thought that Rani was still in control of the Black Knives, and she ordered this attack to cover her tracks, I don't think this quite fits, given she does seem to show a lot of care for Iji and Blythe, even telling the player to tell Iji and Blythe that she loves them when she departs after they defeat the last baleful shadow. So no, even though she is ruthless, I don't think she had Blythe and Iji killed. So what happens here? Iji is killed, and surrounding him are the bodies of Black Knife assassins, and he is burning in the black flame of the Godskins. The potential connection between the Godskin apostles and the Black Knife assassins is something I've ruminated on before in my Eternal Cities lore video, so I shan't go over it again in huge detail.
I'll just kill her. Sweet.
But regardless, the main takeaway here is that Black Knife assassins attacked Iji and killed him. Continuing with this Ludo narrative, when we free Blythe from the Everjail, he expresses fear for Rani's safety and races to be by her side. When we next see him, he is indeed where Rani should be, but he is in a bad way, maddened and surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife assassins. And to me it is implied that these assassins are Rani, given their locations right outside her tower. Unfortunately for them, Rani has already departed through Rena's Rise, and they ended up meeting Blythe's blade instead. It shouldn't be too far of a stretch to believe that Rani may have people out for her blood, as we do have definitive confirmation that there has already been an attempt on her life. We learn of this via the Blackfield mask, a mask that perfectly mimics Blythe's appearance, and its description reads as follows: Relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Rani the Witch's royal shadow. The likeness is striking. Now the implication here is that someone took on the guise of Blythe in order to get close to Rani and essentially kill her. In prior videos I speculated that this assassin may be Darrowville. This is of course the Bloodhound Knight whose kill in the Everjail and Limgrave and Blythe is looking for. But ultimately whether or not it's Darrowville is irrelevant, because either way it would certainly fit the narrative we are talking about of the Black Knife assassin. Perhaps this was the Black Knight's more subtle first attempt at seeking retribution, hiring assassins or having as their own to try and get close to their control subject. But when it failed, they instead resorted to this strike of Black Knight that Blythe ultimately kills. The result is the fact that Rani asks us to retrieve the Finger Slayer blade from Nokron, but the Nox clearly aren't willing to give her the knife, hence why we have to break into the city, kill the Nox that are there, and steal the treasure from them. If the two factions were allied, and both ultimately wanted to bring about an Age of Stars, why wouldn't the Nox readily give Rani the tool that she needs? And why are the Black Knife assassins, scions of the Nox themselves, and apparently Rani's allies, attacking Rani's people? Well again, I think all of these things can be explained if Rani had betrayed them, either by deceiving them to the true purpose of the mission and using them as disposable tools, or she betrayed them in the aftermath. Either way. We will talk about this more in the aftermath chapter, but consider why Alecto, ringleader of the Black Knives themselves, is imprisoned in an Everjail in Rani's territory, in Moonlight Altar itself. To me, the Ludo narrative is clear. The Black Knife assassins and Rani are no longer allies. The Black Knife assassins have a grudge against Rani, and Rani has imprisoned Alecto. But with that said, let us now go into Rani's motives a bit more, and what she wanted exactly to get out of the Knight of the Black Knives, and why she wanted it. Rani's true end goal is more than simple assassination, as we can hear it from her directly.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods, Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for Nagini. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, through mine own Imperium flesh, Captain's way. I would not be controlled by that thing.
Ranni's death in body was not an unwanted consequence of the attack. Rather, it was the purpose of the attack in Ranni's mind. She wanted rid of her enclosed flesh. She resented being controlled and tied to the greater will through her own body, tied to a fate she did not choose, a disposable pawn for the greater will. These are very understandable motives on a personal level for Ranni, but we also have to remember that Ranni will have fallen under the influence of the Snowy Crone and the Dark Moon, and no doubt they would have been encouraging her to take steps towards an age of stars, the same as the Lord of Night. But it would do her plan no good if she was destroyed totally, obliterated from both body and soul, just to sever her connection to the greater will. And so she needed a plan, to rid herself of her body, but remain in spirit and soul. What she needed was a totem to take the soul death consequence of destined death, while she was freed from her flesh prison. We will look at the specifics as to how this ritual worked in the next chapter, but it is important to understand Ranni's true reason for being involved in this conspiracy. Not to overthrow the gods, not yet at least, but specifically to begin to sever the bonds between herself, her two fingers, and the greater will. By being an Empyrean, she is tied by her body to the two fingers and the greater will, unable to make her own fate. And we will later see her complete this plan by killing the baleful shadows and finally slaying her two fingers, finally severing that connection and confirming that this has been Ranni's long-held intention to all of her schemes. So with the stage set, the motives of both main parties clear, let us talk about the specifics of the night itself. That night of wintry fog, the night of the Black Knives. As the story trailer tells us, it was on a night of wintry fog that the Rune of Death was stolen, and this was the first part of the scheme. And so the first question may be, how were they able to achieve this? How did they steal a fragment of the Rune of Death, given that Malekith is such a powerful being? Well, the truth is pretty simple. Malekith was far more careless in the past than he is now. When we meet Malekith in our story, he is very reticent to even reveal his real identity, pretending to be someone known as Human. And he has the Black Blade, the sword that is imbued with destined death, hidden within his very flesh. However, this is a precaution that essentially came too late, as we learn the following from the Black Blade item description. After a fragment of death was stolen.
Right. I did it all.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death. I did it all. Meaning she did all the part she was confessed to, stole the rune, and forged the Black Stone knife. In fairness, this does also make very much sense. Ranni would be the best position to get close to Malekith and steal a fragment of his death. She was royalty, and given the fact her body was for a long time, at this stage she would have just been part of the royal family beyond suspicion with a lot of accents. Then using the knowledge learned from the Snowy Crone and the Dark Moon, Ranni imparted the power of death to a fearsome Black Blade. Now we spoke earlier of the knife themselves, and how Ranni no doubt used the Black Blade with the power of death, and in essence this is why the Black Knight acts as a and it brings us to an aspect of the blade we haven't yet mentioned, their unusual shape. In the description of the blade itself, it is described as oddly shaped, and indeed, I believe it was the ritual itself that morphed the blade into its form, because despite it being a machine gun, it is not random. All the blades are uniform, and I believe it is taking the form of either the Rune of Death itself, or the half-moon wheel of the sun. You see, the actual form and shape of the Rune of Death appears to hold some power because of the shape itself, as we will see when we discuss how Ranni and Godwyn had the runes literally carved into them. And I believe that the blades have been warped by the power of Destiny Death to take on the form of the Rune of Death. Once the blades were forged, the assassins headed out to attack their victims, and thanks to their special garb that we've already discussed, they would have been able to reach their victims undetected and unseen. The Sentry's torch may shine a light, pun intended, on how effective this was and how defenceless the demigods were. It reads as follows: torch given protected as the its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils, furnished on behalf of the Erdtree and the Grace-Given Lord, such that a Knight of the Black Knives will never come again. So this implies that on the actual Knight of the Black Knives, the authorities and guards had no defence and no answer to these hidden veils. How could they if they'd never experienced them before? And they really had no idea of numerous assassins simply slipping past them and reaching their targets unaccosted. Now, at this juncture I want to return to the Bandai Namco article that describes the event, as it does give some details as to how the event might have played out. In-game, we are only directly referenced to one victim of the Knight of the Black Knives, and that is Godwyn. Yet this article suggests that more than one was killed during this attack. And again, I will read the relevant passage. In a coetaneous attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous, too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. This of course ties up with the story trailer as you'd expect, given this article accompanied it. In the trailer, Ranni narrates the events of the Knight of the Black Knives, and again I will quote her narration now. And the demigods began to fall, starting with Godwyn the Golden. The fact she says starting with Godwyn the Golden suggests that many demigods were to die in this event, and that Godwyn was just the first. Now this does tie up with some interesting mentions in the game that could give the claim some validity. Firstly, in the intro to the game itself, it says something of a similar nature.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
The first to perish, again, meaning that more than one demigod was killed in that night, and that Godwyn was just the first. So we can imagine all the assassins spreading out the lands between, as Bandai Namco describes it, a coordinated attack, to strike at different targets simultaneously. This also supports the idea that the aim of the assassins could have been to generally strike against the gods, to cause as much damage to the regime as possible, and that Ranni obscured the real truth of the operation to them. Now, how does this help explain the other soulless demigods that we find in the mausoleums throughout the lands between? I think it is meant to explain this, that these are the soulless demigods, that the other kin of Marika that died in this attack were the soulless demigods that we now see in the mausoleums. There are some difficulties when it comes to the specific of soullessness, but we will talk about that at the end of the chapter. But in general, let's just accept that more than one demigod was slain during the attack, and these may well be the demigods found in the Wandering Mausoleum. Let us talk about the killing of Godwyn now, as it is the pivotal moment of this whole event and whole subject. Firstly, when it comes to the location of where it took place, it almost certainly took place in Leyndell, given that Tyche's ashes describe a flight in the royal capital after she slew Godwyn the Golden, showing not only that Leto and Tyche were directly involved in Godwyn's murder, but this murder took place in the royal capital of Leyndell. Given how this scene is almost tragedian in nature, It would make sense thematically if this happened at the heart of the Erdtree Empire, right in Leyndell, that the assassins let cast the guard right into Godwyn's personal chambers in the heart of Leyndell. Given that we see Godwyn partially dressed in the intro slides and in the story trailer as he's being murdered, I imagine that they caught Godwyn unawares and unprepared, and given that he is mighty enough a god to this would certainly be the same way to kill him. Yet the assassins did not really stab him to death. His death was far more ritualistic in nature, and we can already get hints of this in the opening cinematic. You can see he's been held in place by two assassins, while a third is carving a very specific shape into their back. We can learn more about this carving via the curse mark of death, an item pulled from Ranni's original body, which also has a carving in it. This item reads as follows: curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. The curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into two half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So this gives us an insight into the specifics of Ranni's plan, and how it worked, and what happened to Godwyn. Firstly, it does mention that the two curse marks, the one on Ranni's back, which we can still physically see, and the one carved onto Godwyn, weren't physically carved. The carving of this mark upon flesh apparently gives power to the rune itself. This brings death to the bearer of the rune, the person whose flesh this is carved upon. In this case, however, Ranni used this ritual for her own means to split the effects of death, to only take half and put the other half on Godwyn. She used Godwyn as a totem to take the death of soul part, while she merely took the death of body part. And this is what is meant by the part that says, this curse mark was carved at the moment of the death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, two demigods perished at the same time. This suggests that at the exact moment Godwyn was having half wound carved on the head, Ranni was also having the other half carved into her back. The effect of this was that it made a full wheel of death, splitting the effects between the two. This paints a pretty dramatic picture of Ranni atop the Liurnian Tower that wintry night, having a half wound carved into her back, while Alecto and her cohorts did the same to Godwyn at the exact same moment in Leyndell. This was Ranni's plan, the purpose for her involvement in the conspiracy. It freed her soul from her Empyrean flesh. The fact that the curse mark item description describes her flesh as discarded shows that this was a purposeful design. She wanted rid of this flesh. Yet the price was high, and even Ranni probably didn't see the extent of the consequences of her actions. For not only did it condemn a being to a soulless living death, which must be a hellish state of existence, given what we see of Godwyn and his new body, but it also resulted in the spread of the death root and the rise of those who live in death, starting a brand new cycle of suffering all over again. Again, these are points I would like to remind people of when they see Ranni as something to kill. She isn't a villain, but she ruthlessly condemns Godwyn for her own aims to an eternity of suffering, and her recklessness gives rise to the pitiful beings known as those who live in death, and through no fault of their own, these beings will just be hounded and hunted by those of the golden world. This also brings us back to the issue of supposed demigods earlier. Godwyn was the first to die, and he was killed in soul only because of his plan. So why would these other demigods, concerning the ones in the mausoleum, or the ones Godwyn, be described as soulless if it was only Godwyn who was killed in this ritualistic manner? Well, there are a few ways to explain this. The first one is a bit of a case of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation being that the other soulless demigods are dead in soul but also in body. The curse mark of death says that the rune should have taken the form of a wheel should have, meaning perhaps the other assassination attempts went ahead as normal and the whole rune of death was carved into the back of the targets, killing them both in body and in spirit rather than just soul. I think this does make sense. There is a distinction between being dead and being dead and soulless, and it would still give a reason that their fate would be mourned by the likes of those at Castle Sol. It is because they are without soul, unable to pass on properly, not that they are just dead. There are a few other alternative explanations for this, but I don't want to get into a rabbit hole about this, as this is probably a subject for another video. But I think it's fair to say that the soulless demigods found in the mausoleums are meant to represent probably the others that were killed that night. And now, with the devastating effects of the night itself discussed, let us move on to the aftermath of what happened following this event. In the immediate aftermath of Godwyn's death, we learn of the assassins fleeing from the scene of the crime, and we learn this via Taiki's ashes, which read as follows. Taiki was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her black blade with the rune of death and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader Alecto, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. So a flight from the capital suggests that despite slipping into the capital undetected, that their escape was far more eventful. Indeed, I get the general impression that Rani basically hung the assassins out to dry after the attack. We find them scattered throughout the lands between, hiding in caves, dungeons, and the capital itself, giving the impression of a panicked flight from Leyndell as they were hunted and killed by the authorities. Indeed, if one looks carefully at the assassins found in the death-clutched catacombs, we can see that they are broken wounded, armour rent and bloodied. Elsewhere, the assassins are hiding, and their resting demeanour gives off the impression of a fugitive, exhausted and hounded to the fringes of the lands between, and no doubt many were hunted and killed in the hours, days and months following the assassination. Later on, we learn by the second report that the grace-given lord, Morgott, would equip his forces with sentry torches, meaning that the Black Knife assassins would never have the power over the Leyndell capital that they once did, and perhaps these tools were even used by Leyndell forces to hunt down the remaining Black Knives in years to come. And while I have no doubt that the Leyndell forces fell upon the assassins, I suspect that Rani is responsible for Alecto and Taiki's final fate. Whether carrying forces killed Taiki and arrested Alecto, or whether Alecto fled to Rani with her daughter in her arms being killed by Leyndell forces, it is clear to me that either way, Rani imprisoned Alecto following the assassination, and conveniently, her involvement in the conspiracy would be hidden for years until Rogier uncovered the truth finally. Rani was probably content to let people believe she too was a victim of the slaughter, and I would guess that she did not return in her new form until some time later, perhaps when she returned to claim a great rune after the shattering, but that's just speculation, of course. Meanwhile, we learn that Godwyn was of course buried at the roots of the Great Tree, and from him would spread the Death Root throughout the lands between, bringing those who live and dead. This event is something I look at in great detail in my Godwyn lore video, but in short, this is the biggest consequence of this fateful night. It exposed the flaws in the deathless Golden Order, and began a cycle of persecution that would lead to Goldmask examining the nature of the Golden Order and what went wrong here. The wrongness of this act to slaughter Daniel's kin and to deny him a true death is reflected in the corruption of the world. Godwyn's growths and tendrils reach even to Far Missoula and the deepest Atom. It is a rock born from the crime and the breaking of fate. It is Kigari. Then of course came the shattering of the Elden Ring, and the great suffering of the Shattering War that followed. I think we have shown fairly conclusive evidence that it was the trauma of this night and the loss of her child that drove Marika to shatter the Elden Ring. Bereft and disenchanted with the Golden Order she once served, an order that couldn't even save her son from a horrific, endless fate. And so she brought a hammer down in a fateful blow that would change the world. As a sort of epilogue, there's something else I want to touch upon. Ordina Liturgical Town, and the Black Knife assassins found here. I feel it is no coincidence that Ordina has the exact same architecture as Celia, and we have strong evidence that the assassins themselves are Celian, and we here find in Ordina plenty of Black Knife assassins, one of the most concentrated locations for them in the entire game. To me, it is very possible that a group of assassins fled here and have built a new township, following the architecture of where they are probably from. Perhaps they built this under the aegis of a new, forgiving lord, one they still serve in their exile by protecting access to his lands for any who would want to access the Halig Tree. Smo here. I would just like to wish you all a wonderful holiday period. For those who celebrate it, Christmas will have already passed by the time this video goes out, but I would still like to take a moment to thank you all for watching this video and supporting me throughout. With that said, we now look to a new year tarnished, and I wish you all a wonderful new year, no matter what you celebrate it, or when you celebrate it, and that 2023 is fantastic to you all and your families. Take care, and have a wonderful night, and I will see you in the Death Touch Catacombs. Happy holidays, everyone.
Yo, what's up guys? Chase the Girl here. Back with another Dark Souls. Hello Shelman, how goes your day man? Hunter, Gabriel, hello. What is up? Hello. I am a little early today. I am an honest streamer. What is up? Let's see. So, got that set up. Good. Here is the build for today, chat, by the way. I think I'm soul level 90. Yes, I am soul level 90. There we go. Oh, and my mic is not muted for once at the start of the stream. That is a win. That is a win. I can't believe I have a bot this one. Okay. It's like my channel logo. Look at how accurate it is to the channel logo. It's pretty insane that he was able to do that, honestly. It's a mix of the Lorian's helm and the Elite Knight helmet. I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's really good. It's retextured, so I'm actually wearing this exile mask, but it looks like it's pretty goddamn awesome. Okay, let's do a warm-up animation. I was like, what am I doing right now?
You know what? It's nice that I
Very
can stream it, 'cause
fashionable.
at least
Thank you,
I can
thank you.
record all this. And then, like, just have
If
it
you can
again.
parry the beginning, no, it's only the second spin, I believe. I don't think you can parry the initial that, like the startup of it. I'm pretty sure. This character's solo level 90. That was one thing with the past couple of streams. It was slow, so I wanted to. So I went to 90 today. And yeah, the outfit looks pretty good. I think. I like it. I like it. It works on the ground. Yeah, thank you. I actually YouTube showing how to retexture some of the fire colors as well, the way that he did it before, and his link is in the description of my stream, so if you want to check it out, it is there. Super awesome, dude. Okay, my recording works. Cool. Yes. I'm gonna try to make more outfits with it, but I think this one is probably like the best looking Royal Knight outfit. Oh, soup dyed shit. Oh yeah, I know that's confusing as well. Tough fight, tough fight. The first one, you know? That easy warm-up. Yes, right there in chat. There's our boy. I think he said he's planning to do like a tutorial for the retexture as well, which is sick. I feel like people would like to know how to do that on PC. It just adds more fun to the build making, you know? If you could see something interesting on your screen. Let's go with Sprit Reef. My game's been very framey. I was testing before stream, I'm not sure why. I don't think there was like a Windows update or anything. Maybe it's just one of those days. Dark Souls? I just don't have any practice with it, so. Are you poisoned?
That's all about.
Oh, what are you doing? Oh god. My man, why are you wearing that helm? Take it off. What the hell was I just witnessing? Oh, it was the mimic head. I was like, can you even get poisoned in this general area? I don't think so. Freaking mimic heads, dude. Oh my god. Good fight, Artorias. Oh, look. Couldn't do much else thing. Ah, interesting, EV. I've had that on controller, but the controller itself had stick drift, so it's not. I wouldn't say it's the game's fault. But yeah, weird. My frames look weird today. I feel like I'm getting like less than 60. It's really weird. Maybe I can turn on the HUD layout, performance, show me the FPS. Let's just see. Yeah, what the hell? 50 FPS. That's so weird. That's so strange. Sometimes the game just acts up though, I suppose. Okay. I'm gonna stand in a different area. Maybe it's just this area. Maybe. I could look at my game settings as well. I usually have everything on max, but I mean, I don't know. I can turn off that. Yeah, let's see. I mean, that kind of helps. Gank City, always demanding. That's true. Oh, did you, Jake? Damn. Maybe I'll take a day one day to do like a full clean and stuff. See if that helps.
Aren't you
Is this
we
the
rarely
chase
receive
skin? Yeah,
visitors.
Thunderpig. It looks awesome, right?
So,
It looks amazing.
tarnished about the burden of grace and the dogmatic, if you have. Rise with us.
Bug God.
Well, now, let this intersection of what have you wreak of
Alright,
rising.
Bug God, we're gonna do some honest
Very well.
battle
Your decision
here,
is
hopefully.
now you belong.
Or-
The drawing room lies
What?
down the hall.
What? How am I still... How am I not sent home? Oh, it's like that if I got summoned in during the boss fight, I suppose. That can happen. That's so strange. Come on, Chaotica. I like it. I haven't used the spear in a while. That even sounded fun. Okay, we're just gonna parry our lad here.
I am right under lady.
No?
Brave under lady.
Okay. You just kept
Brave
rolling into
Tarnish
me and then
under
like
lady.
doing the L1, so.
Who are you, and what in
I can
heaven's
appreciate the honor fight you guys have.
I
around
hope
me.
you are.
Okay, you cast this. Yo,
Then you must
Dakota,
believe
thank you,
those
man.
with weak stomach.
I appreciate
I
that.
thought you reclaimed what it means to be a recusant. Well, you
Okay.
look know that the path you walk before you consider
Hello,
hunting
hello.
any of your own.
Keyboard
This
guy.
blasphemy before you can.
Alright, keyboard guy, what do you got? And dude, double the thank you, man. Wait, what? Oh. Why did they... Wait, could the Sun Bros maybe not get into the fog wall for some reason? Maybe this guy's world was just heavily regulated in some way. That was so weird. That was so strange. He was like, nah, I'm out. Hang on, let me just turn off that. It kind of bothers me. Maybe it'll sort itself out as I play it more. It seems better now. Yo, what's up, Sebastian? Welcome, man. That was weird.
That is the task.
That was a
You will be
weird
compensated
starting
if you
battle.
are loath to hunt,
I
but you
have
must
to
leave
say.
this house. This is a war. We have no place for.
What's the hardest move to parry? For me, it's like the first hit of a two-handed greatsword. I find is my like hardest. And I guess the first hit of a straight sword as well, because they come out really quick, and most of the time, you don't have perfect connection to the person you're fighting, so you actually can't react parry it. Like it's impossible. Drang hammers. All the dual wield weapons actually can have like an easier time. Autismo. Autismo. Isn't that a well-known like a meme?
The letter
Taxi.
describes you will be compensated.
Hello, boys. Wait, I want to make sure I'm recording this. Could be fun. Yeah. Hello, boys. Come here, Blue. Perfect. Blue down. Yo. Bum. No. Alright, Warpath. Another summon. We're making a fight club in here. I like it. Don't run away from me. Coward! Coward! Jeez. He's one with the dodge, though.
I've been shooting at nothing, bro. Sometimes like that. I just wish you were here to see me do it.
Trainer Earl, slaughtered. Trainer Fikova, beheaded. Damn it. Come on. Nice. Trainer Mike, extinguished. Alright, what can we unlock? Alright, events we can't play. Oh, let's join a clan. Whirlpool 99. Hey. Oh. Royale Starter Pack. No thanks. The whole point of this account is I just want to make this as easy as possible. I just want to win and become as overpowered as a player as possible as I can as a free-to-play player. Oh look, I already leveled up. I don't even have to play the game. How OP can I get before I play my first game? Level 3 arrows, cool. Level 4, no. Okay, you know what? Wait, 1 gem for 16 gold? There's got to be a cheaper way. Come on, I have 100 gems. What can I buy with it? Deals in the shop are so ass, man. I can't do it. Come on, clanmates, get online. Guys, I need you. Active Aussie clan, participating in war always. New members welcome. Send pics of your mum for promotion. Well, I might just have to. Oh, there's drama in the clan chat between the leader and a new member. You are very scared without your P.E.K.K.A? They're both playing P.E.K.K.A. Scared of what, mate? I beat the top 10 in my country in 2019. I would whoop you with anything. You're just a noob. Delusional. Kicked. Poo. Nothing against you, mate, but you should probably go with your mate. Where did they go? Oh, they're clanless now. All right, time for my first game. He played 2 cards. Time to make some massive purchases in the shop. I worked hard for these coins, guys. Oh my god, Archer's going up. We might even level up again already. This game is fun, man. I like this game a lot. Wait, there must be a gold rush event on or something. I'm getting so much gold. Oh, there is in 20 hours. This was the perfect time to start a new account. Wait, so does that mean I'm going to be able to upgrade my cards a lot more than I should be? Wait, can I get to the next level if I upgrade my goblins? Also, goblins are broken. I'm putting them in my dick. Yay! Now what do I get? Please give me something special. Something that's going to make me better than everyone. Wait, did I get enough cards to get up the next level? I have more gold than usual because of the gold rush. Please, give it to Daddy. I would love to just go up another level. Oh, it's just staring me in the face right now.
Buy it. You know you need it.
He replied to me. How so? Do you guys know KFC Clash? While I'm waiting, just casually throw a mini P.E.K.K.A. request in the chat. Now that I know he's online. I did it! Bone Pit! Now what? Nothing changes. Oh! Never mind. Now I can spend more money. Yes! Congrats on reaching Arena 2. Let's go, baby. Except we're free to play. So with every arena, do I just like unlock a new deal? I get to spend more money. What a privilege. I'm so glad I get to earn the right to give Supercell more of my money. How does this guy have level 5 Musketeer? Whoa, level 5 archers as well. Okay, this is a big step up. By the way, this is not a bot. This guy's gonna comment and use an actual name with an emoji of it. Yeah, I have not advanced that far yet. Can't put emojis in our name for bots. Okay, Speed Racer, slow down there. I get it. You have level 5 giant. You have level 5 everything, but what? Level 6 mini P.E.K.K.A? Oh, I'm gonna have to tank this. Please don't touch me. Okay. How many hits does that die to? God, it's like a tank, man. Relax. Okay. Thank Christ that thing is dead. How am I gonna beat this guy? Play the dramatic music. Things are about to get intense. Neck and neck. Alex versus Meth Head. Who will pull through? Will the level 3 goblins counter the level 5 musketeer? Ooh, the first opponent with BM as well. He throws out the thumbs up. Ken throws out. He goes for another. I go for another. Mini P.E.K.K.A in front of the tower. Will he defend this monstrous push? Knight plus. He's going to go for spear goblins. Oh, the prediction arrows, and it kills everything. Everything is wiped out. Mini P.E.K.K.A annihilates the tower. He's panicking. He's freaking out. He goes for a giant at the bridge. He doesn't know what to do. Knight hammering away. He baits out the arrows so he can go for the goblins, and all of a sudden, his push is decimated. I said decimated. Goblins kill it. Okay. Now, you know what? We're going to go for a counter push. I'm feeling greedy. I'm feeling good right now. Hit him with a bit of BM. He's panicking right now. He doesn't even have time to click emotes. He's trying to put everything he can on the map right now. That one goblin just needs to get a shank on that musketeer. No! Wait. No, this is not good, guys. Double elixir couldn't hit any quicker. Thank Christ. He goes for a knight in the middle. Wait! Switches his mind up. Switches his mind up. He goes for the arrows. High knight. Avoiding the fireball. Now I've got my that will get a hit. He knows it, so he plays a 3 elixir goblins. I mean, level 3 goblins. And then he goes for a giant. He's going for his next onslaught. Arrows at the ready. Will he hit something else? Yes, he will. Mini P.E.K.K.A comes down. It kills his level 6-1. Giant hammering away at the king. Not much time left. He goes for a giant at the bridge. It's all or nothing. He waits for the arrows. He can't afford them anymore. Wait. Okay, I'm going for the fireball. Okay. Wait, that doesn't do enough. Oh! Please. Wait. His arrows can't do 100 damage, surely. Those are crazy numbers down in the pit. It's over. Now we spam the thumbs up. Let him know who's on top. What happened, man? Where'd the emojis go, Alex? He's not replying to me. Yo, I am finally 1 win away from seeing what the new shop offers look like in Bar Barrel Arena, or whatever the hell this is called. You think if I spam enough emotes, Guinho will actually reply to me? Come on, man. Waguinho, wake up! Have some fun! Come on, man! We know you're here. I know you're seeing them. Come on, man, I'm laughing at you. You can't let me laugh at you. Show me a bit of enthusiasm. We're all happy to be here, aren't we? Playing our favorite game, Clash Royale, on Sunday. Aren't we all happy? Come on, Waguinho. I wonder what Waguinho is doing right now. Maybe he's in a French kitchen. His mother is cooking up some wine, stamping on some grapes. And the sun is peering through the blinds. And he's playing with his baguette. He's eating them. He's eating macarons. He's loving the French life. And he lives in the hills. And now he's gotten into an argument with his parents. Things are getting a bit sour. Mean language is being thrown out. He's struggling to focus on his game. He's now playing giants on defense. He doesn't know what's going on anymore. Okay, he's back in the game. He paused the argument with his mother, and he's able to focus. That's why he played a good Valkyrie there. But now he's back to mediocre plays. He's playing like Musketeers in the back when there's 30 seconds left. He doesn't know what planet he's on anymore. He's mid-conversation with his mother. He's arguing about why he didn't clean his toilet properly. His mother's like, you left stains everywhere. There's shit all over the ceiling. How did you manage to shit on the ceiling, Wag? And he's like, well, I was playing a game of Clash Royale, and I stood up because I got angry, and my ass was facing the ceiling, and then I fucking pooed everywhere. Stop yelling at me! Alright, we won. Alright, we've stalled enough. Game is now over. Who's excited to see the shop office? I know Beth Head is. Alright, the big moment. Oh, I was gonna get trophies there for a second. The big moment. Woo! Barbarian Ball! What? I don't get a congratulations for Arena 3? Well, that's just the 2023 Clash Royale experience. Subscribe. I love this game.
A couple months ago, I released a general critique of Elden Ring where I detailed some problems that I had with the game. I think the most important takeaway from that video was how the overtuned and overly aggressive boss fights were often at odds with the quote-unquote hard but fair ideology that defined the Souls games Bloodborne.
Obama.
The Belcher Islands are an isolated group of islands in Hudson Bay, Canada. Due to its remote location, the Inuit who lived there were seldom influenced by the society of the mainland, especially in the early 1900s. Generally, they lived in peace, hunting to survive through the harsh winters. But when missionaries brought the Bible to the Inuit in 1925, two men took it upon themselves to declare they were God and Jesus. The men claimed that their bodies had been taken over by the deity and his son as a means of returning to Earth. Unfortunately, they hadn't returned with a message of peace. This is Monsters.
Worthy tarnished. It is the...
The first time Canadian law made its way to the Belcher Islands was in 1920. Canada was still a relatively young country at the time, so the native Inuit in many remote regions were still governing themselves. The Belcher Islands had stayed especially off the government's radar because they were hard to get to. The Belchers are located in Hudson Bay, and many of the ships that ventured there in the summer had trouble landing on the rocky island. During the winter, the islands were only accessible by taking dog teams across the frozen sea ice. But it was easy to get lost or even hit a crack in the ice and fall into the water. The islands had only been formally charted in 1915 when famous filmmaker and prospector Robert Flaherty crashed his ship on the rocky shores. Flaherty and his crew spent nearly a year there exploring the islands and filming the indigenous population. Robert Flaherty is perhaps best known for his docudrama Nanook of the North, which depicted a somewhat fictionalized story of an Inuit family struggling to survive in the Arctic. The film has since been condemned as being somewhat racist and inaccurate, but at the time, the movie was the first major introduction for many in the Western world to Inuit culture. Flaherty's year on the Belchers was what had inspired him to make the movie, and he'd even filmed a young man named Peter Sala driving a sled dog team who would grow up to become one of the leaders on the island. Before he left, Flaherty also named one of the largest islands after himself and left numerous illegitimate children as his legacy there and then never returned. Flaherty's most significant findings were that the islands were much more expansive than previously thought, at around 3,000 kilometers, and that the islands possibly held deposits of iron, which captured the attention of the Canadian government. Flaherty's fame and the possibility that the island held profitable resources finally brought the islands to the attention of the outside world. When government surveyors arrived in 1920, the people of the Belchers were friendly. They'd been trading with outsiders for nearly 200 years. The Hudson's Bay Company had set up a trading post on the mainland in the 1950s along the Great Whale River, the closest point on the mainland to the Belchers. The locals would visit when Hudson Bay froze over, traveling 80 miles or 130 kilometers by dog sled across the sea ice. They would trade fox, seal, and even polar bear furs in exchange for rifles and hunting equipment. That had been the extent of their relationship with Canada for almost 200 years before the government finally visited to impress upon them that they were part of a larger nation and subject to their laws. In speaking with the locals about Canadian law, surveyors quickly learned that there had been a murder on the islands 2 years prior in 1918. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police sent an investigative team to the islands to hold a formal trial. However, when the tribe began testifying about why the man, named Kiriushuk, needed to be killed, it became clear that they had not had much of a choice. Kiriushuk had been on a fishing trip that previous spring with his wife and a small group of people. Among them was a woman named Mukpalu. Kiriushuk had been openly flirting with Mukpalu to the point where Kiriushuk's wife became jealous. In the ensuing argument, the rest of the group left Kiriushuk and Mukpalu alone. Kiriushuk had never been a man who caused problems before, let alone violence. But when he was left alone with Mukpalu, he raped her and took her off into the wilderness before the others got back. At midnight, a sudden storm came through the islands which forced Kiriushuk and Mukpalu to hide in the fissure of a cliff. The storm was so intense that several Arctic foxes ran into the fissure with them. This made Mukpalu worry about what other animals might be looking for shelter. If a polar bear ventured in, they wouldn't stand a chance. The rest of the fishing party had taken the rifles with them, leaving the two virtually defenseless. As Mukpalu was trapped in the fissure with them, Kiriushuk held a knife over her head and told her that if she kept fighting him, he would kill her. No polar bear came, so they made it through the night. Although she'd spent the night trapped with her rapist, Mukpalu said that the worst part of it all was the threat of being eaten alive. When Mukpalu later told her harrowing story to the jury, this part especially stood out. It gave perspective to just how different life was on these islands compared to the mainland. Mukpalu eventually escaped and made it back to the village, but Kiriushuk would not leave her alone. The villagers were forced to place sentries at the edges of the village, as Kiriushuk was trying non-stop to sneak back in. This went on for weeks, which meant their hunters could not hunt. They only managed to catch a few seagulls to feed a camp of 30 people, and had to begin eating the whale blubber reserve set aside for emergencies. The men of the camp got together and decided that they needed to choose between letting their families starve or killing Kiriushuk. When Kiriushuk was spotted returning to the camp, they shot him. The men involved explained to the judge that they understood they were under Canadian rule, but in dealing with true emergencies, they could not always wait for Canadian authorities to administer justice. There were 13 men who had been complicit in the murder, and they were all acquitted on the grounds of self-defense. At the end of the trial, the judge had all of the adults present stand up, raise their hands, and swear there would be no more killing on the islands unless it was an absolute matter of life and death. They were under Canadian rule now, and any further crimes committed on the islands would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Life or death situations were an everyday occurrence for the people of the Belchers. Hunting was dangerous and there were polar bears roaming about. It wasn't uncommon to lose people trying to cross the sea ice. There was also sickness. The illness brought by white travelers being especially deadly as the Inuit had very little immunity to them. It was a different way of life. The fact that there was a governing body far away that decided they would mete out justice in a place where they couldn't even reach most of the year was absurd. Many of the people forgot about the trial, and much of the population of the islands wasn't even there. There were about 150 Inuit total on the islands, and only about 30 had been present for the trial. Shortly after the trial, the Hudson's Bay Company set up a trading post on the islands at the direction of the Canadian government, so they could keep a closer eye on things. The few newspapers that would cover the story would chalk up Kityushuk's murder to superstition. That was because the Inuit believed that when someone committed a serious crime, such as rape or murder, it was because they were possessed by an evil spirit. Back on the mainland, their beliefs would be written up as childish and they would be criticized for being superstitious, an assessment that seemed to ignore the Western idea of demonic possession that very closely mirrored the Inuit beliefs. Demonic possession is still claimed by numerous murderers as the reason for their crimes to this day. BTK and Arnie Cheyenne Johnson being among the most famous examples. In 1925, an even higher power would make its way to the Belcher Islands. The Christian Bible had finally been translated into the Inuit language, and missionaries were eager to take their word of God to even the most remote places. The Inuit cover a vast range of the northern Arctic, but many of them speak the same language, or at least a very close dialect. Thus, the missionaries were able to bring the Bible to all different tribes. They brought the new Bible to the Belchers and preached the word of God. Certain aspects of the Bible fitted very well with the Inuit beliefs, and many of the locals became enamored with Christianity right away, seeing it as merely an extension of their existing religion. The islands would stay largely out of the public eye until 1938, when Arthur C. Toomey went on an expedition to the wilderness off the east coast of Hudson Bay. He was working for the Carnegie Museum of Natural History to chart the area and write about the people and animals in the region. During his stay, he would get to know many of the people who would be involved in the tragic events that would later become known as the Belcher Islands Massacre just a few short years later. His account provided the only written glimpse into what life was like for the people of the Belcher Islands before their way of life was changed forever. Peter Salo was known as the best ice navigator on the islands, so Toomey hired him to guide his team. Peter was familiar with the technology to a degree and quickly learned the controls of the boats used by the charting team. Peter was usually the first person to befriend travelers and outsiders. He was very fond of the Canadian clothing style, and at one point he acquired a bowler hat, and would often wear it to greet new white people on the island. Though these newcomers were often laughing at Peter's expense, he was just happy to put them at ease in a new place. Peter was also the tallest man on the islands and the best hunter, so everyone on the islands liked him. Having him around made the survey crew more approachable. The survey team were visiting the Belchers during the spring, which is what the citizens of the Belchers called the honeymoon season. During the spring, everyone would take a break from the never-ending work they needed to survive the winter. The men would hunt less rigorously, and the women would take a break from making clothing. Young couples would go off alone together, and people visited relatives that they hadn't made time for during the harsher months. During his expedition, Toomey went to speak with the Hudson's Bay Post manager, identified by just his first name, Bob, about his relationship with the indigenous people. Many of them would venture to the outpost in early summer to tell Bob about what had been happening all over the islands, so Bob would fill Toomey in on the local gossip. One man, a notable hunter and leader named Karak, spent a lot of time at the post that spring, usually to gossip with Bob or complain about whatever his wife was mad about. Sometimes Karak's wife was specifically mad about him going off to the trading post, so he would just hide there longer to avoid her. As summer wore on and the days grew shorter, the women began preparing for the long winter. They would gather moss and berries, fleece sealskin, and repair and make new boats for walrus hunting. They would make kayaks, each one alone needing 13 sealskins. Parkas took 20 duckskins. Shoes wore away quickly, and they were constantly needing to be remade. Visiting in the spring may have given the outside world a false impression of life on the Belchers, and just how harsh the winters could be to a people who relied largely on hunting to survive. Toomey left while the weather was still nice and did not see what life was truly like there during the harshest months. 2 years later, the winter of 1940 to 1941 proved to be the worst one in recent memory. Fish and walruses were scarce. Even the freshwater seals of the islands and lakes had all but vanished that year. The people of the Belchers lived more on the edge than the Inuit populations on the mainland because they had no caribou to rely on if the ocean was not providing game. There used to be caribou on the islands, but near the turn of the century, there was a significant amount of rain that fell, creating ice so thick the caribou couldn't get through to eat the lichen underneath. All of the caribou on the island starved to death. The lack of caribou had forced them to rely on eider ducks, creating a unique way to stay warm by making parkas out of the ducks' hides and feathers. The ducks could be a source of food as well. However, they needed to be careful with the eider duck population as they provided eggs and the only clothes warm enough for the harshest months of the year. Overhunting would mean death for everyone on the islands. The people of the Belchers usually camped in groups of 20 to 40 to keep resources manageable. A group of about 35 people camped near the south end of the islands were looking at the Bible for answers during that extremely trying winter. This particular group had become very religious thanks to the teachings of a man named Kitoiak. Everyone on the islands had heard of the Bible or met a missionary, but the group Kitoiak belonged to were especially interested. They were hoping that the Bible might provide them with some guidance on what to do in such an awful winter. Kitoiak was passionate and a good teacher. He'd taken the missionaries very seriously and studied the Bible intensely. His wife was also blind, so he often read the Bible out loud to her, which helped him memorize many passages. The rest of his group would gather often to listen to him read and hold religious meetings. By the 1940s, copies of the Bible were scarce and Kitoiak had the last one in his group. He often talked about Satan and Jesus, telling the tribe of Jesus' good deeds and of Satan's evil ones. He'd also begun to read from Revelations and tell them about the end of the world. A passage he quoted that stuck with the islanders was about the coming of Christ back to Earth. It read as follows: "Immediately after the anguish of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will give no light, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers in the heavens will be shaken. And then at last, the sign that the Son of Man is coming will appear in the heavens, and there will be deep mourning among all the peoples of the earth, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory." One of the most religiously devout amongst the tribe was Charlie Oyerak. He was 27 years old and a father of 2 children. He was short and prone to sickness, so he was not the best hunter, but he provided other valuable resources for the tribe. He was an Inuit shaman. As far as Charlie and many of the other Inuit were concerned, the Jesus they were reading about in the Bible had been a shaman too. Legend said that Inuit shamans used to be able to raise the dead, just like Jesus could in the Bible, but in modern times were no longer able to do so. In such a harsh climate, with death being ever present in their lives, this gift would have been invaluable. Though Charlie was normally only a leader in a spiritual sense, the Inuit believed in times of crisis, the shaman was supposed to step up and find a solution. This applied especially to situations where sea animals were making themselves scarce. Because of that, many of those in camp were ready to follow anything Charlie said, as he was supposed to fix the food shortage. That winter, Charlie and some of the others had become so enamored with Christianity that they became convinced that the return of Christ was imminent, and he would bring with him the end of the world. The whole tribe was divided about this, though. Part of the tribe believed Jesus would be back any day, while the others still thought it would be farther in the distant future. Those who believed that God was returning soon stopped worrying about stocking up on food, as they wouldn't need it at the end of the world. The non-believers kept their usual supply and was causing some tension within the camp. How exactly Jesus would return was vague. Some Inuit believed that every human and animal has a soul, and some even believed that inanimate objects have souls. On the Belchers, they believed that when people and animals died, their souls could wander the earth and possess other humans and animals. That meant that restless souls who were out to cause harm could possess a friend and change them into someone evil, or that animal spirits could wander into people and merge with their souls. On a cold night in January, Katoiak was reading the Bible out loud to those in the camp, and they were having a religious discussion. Many witnesses said that the aurora was particularly lovely that night, and it wasn't the only thing lighting up the night sky. During the meeting, an exceptional meteor shower began raining down over the gathering. As they looked up in awe, some took it as a sign. Half of the tribe were already convinced that Jesus would be coming back soon, and with the passage about the heavens falling so fresh in their minds, they wondered if this might mean his arrival was imminent. For Charlie, the stars quite literally aligned. He was the shaman, and the stars were raining down just as the Bible had predicted. Suddenly, Charlie began shouting, quote, "I am Jesus Christ, I am Jesus Christ." Whether or not Charlie wholeheartedly believed that the spirit of Jesus had possessed him is up for debate, of course, but to the tribe, he seemed sincere. He quickly recruited Peter Sala into his holy reincarnation, saying that God must have returned and inhabited Peter. Perhaps this made sense as Peter was the informal leader of the tribe and everyone liked him. He was a family man, he and his wife had 2 children, and he'd adopted a third. He provided for his family and for the tribe, so perhaps Charlie thought that God must have returned at the same time as Jesus, and had picked the man most likely for God to inhabit. Or perhaps Charlie was afraid that he was not well-liked enough on his own to be taken seriously as the new Messiah, and had recruited the most well-liked man on the island to support him. Those who were already preparing for the end times accepted Charlie's claims without question. Everyone in the tribe believed in the Bible, and those who had been skeptical that Christ's return was imminent seemed ready to change their minds. Perhaps the answer to their crisis had come. The tribe had been looking to Charlie to provide a solution, and he'd found one in a higher power. The threat of starvation would no longer be a problem if the world as they knew it was coming to an end anyway. According to Inuit religion, shamans can also bestow abilities on people. If Peter was genuine and not in some premeditated scheme with Charlie, perhaps Peter genuinely believed Charlie. It was within a shaman's ability to be able to tell that a spirit had possessed Peter, even if he himself didn't realize it. Or perhaps the two had orchestrated the whole affair. Either way, Peter was quick to accept his role as God. From there, things escalated quickly. Right away, Charlie and Peter accused many of the sled dogs of being agents of Satan, or perhaps even possessed by Satan himself. They needed to be killed. The tribe took their rifles and began dispatching most of them. Killing the dogs was also a show of faith, as it proved they didn't need their worldly possessions at the edge of the apocalypse. This also conveniently made it hard for anyone who may have secretly been wishing to escape to actually do so. Their only mode of transportation was effectively gone. To those who expressed worry about traveling, Charlie assured them that when the end times were upon them, they would be able to get around by floating freely through the air. Many of the tribe chopped off their long hair as they thought it would interfere with their flying. Around January 25th, about a week after the declarations, the tribe met in a large snow house to discuss the new messiahs and the religious revival. Attending the meeting were Alec and Sarah Apicock, 2 siblings who had taken drastically different views of the new God in Jesus. Alec, one of Flaherty's illegitimate sons, had become extremely devoted to Charlie, while Sarah, a girl of about 14, was skeptical. Charlie and Peter were explaining who they were and how they felt spiritually to give the tribe a more clear view of what was happening. Charlie said that he was inhabited by the spirit of Jesus, but that they were still expecting Jesus to come down from the heavens in a physical form when the end of days happened. Peter said he had been changed in who he was on the inside, and there he felt the presence of God. Sarah was having none of that. She said, quote, "You are Peter Sala on the outside, and you are Peter Sala on the inside." Immediately after Sarah accused Peter of being a fraud, Alec grabbed her by the hair and hit her several times with a wooden stick. He then threatened to decapitate her with a knife for saying such blasphemous things. Hysteria quickly took hold. Another follower wanted to know if Sarah might be Satan. To test that, he brought a small fire-lit lamp up to her face, saying that the light would let him see if she was good or if she was evil. The follower looked at her face reflected in the flames and declared her evil. Sarah asked for mercy, but they did not listen. Alec hit her again across the head and she passed out. The congregation dragged her outside of the snow house. Akinek, a deeply religious and unstable girl of about 16, followed Sarah outside. Overcome with religious fervor and believing the devil lay in the snow before her, she decided it was her duty to finish Sarah off. She bashed Sarah's head in with the butt of a rifle. Then Akinek walked back into the snow house, bloody and cold, and said, quote, "My hands are frozen from killing Satan. Please thaw them out for me." To understand the fear that the tribe felt, it is important to remember that they believed evil spirits were the cause of many evil deeds. When someone was murdered or gravely hurt, it was often because the person responsible for such monstrous acts were possessed. If Sarah were to be possessed by an evil spirit, she would be capable of hurting anyone. At least outwardly, almost everyone at the meeting seemed content that Satan was gone. There was no doubt that if they disagreed, they were going to keep it to themselves after seeing what had been done to non-believers. Kitoiak alone was the only one who seemed ready to speak up. He was extremely disturbed by Sarah's death. Up until that point, he'd been ready to accept the new messiahs, but a young girl being beaten to death did not seem like the kind of thing the God he knew would be capable of. After Sarah was killed, Kitoiak spoke up and said, quote, "I don't believe you, Charlie. This is not right." Charlie asked him to repeat himself, and he replied, quote, "I said I don't believe you. You are not Jesus or the Holy Spirit. You're Charlie Oyerak." The two scuffled for a bit, then Kitoiak stormed out. When he saw Sarah's lifeless body outside, he became overcome with grief and kicked in part of the snow house. Kitoiak went back to his igloo nearby. After thinking for a short while, he decided he needed to try harder to stop the madness. He couldn't let things get worse. He went back to the snow house, but after what had happened to Sarah, he decided to approach from a window and speak to those inside from a safe distance. When he peered into the window, Peter Sala's mother yelled in terror that Satan was outside the window. Kitoiak pleaded with his tribe to see some sense, saying, quote, "I need your help. Won't any of you come to my side? Come to my side and believe in the true God." To this, Peter responded by accusing him of being Satan, which Kitoiak protested. Peter insisted, quote, "I am God and I say you are Satan." To which Kitoiak bravely retorted, quote, "There is only one God, and he is not here in this snow house." To end the argument, Peter grabbed a loose wooden board and threw it through the window, hitting Kitoiak in the mouth. Peter proudly announced that he had struck Satan, and Kitoiak fled back home. While he was there, he read through his Bible before falling asleep. A witness who chose to remain anonymous would later tell author Lawrence Millman that during that night she'd snuck into Kitoiak's house to spy on Satan. She swore that when she looked into the igloo, which was completely shut off from the wind, the pages of his Bible were moving like grass moves in a strong wind. She retreated, convinced that Kitoiak was in fact the devil. In the light of day, the tribe felt brave enough to confront the man that they believed to be Satan. Peter walked up to Kitoiak's igloo and started prodding him with a harpoon. He tried to get a reaction out of him, but the non-believer remained stoic, so Peter stabbed him with the harpoon, causing Kitoiak to retreat inside his igloo. Another member of the tribe showed up with a rifle and killed Kitoiak. Normally, the tribe would bury their members in fresh animal skins and then lay stones over them. However, they believed Kitoiak was evil, so they threw rocks at his body until it was covered, and that served as his burial. They buried Sarah in the same manner. After the bodies were buried, the tribe took Kitoiak's beloved Bible and burned it. They wouldn't need religious texts anymore now that God and Jesus were among them in the flesh. Shortly after, it was time to move camp. They'd been on Flaherty Island and were hoping the hunting might be better on another island. They traveled for about 2 weeks and merged with Carrick's camp nearby on Tukarak Island, which was just a stone's throw from Flaherty's wrecked ship. As they were building new igloos, Charlie and Peter began trying to convince the new members of the camp of their status as gods. Though Carrick was portrayed as a bit of a scoundrel, despite being friendly and fun in an 1838 survey, those who knew him personally saw him as somewhat unstable. Carrick was rumored to have been a bit too much of a gun enthusiast. He would threaten people often with his rifle with little provocation, and he and his wife would hit each other. Carrick was quick to believe Charlie and Peter, and he let them preach freely. Charlie began preaching about the end of the world, and he assured his followers that it was not something to be feared. Rather, they should embrace it. He also very quickly started talking about those who did not follow his teachings should be killed. Among the group in Karak's camp were Katoyak's son, Ikpak, and his wife, Eva. It's unclear in all accounts if anyone informed Ikpak of how his father was killed, but the Inuit on the islands were all very close, and it's likely someone would have at least told him his father had passed, even if they were afraid to say how. Ikpak had confided in his wife that he didn't believe Charlie, but she urged him to keep his ideas to himself. However, one day during Charlie's preaching, it became too much for Ikpak. Around February 9th, during one of Charlie's sermons, Ikpak interrupted with, quote, "You are not Jesus Christ, and the world is not coming to an end." The two got into a heated argument, and Ikpak stormed off to the sea ice. Shortly after that, Charlie found Karak and simply said, quote, "Jesus will be coming soon, and he will not want to meet people like Ikpak." Eva was actually Karak's daughter, making Ikpak his son-in-law, but Karak was devoted to the new Jesus, and the familial tie meant little to him. Charlie ordered Karak to shoot Ikpak while he was still out of earshot on the sea ice. Karak complied without question. He took aim and shot Ikpak twice in the back. Then Charlie urged him to shoot him again just to be safe, so Karak shot his son-in-law one final time in the head. After that, Charlie proclaimed once again that Satan was dead and pointed to an imaginary halo on his head. When questioned, Eva quickly agreed that she was glad her husband was dead and that he had indeed been Satan. Of course, if she had said anything else, she might have met the same fate as him. Things calmed down after that for a time. The people who hadn't been in the old camp now witnessed the power that Charlie and Peter wielded, and everyone had either bought into their cult or they were too afraid to speak up. As March started ticking by, the new manager of the Hudson's Bay Post, Ernie Riddle, started gearing up for a trip to the mainland. He needed to make one last mail run before the sea ice melted. Ernie was oblivious to what had been happening on the islands, and he hired Peter to guide him. Peter may have been God, but he was still the best ice navigator, and someone had to get the mail. The journey took 2 days, and when they stopped for camp both nights, Peter seemed to be in distress. He wouldn't tell Ernie what was wrong, but said multiple times that he was a bad person. Ernie tried to reassure him, but Peter rejected those assurances and his mood did not improve, nor did he disclose what was troubling him. When they reached the outpost at Great Whale River on March 15th, Peter and Ernie split up. Peter went off to talk to Harold Undergarden, who was known by many of the Belcher citizens. He spoke their language and affectionately called him our white brother, even though he was half Cree. Peter trusted Harold a great deal and started confiding in him about what was happening on the Belchers. Meanwhile, Ernie had gone off to relax with 2 men who were manning the post. The 3 were catching up when suddenly Harold burst into the room, asking the men if they heard about the murders. They all had no idea what he was talking about. Harold filled them in, and Ernie quickly sent a telegram to inform the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The telegram read, quote, "Have received information that 3 murders have been committed recently in Belchers. Advise immediate police investigation." The police responded back asking for more information, and the men were unsure of how to proceed. They didn't have too many details. Ernie was close with the indigenous people and didn't want to bring about a disproportionate response. The men decided to go to Reverend George Nielsen for help, as it was clear the murders had been due to some kind of religious crisis. Nielsen had been to the islands and knew some of the locals. When they spoke with Nielsen, he was deeply concerned and wanted to help. It was 2 weeks before they finally collected the mail and prepared everyone for the journey back. They got back to the islands around April 2nd. As they neared the shore of the islands, they spotted Karak out hunting. When they got close enough to greet him, the man burst into tears. It turned out that while they had been gone, just days before on March 29th, things had gotten much, much worse on the islands. Peter's sister Mina had been camping with a small group of about 8 adults and their children, just a short distance from Karak's camp. Though they were siblings, Mina and Peter did not seem terribly close. However, since Charlie and Peter became the new messiahs, she'd become rather close with Charlie. When he declared that he was Jesus, she left her husband, Mosi, to become Charlie's lover. Charlie may have been a widower or no longer with his wife at that time because no reports ever mention his wife or her part in what happened on the Belchers. In addition to being Jesus' lover and God's sister, Mina was a tall and physically imposing woman. On March 29th, Charlie had left to go hunting for the day. That left Mina in charge by default, as no one would dare try to tell a woman so close to the Holy Trinity what to do. It was particularly cold that day, about -22 degrees Fahrenheit or -30 degrees Celsius. It was snowing and the wind was blowing. Newspaper accounts from the time would call it a blizzard, but the weather was not unusual for that time of year. Everyone who wasn't out hunting was spending the day in their snow houses, and Mina was spending the day pondering the end of the world. She became convinced that it had been long enough. Surely the end was upon them. She got the idea in her head that Jesus was on his way. She ran from igloo to igloo, spreading the good news and telling people that Jesus was about to arrive. Mina was in an excitable state and dancing as she ran. She coaxed the people out of their igloos and got 6 adults and 7 children to follow her. Only Eva, Ikpak's widow, avoided her delusions and stayed inside with her children. They all went outside and gathered around the dancing Mina. She said that Jesus would descend from the heavens, paddling a kayak through the clouds. Then she told them they needed to run out to the sea ice to greet him. Mina was carrying one of the sealskin sled dog whips with her that day, and she wasn't afraid to use it. Those who didn't march to the sea ice fast enough were lashed at. Mina brought everyone far out onto the sea ice. Then she said that Jesus wanted to meet them as he made them. She ordered them to strip off their clothes, though she kept her own parka on. Some of the children refused, so she grabbed their coats and pants and ripped them off. She was still dancing in between taking the clothes from the children. She also disrobed her own mother. The adults complied, reluctantly in the cold, and soon everyone but Mina was naked. In -30 degrees, frostbite would take only 10 minutes. With the wind blowing the way it would have set in much sooner. After a short while, some of the mothers decided that Jesus might not be coming and that they might all be in danger. They started trying to dress their children, but frostbite had already rendered some of the parents and children unable to walk or move their hands. Peter's wife, Anotelik, tried to talk some sense into Mina, saying, quote, "Help me with the children or they will freeze." To which Mina replied, quote, "The world will soon be coming to an end, and then they will be fine." Anotelik managed to get her 8-year-old son Alec dressed, but he was unable to walk. She had a newborn baby with her and could not carry them both. Mina's ex-husband, Mosi, grabbed the children he could, and the other mothers on the ice all managed to grab their own children. Mina's own sister and mother were already too weak to walk. Anotelik was just barely able to stumble back to camp carrying her baby on frostbitten feet. She left her boy Alec behind. Mina followed those going back to camp, leaving her mother, sister, and her sister's 2 young children, 7-year-old Johnny and 6-year-old Janazi, to die on the sea ice. Peter's adopted son, Moses, had ventured out onto the ice too, but at 13, even if someone had been able to go back for a child, they likely would have picked up one of the children that was easier to carry. No one looked after those that had been left behind. Everyone had been weakened by the cold, and there was no guarantee that they'd be able to find the random spot on the ice where the others had been left in the heavy snow. 2 days later, they found all 6 bodies frozen to the sea ice. When Charlie returned, things calmed down. There are no more documented accounts of him trying to preach or give sermons. When Peter returned just days later to find so much of his family dead, the cult seemed to have found an end. Jesus still had not made an appearance in the flesh, and the children had died, but the world kept going. Peter and Charlie could find justice and reasoning in the people they'd helped kill so far, perhaps genuinely even believing that those people had been Satan, but they could find no sense in the deaths of 6 women and children. Ernie sent a telegram to the Mounties telling them that 6 more deaths had happened, and to please send help soon. Reverend Nielsen went out to all of the camps reachable by foot to speak with everyone about what had been happening. After the children died, much of the religious zeal seemed to be gone. People seemed to be accepting the reality that the world might not in fact be ending. After just 2 days of wandering and speaking with the locals, Reverend Nielsen felt confident that there would be no more deaths. He did not share most of the details of what he'd learned with Ernie, as Nielsen knew that oftentimes when it was time for Canadian justice to be applied to the Inuit people, he would only lead the hanging. Nielsen seemed assured, but Ernie was not. He was being left in the dark by both the islanders and the police, but he was the man responsible for bringing them together. He was terrified there would be more deaths and was anxiously awaiting the Menake's arrival. However, there was only so much the police could do. It was 1941 and World War II was raging back in the rest of the world. Every single pilot in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police and every one of their planes had been sent off to Europe to help with the war effort. They'd been trying to figure something out since the first message, and when they got the second telegram, they had only just found an old model Norseman aircraft. It was in disrepair, but eventually they cobbled together enough spare parts to get it working. On April 6th, the plane was ready for takeoff. The pilot went to the port city of Moose Factory to pick up 2 investigators and a coroner. Then the small team made its way to the Belchers. When police arrived, they found themselves without transportation because there were so few dogs left. Peter had taken the last remaining dog team to go to the mainland to get much-needed supplies. Ernie had made the call to send Peter alone, assured that Peter would not leave his people without food. The plane that investigators had taken was on skis, and the ice back on the mainland was already melting, so time was of the essence. Otherwise, the team could be stuck on the islands for months. Local citizens brought every last dog they had, and 2 days later the police were able to visit the camp at Tukarak. Ikpak's wife directed them to his body, which had been somewhat preserved by the cold. The bullet holes were clearly visible, and the frozen blood appeared almost fresh. Police inspected the 6 bodies of those who had died on the ice as well. They wanted to have the coroner look at the bodies of Sarah and Katowiak, but visiting the old camp on Flaherty Island before the ice melt was not feasible. The police left for the mainland on the 16th. They took Mina, Karak, and Adlatok, the man that had killed Kitowiak, back to Moose Factory with them as prisoners because they were judged to be imminent dangers. Peter, Charlie, Alec, and Akina had either been too far away to reach for questioning or were needed to provide for their tribe while investigations were being conducted. On April 18th, they reached Moosonee, which was near the port city of Moose Factory. It was the largest city nearby with a strong police presence, and at 310 miles or 500 kilometers from the Belchers, there was little worry about the prisoners escaping. The prisoners had all come with police freely and had openly answered any questions about the murders. The investigators had to travel by dog sled, train, and rail jigger to get back to Ottawa and decide what to do next. Authorities eventually decided they would go back to the islands after the ice had broken up at the end of summer. Authorities began choosing the legal team. Justice C.P. Plaxton was chosen to preside because he was familiar with Inuit culture. J.P. Madden was chosen for the defense, and R.E. Olmsted was chosen to represent the Crown as the prosecution. Meanwhile, on May 22nd, the news broke that Mina had a complete mental breakdown. The newspapers described her as violently insane. There were no mental health hospitals in Moosonee, so she was put on a train to be taken to Toronto. Karak and Adlatok, though, were thriving. At the time, Canadian police had learned that sending Inuit to jail would more often than not lead to them dying of tuberculosis, so they had Adlatok and Karak camp near a police outpost. The men were essentially just living the way they normally would, but in a slightly warmer place, where their food was provided for them. Adlatok in particular was enjoying seeing the mainland, despite the grim circumstances, and bonded quickly with the police watching him. The prisoners would go back to the islands months later on July 23rd. A small police party flew out ahead of the legal team to conduct further investigations and preliminary hearings. Police quickly got to work recovering Sarah and Kitowiak's bodies, along with the bodies that had already been examined. They then gave them a proper burial near the outpost. Charlie, Peter, Alec, and Akinik were promptly arrested. After observing Mina having her evaluated, there was no question of having her stand trial. She'd been declared insane. The legal team began their journey in early August aboard the SS Fort Charles. Olmsted, Madden, and Plaxton were accompanied by 2 reporters from Toronto sent to document the trial. The trip from Moose Factory to the islands usually takes 4 to 5 days, but there was an excess of fog and inclement weather that dragged the trip out to 13 days. When the legal team finally arrived, they chose Ernie to be one of the jurors. The ship's engineer was also enlisted, as well as the reporters and 2 members from a geological prospecting party that happened to be on the island. Despite the care taken so far in the investigation, it was still the 1940s and investigators did not consider letting anyone who was not white sit on the jury, so they enlisted every white man who happened to be on the islands at the time. The trial began on August 19th. The legal team had brought a large police-issued tent to hold the trial in, as there were no large buildings on the islands. Justice Plaxton wore the traditional wig, which seemed to amuse some of the locals. He sat at a table that had a British flag draped over it, and there was a picture of the royal family hung behind him. There was a great deal of interruption during the proceedings. Nearly everyone in attendance was coughing and wheezing. The legal team had brought back a nasty flu with them, and the whole island had caught it rather quickly. The sickness was so bad that Kitoyak's widow even ended up passing away from it. The trial lasted 3 days, and all of the accused freely admitted their crimes. Although Mina was declared unfit to stand trial, she was still required to be present. Due to another mental breakdown, she was brought into court strapped to a stretcher. She would occasionally disrupt the proceedings by crying out and yelling. Though Mina was not to be tried, the members of the tribe still testified as to how her crimes had affected them. Peter's wife, Anautulik, gave her testimony while holding her young baby in a fur on her back, the baby that she had chosen to sacrifice her older son to save. If Mina understood anything that was happening, she did not show it. Her outbursts while Anautulik was testifying were no different than her sporadic outbursts for the rest of the trial. Alec and Akinik were put on trial first for the death of young Sarah. Akinik was only 17 at the time of the trial and was already a widow as her husband had passed away, so her mental stability was called into question. Her breakdowns and outbursts were not on par with Mina's, but she had been experiencing them as well. She also had a cleft palate birth defect, and apparently her tribe called her the hairlip woman, so the jury sympathized with her. Numerous witnesses came forward to say that they had been glad when Sarah was killed and had supported Alec and Akinik in killing her. One witness testified that he thought Sarah had been killed partly because she was refusing certain duties in the camp and not contributing to the camp's survival. All of the others who spoke up seemed to have genuinely believed she was Satan. In the end, Alec was acquitted as he had not personally killed his sister. Akinik was acquitted on the basis that she was temporarily insane. When it came time to judge Peter Salad and Laytok on the death of Kitoyak, the testimonies closely mirrored those regarding the death of Sarah. Most of the tribe really did believe they were dispatching Satan when they killed him. However, one tribe member claimed he didn't really believe everything that Peter and Charlie claimed, but that he was afraid to speak up at the time. Finally, it was time to investigate the death of Ikpak. When the prosecution was questioning Karek, he said he did not dislike or have any quarrels with his son-in-law, but that he wholeheartedly believed Charlie when he told him that Ikpak was possessed by Satan. When Charlie was asked why he would order Karek to commit murder, Charlie said that he was simply not in his right mind during that winter. The judge asked Charlie if he still thought that Ikpak was Satan. He said that he did not believe that anymore because Reverend Nielsen had helped them to understand Christianity better. Mosi, Mina's former husband, testified on the stand that Charlie had initially tried to get him to kill Ikpak, but he refused. That implied the disturbing possibility that Charlie may have been planning Ikpak's death preemptively, perhaps because he was afraid he would avenge his father, but the legal team did not pursue that angle. Charlie also made the claim that it had been other tribe members who had originally named him Jesus, and he eventually started to believe them. This was not refuted nor supported by any other witnesses, but most reports claim that it was solely Charlie's idea to become Jesus Christ. In all, 16 witnesses testified that they believed Charlie and Peter when they claimed that those who had been killed had been possessed by the devil. As the trial came to a close, the judge and prosecution quickly sided with the defense. The prosecutor, Olmsted, said that he thought they should not even be holding the trial, as Canadian laws could not be applied somewhere that was so different from the land the laws had been based on. Olmsted said that the Inuit were, quote, the friendliest, happiest aborigine anywhere, and he said that hanging would not be a deterrent because their short memories would not remember the punishment. He did advocate for letting the indigenous people govern themselves in legal matters, but his reasoning was that they were too evolutionarily stunted to have Canadian law apply to them. Despite the unsavory reasoning behind the leniency in sentencing, all 4 men involved in the deaths were given rather light sentences that took into consideration the welfare of the tribe. Charlie, Peter, and Adlatok were found guilty of manslaughter for both Ikpak and Kitoiak. Charlie and Peter were sentenced to 2 years of hard labor at the Chesterfield Inlet Police Post. Adlatok was given 1 year at the same facility. Mina and Akinik were both judged not guilty by reason of insanity, but they were not allowed to remain on the islands because of the crimes they had committed and the danger they posed. Karak was found guilty as well, but if he were taken away in addition to Peter, they would be taking both of the island's best hunters away, both of whom also had families. Because of that, Karak's sentence was suspended. When Karak found out he would be staying on the islands, he cried out with joy, and he assured Peter that he would do everything in his power to get meat for his family. Most of the accused did not show much emotion during the trial, but Peter began to anxiously rock back and forth when sentencing was being discussed. Harold Undergarden explained the sentences to the accused in their own language to avoid any confusion. He explained that they were going to be taken to the north where a guard would watch over them. He also emphasized that their wives and families would be given rations from the Hudson's Bay Company store, and he asked them to choose the hunter they wanted to provide for their families while they were gone. The hunter would be supplied with any extra weapons and ammunition he would need to provide for the extra family. This seemed to calm Peter. It had not been decided if the men should be allowed to return to the place of their crimes after their sentence was over. Before he left on August 23rd, Justice Plaxton gathered up those who had attended the trial and made them promise there would be no more killing on the islands because the law would be keeping a close eye on them. In bidding them farewell, he both wished them well and tried to impress upon them that justice might not be so lenient next time. When Plaxton was finished, Peter Salo was the first to raise his hand to show his support and commitment to peace. As they were preparing Charlie, Peter, Adlatok, Mina, and Akinik to leave their home, possibly for the rest of their lives, most of them went peacefully. However, Mina was still attacking the police and had to be placed in a straitjacket to be brought onto the boat. Upon arrival to the mainland, she was quickly brought to a hospital in Toronto and sedated for examination. While she was under, she was baptized to ensure her soul would be saved, as the hospital considered that to be an urgent priority. Clearly. The others were brought to Moose Factory, where they set up camp under supervision from the Mounties. The men were tasked with labor and repair jobs, though the police tried to assign them to mostly outdoor jobs, as mingling with the prison's population would mean exposure to disease. Despite the precautions taken by the police to attempt to protect the prisoners from disease, Charlie Oyerak caught tuberculosis and died on May 26, 1942. It's hard to say if Charlie ever genuinely believed that he had lived as Jesus Christ or not. Certainly, the pressure of the tribe to help in a crisis would have been immense. Perhaps he became deluded because he wanted so badly to help his people in a time of scarcity, but certain aspects of the way the cult played out could point to more sinister motivations. The fact that he had the sled dogs killed right away seems manipulative. It assured that everyone was unable to escape. Also, if he had indeed been preemptively planning Ikpak's murder, that points more towards a man who tasted power and didn't want to let go. A man who'd resorted to killing people just to keep his position rather than out of genuine fear of the possessed. Olmsted claimed that Charlie was mean and had a violent streak in him because his father had been murdered when he was very young. However, no one else ever described him as being violent or aggressive before the cult began. But this may have been an issue of the times, as most of the historic accounts that have survived in writing were written by white people, who at the time viewed Inuit as being inherently childlike and somewhat incapable of purposeful violence. If Charlie had indeed started the cult for selfish reasons, it's hard to see what his motivation would have been. There was never a sexual motivation for the cult, as there were in so many others. He'd had an affair with Mina, but by all accounts, she was the aggressor. He also didn't really gain any material possessions as everyone lived on the edge of survival. But perhaps the power that came with being the savior was enough for him. He could order anyone who spoke against him killed without question. Whatever his motives truly were though, they died with him. In the wake of Charlie's death, the other prisoners had to find a way to move on with their lives. On August 28th of 1942, after serving just a year, the 4 remaining prisoners were sent to the Great Whale River area. It was farther north and had a similar alignment to the Belchers. They were to be put in the care of Reverend George Nielsen, a familiar friend to them all. The men's families were to meet them there, and the men would be encouraged to hunt and trap to keep their skills sharp and provide for their families. A few other Inuit prisoners were sent up with them, and they were all to prepare for life on the outside together. The prisoners all seemed ready to live a life of peace after what had happened, especially Peter Sala. After their release, the small group was given a boat and they lived a nomadic life hunting in the Hudson Bay area. Neither of the women had any more breakdowns requiring hospitalization, and Peter had made quite a name for himself among local hunters. In 1946, the group traveled to Port Harrison with a small group of Inuit. Upon arrival, they met Corporal Bill Kerr. He had been one of the men charged with looking after Mina's mental health while hospitalized, and the two had become friends. Bill and his wife let Mina move in with them in exchange for housekeeping, though their house was rather small, so Mina had little to clean and mostly spent her time looking after their dog. Peter and the others moved on eventually, roaming the seaside, but Mina elected to stay. Sometimes she would get restless and venture to other people's houses in the community and insist on tidying up. The town affectionately started calling her Blitzkrieg Bessie, and there she lived out her days. Those around her, with the exception of Bill, likely had no idea that she'd once been responsible for the deaths of 6 people. Adlatok eventually found a seaside community to his liking and settled down. Akinik did as well. She worked for a time as a seamstress before eventually succumbing to tuberculosis. Peter Sala was the only one who never seemed to find peace after his release. He would live a nomadic life, traveling with a small group of Inuit by boat and settling in different communities for a time. Back on the islands in the 1950s, the Canadian government decided it was time to get the citizens of the Belchers formally integrated into society. The government started making plans to bring the children from the islands into the Canadian Indian Residential School program, so they systematically killed the sled dogs on the islands, just as Charlie's cult had a decade before. That slaughter was meant to weaken the citizens of the Belchers and make them dependent on outside help, as their transportation was gone. But shortly after they killed the sled dogs, government officials realized that it would be too costly to bring the citizens of the Belchers into the program, so they abandoned the plan. Though the death of the sled dogs likely caused human casualties as well, the citizens of the Belchers were spared the residential school program that would have almost certainly resulted in the death of numerous children. Throughout the program's tenure, it's estimated that up to 30,000 children died, and the people of the Belchers were among the few tribes that managed to largely avoid the program. In decades that followed, Christian missionaries made their way back to the islands again, along with Peter Sala. He was in his 80s and was allowed to move back to the Belchers if he so wished, to live out his final years. He finally made the trip home in 1982. He lived on the outskirts as he'd been gone for so long he no longer had any family in the area. On January 2nd, 1988, Peter Sala passed away. By that time, the Inuit had switched to more Christian funeral customs. Peter was buried underground, and at the head of his grave they placed a white cross to signify the lifelong faith of a man who had once believed himself to be God. In the 1990s, a system of hydroelectric dams to the south of the Hudson Bay started disrupting the currents going into the Belcher Islands, which caused dramatic and seasonally inconsistent freezing of the sea ice. That crippled the eider duck population and is a problem that is still ongoing to this day. Though the isolation of the islands protected the citizens from the Canadian government's more bloody atrocities, life on the Belcher Islands has never been the same. Though there's little to not end on that cold winter in 1841, the Belcher Islands massacre and the publicity from the trial that followed did mark the start of the end of the traditional way of life for the people of the Belcher Islands. At the end of the day, even a group of people who are far from traditional society can find themselves in a situation where monsters are lurking. Whether or not they fully understood what they were doing, the people who lost their lives and the people who lost loved ones will always remember the monsters who claimed to be God and Jesus. If you're the victim of domestic abuse, please reach out to someone for help. Please talk to your local shelter or call the National Domestic Abuse Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. That's 1-800-799-7293. Or you can go to thehotline.org to chat with someone online. This website is set up so that, at any time, hitting the escape key twice will take you to a Google search page. That way, if your abuser is nearby, you won't get caught seeking help. If you're having feelings of harming yourself or someone else, or even just need someone to talk to, please contact your local mental health facility. Call 911 or call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline by simply dialing 988 in the United States. They're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and will talk to you about any mental health issue you may be facing. If you are a member of the LGBTQ+ community and suffering from discrimination, depression, or are in need of any support, please contact the LGBT National Hotline at 1-888-843-4564 or go to lgbthotline.org. Thanks so much for letting me tell you this story. If you enjoyed it, subscribe on whatever platform you're on, hit like, rate us, or leave us a comment. You can check out our other show, Somewhere Sinister, on YouTube or anywhere you listen to podcasts. If you'd like to support the show, check out our merchandise at thisismonsters.com. The link is in the description. Thanks again, and be safe. I just want to take a minute to let you know, if you like This Is Monsters, you might like my other show, Somewhere Sinister. Each season we go to a different place and tell sinister stories from that area. You can check it out by going to this link here. Thanks so much, and on to the story. On the morning of September 25th, 1989, Ellen Bowen made a series of calls. She had used the payphone at a nearby gas station to do so. Her home phone had been shut off for a while now due to lack of payment. It was around 8:15 a.m. when she made the first call. After reaching her supervisor at work, Elaine Herman, Ellen informed her that she wouldn't be coming in that day. Her 4-year-old, Stephen, had stopped breathing, and they were on their way to the hospital that very second. It was a familiar nightmare for the single mother. She'd just lost her youngest son 10 months earlier after he suddenly stopped breathing and turned blue. In the absence of any other explanation for the death of such a lively 2-year-old, the doctors decided that SIDS was the most likely culprit. Now it appears as though Stephen was afflicted with the same ailment that claimed his brother. That was Ellen's story anyway. Understandably horrified by the news, Elaine offered her sympathies and asked Ellen to keep her posted on Stephen's condition. 3 hours later, Ellen was on the phone again. The hospital couldn't find anything wrong with their son, she said, so they discharged him and sent him home, only for him to stop breathing again in the car. She was now rushing him back to the emergency room. Unsure of what to make of this new development, Elaine did her best to comfort the panicked mother. She had no way of knowing that Stephen was in fact alive and well, waiting patiently in the car while Ellen was on the phone. Unbeknownst to Elaine, Stephen hadn't even stepped foot in a hospital that day. But all that was going to change in just a few short hours. This is Monsters. Ellen K. Booker was born to Catherine and John in 1960. Before her parents met, John had 7 children with his first wife, but he was a heavy drinker with a notoriously wandering eye. He ultimately abandoned the family, moved out of state, and married Catherine within a year. Ellen came soon afterward, and she would be the couple's only child together. In 1977, John Booker learned that his first wife died of a heart attack. The news came as a shock, and he was deeply bereaved. Although Ellen and Catherine weren't sure what to make of his grief, they tried to be as supportive as possible. When he told them that he wanted to travel back to his home state of Mississippi to attend her funeral, they agreed that it was important for him to be there for his other children. A few months later, John had a change of heart. He left Ellen and Catherine behind in Missouri to reconcile with what was left of his original family. His daughter was a junior in high school at the time. John, now 64 years old and in extremely poor health, wouldn't stay in Mississippi for long. After about a year, he returned to St. Louis, where he would be placed in a nursing home. He remained there until his death several months later in June of 1979. Meanwhile, young Ellen found herself falling for a much older man. The fact that he was already married didn't matter much to her. To Ellen, Paul Boehm was the man of her dreams, but eventually she would come to realize how much her future husband resembled her father, and not just in age. They met during Ellen's senior year. Paul was a Vietnam veteran and worked as a bus driver. His relationship with his current wife was on the rocks, and it didn't take long for him to decide that he much preferred the affections of the young blonde girl he met on his bus route. Paul wanted to marry her the day she finished school, but Ellen wanted to wait. As a newly fledged adult, she wasn't quite ready to settle down. But on June 7, 1980, 3 days before she turned 20, the happy couple finally tied the knot. Unfortunately, that happiness was destined to wane. Ellen found the perfect little starter home, the upper floor apartment of a roomy house in St. Louis. The owner of the home, an elderly woman, lived in the other apartment downstairs. After a year, their landlord fell ill and decided to sell the property. She asked the Boehms if they would be willing to purchase the home, and they jumped at the opportunity. Once the former owner left, they wasted no time in moving all of their things downstairs to the lower level with the intent of renting out the upper floor, just as their landlord had. Early in the marriage, Paul accompanied Ellen to indulge in her favorite pastime, professional wrestling. She was a huge fan and attended every match she possibly could, and when she wasn't cheering on her favorite wrestlers in person, she was glued to the television or raving about the most recent show. Even though Paul didn't find wrestling to be nearly as thrilling as his new wife did, he supposed it was as good a reason as any to get out of the house and enjoy some time with her, and for a while that was enough. They bought season tickets to the local matches and managed to score some pretty good seats, much to the new bride's delight. After a couple of years, though, Paul wanted to come along less and less. He found the whole spectacle kind of ridiculous, and he didn't really seem to understand what Ellen found so interesting about a bunch of greasy, barely clad muscleheads rolling around and grappling with each other in front of thousands of people. Luckily, Ellen would soon find the perfect person to share her passion with. Like the Boehms, Deanne Smith and her new husband had purchased season tickets, and their seats were located directly in front of Ellen and Paul. Deanne and Ellen were the definition of kindred spirits. They were both wrestling superfans who cheered their favorites on while their disinterested husbands looked on in bemusement. But they had a lot of other things in common as well. For instance, they had similar battles with their weight, and they both worked the same kind of secretarial jobs. Both had recently married, and both would eventually get divorced from their husbands. Given how alike they were, the fact that they quickly became the best of friends should come as no surprise. In no time at all, they went from casual conversations at wrestling events to talking on the phone almost every night after work. But as their friendship grew closer and closer, their relationship with their spouses became more and more distant. Coming to the shows had started as a couple's date night, but once Deanne divorced her husband and Paul stopped tagging along, it ended up becoming girls' night instead. And coming to the matches wasn't the only thing Paul Boehm stopped doing around this time. He also stopped coming straight home after work, which was less than ideal, considering the fact that Ellen had her hands full caring for their daughter, who would have been a toddler at the time. It was slowly becoming clear that he much preferred the atmosphere and company of the local bars over his family. Despite all the trouble in paradise, the Boehms welcomed their second child, a boy, on September 22, 1985. Then, almost immediately afterward, Ellen fell pregnant with baby number 3. After the birth of their final child, another boy, Paul and Ellen decided that it made sense for her to leave her job as a secretary in favor of becoming a stay-at-home mom. Their marriage continued to decline. Ellen suspected that her husband was being unfaithful and sought comfort in the over-the-top theatrics of the wrestling world and in her new friend. Ellen and Deanne had some wonderful times together. On Memorial Day weekend in 1986, they pooled their money together for a long road trip and followed the wrestlers on their tour through nearby states. They stopped to watch every performance along the way from St. Louis to Little Rock. Ellen didn't let hundreds of miles, long hours of driving, or the fact that she was 7 months pregnant get in the way. She was a real fan after all. She was more than willing to do whatever it took to get her fill of all the action. Deanne was just as big a fan, but with one key exception. She knew the difference between fantasy and reality. Helen, however, not so much. They would travel with the wrestlers as far as their budgets and schedules would allow, which was frequent enough for some of the referees, managers, and performers to begin recognizing them. Ellen's favorite wrestler was Ted DiBiase, also known as the $1 Million Man. She'd been following his career for the better part of 6 years, and wrote letter after letter to him proclaiming her undying love, and her endless desire for him. She often sent her letters to the arena he was scheduled to be at next, hoping he might read them before the show and know that she would be there watching. Maybe it would give him a little boost before the match and make his day. According to Deanne, Ellen often gave her copies of these letters to read. Most of the time, though, Deanne would simply shove these letters in a drawer somewhere and forget about them. The love notes could sometimes be somewhat suggestive in nature, and even though the women shared a lot with each other, Deanne didn't really have much desire to read her best friend's spank bank material. At some point, Deanne started realizing that Ellen's fan letters were a tad obsessive. Unlike Deanne, who saw the wrestling events as entertainment similar to, say, a concert, Ellen was completely drawn in. For her, wrestling wasn't just entertainment, it was life itself. Not that Deanne minded too much. As far as she was concerned, this was the only fun Ellen really got to have, and she didn't want to ruin that for her. So what if she got a little overzealous sometimes? So what if she wrote a bunch of flirty letters to a bunch of dudes that probably wouldn't even open them? So what if she crushed on her favorite wrestlers like a lovesick schoolgirl? It wasn't like it was hurting anybody, and besides, a girl can dream, right? Generally, writing such a letter to another man as a married woman with 2 small children and another one on the way seems pretty shady, but Paul wasn't exactly innocent himself. In August of 1984, he met yet another young girl on his bus route. Her name was Terry, and she would eventually become his 3rd wife. After he broke things off with Ellen, of course. A week after her Memorial Day marathon, Paul informed his heavily pregnant wife that he needed to move to Texas for a while. It wasn't his choice, he said, but a necessity. He had been exposed to Agent Orange while in Vietnam and had suffered from intermittent rashes ever since. He feared that the rash was perhaps a sign of something more serious, and if he had any hope of improving his condition, the only option was to spend a couple of weeks at the local veterans hospital until he could be transferred to the one in Texas. The entire treatment was expected to take at least a few months, meaning he would have to quit his job and temporarily relocate. It was June 6, 1986, and instead of celebrating her 6th anniversary with her husband, she was left to wonder how she could possibly care for their children in his absence. She didn't doubt his story, though. Not at first, anyway. Deanne was considerably less convinced. Having seen her former husband through a triple bypass, she found it strange that Helen hadn't met with Paul's doctors or even spoken to them over the phone. She found it hard to believe that the doctors wouldn't include a man's spouse in conversations about his care, especially if he required months of treatment from an out-of-state hospital. At her best friend's suggestion, Ellen waited about a week and then drove down to the St. Louis branch of the Veterans Hospital, where Paul claimed he would be undergoing treatment for several weeks before making his way to Texas. She looked all over but couldn't find his car, and that could only mean one thing: he wasn't there. Shortly afterward, Ellen received further confirmation that she had been lied to and abandoned when a man she once worked with called to inform her that Paul was having an affair with his wife. Apparently, this relationship was somewhat short-lived. He had already skipped town with someone else who would later turn out to be Terry, the captivating blonde he'd met during his time as a bus driver. Ellen's 3rd and final child was born on July 25, 1986. Paul came to the hospital to meet his newborn son, but he didn't stick around long. In about 2 weeks, he and his new future bride would be heading for a new life in Kansas. Even though he didn't know it yet, this was both the first and the last time that Paul would ever see his youngest son. By Thanksgiving Day of 1988, life as a single mother of 3 had already taken a toll. Without her husband's income, Ellen was forced to declare bankruptcy and ultimately lost the house. She'd managed to find herself a job in a more affordable apartment but still struggled financially. Paul was supposed to pay child support but never did, leaving her to fend for herself. She was behind on most of her utility bills to the point where the phone company had disconnected her service and was now garnishing her wages. Eventually, she got a second job delivering pizzas 4 nights a week. It made paying the rent a little easier, but it also meant she was working over 60 hours a week, in addition to dealing with the day-to-day responsibilities of raising a family of small children by herself. Luckily, Ellen's mother was always willing to watch the children whenever she needed, including when she planned a road trip with Deanne. Wrestling was really the one thing she had to look forward to these days, and Catherine was happy to take the kids for a few nights so she could let off some steam every now and then. That Thanksgiving, she ordered a heat-and-serve meal from the local grocery store and invited her mother over for dinner. Afterward, she drove her mother back to her house and then took the kids to see all the Christmas decorations around town. David, the youngest of the 3, ended up falling asleep in the car on the way home. His mother hoped she'd be able to carry him to the apartment and put him to bed before he woke up, but he was already starting to stir by the time they pulled into the parking lot. As soon as they walked through the front door, however, little David was revitalized by the bane of every parent's existence, his second wind. While his siblings went off to bed without a fuss, 2-year-old David just wasn't having it. Being the energetic handful that he was, this was a pretty common thing. Ellen tried to tuck him in a couple of times, but much to her dismay, he just wouldn't stay in bed. Eventually, she gave up and let him watch TV with her while she tackled some ironing. A short while later, Ellen decided to call up an old friend to see how her own Thanksgiving celebration had gone. They chatted for a while, mostly small talk about what they had for dinner and how the children were doing. She made a point to mention that David hadn't been feeling too well. He was fighting off a cold or something, she thought, or maybe the pre-cooked turkey that they had that night made him a little sick. What her friend didn't know, of course, was that the little boy had been perfectly fine 20 minutes ago, aside from a case of the sniffles. Now he was lying motionless on the floor in front of his mother, with his lips turning blue. Throughout the entire 15-minute conversation, Ellen was staring down at her son, watching the color drain out of his face as she casually talked about the events of the day. She shot the shit with her friend for a little while longer before choosing the perfect moment to interrupt. "Something's wrong with David. I have to let you go." Ellen hung up almost before the woman on the other line could even say goodbye, but she didn't think much of it. What mother hasn't cut a phone call short in order to keep their toddler from painting the bathroom with the contents of their diaper or winning a Darwin Award? After calling for an ambulance, Ellen woke her other children and said that their brother had stopped breathing and needed to go to the hospital. Then she told them to get dressed while she went to find help. When the paramedics arrived at 4720 South Broadway, apartment 501, nobody came to the door. After pounding on the door for much longer than you'd expect when being summoned to save someone's child, Ellen's daughter finally answered and let them in. The poor girl was clearly terrified, and her mother was nowhere to be found. When asked where she was, the little girl, who we'll call Sarah out of respect for her privacy, simply told them that her mother had gone downstairs to get help. David was still laying on the floor. He was in full cardiac arrest. As one of the first responders began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, the other worked to get him prepped for the ride to the hospital as quickly as he could. It was a process that took the better part of 10 minutes. Ellen appeared just as they were about to get David loaded up into the ambulance. When asked what had happened to her son, she didn't have much information to give them, aside from the fact that he'd been sick recently. To the paramedics, Ellen seemed unusually chill about the fact that her son's heart had stopped beating out of nowhere. Everyone responds to stressful situations differently, of course, but mothers with not breathing babies aren't typically known for being the strong silent type when watching their children get wheeled outside on a stretcher. They asked if she wanted to ride to the hospital with them, but Ellen declined. She said she had to get someone to watch her other children first, and she would be on her way there as soon as she could. When she arrived at the hospital a while later, the doctors were still scrambling to save her son. He wasn't breathing on his own and required the use of a ventilator to stay alive. On top of that, he also had a fever of 101 degrees Fahrenheit or 38 degrees Celsius, so the nurses surrounded his body with ice packs to cool him down. But no matter how hard they tried, the boy remained unresponsive. The next morning, David was moved to the intensive care unit. Meanwhile, his mother called Deanne, who told her that she would come to the hospital as soon as she got off work. Deanne didn't really grasp the severity of the situation until Ellen took her back to see the boy. They stayed at his bedside for a while, and then Ellen told her that she was going to take a nap in the waiting room. Given the circumstances, Deanne didn't think much of it. After staying up all night and day in the hospital with her gravely ill child, a little shut-eye would probably do her good. She told Ellen that she would stay with David and wake her up if there was any change in his condition. Before she left, though, Deanne asked if Ellen had told her mother yet, and much to her surprise, Ellen said that she hadn't. It was weird, sure, but people can do all sorts of weird things when they're scared, sleep-deprived, and in shock, right? Deanne spent the next few hours sitting by David and wondering how Ellen had the strength to get through the night. The pain of seeing him like this was almost unbearable. It must have been 1,000 times worse for his mother. Just before 11:30 p.m., a doctor asked her to step outside for a while so they could run some tests to check for brain activity. Deanne obliged, making her way to the waiting room, where Ellen was still asleep. Roughly an hour later, the doctor came in with the test results. Deanne woke her friend up and told her what they found, or rather, what they didn't find. David was brain dead. Despite doing everything they could to save him, the scan showed no brain activity whatsoever. The doctor told them to go home for the night and promised to call if anything changed, so Deanne took Ellen back to her place. On the way there, Deanne made a comment about how exhausted Ellen must be after a long, sleepless night in the hospital. Ellen then informed her that she had actually gone home that night because she wanted to get a good night's sleep. Deanne was completely blindsided. She thought Ellen had been at David's bedside all this time. It was hard to imagine a mother sleeping peacefully in her own bed while her 2-year-old was alone in the hospital fighting for his life. When they returned the following morning, the nurse told them that a second brain scan showed no changes. There was no hope for him now. He would never wake up, and the only thing keeping him alive was the respirator. Because of that, the doctor suggested it might be time to take him off life support and let him go. Deanne was devastated, but Ellen was eerily composed, even as she told the doctor to turn off the machines. When asked what could have killed him, the doctor said they hadn't been able to find anything, but they believed he probably succumbed to SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. That didn't really sound right to Deanne, though. David wasn't an infant after all. He was a rambunctious 2-year-old in perfect health. He had long passed the age where the chances of crib death were the highest. As the doctor left to turn off David's ventilator, Ellen called her mother. She asked her to put Sarah on the phone and began to tell her what happened, but Deanne immediately interrupted. No 7-year-old should ever be informed of their brother's death over the phone. That was a conversation you had to have face to face. Ellen was displaying a kind of callousness that Deanne had never seen in her before, and she had no idea what to make of it, especially when she casually asked the doctors if they wanted any of his organs for science. Unfortunately, they explained that he wouldn't be a good candidate for organ donation due to his fever. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ellen hadn't cried once, even as Deanne was racked with sobs. Was it possible to be in such a state of shock that you turned into an emotionless void just like her? David Brian Bowen was pronounced dead at 3:40 p.m. on November 26, 1988. A few days later, the St. Louis medical examiner, a man by the name of Dr. Michael Graham, performed the little boy's autopsy. Meanwhile, Ellen took the day off to take care of David's funeral arrangements. While she was out and about, she stopped by a payphone and called Deanne at work to tell her that she was going to pick up tickets for the next wrestling event when she was done at the funeral home. It was the first day they were on sale, which meant they would have to act quickly if they wanted to get good seats. Deanne offered to pick them up. Ellen had enough on her plate already without worrying about wrestling tickets, but her friend refused. She said she was already out running errands anyway, so it wasn't much of an inconvenience. Besides, she already knew where they were going to sit. For most parents, wrestling would be the last thing on their minds after the death of their child. But then again, Ellen wasn't most parents. On November 28th, Paul and Terry Boehm received a phone call from Terry's mother, who informed them of David's death. Paul contacted his ex-wife immediately. After explaining what had happened to their son, Ellen told him she didn't have enough money to bury him. Since Paul was a veteran, she knew he could probably have David buried there at little or no cost, but for some reason she didn't want him there. She wanted to bury him at Trinity Cemetery instead, in the section reserved for very young children. Paul didn't like that idea at all, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He was all the way out in Arizona, and he was just about as broke as she was, so he wouldn't have even been able to travel back to St. Louis for the funeral. After a heated argument that lasted the better part of 3 hours, Ellen ultimately got her way. David was put to rest in Trinity Cemetery, right next to all the other children that were taken from their parents too soon. At the funeral, Ellen showed very little emotion. Some people thought her stoicism was her way of staying strong for her other children, but the people that knew her best found it a little strange. It was hard for them to imagine how a mother could look at her baby lying in a coffin and not break down. After David's burial, Ellen refused to pay the $2,348 bill from the funeral home, despite never mentioning any complaints about her son's service. She also hadn't paid for a headstone, despite Deanne reminding her several times in the weeks that followed. No matter how many times she brought it up, Ellen kept stalling, even though she had the money for it, thanks to a $5,000 life insurance policy that she had through her job. On top of that, her friends and coworkers had pitched in to raise around $1,000 for the grieving mother. The week after the fight with Ellen, Terry Boehm had an appointment with her obstetrician. While she was there, she asked the doctor how common crib death was for 2-year-olds. The doctor told her it was damn near impossible. Despite getting confirmation from a medical professional that David's death certainly seemed suspicious, there wasn't much they could do about it from hundreds of miles away. With one kid gone and her bank account close to $6,000 richer, Ellen's financial struggles were temporarily relieved. It was easy money, and she was beginning to wonder if there was ways to make even more. So what if she had to kill a kid or two to get it? David's death had kicked off a chain reaction, and now both of his siblings were in grave danger. They just didn't know it yet. By January of the next year, Ellen Boehm was broke again. She'd used the life insurance money to take her surviving children to Disney World, and whatever was left went to fund a wrestling trip with her best friend. She did have another $10,000 life insurance policy on each of her children through a company called John Hancock Life Insurance. But when she called and tried to cash David's policy in, she was informed that it had been canceled due to non-payment. She'd gotten too far behind on the premiums on all 3 accounts, and now she wouldn't be able to collect on any of them. But that was okay, because she was hatching a backup plan. Ellen was back to working 2 jobs. She borrowed money from Deanne on occasion and always paid her back on payday. Her best friend was sympathetic to the single mother's plight. They both knew that there was little hope of getting child support from Ellen's ex-husband, and Deanne respected the fact that she was a hard worker. On the outside, it looked like Ellen was doing the best she could with the hand that she had been dealt. But on the inside, certain gears were beginning to turn in her head. By the beginning of 1989, the 2 women had drifted apart somewhat, but remained close. Deanne had moved to Illinois, but they still talked on the phone almost every day, and they often grabbed lunch together. Often during their meetings, Ellen would point out some random guy and give this detailed story about how they were madly in love and were going to run away together. Deanne knew most of it was bullshit. She'd spent enough time with Ellen to know that she was prone to exaggerating and lies of omission. There wasn't exactly a line of suitors bearing down on her front door, although Ellen seemed to want people to believe otherwise. But Deanne knew the truth. The stories she overheard her friend telling people about her wild flings with guys in the wrestling circuit almost always had some kernel of truth to them. They might have shared a polite conversation with a wrestler after a match, or they might have run into a manager for some big name in the industry at a bar, but Ellen would twist the story after the fact, spice it up with some juicy details, and turn the story into something it wasn't. Something that would make her seem desirable to the men she idolized, even though they never returned her overt advances. Once, while they were having lunch together, Ellen pointed to a man a few tables over and told Deanne that his name was Jeff Stark. He was a staff consultant at the company she worked for, and he'd recently turned down her invitation to go out for drinks together. But to hear Ellen tell it, they were planning a weekend trip. She described their plans in detail, how they would get 2 rooms, one for them and one for Ellen's kids, and how they would register one of the rooms under each of their names. She even mentioned that they would be taking his car and leaving hers in St. Louis, but by this point, Deanne had already checked out. All you had to do was look at the guy she was talking about to know Ellen was full of shit. Handsome dudes in their 20s aren't typically the type to fall for an unattractive woman with 2 kids and a lot of emotional baggage. They generally had much better options available to them in the dating scene. That weekend, Deanna did some fact-checking. While Ellen was supposedly frolicking with her new man in Cleveland, Deanne took a drive to St. Louis to see if Ellen's car was still parked in its usual spot. If she was really at SeaWorld like she said she was going to be, it should have been sitting there. Except it wasn't. The car was gone, presumably because Ellen was out running her typical errands as opposed to getting splashed by Shamu in Cleveland. When Deanne got back home, her suspicions were further confirmed after a quick call to the hotel Ellen claimed they would be staying at during the mini-vacation. There was no record of an Ellen Bowen, or of a Jeff Stark for that matter. Deanne wasn't particularly shocked by this revelation. She always kind of knew that Ellen was a liar. After all the time they'd spent together and all the stories she'd heard her revise after the fact, it was a little hard not to notice. But despite how ridiculous her stories could sound to someone who knew the truth firsthand, Deanne never brought it up or called her out. She figured it was probably obvious to everyone else that her stories were far-fetched as well. Like her letters full of innuendo to men who never returned her affection, this was merely one of her friend's quirks. Of course, she wanted her life to seem more exciting than it really was. It wasn't like Ellen had much going for her these days. She hadn't had a date since Paul, and now her youngest son was dead. She was overworked and overwhelmed, and she was flat broke to boot. Her stories were crafted to impress acquaintances, and Deanne ultimately decided to let her have that, for better or for worse. What disturbed her more than Ellen's dishonest streak was her uncanny ability to go about her daily life as if she hadn't lost a child recently. Deanne didn't have children of her own, but she couldn't imagine how a mother could seem so okay after burying their toddler. In April of 1989, a headline-grabbing case caught Ellen's attention. A couple from Alton, Illinois, named Robert and Paula Sims, claimed that a masked man had jumped Paula as she was taking out the trash, forced her back into the house, and knocked her unconscious before stealing their 6-week-old daughter Heather from her bassinet. But it wasn't so much the fact that someone was able to steal a baby right out of her own house that had everyone talking. It was the fact that it had actually happened before, to this very same couple. A few years before, in June of 1986, they'd lived in Brighton, Illinois. Just like now, Paula had called the police in a panic, claiming that a masked gunman had entered her home and stolen her daughter, Lorelei Marie, who was only 13 days old. A week later, the remains of a newborn baby were found in a wooded area near the Sims house. An autopsy proved inconclusive. Lorelei Marie's cause of death was listed as undetermined. The Sims eventually moved to Alton for a fresh start, only to apparently have the same oddly specific nightmare scenario play out for a second time. Heather Lee Sims was found on May 3, 1989. She'd been wrapped in a black trash bag and stuffed into a barrel. Paula was charged with her murder soon after. During the autopsy, small cuts were discovered on the inside of her upper lip, which suggested that someone was pressing against her face with enough force to cause trauma to the soft tissue. In other words, the infant had been smothered to death. So when Ellen brought up the case to a coworker, the other woman was understandably unsettled. Not just because it was the topic of murdered children, or even because Ellen sounded so confident and matter-of-fact when she told her coworker that Paula Sims did it for the insurance money. No, what really bothered the coworker was the fact that she'd overheard Ellen making phone calls to quite a few insurance companies herself. By July of that year, Ellen was ready to begin the preparations for her next move. She started by calling around to different life insurance companies, gathering information about the different policies available for her remaining 2 children. She would end up purchasing policies from 4 different companies for both kids, adding up to a grand total of $100,000 in coverage for each child. She sent in the final application to the Gerber Insurance Company on August 29th, and a week later, her daughter almost died. Ellen's story of the incident went like this. She was in the kitchen while her daughter Sarah had a bath upstairs. She'd just finished helping her into the tub and could hear her daughter playing with her dolls as she put away some groceries. Suddenly, her daughter began screaming. Ellen raced into the bedroom to find Sarah laying under the water. There was a hairdryer in the tub with her, and to Ellen's horror, it was plugged in, charging the tub and her child's body with 110 volts of electricity. Somehow, Sarah managed to turn off the hairdryer and throw it out of the tub. She climbed out to see her mother standing there, frantically asking what had happened. Awakened by the commotion, Stephen appeared in the doorway. Ellen turned to ask him what happened, as if he hadn't just rolled out of bed and walked into the room that very second. Obviously, the child didn't have an answer, and Ellen knew damn well how that hairdryer ended up in the tub with her 8-year-old daughter. She instructed her children to get themselves dressed while she ran to get help. One of their neighbors down the hall was a medical student. She pounded on the door, but he wasn't home. Meanwhile, the kids were in full panic mode, shrieking and crying alone in their apartment. Ellen eventually came back to finish dressing them. They began to cry even louder as they prepared to leave the building, and a witness would later describe hearing Ellen scream back at her terrified children. Concerned, the witness called the police, and then went down to the lobby to wait for them, or to intercept the kids and their angry mother. The officer got to the apartment building just in time to see Ellen and her screaming children as they were headed out the front door. Sarah was arguing adamantly about something, but it was impossible to decipher what exactly she was upset about. What the officer didn't realize was that mother and daughter were arguing over Ellen's narrative. She told Sarah to tell the doctors or anyone else who asked that Stephen had been the one to toss the hairdryer into the bathtub. She claimed that she had had a talk with Stephen, and he admitted that he'd been trying to help her dry her Barbie doll's hair, but the hairdryer had slipped out of his hand. But Sarah had been the one to tuck Stephen in that night, and he was sound asleep by the time she finished reading him his bedtime story. He wasn't in the bathroom with her at any point. She knew that for a fact. Even though she knew better, Sarah relented by the time they got to the hospital. She ended up going with her mother's story because there wasn't much else she really could do. How was an 8-year-old supposed to confront the fact that their mother just tried to kill them? The doctors took the story at face value. It sounded plausible, so they didn't press the issue. They simply checked Sarah over, declared her physically healthy, and cleared her to go home, with instructions for Ellen to keep an eye on her. So ultimately, her attempt on her daughter's life failed. It was a close call, but Sarah was still alive. Sadly, Stephen wouldn't be as lucky. 9 days later, on Friday, February 22nd, Ellen threw Stephen a party for his 4th birthday. Sarah didn't appear to have any lasting effects from her ordeal with the hairdryer, and Ellen made a show of keeping close watch over her just in case. The very next day, Stephen was due for a checkup. His doctor found him healthy and in good spirits, even though his records showed he was overdue for his next round of vaccinations. Although this was easily corrected during the appointment, it did strike the doctor as odd. In his experience, parents that had recently lost children were usually sticklers about getting the surviving siblings in for their checkups and immunizations right when the time came due. Nevertheless, the kid seemed fine. Ellen was warned he may start running a mild fever in the next day or two, but it would be nothing to worry about. It was merely his body's initial response to the vaccines. Except poor Stephen got quite a bit sicker than that. According to Ellen, they stopped and had tacos for lunch once they left the doctor's office, but Stephen wasn't feeling well by the time they got back home. He started vomiting just before dinner. Oddly enough, though, Ellen claimed his temperature stayed in the normal range the whole time, even as he continued to vomit through the night. He finally started improving by the next morning, although he spent much of the day sleeping. Ellen decided to keep him on a liquid diet, which seemed to help somewhat. On Monday, after putting Sarah on the school bus, Ellen dropped by her mother's house to let her know that she would be staying home with Stephen that day. Catherine agreed that it was probably for the best. Poor kid just needed a little more time to get over the shots he'd been given over the weekend. One more day snuggled up with his mother would probably do him a world of good. After a short visit, Ellen drove off, but she didn't head home just yet. She stopped at a nearby gas station to use the payphone instead. It had been months since her landline at home had been disconnected due to non-payment, and she needed to call the office to let them know she wasn't coming in. Elaine Herman, Ellen's supervisor, was the one to answer the phone. Ellen frantically told her that her son had stopped breathing, just like his brother. They were on their way to the hospital at that very moment, but she had to call in to let everyone know first. Stephen was perfectly fine, aside from feeling a little under the weather. He was sitting patiently in his mother's car waiting for her to return from the phone booth. Overcome with the shock of this newest tragedy, Elaine offered her sympathies and asked that Ellen keep everyone at the office updated on his condition. Then Ellen hung up the phone, calmly walked back to the car, and got in. After running a few errands, Stephen asked to go to Taco Bell. Ellen resisted at first, but eventually gave in. While all of Ellen's co-workers believed that her son was being rushed to the emergency room after he stopped breathing, Stephen was actually having his last meal. It was one of his favorites, pintos and cheese. When they finished eating and were headed back home, something caught Stephen's attention. Even at 4 years old, he could recognize the funeral home that handled his little brother's services when they drove past it. He pointed it out to his mother and told her that was where David had been. Stephen's eyes filled up with tears. He told her how much he missed his little brother and asked if they could go see him. Helen, now crying herself if you believe the story she later told, eventually pulled into the cemetery and led her son to David's grave. She still hadn't gotten a headstone, and all that identified her child's final resting place after 10 months was a small plastic marker. She still hadn't paid the funeral home either. Stephen said he wished he was with his little brother. Ellen held him as they both sobbed by her youngest son's grave, as if a shred of remorse or grief actually existed in her. As heart-wrenching as it is to imagine the scene of a mother and her young son weeping over the place where his even younger brother was buried, there's a singular fact to keep in the back of your head at all times. Not long after this moment, Stephen Boehm would be in a grave just like it. By the time Ellen got to another payphone, around 3 hours had passed since the first call to the office. When she called back a second time, her made-up emergency took a bizarre turn. She said that when they got to the hospital, the doctors couldn't find anything with Stephen at all, so they sent him home. But now they were headed back because they hadn't even made it to the front door before he stopped breathing again and started turning blue. Or so she said. Elaine, who had spent the last few hours worrying with her co-workers, wasn't sure what to make of this new development. The only thing she could think to ask was if Ellen thought he was getting the right care at that particular hospital. Maybe Children's Hospital would be better equipped to care for Stephen. Ellen waved the suggestion off. Cardinal Glennon was the same hospital she'd taken David to, and he also stopped breathing, which might have given most parents at least a slight aversion to the place, considering the fact he ultimately died there. But it was closer than Children's, and Ellen didn't seem to have any lingering associations of her youngest son's awful tragedy, even though the people closest to her undoubtedly still did. Then again, she supposedly had an unconscious kid in her car, so Elaine supposed it made sense to get help as quickly as possible, even if your confidence in that particular team of doctors was shaky. After they hung up, Elaine once again went to update everyone else at work, while Ellen finally headed home with her son. When they arrived at the apartment, Ellen told Stephen he could watch some TV while she knocked some chores off her never-ending to-do list. He settled on the couch to watch Sesame Street while she started the housework. Every now and then, she could hear his laughter drift in from the living room. A while later, when she poked her head in to check on him, she saw him staring at the TV with eyes that were becoming heavy. He was almost asleep. She inched her way closer, careful not to move too suddenly. She didn't want him to wake up and start struggling. Gingerly, she lifted Stephen's head off the couch, removed the cushion he'd been resting on, and pressed the cushion down against his face. Ellen counted somewhere around 30 seconds. Unlike David, who fought against the cushion when she murdered him the same way, Stephen didn't offer much resistance. She wasn't sure if he was alive or dead, but she returned the cushion to its rightful place under his head. His chest was still. Ellen stared down at him for a while, waiting for a twitch or any other signs of life. There weren't any. Ellen waited until she started to see a familiar blue tint to his lips, and then she went to get help. She could have tried Todd Andrews' door. He was the medical student who lived right down the hall, and he had a working phone. But instead, she ran right past his place and headed to the 8th floor, where she hoped to find Pauline Sumakowski. Pauline was her mother's age, and the two somewhat knew each other, but Pauline lived on the 6th floor, not the 8th. Ellen ended up pounding on the wrong door and got no response. Eventually, she circled back to Todd Andrews, who happened to be home at the time. He leapt into action and dialed 911 before running over to Ellen's apartment to tend to the boy himself. He found Stephen lying on his back on the couch and immediately began CPR. When Todd asked what happened, Ellen said very little. She explained that she had left him on the couch while she did some work around the house, and when she checked on him about 15 minutes later, she found him unconscious. The CPR wasn't having any effect, so Todd moved to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Despite his best efforts, Stephen remained unresponsive. He kept going anyway, even though he knew the boy's brain had been deprived of oxygen for far too long already. After a couple of minutes, Ellen left to wait for the paramedics by the elevator. When she led the first responders into the apartment, Todd got out of their way in an instant and let them take over. After determining that the child was in full cardiac arrest, the paramedics wasted little time in getting him prepped for transport. Ellen followed the stretcher to the elevator doors and then she stopped. She told them that she would be driving herself to the hospital, so they shouldn't wait around for her. This struck them as a little strange, as it had with the paramedics that arrived on the scene to take David to the hospital 10 months ago. Mothers rarely turn down the chance to ride with their gravely ill children in the ambulance. But now, just as then, the first responders didn't have much time to ponder the strangeness. They had a child to help. By the time the ambulance pulled away from the parking lot, Ellen had already called her mother to inform her of Stephen's sudden condition and let her know that she would be dropping by to pick her up and take her along to the hospital. As she stood in the lobby, surrounded by a small crowd of curious onlookers, Ellen finally saw Pauline Sumakowski. After quickly filling her in on what had happened, the I totally just found him like that version of it anyway, Pauline offered to pick Sarah up at the bus stop and bring her over to Cardinal Glennon, and it was an offer that Ellen gratefully accepted. Catherine still wasn't quite ready to leave by the time Ellen got to her place, so she gave her some money for a cab and continued on to the hospital. The ambulance arrived at Cardinal Glennon at 1:24 p.m. Ellen finally got there at a little after 2, and she immediately started making more phone calls. She called the office for a third time to tell Elaine that the doctors were talking about taking Stephen off of life support. Elaine, wanting to be supportive even though this all felt kind of weird, promised to come by the hospital after work. As soon as they ended the call, Ellen was dialing up some of her friends to give them the news, including Deanne. But when she called her best friend at work, the receptionist who answered told her Deanne was out with the flu, but that she would be happy to pass on a message. Ellen knew this particular receptionist a little, at least enough to know the woman was aware of her Thanksgiving tragedy, and so Ellen told her about this newest crisis. The very same thing was happening all over again. The receptionist asked Ellen when it happened, and she responded that it happened the night before, a clear discrepancy from the story she'd been telling Elaine all morning. Unfortunately, it would take a little while for anyone to catch on, and by then it was already too late for 4-year-old Stephen Bowen. When Elaine arrived at the hospital with another coworker, it was past 4 in the afternoon. As they rushed to comfort the distraught mother, Ellen gave another, slightly different story about how she came to realize that her son was no longer breathing. In the original version that she had told paramedics, Stephen nearly stopped breathing while he was watching Sesame Street on the couch, and she noticed when she peeked in to check on him. Now, she told the women she worked with that she'd been busy getting herself dressed for work that morning when she noticed that he'd started turning blue. The women observed that Ellen was dressed far too casually to have been getting ready to come into work, but they let it go. For all they knew, she could have changed before she came to the hospital. They didn't realize that Ellen had already decided to stay home with Stephen by the time she would have been getting ready to come into the office. It was a part of the story that didn't fit with the most recent version of bullshit she was attempting to feed somebody, and therefore she conveniently left it out. When the women spoke to Catherine in the waiting room a while later, however, Ellen's story started falling apart. After all, Ellen's mother had actually seen them that morning, and she knew for a fact that she had been planning to stay home with Stephen. Catherine went on to tell them that Stephen was his mother's favorite. He was the best behaved of Ellen's 3 children, an agreeable and good-natured kid with way more chill than his siblings. Ellen's coworkers listened politely, but something Catherine said sent a chill through them. According to Ellen's own mother, she had actually taken Stephen to the cemetery to visit David earlier that day. But why wouldn't Ellen mention that during one of her multiple calls to the office? If the story she gave Elaine was to be believed, how was it possible for the boy to visit his brother's grave in between apparently intermittent episodes of cardiac arrest? And now, Ellen's coworkers weren't even 100% sure if Stephen was alive or not. Nobody had told them that he'd already been declared dead before they even got there. His mother certainly wasn't acting like she'd already given the doctors permission to turn off his life support, but Stephen was already gone, without them even really being aware of it. Deanne also found it all more than a little strange, mainly because she had gotten the version of the story that Ellen gave the receptionist at her job, that Stephen had stopped breathing during the night. But when she finally got the chance to talk to Ellen personally, the story changed. Now, her friend was telling her that Stephen stopped breathing about 12:30 in the afternoon. Deanne stopped her to ask for clarification. There's a big difference between the middle of the night and the middle of the day after all. But Ellen steamrolled past her confusion. No, the receptionist must have gotten things mixed up, Ellen told her. It definitely happened in the afternoon. She eventually let the issue go, but Deanne couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was seriously wrong with the situation. What was the likelihood of both kids dying in the exact same way, and so close together at that? Nobody wants to think that their best friend could be capable of killing their own children in cold blood, but now that the seed of doubt had been planted, it would only grow. Of course, that wasn't where Deanne's mind went right away. At first, she was overcome by the sheer odds of this situation happening in the first place. 2 kids under 5 years old who both stopped breathing out of nowhere and died within 10 months of each other? It just felt like the kind of thing the natural universe couldn't possibly be cruel enough to allow on its own. The more she thought about it, the more it started to bother her. Life can be hard, and sometimes you need to blow off a little steam. Have you been abducting and murdering prostitutes? Has it become an uncontrollable obsession? Is it affecting your work, your family? Are you ready to stop being a serial killer? Talk to your doctor about less kill. Less kill has been clinically proven to reduce your desire to kill, but we have no idea why. It's probably magic. If you want to wake up in the morning and not spend the entire day thinking about picking up a prostitute and making her pay for how your mother treated you growing up, then Less Kill may be right for you. Less Kill will not keep you from torturing animals, bring the people you've already killed back to life, or keep you from going to prison if you copy your previous murders. Side effects of Less Kill include headache, constipation, loss of bladder control, hives, internal bleeding, the ability to taste the color purple, blind allegiance to the almighty ruler, enlarged tongue, hatred of country music, inability to recognize faces, desire to watch reality TV, hallucinations, thoughts of homicide, cannibalism, talking freckles, brain cancer, mild coma, and death. Do not take Less Kill if you're allergic to the number 6. Less Kill, for when you're ready to stop killing. I just want to take a minute to let you know that I have a new channel that's a personal vlog. If you go there, you can ask me personal questions in the comments. Anything having to do with me personally, music, how I create videos, or the details of my upcoming move to the Netherlands. If you enjoy this channel, I thought you might be interested in that. Thanks so much, and back to the show. The next morning, Deanne called a friend to talk it through, and the more they talked, the more Deanne realized that she had to get the police involved. As much as she wanted to believe that Ellen couldn't possibly be the kind of monster she seemed to be, there was no ignoring the fact that something just didn't add up. There were far too many inconsistencies. Deanne happened to have another friend that was a police officer, and she called him up the very next day. She chose her words carefully, understandably reluctant to outright accuse a mother of murdering her children without any hard evidence to speak of, especially when they were so close. She didn't want to ruin someone's life based on a gut feeling, but on the other hand, she had to know if she had a legitimate reason for that feeling in the first place. So when she asked Sergeant Daniel Duffy to look into how it was possible for 2 children in the same family to die in such a rapid succession, seemingly without reason, he was quick to toss the case to his colleagues over in the homicide department. Deanne's tip-off came at just the right time. The medical examiner had already begun Stephen's autopsy, but he wasn't finding anything that pointed to a single cause of death. Dr. Michael Graham had also performed the autopsy on David in the previous case, which had ultimately been ruled a death due to natural causes. He'd seen cases of sudden, unexplained death like this before, but with a second-born child now laying on his examination table, it was clear this situation was much different. Just like David, there was no apparent trauma to the boy's body. No suggestions of prolonged physical abuse or malnourishment, but given the fact that this was the second, nearly identical death of a young boy within the same family in less than a year, the lack of evidence was suspicious in and of itself. Still, he collected as many samples from the boy's body as he could and sent them off for testing. Dr. Graham decided that he wouldn't feel comfortable ruling on a cause of death until the results of those tests came back. As you probably guessed by now, all the tests came back within a perfectly normal range for a 4-year-old child. He was in near perfect health at the time of his death. But how was that possible? How could someone manage to kill 2 children and pass it off as they'd simply stopped breathing on their own? The tests ruled out poisoning or any underlying illnesses. Metabolic tests were all normal. No congenital diseases, fatal birth defects, or injuries of any kind. So what could have killed these boys? Drugs were out, because they would have shown up in a toxicology screen. Electrocution was possible, but he didn't find any telltale signs of it on either body. Drowning was also possible, but probably unlikely. In those cases, the parents usually went to the trouble to dry the child's hair and put them in fresh, dry clothes and try to hide what really happened. Aside from that, the medical examiner probably would have found some amount of water in their lungs if that was the method of choice. Strangling was also an improbable candidate. He would have seen marks around the neck. As the doctor systematically worked through a process of elimination to uncover what really happened to the Bowen boys, one method in particular began to stand out: smothering. If someone were to, say, lay on top of a child in such a way to prevent them from being able to breathe, or to press an object over their face until they died, it was possible to do so without causing any obvious signs that the child had been intentionally harmed. As he continued his due diligence, the doctor ultimately came to the conclusion that it would in fact be possible for Ellen to kill both children without raising much suspicion, but he wasn't prepared to accuse her just yet. He wanted Detective Joe Burgoon to dig a little deeper first. Dr. Graham filled Detective Burgoon in on the developing case, and it didn't take long for the investigator to agree with the medical examiner. It was all just too convenient to be a coincidence. But even though she'd attracted the suspicions of law enforcement, the case was something of a slow burn. The St. Louis Police Department was a busy place, and the officers that worked there had their hands full on a near constant basis. However, that did not mean Helen would escape the scales of justice. It just took a while to get there. Roughly a week after Stephen's sudden death, someone called the child abuse hotline to express concerns about Ellen's last living child, Sarah. The anonymous caller knew both boys had died and also had knowledge of Sarah's near-death experience in the bathtub. At that point, neither her co-workers nor the police, or even Deanne, were aware that the incident with the hairdryer had even happened. But someone knew, and now that Stephen was gone, the unidentified stranger was compelled to do something about it. In early October, a social worker with the St. Louis Division of Family Services came to Sarah Bowen's school to interview the second grader. Although she had vivid memories of the relevant incidents, her retelling of them was a little shaky. This didn't strike the social worker as a red flag, though. Sarah was just a kid after all, and she'd been through a lot in the past year. She was about as mournful as you'd expect an 8-year-old to be given the extraordinary circumstances she had lived through, but didn't appear distressed or frightened. When the little girl was asked what happened on the night the hairdryer ended up in her bathwater, she told Ellen's version of events and said it was her now deceased little brother's fault. He was the one to drop the hairdryer into the tub, and then her mother ran into the bathroom and unplugged it before whisking Sarah off to the hospital. The second grader didn't offer much more information than that, so the social worker wrapped up the interview. But she wasn't done just yet. She was very interested in speaking to Ellen herself. She met with Ellen Bowen the next day and had a similar conversation, with a predictable outcome. She gave the social worker the stories of how she found both her boys after they had already started turning blue. As she relayed the details back, the social worker got the sense that Ellen kept bouncing back and forth between being vague with the more important bits and weirdly specific with stuff that didn't really matter. The name of the store she stopped at for David's cold medicine, for instance. But all she really said about the actual moment she found him was that he'd been sick and was laying on the floor. Then suddenly he just wasn't breathing. And when it came to Steven, his mother was able to recall that he had exactly 3 bites of his food at Taco Bell that morning. But when she got to the part where she found him unconscious, once again she didn't have much more to say other than, quote, he wasn't feeling well. Yet Ellen also made it a point to mention that she and Steven had stopped over at her mother's house that morning, as if it mattered. It was probably a mistake to mention it at all, considering the fact that everyone at her work had a completely different timeline of events. That very same night, Paul Bowen's current wife, Terry, learned of Steven's death during a phone call with her mother. By that point, 10 days had passed since he was declared dead at the hospital, but this was the first time his father was hearing of it. Ellen had never called to tell them. Terry's mother happened to see an article about the incident in the newspaper, and so she had to be the one to give them the news. They immediately suspected foul play. Why else wouldn't you tell a father that his son had died? Paul didn't even know if he'd been buried yet, or where she might have had him interred for that matter. Paul and Terry started making some calls as soon as they could, hoping to gather as much information as possible. Before long, they'd seen enough to know that their suspicions were pretty well founded. Certainly, there was enough here to warrant a call to both the police department and Child Protective Services. As far as they were concerned, Sarah was in grave danger even now. Meanwhile, back in St. Louis, the other tenants in Ellen's building were talking about taking up a collection for the poor mother, just as they had done after the death of her first son. Her co-workers had done the same thing, but after this second time around, they hesitated on giving Ellen the cash. They all agreed that something didn't feel right, and therefore it was probably wise to hang on to the money and wait to see how the ongoing investigation was going to play out. Her fellow tenants would ultimately abandon the idea of raising money for her altogether after a short conversation with Ellen, who was ecstatic that she found a much cheaper funeral for her. Steven's funeral was only going to cost $1,500. She had that wittiness that broke people tend to show when they find a particularly killer bargain. But considering the fact that she was talking about her child's burial, it left the women who planned the charity fund feeling kind of gross inside. Plus, if her kid's funeral was such a steal to arrange, she probably wouldn't be needing the extra money after all. They didn't even know how right they were. Ellen had several life insurance policies just waiting to be cashed in now that Steven had passed. And man, did that money burn a hole in her purse real quick. As soon as she got her hands on the cash, or was scheduled to receive a sizable chunk of it anyway, she went and bought herself a brand new car. It was the kind of purchase that the police would find more than a little odd once they learned about it. She purchased the car, a metallic blue Chevy Lumina, 2 weeks after homicide detectives had officially started the investigation, which made buying a $14,000 vehicle a pretty stupid move, especially for a woman with a lot of financial struggles. Eventually, they were going to want to know where she got that kind of money in such a short amount of time and for what reason. That was going to be a little hard to explain. A few weeks before she fell in love with her new car as it sat in the showroom at the local dealer, the medical examiner had finally received the last of Steven's test results. Just as he suspected, every test came back totally normal, which made his suffocation theory even stronger. Dr. Graham notified the detectives of his conclusion. Murder seemed like the most likely answer, but he wouldn't know for sure until the investigation played out. It was time for the homicide department to get to the bottom of what had happened to the Bowen boys. Ellen met Sergeant Burgoon for the first time on December 8th. She seemed cooperative and was willing to talk about the day Steven died at length, minus a couple of key facts here and there, of course. She withheld the fact that she took Steven to his little brother's grave the day she kept him home sick, and she definitely didn't mention her multiple calls to the office from a phone booth before and after that stop. But she detailed which vaccines he'd gotten over the weekend and her stop by the drugstore for some children's Tylenol. The detective made note of everything, mostly details about her different errands with her son that day. She also made a point to mention that she hadn't been able to find her ex-husband in order to give him the news that Steven had died, which was a flat-out lie, not just an omission. The story Paul used to leave her became useful, though. He did suffer from medical problems after his time in Vietnam, even if his claims of going to Texas to get checked out for his past Agent Orange exposure were bogus. Now, Ellen seemed to think his health issues would give her a bit of plausible deniability in the detective's eyes. The implication she was aiming for was that the boys may have inherited something from their father, and since Paul never contributed a dime to support them or even attend their funerals, Ellen said she suspected that a mystery disease might be the only thing Paul Boehm ever gave his sons. When Sergeant Bargoon asked if she had any life insurance policies on the kids, she was surprisingly open on how many she had and how much they were worth. By the time the interview was over, the detective had a lot to think about. He wasn't yet aware of the things Ellen wasn't saying. He still didn't know the hairdryer incident had even happened, but the wheels of fate were already in motion, and it wouldn't take long to realize that the transparent, cooperative woman he spoke to was actually a pathological liar with a heart of stone and the motherly instincts of a garbage can. After Stephen's death, Deanne pretty much stopped talking to Ellen altogether. Before they'd gotten off the phone on that horrible night, Ellen assured her best friend that she would call back as soon as she had the details of the funeral ironed out. When Deanne called her back after a week of no news, Ellen told her that she'd left a message with the arrangement details on the answering machine in Deanne's office. When she went to double check at work, she discovered that no such message had been left. It was just another one of Ellen's free-flowing nuggets of bullshit. It was unsurprising and disgusting in equal measures, and from that moment forward, Deanne cut off almost all contact. So when Ellen called her up in mid-December, it probably seemed a little weird, but she was claiming that the medical examiner had finally determined that both boys died from electrical rhythms of the heart, even though nothing had been listed on the death certificates yet. Deanne listened politely, unaware of the investigation that continued to unfold. Although some witnesses could corroborate Ellen's accounts, Todd Andrews, the medical student who lived down the hall for instance, others had some concerns they wanted to share with the detective. Karen Grimes, the manager of the apartment building, was one of them. As it turned out, she was one of the last people to see Stephen alive on the morning of September 25th. Karen ran into them in the hallway as they were heading up to their apartment. The boy looked a little tired, and Ellen explained that he hadn't been feeling well that day. After a short conversation, mother and son went on their way, and Karen didn't think too much of the exchange. But when she saw the ambulance pull in less than an hour later, she had the sinking feeling that they were there for the little boy. Unfortunately, she ended up being right. Karen Grimes had another useful tidbit to share. She was the first to mention Sarah's near-fatal accident with the hairdryer. At the time, the only other person who was aware of the incident in relation to the investigation was the social worker who spoke to the girl a few months back. But Sarah's account of what happened didn't give her much to go on at the time, so the report had been written and shelved. Until now. Apparently, Karen learned of the hairdryer incident from a building custodian who overheard Ellen's mother discussing it with another tenant. Nobody thought much of it at first. Kids have all kinds of freak accidents growing up, and Ellen's story made perfect sense. But her behavior was far outside the realm of what you'd expect for a mother that saw the kinds of sorrows she had. When David died, Karen was taken aback by Ellen's outward lack of emotion. It was like she just didn't care at all, as if the toddler never existed to begin with. Then, with Stephen, Karen offered to go pick up Ellen's mother herself so Ellen could ride with her son in the ambulance. But the woman flat out refused, saying that she'd rather bring her mother to the hospital on her own. Much like the paramedics tending to the boy, Karen was shocked by her coldness. But before anyone had time to fully process the situation, Ellen was headed to her car and Stephen was being loaded into the ambulance. The only appropriate response in the moment was to just let it go, but it was a moment that Karen couldn't forget. After the initial round of interviews, Sergeant Burgoon began the process of verifying certain stories he'd been told. The thing about the hairdryer was at the top of the list. Unfortunately, when he spoke to someone over at Cardinal Glennon, they were unable to find any record of Sarah being treated there before her little brother's death. The phone call wasn't a total waste, however. The person he talked to was able to give him the name of the person that treated Stephen when he came into the emergency room. Dr. Tony Scalzo couldn't offer any information about Sarah's case, but he knew a lot about Stephen's. The doctor said that Ellen and her daughter were actually scheduled for an extensive round of cardiac tests to check if the boys could have had a condition known as prolonged QT syndrome. It tended to occur more often in males and could sometimes cause sudden death. Dr. Scalzo said they were also attempting to get access to Paul Bowen's records in order to see if he experienced any relevant issues with his heart. When he was finished discussing the case with the doctor, Sergeant Burgoon turned his attention to Ellen's life insurance policies. Through those calls, he learned that Ellen had purchased about $97,000 worth of coverage on each child through 4 different policies. And within a month of that, one of her children almost died, and the other actually did die. Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. Shortly after learning the test showed no indication of prolonged QT syndrome, the detective also found out about yet another policy Ellen had taken out. This one was through Gerber, and it brought her payday up to an even $100 grand for each kid. The company was apparently reluctant to grant a policy for Steven due to a mild seizure he suffered during a hypoglycemic episode in the past. By the time they finally decided to insure the boy, he was already dead. At the police station, a team was assembled from detectives in 5 different departments, each with specific skills that would prove invaluable in a case like this. To this specialized task force, it seemed clear that Ellen had indeed killed her children. What wasn't clear was if her decision to murder them was the result of some kind of personality disturbance, or if it was simply rooted in greed. But after finding out that she had skipped out on paying the funeral home in charge of David's burial, they started leaning a little closer to greed. According to the second funeral director, Ellen said she was dissatisfied with the service of the first one and therefore refused to pay the bill. But this obviously gave the second funeral home cause for concern, and so they had required her to sign over the single insurance claim they knew about, a policy she'd been given through her employer. Ellen apparently neglected to mention all the additional coverage she had recently purchased. The funeral director also echoed a sentiment that detectives were starting to hear a lot. Given the circumstances, Ellen acted extremely weird. There was a certain coldness that multiple people had picked up on at various points in the timeline. On their own, they were just weird, awkward little one-offs. But when you put together all these different stories of this woman's behavior, the picture it painted for the police was morbid, terrifying, and more than a little sad. When the investigation finally worked its way to Deanne, she wasn't the least bit shocked. She had already been informed that she'd likely be brought in to answer some questions, and she was fully prepared to help in any way she could. Ironically, she'd also received a call from Ellen on the same day, and she was happy to tell the investigator what her former friend had to say. First, they talked about the brand new car Ellen bought a few weeks before Christmas. When Deanne asked how she managed to afford the monthly cost of her new set of wheels, Ellen deflected and said she'd saved up for the down payment. Another odd choice for a flat-broke woman, but she explained that she planned on selling it herself. Then, Ellen casually asked if Deanne happened to know anybody that worked in homicide. Deanne replied that she did, and thankfully, Ellen changed the subject. But later that same day, she called Deanne for a second time. She told her that the medical examiner still didn't know what had happened to the boys, and she was worried that the same thing could still happen to her daughter. Of course, she'd called Deanne about 2 weeks before this, claiming that her sons were found to have died from an undiagnosed heart condition, but Deanne didn't bother mentioning it. She was too busy worrying about Sarah. Given what they now knew, the police decided to bring the mother and daughter down to the station for a talk. While Sarah was led away to be interviewed by Detective Rochelle Jones, who worked in the sex crimes unit, Ellen was taken to a separate room in the homicide division. During the interview with Ellen, the detectives got the same stories they'd already heard. To be fair, her version of the events leading up to Steven's death were corroborated by multiple witnesses, but she continued to leave out crucial information, like her frantic phone calls to the office. When the detective steered the conversation toward the topics of insurance policies, Ellen was once again surprisingly open, to an extent. See, the detectives already knew that one of the insurance companies had withheld the proceeds of the $30,000 claim she had on Steven, pending the outcome of the investigation. The insurance agent they'd spoken to told them the decision to hold off on cutting the check was based on a number of things. The absence of a cause of death, the recent death of another child in the family, and the timing of Steven's death in relation to the time that the policy was initiated. But 2 other companies paid outright on schedule, and Ellen was already over $50,000 richer. The police were also aware that she had written a letter to the bankruptcy court requesting a payoff amount to settle her outstanding debt, which she said would be paid out of a $50,000 settlement she received after the death of her child. The letter was interesting for another reason, though. In addition to proving that she was anticipating that large sum of money was coming her way, Ellen couldn't resist the urge to lie. She claimed to still owe somewhere around $16,000 in hospital and funeral bills, even though she really only owed a little under $4,000 for David's funeral. And thanks to the boy's health insurance, she owed a grand total of $525 for both their hospital stays. The detectives asked about her policies on David first. Ellen said that she had 2 policies on him, one for $5,000 given to her through work, and a second through John Hancock for $10,000. Both companies had paid on time. When asked what she did with the money, she merely said she spent it on various things. Then they wanted to know why she took out so much insurance on her other children afterward, but she didn't really have a great answer for why she'd applied for over $50,000 in life insurance on a healthy 4-year-old. Ellen claimed that the insurance agent convinced her the 50 grand policy was a better value than the one for 30 grand. Unsurprisingly, that would later turn out to be a lie. But on top of that policy, she had another $30,000 policy on both kids, and another $12,000 through United of Omaha. And she couldn't give a satisfactory answer for why she decided to open all of these accounts, especially considering the premiums for each one cost a little under $20 a month. That was a pretty big investment for a single mother that had so much financial trouble she was no longer allowed to pay her rent with a personal check. When it became clear their current line of questioning wasn't going to pan out any further, the investigators shifted gears and brought up Sarah's experience with the hairdryer. Again, Ellen gave the same story she'd been telling since the incident happened. Stephen threw the hairdryer in the tub, Sarah started screaming, and Mama Bear rushed in to save the day. Then she took her daughter to Children's Hospital, even though it was further than Cardinal Glennon, which explained why Sergeant Burgoon couldn't find any record of the incident at the hospital where Stephen was taken. On a separate floor of the police station, Sarah was telling a similar story, with a few subtle differences. The little girl said that she tucked her brother into bed and read him a bedtime story until he fell asleep. Afterward, her mother helped her into the tub and left her to play with her dolls. At some point, while Sarah was washing her face with her eyes closed, she heard a splash and frantically tried to rinse the soap out of her eyes before the electricity overcame her. Miraculously, she was able to grab the dryer, shut it off, and throw it to the side. By the time she was pulling herself out of the tub, her mother had heard her screams and was now in the bathroom with her, asking what had happened. Sarah didn't really know any more than Ellen seemed to. After getting the girl dressed, Ellen loaded the kids into the car and headed to the hospital. Sarah told the detective that, on their way there, her mother told her to say that Stephen was the one to drop the hairdryer into her bathwater. Ellen said she had talked with him and he had been trying to help her dry her doll's hair when he accidentally dropped it. Further attempting to obfuscate reality, Ellen told Sarah that she had been the one to pull the plug out of the wall, even though the little girl vividly recalled turning the dryer off herself. But Sarah didn't offer these details with the intention of implicating Ellen at all. Like most children with parents in any kind of serious trouble, she felt an intense need to protect her mother, even if she had suffered at her hands. That's just how kids tend to work, and the detective was fully aware of that. Still, they had pretty surprising moments with the little girl a few days later. At the time, the detectives were dropping by Ellen's apartment to speak with her mother, Catherine Booker. They were surprised to find Sarah there as well, apparently homesick from a stomachache. Wanting to speak with her grandmother privately, the officers escorted the little girl off to her room. On the way there, she stopped and informed them that her mother told her the police were saying she murdered her brothers. Sarah insisted this wasn't the case, and she wanted everyone down at the station to know it. Meanwhile, in the living room, Catherine had a somewhat different perspective of how her daughter was coping with her immeasurable losses. According to her, Ellen had taken things hard and still slept with her son's favorite toys every night. When she was asked about the insurance policies, she expressed knowledge of them but hadn't known they existed until a few weeks prior to this interview. They pressed her on the fact that it seemed like an awful large amount of money, and Catherine readily agreed. However, she was adamant in denying that her daughter would have taken the policies out with the intention of cashing in on the lives of her own children. Despite the people who loved her most doing what they could to defend her innocence, the facts were clearly pointing in a different direction. Not long after their discussion with Catherine, the detectives came across yet another policy, the one from Gerber. Oddly enough, Ellen never mentioned this one, but she had mailed in an application for $3,000 in coverage on Stephen, Sarah, and herself. They couldn't help but note that this last policy brought the total coverage for each child to $100,000. A pretty satisfying number, especially to the greedy. The application was dated August 29, 1989. At first, the company had hesitated to issue Stephen's policy based on his past hypoglycemia, but ultimately decided to issue the policy on October 18th. Apparently, they didn't realize the boy was already dead. Ellen agreed to submit to a polygraph test on January 4th, 1990. Unfortunately, the results were inconclusive. Refusing to be discouraged, they brought Ellen into a back room for another round of questions. This time, they intended to dig a little deeper into her finances. They started by asking how she managed to pay for David's hospital expenses, and she told them that his medical insurance covered most of the $30,000 bill. When it was all said and done, she only owed about $500. In Stephen's case, the insurance had covered all but $20 or so. The detectives now knew that she had lied to the bankruptcy court with her claim of being $16,000 in debt, but they wanted to keep her talking. It seemed like it didn't take much to get her tipping over herself, which was a good thing given the circumstances. Next, they asked about the $10,000 policy she had on David. In the initial interview, Ellen said the company paid as expected and that she spent the money on different things. Now, she claimed that John Hancock never gave her a dime, and she was pissed about it. The company told her the premium payments had lapsed even though she was 100% sure they hadn't, and therefore the money couldn't be collected. After letting her wind herself up for a while, they pointed out the fact that Ellen told them otherwise the day before. How did the story go from, I got the money and spent it, to, I never got the money and now I'm mad at the insurance company in a matter of hours? And what was the reason for the sudden switch in the story? It was yet another thing that Ellen Bowen just couldn't seem to explain. On January 8th, the investigators got in touch with Carolyn Fenton, the custodian of Riverbend Apartments. They'd gotten her name from the building manager, Karen Grimes. According to Karen, Carolyn overheard a conversation between Ellen's mother and Ellen's neighbor, Pauline Sumakowski. The women often babysat during the day and would strike up a polite conversation besides the pool or playground while the kids played together. On this particular occasion, the custodian heard Pauline ask how Sarah had been doing after the accident. Catherine reacted with utter shock, and there was no faking the confusion on her face. Although she would later claim that Ellen did tell her about the ordeal with the hairdryer the morning after it happened, the custodian heard her say otherwise. She also heard Pauline be the one to break the news. And on top of that, the conversation where Catherine discovered her granddaughter's accident had taken place on the evening afterward, not in the morning, and that difference in timing was key. Given how the other pieces of information she'd given them ended up panning out, the police were inclined to believe Carolyn Fenton over Catherine Booker. Ellen's mother also insisted that her daughter hadn't had any involvement with any men, and she was adamant in asserting that it was definitely the kind of thing Ellen would have brought up. Her daughter had always been honest with her, she said, except that she actually hadn't been honest at all, and the detectives were about to uncover even more proof of that. It all started with a man named Robert Brown Jr., known as Bobby to his friends. He was employed at the apartment building as a janitor for about 3 years. During that time, he spent the night at Ellen's place on a few occasions. They were definitely more than friends, but their relationship was strictly casual. They might have had sex a couple of times, but Ellen made sure he knew all about the other so-called men in her life. Paul Ellering, a manager of a wrestling duo that called themselves the Road Warriors, came up regularly. She said he called her often, and they got together whenever they happened to be in the same town. And given how far she was willing to travel to wrestling events, they were in the same town a lot. Then there was the manager at the pizza shop she worked at part-time to make ends meet, who she said always made sure to deliver her pizza personally like it was some sexy porno fantasy. She'd also mentioned a mystery man with a blue Saab. She said he had a phone in his car. For the 90s, that was some pretty sophisticated equipment. Ellen claimed that this mystery guy nobody had ever seen actually lived with her for the first 6 months of 1989. But conveniently, he always came home late at night and left early in the morning. Bobby told the detectives that Ellen even called him from the car phone once. Or that was what Ellen told him anyway. Knowing her, she was probably standing by the gas station near her apartment even as she claimed to be on the road, effortlessly feeding him lies while she twisted the payphone cord around her finger. By the time of that year, she told Bobby that her fling with the unnamed stranger had ended. Things just ended up not working out, she said. But that was fine, because to hear her tell it, she was the most desired woman in professional wrestling. Bobby went on to say that he'd last seen Ellen a few months prior to being contacted as part of the investigation. He'd dropped by the apartment for a visit, as he still did every now and then. There wasn't much of a romantic spark between the two, but he said they remained good friends and Ellen was usually pretty open with him. That's what her stories about all those other men seemed to suggest to Bobby in any case. In addition to her flings, Ellen confided in him about something she'd never spoke of to anyone else. As a child, her father had attempted to sexually abuse her. During his last visit, Ellen gave him the news of Steven's death, but she seemed oddly okay. When she asked him to stay the night, however, he turned her down. Their sexual relationship didn't really hold much interest for him, even though Ellen still pursued it when she had the chance. But Bobby had already decided that he liked her more as a friend, and her behavior towards her dead sons was just a tad too uncomfortable to be around for extended periods of time. After wrapping up their talk with Bobby, the detectives were left with a lot of fact-checking. They were already aware of Ellen's tendency to lie directly to them, but nothing really could have prepared them for the sheer number of stories that would eventually turn out to be total fabrications. It was clear that Ellen wanted to appear more popular than she actually was. Not just that, but she wanted to seem desirable, especially by high-profile men in the wrestling industry. None of these stories would end up having the slightest shred of truth to them. Realistically, these men were merely peripherally aware of her existence, despite her over-the-top attempts to get noticed. Take the manager of the pizza shop, for instance. Beyond her employment there, he told the police that he didn't really know Ellen at all. She was just a lady with kids that came in, did her job, and clocked out. Their relationship was kept strictly professional, in other words. Deanne herself ended up confirming that most of these tales were completely untrue. In fact, throughout the course of a friendship that lasted over many years, Deanne said she'd never seen Ellen with a man, not one time. That didn't stop her from trying to pick one up, though. Deanne described all of their adventures in the better days. They loved following the wrestlers on the road when they both had the time and money. There was nothing better than stocking a cooler with snacks, throwing it in the back of the car, and taking off with her best friend for a few days to indulge in a common interest. But during these trips, Ellen always had another mission underneath it all, one that involved seeing which wrestler she could get to show her some new moves between the sheets. The answer, as it turned out, was always zero. Ellen struck out every single time, despite taking certain steps she thought might afford her the best chance to get a look at what was underneath all that spandex and macho bravado. Deanne told them about the letters Ellen gave her to read, the ones meant to entice her latest crushes in the wrestling world. The women often tried to stay in the same hotel as their favorite wrestlers in hope of catching a glimpse or maybe getting something signed in the hallway. But unlike Ellen, Deanne wasn't delusional enough to think these dudes were going to sneak back to their hotel room for some penthouse forum-style fun. She was there more out of appreciation for the wrestlers as athletes and performers than any desire to know them in the biblical sense. Sure, she sent a letter or two herself, thanking the wrestlers for putting on a great show, but Ellen's letters and gifts were different. In spite of what her friend wanted people to believe, Deanne shared a hotel room with her on every trip, and she knew that there was no way she was tiptoeing around for a quickie at the Marriott with anyone, let alone the multiple men she claimed to be involved with. For one thing, the wrestlers often had a floor of the hotel to themselves, one that required a special pass. On the occasion where Ellen did manage to score a room next to Ted DiBiase, the man she'd obsessed over the most, he always changed rooms to distance himself. Ellen went so far as to present the $1 Million Man with a birthday gift once. Deanne remembered it being a velour shirt she found at a clearance rack at Kmart. It was ugly as hell, and she wrapped it up to give him when they ran into each other in the hotel. Deanne wasn't too sure what to make of the gift, considering the fact that she was still married to Paul at the time. And aside from that, it really was an egregious article of clothing. Deanne tried to rationalize it by thinking maybe her friend meant it as some sort of joke, because she couldn't imagine this well-paid performer having much use for it otherwise. The detectives asked how the wrestlers responded to all these advances, and Deanne explained that, for a lot of them, the pen pal thing was one of the job's perks. They liked hearing from the fans and knowing which of the letter writers was hanging out in the crowd. It made them put on a better show, because they liked knowing they were playing to an audience that was eating it up. They definitely began to recognize Ellen and Deanne standing by the side of the ring, and they appreciated the attention. To an extent. Ellen tended to go a bit overboard, and you could only turn somebody down so many times before coming to the conclusion that ignoring them altogether was the best course of action. According to Deanne, that was the conclusion a man named Paul Ellering eventually came to. Her friend was particularly fixated on the manager for the Road Warriors. She'd been trying to hook up with him for years. Letters, cards, the whole works in her creepy arsenal, but none of it was successful. After multiple rejections, Ellen still kept trying, which ultimately led to him refusing more than a glance in her general direction. Ellen had all kinds of stories about her wild times and sexual exploits with this particular man, and Deanne had heard most of them. They were hard to believe to begin with, but her doubt would soon be confirmed by Paul Ellering himself during his session with the detectives. They wanted to follow up on something else Ellen had mentioned to Deanne, some issues with the dealership that used to maintain her old car. There, they talked to two men with similar stories of Ellen's romantic persistence. One of the men had clearly grown tired of the woman's offer for drinks. She was always pretty nice, but her constant advances were grating on his nerves. Ellen had told him that she had also dated another man that worked at the dealership named Gregory Allen. Around the time she kept hounding these two men for a date, they were both also getting obscene phone calls at all hours of the night from a woman referring to herself as Fuzzy Bunny. Everyone at the dealership assumed that this was either Ellen or one of her friends, because the woman on the other line always mentioned her. Gregory Allen, as it turned out, had also refused her offers to meet up. That was starting to become par for the course in this investigation, but he had an incident to bring up to them that was just too bizarre to be anything other than the truth. According to Gregory, Ellen brought her car in to have some work done, and he was busy with the task when he noticed something sitting on the floorboard. It was a bottle labeled butt grease, an appropriate title considering he was a mechanic, but completely inappropriate when you stop to think about the fact that this random customer intentionally left a bottle of anal lubricant for him to find after being repeatedly rejected. Even after learning of all these fabrications Ellen seemed to spin out of thin air, the worst was yet to come. A few days later, Sergeant Burgoon got in touch with a good friend who happened to legally represent Ellen's place of employment. The lawyer had been contacted by Elaine Herman and her co-worker, both of whom served as Ellen's supervisors. Elaine had been the one on the other end of Ellen's panicked phone calls on the morning of Stephen's death, and after coming to the hospital to support her, it felt too weird to keep it all to herself. She ended up calling the company attorney to tell him about it, and now the investigator had a piece of the puzzle that he hadn't even realized that he was missing. Regardless of why Ellen thought it would be a good idea to call her place of employment and tell her supervisor that her child was on the way to the hospital well before the moment when he actually stopped breathing, the reason why she didn't tell the detective seemed pretty clear. Those payphone stops suggested that the murder was planned far in advance. In a case that had so little evidence to go off of, this would be a vital component in the future trial proceedings. Equally important would be the life insurance policies and the fact that the medical examiner had submitted the boy's medical records for a peer review, only for all 7 experts to come back with the exact same conclusion. Ellen Bowen did in fact murder her sons. But in the year and a half that went by between the time Stephen died and the time that the doctors officially ruled his death a homicide due to mechanical asphyxiation, Ellen continued to make some pretty ballsy decisions, especially considering the fact that she had detectives sniffing around all the time. She talked about the Paula Sims case a lot, for one thing. although she was smart enough to never mention it to Deanne, who knew her too well and would probably get suspicious. Her co-workers were a different story. She talked about the case often at work and remained convinced that Paula had murdered her daughters for the insurance money. Naturally, that led the investigators to wonder if maybe the Sims case inspired Ellen's actions somehow, but they never really get confirmation one way or another. At Sergeant Burgoon's convincing, Deanna agreed to go out to dinner with her old friend, but with everything that had happened, she was more than a little reluctant to reunite with her. However, if she didn't keep up appearances with her, there was a chance that Ellen could wise up to the extent of the case against her and haul ass out of town. Nobody wanted that. Realizing that her baby's bare graves looked suspicious, Ellen made a show of purchasing their headstones and paying for regular deliveries of balloons and flowers. It was too little too late, of course, but now that Ellen realized so many people were looking into her, she was frantically trying to cover her tracks. At one point around this time, Ellen called her up out of the blue to come clean and admit that she was a liar. Not that the confession really meant much, because Deanne already knew. During another phone call, Ellen informed Deanne that she'd hired an attorney. Her friend assumed she made this move in preparation for the criminal charges that were inevitably coming her way. Instead, Ellen hired the lawyer to help her get her hands on the remaining $44,000 that the insurance companies held back after Steve had died. If all that wasn't enough, there was the time Ellen blurted out that there were 101 ways to kill a child without leaving evidence. She said she read about it in a book from the library. Why was she reading that book in the first place? Then, right before the start of February, Ellen told Deanne that she was fighting to have 2 policies for herself and her daughter reinstated. With all the suspicion swirling around her and her every move being scrutinized, it was hard to imagine a universe in which having any further business with life insurance companies under these circumstances would be considered normal. As she felt the detectives closing in on her, she made a desperate attempt to take the heat off of herself by throwing her own mother under the judicial bus. You know, the mother that babysat for free at a moment's notice and always seemed willing to lend a helping hand in whatever way she was capable. Yeah, that one. Ellen called another friend in a fit of hysterics, claiming she was certain her mother had done something to the boys. Catherine was a horrible person, according to her daughter, and once lost her job as a nursing aide for being violent towards a patient. Ellen said she was willing to bet that their grandmother was responsible, because it was the kind of thing that seemed like it was in her nature. The friend ended up calling the police department to ask them to look into Catherine, fully unaware of just how much evidence actually pointed to Ellen herself. By February 21st, the FBI had seen enough to want to get involved. Having assisted Thomas Harris while writing The Silence of the Lambs, Agent James Wright was something of a household name. Besides that, he'd worked with Sergeant Burgoon before, and the men shared a mutual respect that made their approach to Ellen Boehm incredibly effective. In Agent Wright's professional opinion, Ellen struck him as the kind of person with a desire for the finer things in life, but an equally strong desire to cut corners in order to acquire them. She saw the dollar signs in front of her and never stopped to consider the consequences beyond topping up her empty bank account. And once that money came in, it was gone just as quickly. Never mind the fact she still had a daughter that might want to pursue higher education one day. No, Mama needed a new car and season tickets to the wrestling match so she could find more guys to throw herself at and then lie once they sidestepped her frequent advances. And now that they had more than enough to show a clear pattern of intent, it was time to bring her in. At Agent Wright's suggestion, they staged the interview room to make it seem like someone was working the case round the clock. In reality, the detectives pretty much had everything wrapped up for a while. All they were waiting for was the results of the medical review, which wouldn't be ready for about a year and a half. In the meantime, they planned their arrest of Ellen very carefully, hoping to overwhelm her with a mountain of evidence, some relevant, some not, but that wasn't the point. On September 12, 1991, Ellen was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of both of her sons, in addition to a single count of first-degree assault for her attempt on Sarah's life. The police got the green light they were looking for, but they wanted to hold off for just a while longer. The next day was Friday the 13th, and it felt like the perfect day to bring this cold-blooded killer to justice. That's just what the detectives did. When Ellen got off work that evening, law enforcement was already poised for the ambush. Sergeant Burgoon pulled her over as she was headed home, and after he approached her vehicle, she blurted out something he hadn't expected to hear. Quote, "I knew you were gonna get me." "Yeah, the police knew they were gonna get you too, Ellen. That doesn't make you special." They took her back to the station and led her to a room with a sign on the door reading, "Bowen Task Force." In reality, she wasn't quite that important to the St. Louis Police Department. It was all part of the plan to psych her out. So were the empty cups scattered on the desks and the piles of cigarette butts in the ashtray. Somebody had actually rummaged in the trash to get that stuff, while somebody else printed her financial records on posters and placed them in the room. It was all a ruse, and one that would pay off quite nicely. Although she continued to maintain her innocence concerning Sarah's near-death experience in the tub, Ellen was finally ready to come clean about what happened to her sons. She started out by talking about Stephen and telling the same story they'd already heard 100 times. When she was finished, the room full of detectives was silent, letting the pressure build. Then, one of the detectives slipped an arm around her and very gently told her that there was no point in lying. They already knew that she'd killed her sons, the detective said. They just needed to know why. When they asked if the insurance policies had anything to do with it, Ellen nodded her head. That same night, at around 10 p.m., Ellen agreed to make a videotape statement. In the 40-minute interview, she gave an entire new version of what happened leading up to the deaths of her children. In David's case, she was tired and frustrated after slaving at the stove to get Thanksgiving dinner on the table, even though she reportedly bought a pre-cooked meal and had told her friend that all she had to do was heat it up in the oven. After taking the kids out to see the Christmas displays going up all over town, she came home and put them to bed, but little David didn't want to go to sleep. She let him stay up and watch TV for a while, but at some point or another, her frustrations took over. While David was absorbed in the TV show, Ellen took a cushion off the couch and firmly held it down on his face. She referred to David as the fighter. She said he put up way more of a fight than Stephen would a few months later, but the toddler went still rather quickly. By Ellen's own count, she held the cushion over his face for about a minute or so, and by the time she ran out of the room, there was likely no saving him already. When asked why she made those bizarre phone calls about heading to the hospital and taking Stephen to Taco Bell instead, she claimed to have no more insight into the matter than the police did. The most she could really say was that she wanted to spend time with her son, and she lied to make sure she could. But she'd already been planning to spend the day with him anyway, since he was still getting over his vaccinations and seemed under the weather. Why take things to that degree? Ellen told them that she didn't know. It was an impulsive kind of action, something she'd already done before it even occurred to her to consider the ramifications. When they got home, Stephen went to the couch to watch Sesame Street, as his mother had already described. But when she looked in 15 minutes later and saw him there half asleep, she smothered the 4-year-old with a cushion from the same couch that she used to kill his brother. The recording process ended without a single tear from Ellen on camera. There was something so grotesque about hearing a mother describe smothering her kids in the same voice she used to describe the small talk she made with her friend over the phone less than half an hour later. Ultimately, Ellen Bowen would accept the deal in order to avoid the death penalty. After entering her guilty plea, her charges were dropped to a single count of first-degree murder and 1 count of second-degree murder. She was eventually sentenced to 2 lifetimes in prison with no possibility of parole. She remains incarcerated at Missouri's Chillicothe Correctional Facility to this day. A short while after her arrest, Catherine asked a family friend for help cleaning out Ellen's now vacant apartment. The friend obliged, knowing that the elderly woman was in poor health. As she was cleaning the bathroom, something caught her attention. Hidden away in a small space behind the toilet was a small bottle of Scope mouthwash. When she picked it up, she noticed that it looked off. It didn't have the right color for mouthwash, nor the right consistency. When she twisted open the cap, she realized that the bottle of Scope actually contained antifreeze. The family friend couldn't help but be reminded of a case that was making the news around the time Stephen died. Something about a woman who poisoned her 5-month-old with antifreeze. Was Helen still getting ideas from other child killers? Because if that was the reason she was staring down at this suspicious little bottle, she couldn't help but feel glad that Sarah was finally safe. See, that's the tricky thing. When you start seeing your children as a way to make money, even if it literally costs them their entire lives, that kind of thought process can do a lot of damage, and not just to the siblings left to grieve. It also has a way of making you a monster. If you're the victim of domestic abuse, please reach out to someone for help. Please talk to your local shelter or call the National Domestic Abuse Hotline at 1-800-799-SAFE. That's 1-800-799-7238. Or you can go to thehotline.org to chat with someone online. This website is set up so that, at any time, hitting the escape key twice will take you to a Google search page. That way, if your abuser is nearby, you won't get caught seeking help. If you're having feelings of harming yourself or someone else, or even just need someone to talk to, please contact your local mental health facility. Call 911 or call the National Suicide Prevention Hotline by simply dialing 988 in the United States. They're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and will talk to you about any mental health issue you may be facing. If you're a member of the LGBTQ+ community and suffering from discrimination, depression, or are in need of any support, please contact the LGBT National Hotline at 1-888-843-4564 or go to lgbthotline.org. Thanks so much for letting me tell you this story. If you enjoyed it, subscribe on whatever platform you're on. Hit like, rate us, or leave us a comment. You can check out our other show, Somewhere Sinister, on YouTube or anywhere you listen to podcasts. If you'd like to support the show, check out our merchandise at visitmonsters.com. The link is in the description. Thanks again, and be safe.
911, where's the emergency? Emergency, I got the Belmar Bridge right after heading south in the middle of the bridge. There's a car that's abandoned and it's off the side of the road. But
the Belmar Bridge being the 35 bridge?
Yeah, the 35 bridge would be going over this, going from north going south.
It's the Belmar.
Into Belmar, yeah.
Did you pass the midpoint? Because up to the midpoint is Neptune and after the midpoint is Belmar.
So, yeah, Neptune, actually. Technically, it was after, it looked like it's more Neptune.
So what kind of car is it?
Kind of looks like an old beat-up, light tan color, like sedan.
And what was your name?
So it's okay, it's probably not.
And this is your cell number?
Yeah, I'm driving Uber and Lyft tonight, so I just figured I'd give a call. It's kind of hard to see, I think you're coming the other way.
And was there anybody inside the vehicle?
I looked, yeah. Okay. Unless they were sleeping. I couldn't see them by their head being up. Nobody was like they were in it.
All right.
Okay?
On December 3rd, 2016, an abandoned 1994 silver Oldsmobile 88 was found at about 2:45 a.m. on the side of the road at the highest point of the Route 35 bridge over the Shark River in Neptune Township, New Jersey. The river marks the border between Neptune Township and Belmar near the Atlantic coast. There's also Neptune City, which borders Neptune Township. Some reports say the car was found in Neptune. They don't differentiate between the two. And some say it was found in Belmar. But the 911 caller said the car was on the Neptune side. The car was in working order and the keys were in the ignition. Authorities found the car's registered owner, but when they went to their house, there was no answer. They found the front door unlocked, so they went inside for a welfare check.
That's your seat, boy! Hello? Hello? That's your seat, boy! Hello? That's your seat, boy! Hello?
Check down here. Don't put a cage right back there. Hello? The police department, hello? Anybody home? Announce yourself, please. Hello? Hello? Anybody home? Police department? Anybody here? Hello? Police department? Hello? Police department?
Uncle Dave, by any chance?
Resident is Mike Stern. I'm not sure who else you're looking for his Uncle Joe. Trying to locate Mike.
The house was owned by Michael Stern, and the car was registered to his mother at the same address. He had a 19-year-old daughter named Sarah, but none of them were at the house. Sarah's dog, Buddy, was in a crate in the house, and Sarah's friends said that she loved her dog and would never just leave him. At that point, authorities needed to find out where the Stern family was and why one of their cars was left abandoned on the bridge. This is Monsters. When authorities in the area around Neptune City learned of the abandoned car in working condition with the keys in the ignition on the bridge, their first thought was that somebody may have jumped. They found out pretty quickly that Michael Stern was in Florida, but they still weren't sure if his mother or Sarah was. It turned out that Sarah's mother, Carla Stern, died of cancer in 2015. They also learned that the last person to see Sarah was a longtime friend named Liam McCasney. They went to the known address of Liam, which was his mother's house, but he didn't live there anymore. They spoke to his mother, Megan McCasney, who said that Liam and Sarah were really good friends and had known each other since they were 6 years old.
How long have you known Sarah? First grade. First grade? Yeah. Yeah. I was actually homeschooled to 7th grade, but we went to CCU together. We're at the beach. That's where I first met her. And what is the extent of the relationship? I would say we're pretty close friends. More over the summer than during the winter, but we still were pretty close. She actually, I'm a lifeguard at Bradley Beach. She was a bad chick, so I saw her pretty much every day over the summer. Bradley? Yeah. That's where she was. Bad chick? Yeah. What beach? Anywhere. All over the place. Yeah, same thing with her? Yeah. She'd be all over the place. Was she ever your girlfriend? No.
Liam explained during his first interview with investigators that he had been homeschooled, but he met Sarah at Sunday school when he was in first grade. The two had never had a romantic relationship, and Sarah would be described by some as a tomboy. While police were at Megan's house, she called Sarah but got her voicemail. She then called Liam and told him the police were on their way over. He lived only a block away and arrived at his house at about 4 a.m.
Liam. You Liam? You got a second? Can I come in and talk to you real quick?
Yeah, no problem.
Is Sarah here by chance? No. When was the last time you talked to her?
I was with her today. I was going to work.
So it was earlier today?
Yeah.
When was the last time you had any kind of contact at all with her?
I mean, we didn't get food today.
You went to work all the time?
4:30.
You haven't talked to her since 4:30? Do you have a cell phone you can reach out to her on?
I actually haven't been able to find her.
Okay.
Calling all day.
Alright, so you haven't been able to talk to you, you don't know where your cell phone is?
Nah.
Never mind, I don't think so. Alright, keep looking for your cell phone, man, because we're trying to find Sarah. What was her mindset last time you talked to her?
I just know she's just trying to get away.
Trying to get away, okay. And has she been a little depressed lately?
Her dad is great.
Okay, and then she's dealing with the loss of her mother. Her dad's in Florida right now, right?
Her dad, yeah. He's coming back today.
Where's her grandma? grandma's actually sick. Where's your grandma at right now? She's not at the house. Where's some family?
Police hoped that Sarah was at Liam's house, but unfortunately she wasn't. They learned that Sarah's grandmother was sick and staying with a friend of the family. The neighborhood that the Stearns and McAtasneys lived in seemed like a tight community, and a neighbor told officers that Grandma was being brought back to her home right then. With that information, they were left with only Sarah to locate. Sarah Stern was born on March 24, 1997, and grew up in the Neptune area, and was an only child to Michael and Carla Stern. She went to Neptune High School and had a large group of friends, including Liam McAtasney and another friend named Preston Taylor. She was never known to date and focused her energy on sports when she was young and then art when she got into high school. Michael worked in maintenance and construction, and Carla owned a bookstore in town. Carla had lost her battle with cancer while Sarah was still in high school, and people said that she and Michael had a very close relationship. Of course, every parent has arguments with their teenage child, but Liam wanted authorities to believe that Sarah's relationship with her father was not as good as other people believed. In the early morning hours of December 3rd, while police were questioning him, Liam took the opportunity to tell the officer that Sarah had been having problems with her father and was talking about going to Canada. Investigators returned to Liam's mother's house the next day to get more information.
I went to work, got home from work, got drunk with my buddy, and then I had a knock on the door at 4 o'clock. Yeah, between 1 and 2, we went to Taco Bell. I did actually, yeah. It wasn't until I went to work that I realized I didn't have it on.
What was she wearing this last time you saw her?
Wearing she was wearing a gray sweatshirt. I couldn't tell you pants or shoes or anything. She could have been wearing jeans. But
do you have anything on that sweatshirt? Like any kind of logo on it?
I think it was just the gray zipper up. Yeah. I know when I got to her house at 1 or 2 o'clock, she was just wearing a red t-shirt and pair of black, running shorts or something.
What do you think? Put on jeans maybe?
Yeah, she went up and got dressed before we went to Taco Bell.
While they were there, he reinforced the idea that Sarah had some mental health issues and had problems with her father.
Give me what's going on with her, like how's she been acting lately? The same? Different?
No.
I mean, you've known her since first grade, you said.
Yeah.
Has she been different than normal lately?
Well,
and for how long?
In the past, she has had a tendency to have self-destructive, suicidal behavior. I actually know that.
How long ago?
Years ago.
And what was it that she would be self-destructive and suicidal? Sorry.
It was over
something
her dad did. I'm not too sure because it was, I think it was my freshman year, sophomore year of high school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in my second year of college right now. 4 or 5 years. But I remember being with my girlfriend. She was completely obsessed with my girlfriend. And something happened with her dad and my girlfriend had to leave to go take care of her. Because she was saying, you don't come here right now, I'm going to kill myself.
So she's made comments like that in the past.
Yeah.
Do you know if she's ever done anything like maybe like cutting or anything like physical that she actually did harm herself?
I have no memory of her actually hurting herself.
While he was talking to the investigators, this was the first time that Liam told them that Sarah had broken her house key and gotten into an argument with her father over the phone. He told them the same story again the first time he was brought in for an interview.
Yeah. I can't say that anything ever got all the time. was with her a week ago, and she broke the key to her house, and her dad called her. She had her on speed, yelling at her, couldn't believe that she did it, right? And then she hangs up the phone, and he calls her right back again, and has the same exact conversation like they didn't do it. They did that 3 or 4 times right in front of me, and the dad just had no recollection that they had already had that argument before. And I was just sitting there like, Sarah, if he's calling you again, he's calling you to argue with you. I don't know, like, you don't have to let him do that to you. You can just not answer the phone, because there's nothing you can say that you haven't already said to him.
So she broke her house key?
Yeah. She bent it.
How did you find out that happened?
She told me, yes. She texted me something.
Liam seems to be extremely cooperative with investigators. He answered all of their questions and gave them a complete timeline of where Sarah was up until he left her house to go to work. He said that they had left in her car sometime between 1 and 2 o'clock that afternoon and went to Taco Bell. There's surveillance video of them going through the drive-thru at 2:20 p.m. A few hours later, he left her house to go to work. His car can be seen on a neighbor's surveillance camera leaving the Stern house that day. Of course, he continued to push the narrative that Sarah was having problems with her father, depressed, and wanted to get away. He also told investigators that she had been suicidal years prior. A search began to locate Sarah. Authorities had divers in the frigid water looking for a body, and volunteers walked the coastline. The bridge was not extremely high above the Shark River, and the river wasn't deep, but the current rushed out into the Atlantic Ocean. It seemed that Liam had thought about that and actually brought the subject up during his first interview.
One thing I want to talk to you guys about was if she did jump off the bridge, what are the odds that she's not somewhere all the way out in the ocean by now? And did she tell you she was going to jump off the bridge? No. If she had told me that she was going to jump off the bridge, there would have been no way that I would have gone to work that night. I went to work and I had one of the best nights of my life. I made a bunch of money, and all my tables were good. I had a great time. It definitely would not have been able to do that if I knew something.
To any good investigator, this would be suspicious. It's very common for killers to insert themselves into an investigation in an effort to try to get bits of information. Details about the case that might help them cover their tracks, and details about how likely it is that evidence may be recovered. It's noticeable to me that the investigators never actually answered his question. I don't know if any suspicion was on Liam at this point in the investigation, but I don't think anything had been ruled out. The search in the water didn't turn up any remains, and though family and friends would organize multiple searches, no sign of Sarah has ever been found. Investigators found 2 surveillance cameras that pointed to the area around where Sarah's car had been abandoned, but it turned out that neither of them had been working. Sarah's neighbors did have a surveillance camera that caught both Sarah and Liam coming and going throughout the day on December 2nd. It looks as though Liam is leaving in the afternoon to go to work, just like he had told investigators. Later that night, at about 11:45 p.m., Sarah's car can be seen on that surveillance camera leaving the house, and it never returns. On December 6th, investigators brought Liam in for an official interview.
You live with me. I live with my roommate, Preston. Yeah, we all went to high school together.
And where are you working at?
Brennan Steakhouse, Neptune City. I also work at Free Willy. It's a Christmas tree place in the mall.
What's it called? Free Willy?
Free Willy.
Liam McAtasney was born on June 29, 1997 in Neptune City, New Jersey. He has an identical twin brother named Seamus, and he also has a sister. His parents, Quinn and Megan McAtasney, separated at some point, but their marital status isn't clear. Liam was homeschooled until the 7th grade when he began attending school with Sarah, who he had been friends with for some time already. It was there that he also became friends with Preston Taylor, and the two would become close as well. After graduating high school, Liam began attending Brookdale Community College.
I'm in my second year of college, so yeah.
You go to Brookdale, you said?
Mm-hmm.
What do you study there?
Psychology. I want to pursue some kind of career in law enforcement.
You do?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that's not gonna happen. It seems that Liam had recently moved out of his house and began sharing a place with Preston. That house was literally a block over, and the two properties' backyards butted against each other. During the interview, investigators asked Liam a little more about Sarah's life. The first year out of high school, Sarah also took classes at Brookdale.
She went to Brookdale last semester, and she just continued some classes. Not last semester. Yeah. Last year, she did a full year. And this year she has
Liam pretty quickly turns the focus of the interview to Sarah having problems with her father and wanting to get away. By now, these statements contradict what everyone else has said about Sarah. Her friends and family said that she was a happy-go-lucky girl and wouldn't hurt herself. They were also adamant that she wouldn't take off without telling anyone, and she definitely wouldn't have just left her dog Buddy. One of her best friends, Carly Draper, told investigators that Sarah had made plans to hang out with her the evening of the photo, making them question her desire to take her own life even more. Obviously, this made investigators question why Liam was telling them this.
that she had money that was supposed to go to her dad from her. That's kind of a big thing over the years. She's always said that she definitely has some trust issues because over the past few weeks, she's been just packaging things up in containers and moving them to other people's houses. I actually have some containers in my basement right now. And there were containers in the Draper's, there were containers in Reynolds' house. I believe there's 3 in my basement, 3 or 4. There's some big crates. Yeah. And then there's one, I haven't looked in it, but I can tell you that one of them is plastic. There would be one red top on it, and the whole inside of it is VHS tapes. I don't know why she would package up, containers this big, just full of VHS. I don't know why anyone would need a VHS tape.
Where are they?
They're just in my basement.
Why did she do those to you?
Because she didn't want her dad to have them.
This is where the subject of Sarah's inheritance came into the picture. It will become an important aspect of the case. It seemed that Sarah had inherited money from her mother and that she kept it in cash. She had some cash in a safe and some other cash in a safety deposit box at the bank. Liam told the investigators about the cash that Sarah had found in her house.
What did she tell you she was stopping the bank?
Something to do with her money. I don't know. She had found money in the Avon house a few months ago. And, she has a lockbox full of money in there. I don't know. She was taking money out, putting money in there.
Lockbox full of money where?
In Carney Bank.
How do you know?
She's told me.
What did she tell you about that?
It's just that that's where her money is.
find?
She said that it must have belonged to her mother. What she thought was her mom left it for her, hid it in the house, so if her dad were to take her money, she would still have money left for her by her mom. That's
How much money?
I couldn't tell you. She never told me. She said it could be. She told me the range. She said it could be from 20 grand to 100 grand. She wasn't sure.
She wasn't sure how much money she found?
Yeah.
That makes sense to you? Sure.
Well, she told me the condition of the money was pretty bad. Like it was all stuck together. All it was old bills. So that could have been a reason for not knowing. You know, some of it was destroyed or the water tank, I'm sure. Whatever could happen over the years.
So she told you she didn't know how much it was?
Yeah.
So Liam was under the impression that Sarah may have had up to $100,000 in cash. This is easily an amount of money that someone might kill over. Of course, Liam continued to push the narrative that Sarah was hiding it from her father. He had previously said that she had trust issues and had been boxing up her belongings and storing them at other people's houses. That was true, but the reasoning behind it was unclear. In the days before her disappearance, Sarah had brought plastic totes and boxes to various people's houses, including Liam's. He had a few of those containers in his basement. Liam told investigators that Michael Stern owned another house nearby in Avon-by-the-Sea, but he was a hoarder and it was too full of stuff to live in. The house they were living in was her grandmother's. Then he told a story about how angry and violent Michael could be.
One of the family members came over and in the bush to walk up the stairs. And direct quote that said, I'll crush their skulls in and burn their houses down. They do that again. He was literally threatening to kill them over a bush. So that might have been the night actually that she Snapchatted me and was saying the day I was asking if he hurt her or anything like that because she was hysterical that night. And I'm not getting screwed for other family members. I know Shirley knows this. No. I have no idea.
She told you this?
Yeah. She told me this, and we actually even spoke about it in front of Shirley. Shirley's daughter.
What was their vote? How was their vote?
He would smash their skulls in and burn their houses.
It's clear that Liam is trying to lead investigators to the idea that Sarah either committed suicide by jumping off the bridge, or that she took off to Canada because her father is such a horrible, violent man. Investigators obviously want to know more details about whether or not Michael had been violent with his daughter.
Did she tell you if her dad hit her with that?
She said that he did.
He did?
Yeah, because, believe me, I've done nothing but just try to find out if there was any physical violence between her and her father. I've always been trying to get that out of her. I've never told her.
What did she say about her dad's girlfriend?
She actually likes the girlfriend. Yeah. She said nothing but good things about the girlfriend.
It doesn't sound like Liam is willing to go so far as to claim Michael was ever physically abusive to Sarah, but he does do a good job of making it sound like the problems between them have been going on for quite some time and that he's been the caring friend who's been looking out for her. It seemed as though investigators might have believed that Liam was covering for Sarah and wanted to know if she really did go to Canada. It's not unusual for a good friend to keep a secret like that.
I'm one of her closest friends. I have no idea why she wouldn't tell me anything before she left. Like the last time I said goodbye to her, it was just like, see you later, I gotta go to work. Nothing. She didn't say anything. But that week, many of her relatives have been over to the house, and I think her name was Michelle, or I don't know, started with an M, but I just remember hearing Sarah say, this might be the last time I see you, because I might be in Canada by the next time. I don't know, something along those lines.
Who did she say that to?
It started with an M. It might be Michelle, it might be Michaela.
Who was that?
It's her Aunt Shirley's daughter.
Aunt Shirley's daughter?
Yeah, that's what I know.
Liam claims that she had told a family member that she might not see her again because she's going to Canada, and I can't find any information that investigators confirmed that. But it's possible she expressed her desire to go to Canada to this person. Liam is likely exaggerating what Sarah said to build on the idea that she ran off to escape her father. After a few hours, the investigators were notified that both Liam's mother and father had hired lawyers for him, and they stopped the interview. But that didn't mean they didn't still have questions, a lot of them. Though the initial idea that Sarah had jumped from the bridge made sense, the more information they got from various people, the more it just didn't seem like what happened. It turned out that there was a second 911 call on the morning of December 3rd, where a man reported the abandoned car on the Route 35 bridge, and this person said he saw a man near the car. That definitely gave authorities pause to write this disappearance off as a suicide. Since they weren't able to question Liam anymore, investigators decided that they would talk to Preston Taylor. He was close to Liam and they lived together, so they hoped to get some clarification from him. Unfortunately, nothing that Preston said made any sense.
Well, next thing we know, 4 in the morning, police came out there before. They asked me a couple questions.
Did you get up here at the door knock?
I didn't even hear it. He just came in and woke me up like 5 minutes after everyone left.
What do you say?
It's like, dude, the police were just here. It's like, what? Just asking a bunch of questions about Sarah. The next morning, we got the news from his mom.
So you're fast asleep at this point? And he comes into your room?
Yeah.
How does he wake you up?
He just opened the door and I woke up.
Okay. You're looking at him like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What? And he tells you the police were there, asking questions about Sarah. Did you say, like, why are you up here? Tell us about the conversation.
I looked at him and was like, what do you mean? He was like, I don't know.
How did he appear?
I didn't really look at him. I absolutely
Initially, this isn't suspicious. He's a young man who had been drinking the night before and was woken up in the middle of the night. It seemed reasonable that he wouldn't be clear on all the details, but what about the next day?
He woke you up the cops come to your park your house on a regular basis. This is the first time you came through.
Yeah. Well, no, it was one time beforehand. We were moving something to the house.
So, Liam wakes up on Saturday and he doesn't talk about Sarah. The cops were just at the house a couple hours earlier asking questions about it. He's not talking about it.
I asked them why they were there, but I really don't remember the conversation. don't remember much after, like, about midnight. Going to bed, like, first, like, hour, I think, like, so I don't drink too often.
So the police came to your house at 4 o'clock in the morning and you're not at least curious as to what it was about? And then the next morning Liam's best friend is missing and he's not talking about it? If my best friend went missing, that's all I'd be talking about. Where could she be? Where could we look? Who can we call? Preston said he asked Liam about it but doesn't remember the conversation. That's weird. Investigators had already seen some red flags with Liam, but now they were sure that something was wrong. Eventually, Preston said that Liam's mom came over and they were crying, but he still doesn't really have any information.
So you're having a conversation with all these people about Sarah, who is, police are at your house, 4 o'clock in the morning. She's missing, you just find out that her car is found on the bridge. Now, Liam's telling you that he was with her. You don't remember anything that he said to you. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
You have no recollection at all about what he told you he did with her. Did he say that he was at her house? Did he say that they went to the movies? Did he say that they went to the beach? What did he say they did? Okay. How did you know that he was in point?
That was asked why they questioned me.
Okay. And did anybody say, what did you do? Nobody?
Liam said he was the last person with her, but nobody wanted to know what they did. Again, if your best friend is missing and you were the last person to see them, wouldn't you be talking about what you did and maybe retracing your steps? According to Preston, Liam said, Sarah's missing and I was the last person to see her, and then they all just shrugged and moved on. Investigators asked Preston what he thought happened.
What do you think happened? Why do you think she jumped?
Now, Liam and Preston are the only two people who believe Sarah jumped off of the bridge. The two best friends who lived together. Authorities were beginning to believe that foul play was more likely than suicide. Unfortunately, they don't have any idea what actually happened, let alone any evidence that would lead them to make an arrest. They continued investigating. They went to Kearney Bank and looked in her safe deposit box. Inside, they found $25,250 in cash. The money was old and in bad shape, and it was the money she had found inside the house in Avon by the Sea. It seemed that only a couple of people knew that Sarah had found that money. Sarah's aunt, who told her not to tell anyone about it, and Liam. So now the question became, why would someone take their own life not long after they found 25 grand? Not that money solves everyone's problems, but why would she lock that money in a safety deposit box if she were going to commit suicide? Or why would she take off and go to Canada and not take that money with her? It wasn't in a checking account, so it's not like she could have accessed the money via a debit card. She would have been in Canada with $25,000 in a metal box in New Jersey. It didn't add up. Anthony Curry was another person that had met Liam in high school, and the two became friends. While still in high school, Anthony started writing and making films. Liam would regularly feed his ideas for short films to Anthony, but it was one particular story that got Anthony thinking differently about his friend. Around Thanksgiving, about a week before Sarah went missing, Anthony was at Liam's house hanging out. Liam told him that he had an idea to kill Sarah, specifically that he was going to strangle her and then throw her off the bridge with the help of a friend. Fast forward a week, and Anthony heard about Sarah's disappearance, but he didn't immediately connect it to Liam's story. He said that Liam would tell him wild stories all the time, and he just didn't put the two together. It wasn't until Liam began contacting Anthony daily, asking to meet him, that he started connecting the dots. Liam would send him messages on Snapchat, which is an app where the messages will eventually disappear. The messages said, quote, "I need to tell you in person," and quote, "I can't say anything on my phone." He also sent a message that said, quote, "My cash is low quality, they wouldn't take it. That's all I can say." This is an important detail because the cash that Sarah had was old and in poor condition. This connects Liam to having the cash that was stolen from Sarah. In January of 2017, Anthony went to authorities about the story that Liam had told him around Thanksgiving. It was then that investigators put a hidden camera in Anthony's car and had him agree to meet with Liam. Based on what the defense will claim during the trial, it's important to note that the video records from before Anthony ever meets Liam, and there's no evidence anywhere that Anthony talked to Liam about auditioning for a role in a movie. On January 31st, the video records for almost 15 minutes while Anthony is driving to a parking lot at Bradley Beach. Liam drove himself there and then got into Anthony's car.
I tripped for like a whole month straight. If you want to. You can't blame me for doing this, right? I gotta shoot you up real quick, alright? No disrespect, okay? No disrespect, okay? Yeah, I got the FBI on my ass, dude.
Liam pats Anthony down to make sure he's not wearing a wire. After that, he immediately blurts out that he killed Sarah. Anthony would later say in an interview that it was like Liam was itching to tell someone. He explained that he was questioned by law enforcement that the case had moved up the federal level and now he had the FBI looking at it.
That's not even the worst part. The worst part is I thought I was walking out $50 grand, $100 grand in my pocket. She had one thing, when she took money out, she only had 10 grand. And this money, I don't know if it's worth or something, it's fucking old money, horrible cash. I don't even know if I can put it in the fucking thing. Looks sketchy, looks like you guys money, especially for fellow investigation. Look, you're looking for the guy who has fucking old money. Right, because it's probably like the old dollar bills and shit. It's not like the new shit. It's the $100 bills is new. Yeah. Nothing's trying to eat. Oh, man. What's she telling me? Huh? She's telling me. Yeah. And I didn't even get a quarter of it.
This asshole is casually talking about killing a friend he had since he was 6 years old. Someone that people said was one of his best and closest friends. And he's ranting about how he wasn't able to steal enough money from him. The sheer nerve of someone to kill a friend, someone who trusted him, over money and then complain that they didn't get enough money is absolutely insane. This is exactly the person who should be in prison for the rest of their lives. He isn't a human being. In the video, he told Anthony that he hid the money in Sandy Hook and that he and Preston had gone to rob a drug dealer earlier that day, but it turned out that the guy had moved. They found his new house and were planning to rob him the next day. Despite hearing his friend confess to murder, Anthony is still the voice of reason and tells Liam that maybe they shouldn't be robbing people while the FBI were investigating them. Seems reasonable enough, but Liam thinks he's smarter than the authorities.
I had planned Sarah's situation for me to be interrogated by cops. Like, that was the whole part of my plan, to make me look not guilty. Like,
did you know?
You didn't hear about it? It was all over the news.
Right, but I didn't know if you went to.
Yeah. And the worst part is, we threw her off the bridge, and the body never showed up.
It's probably frozen.
It's probably all the way out in the ocean.
She's probably all the way out in the ocean. Man, where have we heard that before? The worst part about this video is how absolutely proud of himself Liam seems. He's so smug, and as if confessing to murder isn't enough, he describes exactly how he did it.
She goes to walk out the front door. I choke her out, drag her. My biggest problem was the dog, and her dog laid there and watched as I killed her. Didn't do anything. Her fucking dog. What kind of dog? Yeah, what kind of dog is that? It's like some.
Was it a big dog?
It looks like a beagle, but it's like the size of a Great Dane.
Nobody was there?
No, nobody was there. Even her dad wasn't there. He was in Florida.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah. So, I have to leave. I fucking dropped my phone at Sarah's house. My phone was at Sarah's house. Like...
Wait, you left your phone?
Yeah, I lost it. I couldn't find it. I had to go to work. I had timed everything out so that...
Why did you take your phone? You should have left it in your fucking pocket.
Dude.
What were you doing?
Strangling someone? I couldn't find it, dude. It ended up being out in the driveway.
Oh, it must have dropped at you.
It must have dropped when I was crawling to get in the car. But I choke her out, drag her into the back, put her in the bathroom, and then I had to go straight to work. So Preston came over, took the body, put it in the bushes, and then I was at work. I had a full, night of work, except I left work a couple times, which looks sketchy. I looked for my phone, though, which is a reasonable, thing to do.
Yeah, you had to look for your phone. Yeah,
which is kind of, me losing my phone is kind of a good thing, because the cops are like, oh, he's hanging out with her, he lost his phone, he's going back and forth between his house looking for it. And then I get off work that night, go straight over. Preston and I go over to her house, take her safe, bring that over to my house before we do anything. Then we take her body out of the bushes and drag it over to her back fence, and I crawl, get into her car, and I back up. There's a security camera across the street, so I had to act like her. I watched her every time she backed out. She did the same thing, so I backed out exactly like she did and drove off. No, I put her in the passenger seat of her own car, and then Preston and I had to walk the car to communicate with. She used it again. So I was driving, and I had her buckled in the passenger.
So she looks like she's just sleeping.
She's just sitting up.
Liam planned this murder out months in advance and had enlisted Preston to help him. He killed her before he went to work and had Preston hide her body in the bushes. Liam mentions that he couldn't find his phone before he went to work, which comes up a lot in other videos. Every time he talks to law enforcement, he mentions that he lost his phone, but it doesn't ever seem to implicate him in anything, so I don't feel like it's a big part of the story. It seems that Liam lost his phone somewhere at Sarah's house, and he wants investigators to know that in case they find it there. He wants to make sure they know he lost it earlier in the day and that it doesn't make him a suspect. It helps that he lost his phone before he went to work, and other people corroborated that he was missing his phone when he got there. It's not clear when his phone was found, but I believe it was in her driveway and, at least for a while, it may have been theorized that it fell out of his pocket when he got in his car to go to work. After Liam got off work, he and Preston took her to the bridge.
My plan
was, for me, I underestimated my own strength and how much a dead body would weigh. Because...
It's lit weight.
Yeah. I got up on top of the bridge to throw her off. My plan was I was going to throw her off, run over, jump over the divider, and get into Preston's car. And I go up, open the door, unhook her, pull her out, start dragging her to throw her over, and then cars start coming up. I see like headlights coming. I try to get her over and I can't. Fuck my leg up. Like the weight from her body, like made me fall, and my leg like went up. So now I'm limping, my leg's fucked up, and there's 3 cars coming up. So I grab her body. Dude, I had superhuman strength, and I threw it in the car, and I fucking picked it up, and her feet were up here, and her head was down there, and 3 cars go by, and I'm fucking losing my shit, because that easily could have been a cop.
Yeah.
And then...
I mean, the police station is like right there.
Yeah. And then Preston comes over the bridge, goes around, makes a U-turn, comes up behind me. The 2 of us start the body over, and then we're out.
Oh, so you needed help?
I needed help, yeah.
During the trial, the defense claimed that video was Liam auditioning for a role. That's what Liam's mother still believes, and at least in her case, I can understand a mother not wanting to accept that her son is a cold, emotionless killer. But as a trial defense, it's beyond ridiculous. In order for that to be true, Anthony went to the police expressing fake concern about a story Liam told him. Authorities put a hidden camera in Anthony's car, and then Anthony told Liam ahead of time to meet him in a parking lot, get into his car, and immediately begin auditioning for a role. No talking about it ahead of time, straight into character. Oh, and that character was him admitting to killing Sarah for money. It doesn't make sense. In that scenario, Anthony would have to have some motivation to frame Liam. Maybe Anthony was the killer, but he didn't live in Neptune City anymore, didn't spend any time with Sarah, and likely had no knowledge of the cash she had found. He would have had to drive there from New York, kill her and dump her body, then steal her money and bury 2 safes in the area before driving back to New York. No. The defense probably meant that this wasn't an audition that was set up ahead of time, and Liam just acted in an attempt to impress his friend who was a filmmaker. So he made up a story, and then Preston confessed to participating in that made-up story. There's a buried safe that perfectly matches what Liam said in his made-up story. Or maybe Preston killed Sarah and is framing Liam. But then how did Liam make up a story that perfectly matched the murder that someone else committed? And Preston would have only known about the money Sarah had found if Liam had told him. How could Liam have made up a story claiming to have gotten the exact same amount of money that was actually stolen? It doesn't make sense. What happened to Sarah is either a convoluted conspiracy theory about Liam being framed for her murder, or he killed her and confessed on hidden camera. Which is more likely? The next day, police arrested Liam and Preston. Liam refused to talk to the police, but Preston spilled everything.
You gotta lay it out for us as to why it happened, right? And why you did what you did. How much money are we talking about?
So she had anywhere from upwards of
Meliodas.
Okay. Where did you get the money?
From her mom when she passed away. She found she found a box in their own house now that they keep just for storage that had like a whole bunch of money. He wanted to try his own as much as possible.
Okay. Did he tell you ahead of time that he was going to do this?
Yeah.
Right. How long do you think he planned to do this?
About a month. Which wasn't too serious at first.
Okay. Do you remember the first time he told you about it?
The first time he told me about it, him and Sean came into Clancy's where I was working, and he just said,
like, no intentions at this time, but Sarah just found a bunch of money, and that was it. And then it wasn't until about a month or two later he said that he was coming up with the idea.
Okay, what did he tell you he planned on doing?
Taking her out and then find somewhere to dispose of the body.
Okay, when you say taking her out, what do you mean?
Strangling her.
Okay. And then he was going to dispose of her body? All right, did he tell you what he planned to do with her body?
No.
Preston admitted that Liam had told him about the money that Sarah had found and came up with a plan to strangle her and steal the money. He goes on to tell investigators that on December 2nd, Liam came home before he went to work and told him that he had killed Sarah. Liam asked him to go to her house, hide her body, and look for his phone. Preston looked around but couldn't find the phone, so then he dragged Sarah's body out the back door and put it in the bushes. Then he went back home and waited for Liam to get off work.
When he came home from work, he told me, okay, follow me. And we went over. He grabbed a safe, put it in my car, and then he got Sarah's body into Sarah's car, took her car, had me go meet him, like intersect at the bridge.
Okay.
And when I got up to the bridge, he'd already put her over and he jumped in my car.
And he jumped in your car?
Yeah.
All right.
Not only did Preston confess to exactly what he and Liam had done, but he took investigators to her house and pointed out exactly what he had done the night of December 2nd.
Dragged her over here and kind of sat her under the bushes right here.
These are the bushes that you placed Sarah in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
Yes.
how did you position her when you brought her out here?
She was just laying on her side like this.
Okay, which direction was her face?
Facing outward.
Okay.
And with her feet down here and her head up here.
Okay, so her head was up here and her face was facing Detective Catalana?
Yeah.
Okay. And what type of position was she in? Was she laying on her side? Was she laying flat? Was she laying on her stomach with her head turned?
She was laying on her left side.
Preston walked the investigators through exactly how he had hidden Sarah's body, then he showed them exactly what they did with it once Liam got off work.
So you're carrying Sarah by her legs? Are her legs dragging on the ground or are they up in the air?
I was like holding them up in the air.
And what part of Sarah's body was laying below?
Her torso.
Okay.
And we carried her over to this fence near the safe was. Hoisted her up and over, threw the safe over, the two of us jumped over, and I got in my vehicle, and Liam got in Sarah's vehicle.
Okay. And when you say you hoisted Sarah over, can you just explain how you did that and what happened when you hoisted her over this fence?
Liam jumped over the fence first. I lifted her up. He grabbed her by the torso from the other side of the fence and pulled her over as I lifted her legs up. So,
did Liam maintain control of her once she was over the fence, or did she drop onto the ground?
He kept hold of her.
Okay. Now, you said you threw the safe, so you picked the safe up from this side and threw it over onto the other side?
Yeah.
And then you jumped the fence?
Yes.
Okay. Who put the safe in the car? Do you recall? If you don't remember, that's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. At any point, did Sarah's car come any closer to where Sarah was located at this point, with Liam on the side, or how did she get from here to the car?
Liam dragged her over to the car and sat her in the passenger seat while I was putting the safe in my car.
Okay. And did you see him dragging her?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he drag her from this location right to where her car was?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened when he got to the car? Did you help him put Sarah in the car?
I helped him keep her in while I got the door closed, yeah.
Okay. And how was she positioned in the car?
Sitting upright.
Okay. Did she have a seatbelt on?
No.
Okay. If somebody were driving down the road and looking into that car, what would they see?
They would have seen Liam driving a car and Sarah assuming that she was asleep in the passenger seat.
Okay. And what happens after Sarah's in the car?
Liam made the K-turn and took off. I made the K-turn right behind him, and we both made a right out of this dead end. And where I kept going straight, he made a right and took some roundabout way of getting over to the bridge.
And you traveled to which bridge?
The 35 bridge to Belmar, going southbound.
Was that the last time that you traveled to Sarah's house?
Yes.
When they returned, Liam took a safe out of Sarah's house and put it into Preston's car. Then he and Preston loaded Sarah into her own car. They sat Sarah in the passenger seat, and according to them, if anyone saw their car on their way to the bridge, it would just look like Liam was driving and Sarah was asleep in the passenger seat. The plan was for Liam to pull onto the shoulder going southbound on the bridge, while Preston pulled over going northbound. Liam was supposed to pull Sarah out of the car, throw her body off the bridge, run across the road, and hop into Preston's car. But it seemed he wasn't strong enough to do that on his own.
What is the reason why your car was first parked on the...
I gotta watch something else, just kind of killing the vibe. I don't want to vibe killed. Let's talk about Ukraine bridges and Russia. Fucking Christ.
So I recently came back to Twitter. Please follow me. I legitimately have 0 followers. I have no friends. After being banned unfairly, I promise you guys I didn't tweet anything crazy. And the reason why I made this Twitter account is because someone was pretending to be me. I don't want him to tweet anything on the podcast, and then someone's gonna use it against me like sensitive said this and that. So that's why I came back to Twitter. This is the only official one, okay? Just want to make that very clear. Anyways, let's just get back into the topic. I make my new account, and then this is one of the first tweets I see while I was scrolling. He says, "This is her without makeup. Definitely mid." This guy's talking about the actress Margot Robbie, aka Harley Quinn, aka the Barbie movie, which I will be seeing. And because she's trendy and she's popular because of the movie that's coming out, he decided to make a tweet about her, right? And it completely blew up. It got 62 million likes. And just for reference, this is a guy calling her mid. It's always
Bro, she's not even mid. She's like kind of cute though. What the fuck?
Mid, calling her mid is fucking crazy. If she's mid, then that means that all of us are lower than mid. We're all like ugly as fuck. We're all hideous. We shouldn't go outside. When you look like this, I don't think you should be speaking. When you yourself are not even mid, you're like a 1 out of 10 on a good day, my brother. I think everyone could agree she's not mid. Like, yeah, she's pretty good looking, right? This person says, I wonder if your looks would improve with some makeup. Just completely ratioing the guy. This one says, if she's mid, then you're a 1. He responds with, if that's true, then why do women hit on me every time I leave the house?
Bro, that's a
Huge,
fucking
humongous,
cap.
muy grande cap on this.
Yeah.
Are you really telling me
Such
this
fucking
guy right
cap.
here gets hit on every single time he goes out? He goes to the supermarket for some beans. Yo, you're so hot, let me blow you. He goes to the gas station. Oh yeah, you're so hot, gas is on me. Like, this guy has to be
Ain't
trolling.
no
This guy's
way.
like 40 years
Delusional.
old acting like this. My man, you do not get hit on every single time you leave the house. Everyone is flawed. We're all humans. There is not a perfect human being. And let me just say this, you're far from it. This person says she's a 10. He responds with whatever you say, Coomer. So I guess by his logic, if you think Margot Robbie is hot, you're a cock and you're a Coomer.
She was the only good thing about the
What the fuck is
Suicide
wrong
Squad.
with
She
you?
was the only
And no,
good
I
thing
am not
about
some
the-
crazy
Actually, no, don't
male
say that,
feminist who
and so
speaks
did-
on behalf of women
and
like
the
a
record.
lot of other
You know what,
YouTubers
that
do,
movie was
which is
good.
cringe
That
and
movie was good.
ridiculous, and you should
I
not be
hate it.
speaking
I
about
liked
that
it.
if you're not
I
a
fucking
woman.
killed
I'm
them.
just a guy who saw this tweet. I'm like, yeah, she's not ugly. You know, she's fairly attractive. I think if Margot Robbie stare at this guy or just give him a quick little glance, this guy will be cleaning his pants. 99% of men would. Okay, respectfully. This one says, have you seen a woman in real life? I see dozens every day. Your mom and your daughter.
Your
do not
mom.
count. This person with a base profile picture says, Nick, brother, look at yourself, please. He says, why do I need to look at myself? I get hit on my women all the time. That says it all. This guy's typing and acting like a middle schooler who got flirted with once. Oh yeah, all the women want me. They all want the Nick. Stop pretending all women look at you the second you step into the room. They're like, oh my god, is that Nick? Is that Nicholas fucking Belorda? Oh, I'm so wet. Oh my god, why am I tripping from everywhere? It's Nick Belorda right here. I'm pretty sure you haven't seen a woman naked ever since you came out of your mom's pussy, okay? This person says, my brother in Christ, have you seen yourself? Yes, I have. I also noticed all the women hitting on me whenever I leave the house. Cap. Becky makes this little PowerPoint presentation on why she's ugly. I imagine this poster as a super fat ass sitting in his mom's basement handling Cheetos. That's what I do on the daily. It's such a beta move to pretend you can feel the shoes of a real man. What the fuck? So here he gives some examples on why she's mid. This is some pretty incel shit right here. Like, imagine going to this lane to criticize a celebrity who doesn't even really fucking exist. Like, it's so cringe and ridiculous that we're out here doing this shit. They're looking for any quote-unquote imperfection, and she's not bold. She looks just fine. Chubby lower half nose. Like, bro, who the fuck is looking at all of these small details? I doubt she cares, okay? I doubt anyone cares. It's so fucking cringe and ridiculous that a loser like Nick right here is out here making these fucking PowerPoint presentations, taking time out of his day to look at a picture of her for a long time to see what kind of flaws they have. Meanwhile, once again, it looks like this, and any of these quote-unquote critics, and they can be
Bro got big ass
right back
ears,
to it. It's so easy to tear
uneven
anyone apart
hairline.
like that. They can do it to me. They can do
I'm
it
not
to
gonna say
you.
nothing about
But I
that,
think it's just a waste of time. Like, who the fuck is actually looking at every single little detail about that person? It's like no one's perfect. The situation, Robbie, is just so fucking straight. He takes pictures like a fucking 50-year-old dad. Like, dude, you're straight up a loser. Seek help. Seek therapy. Because if you look at every single woman you might potentially be in love with or in a relationship with, no one's going to be up to your standards, which are ridiculously high. I mean, if Margot Robbie is mid, with that said, what are you guys think of this situation? Do you think she's mid? I don't know. I don't think Margot Robbie is mid. I think she's a pretty attractive woman, you know, respectfully. And I think anyone would agree with me, right? Whether you're a man, woman, whatever, you will be like, yeah, she's cute.
She
You know,
just
she's
looks
good looking.
that's
She's
it.
not mid or ugly. Like, what the
Debate
fuck?
about.
What are users saying retarded shit part 2 billion? Please don't forget to like this video, subscribe, and share, and follow my Twitter, because I'm new and have no friends. Thank you. Love you.
Head
Bye.
ass. Forced to return. My boy got no followers. My boy got followers.
Seemed like he was no longer trying to be likable whatsoever. In another venture of his, the Below the Belt series, which is simultaneously titled Food Truck Diaries and Fight Talk, because Brendan can't seem to settle on a name if his life depended on it, Brendan would frequently screw up the names of the fighters he was talking about. This was jarring, since part of the appeal of the show, which was greenlit by the TV network Showtime, was having someone with a background
Brendan Schwab video specifically. I don't give a fuck about him. I listened to the first part. It was about Amy Schumer, which a lot of it was good.
I'm someone who says, go and follow your dreams. If you don't want to go to school and you want to make music, movies, YouTube, Twitch, do it. Of course, responsibly. Follow your dreams, get that bag, do whatever makes you happy. It's something that I believe in, and I will believe into the end of times, until I take my last breath, and I'm like, please subscribe with notifications on, and I pass away. But today I found the exception. I found someone who shouldn't be doing this. Today I found someone who should go back to school, because this ain't it. Can I remember the last time I reacted to TikTok cringe? It's been quite a long time, but I just kept seeing this going around on Instagram, and I got a few DMs and talk about it, but like, and there's this TikToker on TikTok Live called Pinky Doll, who streams herself saying nothing, just making sounds like GG, gang gang, pee pee, wee wee, touch me right there, I like it, you know, that kind of stuff, for like $2.
Ice cream so good. Ice cream so good. Yes, 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 yes. Ooh, yes, 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 yes.
NPCs
yes,
are
yes,
real,
yes.
bro.
Take your Blake, take your Jace, gang gang.
No, the video
What the fuck is
freeze
that?
up. Yes,
I can't even do that in the
NPC
Mexican.
we're watching.
I have that curl. I have.
I honestly do think begging
can't do
for
that
money
curl.
on a little
Oh,
cup,
no,
I
never
think
mind,
that's
I
more
just did it.
respectable than this. I think making videos on YouTube is a way more respectful thing than doing this on TikTok Live. I've seen a lot of these roses. Apparently, the content creator gets 1.4 US cents. It's not like she's making millions of dollars. If you get 100 of those, you're not really gonna be moving to Beverly Hills anytime soon. The fact that people are willing to give this woman money just because I guess she's odd, she's attractive, she got her titties out, so give me money. I think the scariest part is the fact that there's a lot of kids watching TikTok and a lot of kids who use TikTok, which I have my own thoughts on, and I don't think they should be on TikTok. I really hope someone does a study on a kid who watches TikTok since they're like 2 years old, all the way to they're like 20, 25 years old, and see how that affects your brain. Now, I will do a lot of things for money. If someone said, yo, Sensitive, what would you do for $10 million? Would you collab with Adam22, Destiny, and iDubbbz? I probably would for $10 million, right? But I think that's the lowest I would ever go. I didn't see myself doing this 5 years ago, and I did not see myself doing this in 5 years. What shocks me the most is the fact that there's an audience for this type of stuff, and I'm going to take a wild guess and assume that a lot of the people who are watching her on TikTok Live are a lot of simps who just see chest, they see breasts, and they're like, here's 10,000 roses, please have them, please get in contact with me. Which is pretty pathetic. I think spending your money on OnlyFans or giving these type of people your money. If you're gonna donate to a YouTuber, a Twitch streamer, do it because they're working hard, their videos are bangers, they make you laugh, they entertain you. But this, you're giving them money for them to say cup, CCC, I love kids, you know, that kind of stuff.
Ice cream so good. Take your Lopez. Slap.
I don't know how you can do that and not go insane.
Yeah, strong woman. Double skip, eliminate. Yes, 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 yes. Fire. Meow, meow. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. That's fire. Meow. Take your order. Money gun, I got your name. Wow, a lot of good. For you. Gang, gang.
Now, I'm gonna pause right there because I don't want to give you guys brain damage. I don't want to be the reason why you guys seek therapy. I would love to see a study on how it affects her.
How is that? Like, dude, it's affecting me.
I'm trying to get to the money, which is great for you. I'm glad. For how long can you do this before you go actually fucking insane and you're sleeping at night?
Yes,
and all you
gang,
hear is
gang. Fuck, bro. I should make those myself.
ADP. This is a YouTuber telling you to go and get a real job. This inspires me to quit YouTube and go and get a real job. I'm like, god damn.
Ooh, take your Tori, take your Lena, take your Mochi. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. Balloon.
Oh, I can get all three. Dude, that's so busted.
You got it,
dude, this is my new favorite item.
You got me feeling like a queen. Yeah, you know I got paid top dollar for that. He's like negative 30,000 in debt. He's like, I gotta save it to Pinky Doll. I gotta let her know that I love her and support her. Please, here's my last dollar. You know, I'm not really into politics, but like, can there be a petition to ban TikTok? Can we get Donald Trump back so he can fully ban TikTok? Just something interesting that I see. How is this a real thing? Congrats on securing the bag of insecure losers overall. No hate to her, it's just really fucking strange, really fucking weird. And the craziest part of everything is the fact that this is probably not even the most insane thing on TikTok Live. Just very interesting era we're living in. That's what I'm going to say. Some people might compare this to like being a YouTuber, and let me just say that they're completely wrong and they have no idea what they're talking about. I have more respect for Twitch streamers who just sit on their fat ass and eat Chinese food all all day and react to other people's videos. I have
Literally
more
me
respect
right
for
now.
them than any TikToker, than any TikTok live streamer.
Hey, bro,
a
I'm
lot of
getting
things in life, one cannot guarantee, but one thing I'm pretty certain of is that in about 6 months, this person is definitely going to be in therapy for doing this.
Oh, what is that? Yeah, strong woman.
For 6 hours every day. That's going to get you locked up in a fucking asylum, and I'm praying for her. Anyways, please subscribe and subscribe. I'm seeing your super chats. Thank you. Donate. Give me money. Subscribe.
Yes, donate, subscribe.
And the exit clause is executed. Medea cannot lapse in any part of this agreement. Any exception at all will execute the clause. Exit clause. Bella can exit this agreement at any time. Bella agrees she will not exit this agreement unless she has made a full analysis of our relationship and is completely sure that her well-being is contingent on me not interacting with her at all, that she does not want any more time spent hearing from me. Medea agrees to move on with life. I mean, there's some weird relationship going on here. Here we can see like some spamming of DMs. I would argue the strongest evidence that this is too mad is him spamming Donda over and over with emojis, as well as
Donda. What did you do, bro? See, this
on my time on YouTube as a viewer, I've seen a lot of people come and go. And before we get into this situation, I just want to say the following. No, I was never a 2Mad fan. I don't care for him. And that's not because I'm this soy boy, this sensitive snowflake. No, I've said this multiple times. I like edgy humor. I like dark humor. And I think you should be able to joke about anything and everyone. I don't think anyone should be safe. I don't think anyone should be a protected group. Because at that point, you're not treating everyone equally. Not everyone's the same. But regarding 2Mad, I just never found that guy funny. I thought he was like, okay. And he has like 2 million subscribers, so clearly he's a very successful YouTuber. And 2Mad is a perfect example of someone self-destructing their whole YouTube career on Twitter. In case you guys have no idea what happened, 2Mad made this joke. This is how everything started. Someone on Twitter said, post like 1 million times on Twitter, please log off and take some sort of break. You look like you have no life right now. The reason why is because 2Mad tweets about 30 to 60 times per day, if not more, sometimes hitting the hundreds. He's legitimately addicted to Twitter, and he hasn't uploaded for almost a year, so now we know why he's on Twitter so much, because he's a lazy fuck. He does nothing else besides being on Twitter. So he responded to that tweet by saying, I have a girlfriend, bro. Now, in case you guys don't know who this is some trans girl who got stabbed to death. And like I said, all jokes should be fine, no one should be protected, but at least be kind of funny. This is like when people want to be racist and say half-assed racist comments, and I always say, if you're going to be racist, do it the right way, or else you look like a fucking moron. And if you're gonna be edgy, do it the right way. Where's the punchline? And this is what started his downfall. After this, he completely lost his shit. And after getting completely called out by Twitter for this is one of his many responses. A furry crying. Okay, now this is funny. Then one of his next tweets was, if you are a grown-ass man, after getting called out by everyone on Twitter, this is how he's reacting, this is how he's engaging. It's pretty pathetic. Instead of saying, yo guys, my bad, I apologize, I know that, and just leave it at that, right? Make it your kid tweet, stop tweeting. But no, this guy is so stupid and unfunny. He continues to tweet nonsense. Then he says, if I get Subway, is it fake? You know, I don't think this is the best way to respond to, you know, your career being fucking dumb and over. I mean, just look at these recent tweets. Does this seem like the most mentally stable guy? Tweeting ridiculous stuff instead of apologizing and owning up to it. This is a grown-ass man who turns 23 this year. Maybe he was 16, I could give him a pass, but as a 23-year-old guy, I don't think I could do that, chief. And on top of that, after everything went down, someone accused him of sexual assault. You know, it's Twitter. You know the allegations are gonna come every single day. It happens, right? And for the record, these are all allegations for now. This is a video that 2Mad sent to the victim and he sexually assaulted, allegedly. Feeling bad and remorseful. I'll just play for you guys and we'll continue.
I am literally driving, but I'm literally in Oregon, fucking Washington, Oregon. Yeah, okay. Apologies. Alright. So I can't take the damage with a gun, but I'll try my best. Yeah, I at least want to take responsibility for what the fuck I did, you know, like the way I treated you and like viewed you, this is not like okay. Like I pushed past your fucking boundaries just for like my own fucking self-serving reasons. I made like sexual advances you weren't comfortable with, you know what I mean? And I truly do like regret all of that like so much. I never wanted you to like fear for your safety or anything,
But like I understand it's like how you felt, and I'm going to therapy. Genuinely, I'm going to therapy. I'm working fucking. That shit is tough.
I guess credit to him for doing the bare minimum in this situation, allegedly. But something that's actually fucking hilarious is the fact that he's recording this message. Oh yeah, sorry, I was such an asshole to you. Sorry, this and that. While he's driving, like this guy legitimately couldn't stop and pull over. Shortly after that video leaked, he tweets this: "How do I unfall off after sexual assault allegations? Buy my ass, please." You know, I think the best way to handle the situation is directly with the person. If not, make a public post, show proof. And we have an unexpected appearance by Jalen, my favorite YouTuber of all time. He says, "Please delete your account. This is so cringe." You know, this got 22 likes, but the replies were absolutely cooking him. Bro, you're even more weird than Too Mad. Jalen, while you're correct, this is mad ironic. I'm gonna stop you right there. Dude, you should be the last person who speaks about this. You should be the last person telling them they're cringe. When you're the definition of unhinged and cringe and all the cringes there is. You should not be speaking. You do not belong in this conversation. I don't know how you got here, but please get out. And then Too Mad tweets the best, well, tweet he's ever done in his entire life by simply putting a skull emoji and taking a picture of Jalen's Twitter account. Extremely rare Too Mad W, but anyone who shits on Jalen, I like them just a little bit. Anyone who shits on Jalen is on my good book. In all seriousness, then he continues to tweet stuff like this. About 2 weeks after everything went down, I love believing women. 81% of women experience harassment and verbal, you know, making fun of them. And ever since then, he's lost about 100,000 followers. And on June alone, he tweeted 2,000 times, over 2,000 times. Do you know how many times you have to tweet in order for you to hit 2,407 likes in 30 days? He's also lost about 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I guess it's pretty safe to say this guy's career is over. I don't think he could come back from this. He rarely fucking uploads. He's lost over 100,000 of his fans. Like, it's over. This guy ruined his own career on Twitter.
Like, take whatever the fuck parts of my brain, or just like let me act that way. I'm like, I'm 1,000% sure I'll never do it to anyone else. You know, but fucking sorry for making you wait for this deal.
This does not make him look good at all. Him admitting to it and him admit to making this girl not feeling safe and him doing weird stuff and him getting help for all of this, like, it really doesn't look that good. Once again, these are all allegations for now, you know, and I'm sure if he gets his lawyers involved, the lawyers are going to press him about why did you send this video? This makes you look even worse. I get maybe the guild was eating him alive. I don't know. I'm not the guy, right? All we can do is speculate and be like, maybe this, maybe that. I think everyone could agree with me here, whether you like Too Mad or don't. This does not look good at all. But what do you guys think of this situation? And I mean all of it. Not only these allegations, but everything overall. With that said, thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe if you're new. I would really appreciate it. And don't forget to like. Thanks so much for watching. Appreciate you. And with that said, I'll see you next time.
To be honest, Jaden isn't everything Twitter, low-key. It's not even his fault. Like, he happens to have beef with this person. He's gonna follow this person out of it.
Natty Forces is a commentary channel reporting on trending YouTube drama with a lot of very serious allegations against them, but this isn't the only channel they've had. This channel, the Natty one, is fairly irrelevant in this situation. It will be mentioned, but we're mainly going to be talking about his old YouTube account, an account called Natrix, when she was a Roblox YouTuber. And in case you guys don't know, Roblox is a kids game. I'm pretty sure everyone has heard of it, but in case you haven't, Roblox is a game mainly played by kids. They would talk about Roblox news, Roblox drama, and calling out people for clickbait or Roblox. In a nutshell, yes, they were a Roblox YouTuber who was 19 years old at the time, because that's where everything went down. That's where his most disgusting, creepy, and degenerate activity went down. Out of respect for YouTube, the platform, and because I want this video to stay up, Natty, Natrox, whatever you guys want to call it, they're male to female, so I will be referring to them as her. Once again, I want this video to stay up, and I don't want this video to go down because of quote-unquote misgendering. Today, I'm sticking to the rules. I think it's finally time to talk about this creepy Roblox YouTuber who continues to get away with it to this day. That said, let's just get right into it. Natrox started their YouTube channel back in November 6th of 2015. They didn't see any success until they started talking about Roblox, and I'm guessing they saw the cash coming in. They were like, okay, I want a piece of that, so I'm just going to start making Roblox type of content. And I mean, he got to 130,000 subscribers in just making Roblox content, so it worked out pretty well for her. Shortly after that, he claims that his channel got hacked, but his origins are Roblox, and even to this day, she still makes content about Roblox every now and then. And what kind of people play Roblox the most? Kids. Kids who are anywhere from from the ages 6 to 13. She has thousands of followers on Twitter. This person had quite the following, and this following situation is one of many, and I mean many times Natty shared porn and explicit images with kids, with his fans. This situation involves Natty and another person named Sandra. Back in 2019, these two had some kind of relationship, quote unquote. It looks like they were just playing along and pretending to date, which kind of cringe when you're 19 years old, but this is some of the tweets I stumbled upon. They were pretending to be on a date on Roblox. Here we have them on a dinner date. Here we have them on a Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to stay to the script, but this is pathetic. Imagine being 19 years old and you're out here doing this instead of doing this in the real world. Now, I remember doing this type of shit when Club Penguin was out, and I was like 7 or 8 years old. Now, when I was 19, especially knowing their fans were like 7 years old, it felt sad and cringe. But when things start getting weird is when they started posting memes to their Twitter accounts. Let me show this one. This is Natty getting head from Sandra. Sandra responds with this. You know, kind of inappropriate. Kind of weird that you will be sharing this with your fans. We're like 7 years old. They follow you because they want to know what's the newest Roblox drama, this, and that. They don't follow you for your horny memes because you're fucked up in the head. Like, you gotta read the room and know your fucking audience, dude. Like, you were 19 posting these memes, and this wasn't the only time. We have a lot more screenshots to go over, and it might be extremely harmful for the mind of a little kid. People like you should never, ever have a platform. Retweeting his quote-unquote girlfriend's funny, quirky memes, and they're kind of explicit, whatever this is, on Roblox, because they're a fucking degenerate fucking loser. We have a animation of Roblox right here, and Natty retweeting it, showing it to his fans. So Sandra shared this one. Natty took a screenshot and posted it to Discord. It wasn't enough that this person, Natty, shared it on Twitter and retweeted it. He thought it would be extremely hilarious for him to do it all over again, but this time on Discord. This person says, why is a 19-year-old posting hentai when he most likely knows he has a lot of underage fans? Like, there's no excuse for this. Even if I had a Discord, which I will never have because fuck Discord, but even if I had one, despite knowing that my audience are not 5-year-olds, you know, I would still ban this content because I don't think anyone should see it. It's content that I don't like. It's content that I don't care for, and if anyone were to post this, I would ban them immediately. And that's knowing that my audience is mainly people who are like 14 all the way to 27, right? Maybe a little older, but they're not 6 years old, dude. But you were a kids YouTuber, you were a Roblox YouTuber sharing sexually explicit Roblox images and sending them to God knows who. These two people have thousands of followers on their Twitters, and this is the kind of stuff they posted on the daily on Twitter and Discord. And I'm sorry to say this is not the worst thing they posted or did back between the years of 2018 and 2020. I also found this tweet from March of 2019, 2 months before all of the previous stuff that we just talked about went down. This wasn't a one-time mistake. This is something that was ongoing, and people told her multiple times over many months to stop this behavior because of the fan base she had. Here's a tweet from March 8th of 2019. Natharox, Sandra, can you two please stop posting porn to your Discords and Twitters? Thousands of kids follow the two of you, and it's pretty bad to expose mine to this. I don't care how y'all are feeling, we should not be doing that. It makes me think there's a lot more that has been lost.
Bro, he's playing Pac-Man? I need to play that game.
Barely getting started. Let's talk about the Snapchats. So cool. Picture this, you join a Discord server. About 20 minutes later, you get a DM asking for your Snapchat, which is already a crazy red flag. A few minutes later, you get this picture in your inbox. Back when Natty was 18 years old,
kind of weird
she added I was younger, and like the rational human being that Natty is, she proceeded to send this text messages shortly after knowing them. Hey, come back, please. I'm better than Jamie. Send. Just trying to get some over Discord.
I know, I should have known better not to give
picture
people
himself with his tongue out, implying he was going to be eating that virtual budget for the night over Discord, and I would give them the benefit of the doubt if they were like 12 and they just discovered what sex is. But amigo, you were like 18, 19 years old here. What's even weirder is that the person Natty was talking to was between the ages of 12 and 14. So, yeah, not looking very good there, Natty. That's some EDP 445 behavior right here. And then he sent these audios. At the time, no one really knew how old this person was, the crazy girl was, but Natty never asked for their age before interacting with them, which is the #1 rule everyone should follow, whether you're an influencer, just a normal fucking person, right? Before you do the deed, you always ask for their age. It's something that should just be engraved in your mind. How do you send these messages and these audios without knowing how old they are? You always ask for the age before you whip your dick out. You don't whip it out, and then ask. That's how you end up in jail, because no one knew the age, people on Discord started guessing, and Natty, after sending those audios and pics, said she thinks the girl was 14 years old. Very interesting situation. Now, this last situation, in my opinion, is the worst. I think this is the one that makes me sick, and that's the sewing machine situation. I think that's one of the most sick and disgusting things you can do. So let me set the stage. Natty, who was 19 years old at the time of this call, was on Discord chilling, as he mainly does because that's all he does, because he doesn't have any friends. He was on Discord sitting with some fans, and she thinks it'll be extremely hilarious to share this video out of nowhere of a man putting his, how do I say this, his junk, his wee-wee, his amigo, through his sewing machine, exposing this to minors, little kids on his Discord server.
I'm gonna post a cool video. I'm gonna post a cool video to check in. You should watch it. It involves sewing. It involves.
I don't want to watch that.
No. Yeah, we're just. It's not my taste.
No, I mean, I do know there's 13-year-olds in here and younger.
Dog, he was I mean, if it's younger, then you should ban them, and you're gonna get banned if you keep them on the server. So.
I mean, it's not my server.
Like, be honest. There goes that audio.
I'll have you know I'm the owner.
Yeah, I'm just.
I would hang out with. Now, I basically came up with the claim that, and this isn't an excuse, but I basically suggested it may have been because of my autism that I spent so much time in these groups because I wasn't socializing IRL like in school. I shot video to a public server that I knew anyone could access. I was just like, yeah, I've seen this shit before. Funny joke, XD prank.
No. And my man, my woman, whatever you are, that is not a joke. That's just you being a fucking weirdo and having these sick videos in your hard drive ready to go and send to people. She legitimately dropped this in front of kids with no prior warning. This isn't being edgy or having a dark sense of humor. This is just being a fucking freak. Your core audience were 7-year-old kids who followed you for the latest, craziest, quirkiest Roblox news.
Man, I want to know what that Roblox news is today.
Follow you on Twitter or join your freaking Discord. You will be sharing porn and spamming these disgusting videos. And I truly feel bad for them because this reminds me back when I was a kid and I used to play Club Penguin. And I just can't imagine being 7 years old. This wasn't out at the time, but let's just say it was. And I'm watching YouTubers and they talk about the newest update. And I go and follow their Twitter and follow their fucking Discord and join it. And I get spammed with disgusting bloody videos with Club Penguin porn. And I just, you know, that would fuck me up. No matter how many times she says it, no matter how many times she denies it, Natty is a mentally unstable freak. You need to take accountability for your actions and just own up to it. You are sick, you are mentally unstable, and you should have a platform. I think it's super ironic that they make videos about Roblox predators and ADP. Nope. When clearly she does have the best track record. Thank you so much for watching. Like this video and please subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Many more videos like this to come. I love you. I'll see you next time, alright? Peace.
This video will contain content not suitable for all viewers. It's about true crime stuff, so viewer discretion is advised. True crime YouTube is a genre that has exploded in the last few years and really become one of the most popular mainstays of the online world. Channels like JCS Psychology, Wendigoon, and many others have risen to the forefront and built huge audiences from talking about morbid, obscene, and disturbing stuff. Now, full disclosure, I like a lot of these channels, I find the stuff they do interesting, but one of those channels has gone too far, and I think it's something that more people should be talking about because it honestly disgusts me. True crime YouTuber charging audience for autopsy photo of murder victim. Zavgirl mostly covers breaking news stories and like new releases of footage or new information from various true crime stories, such as the Chris Watts case. But most recently, she decided to cover the story of Gannon Scotch. He was an 11-year-old boy from Colorado who was a part of what seemed to be a grand old happy family, but in January of 2020 he went missing and nobody knew where he went. His body was then found in a suitcase under a bridge hundreds of miles away in Florida. As it turns out, his 39-year-old stepmother was the main suspect in the case, and she recently was sentenced to life in prison for her crime. And for context of just how horrific this was, Scotch apparently stabbed him 18 times before hitting him in the head and shooting him. Extremely brutal stuff here. It's a horrific crime. It's disgusting. And obviously when you're talking about a case like that, you need to tread lightly. You need to kind of, you know, you're on thin ice. It's a disturbing case, and it's very recent as well. Prosecutors in the case claim that Scotch killed Gannon to hurt her husband, who was away at a National Guard deployment at the time of Gannon's disappearance and death. The judge also said he believes Stosh was motivated by hatred and jealousy of Gannon's mother, Lauren Bullard, according to AP. Before Stosh's sentencing in court on Monday, Gannon's father spoke to the courtroom and requested that her sentencing include a year for every mile she drove from Colorado to Florida, where she dumped Gannon's body in 2020, according to local affiliate Fox 21 News. The outlet reported that the judge told Stosh, "You took away everything Gannon was and everything he could have been." So this family's having a very hard time, obviously. They're grieving. And the perpetrator, who was Gannon's father's wife, okay, his stepmother, has just been sentenced to life in prison. It's so horrific that it feels like something out of a movie. Well, naturally, true crime YouTubers got a hold of this, and one of the people who picked up on the story was Zavgirl. But instead of covering the story in a tasteful manner and doing it justice and just trying to detail all the facts of the situation, she had a different approach. She decided to charge $3 a month on her Patreon page for people to view photos of the kid's dead body. And not only that, but she's now defending this decision in statements where she basically makes the case that yes, she did do that, but this is transformative content, okay? She's not ripping anyone off. She's transforming the content of the autopsy photos, and that's what makes it okay, guys. That's what makes it fine, okay? She's no plagiarist. She's not stealing anything. She is making content. Hey you all, so I got a bunch of Letitia Stoch case files I'm going to be releasing. So there's some new videos and info, and also some videos they played in court, but the quality wasn't the best, so I have the originals where it's not from a recording of a crooked TV screen. Lol. So if you're interested, keep your eyes out for my videos. I'm going to get them out as fast as I can. There's some that might take me longer, because for instance, all the text messages I like to read for you. So those will take me some time, but I'm going to try to get them out as soon as I can. And the comments of this are filled with people talking about how gross it is that she decided to release photos of the kid's mangled and destroyed body on her Patreon for profit. A BA in psychology? I find that hard to believe. You didn't imagine the backlash you would get for doing something so reprehensible, for re-victimizing a family by distributing autopsy photos of a child behind a paywall. I hope you're happy with the money you've made exploiting a victim. Victims you claim to give a voice to. Zav, as you know, I've watched you for many years. I even called in to defend you on Queen Bee's channel when they were attacking you for your approach on the Kylie Rodney case. But this situation with Gannon's autopsy photos is just inexcusable. To say that I'm disappointed is an understatement. I'm disturbed. Thought you were better than to do that. Also, your catty dismissive comments to your viewers who disagree with you featuring graphic images of a murdered child makes it so much worse. You do not have any children. If you did, you would feel differently. My son is the same age as Gannon. What you did is wrong, and you need to do some serious soul searching. Bye, Tiff. Now, after seeing all this controversy and some articles published about it, Zavgirl decided to make a long public statement talking about it and why she feels she did not do anything wrong here, which is insane to me because when you're doing this true crime stuff, there's a level of integrity and a sort of line you have to walk, right? Because at the end of the day, all true crime videos are in nature somewhat exploiting this stuff, right? But you have to do it in the right way and do it tastefully in a way that won't upset the victims, won't upset the families involved, and is not, you know, directly making money off of like something so obscene, right? Like you can make money off of the story, but making money off of distributing pictures of the dead kid, that's obviously a step too far. Well, here's what Zavgirl said, because she apparently doesn't feel bad for this at all.
I have followed the Letitia Stout case closely, and it was actually during the trial that I made the official records request. I requested all the video, audio, and written records. I made no request for autopsy photos. I wanted all trial records, but my main interests were interviews with Letitia. The autopsy photos just happened to be in the files. I believe many of my images were already shown during the televised trial, and I saw the photos on other public YouTube channels that live streamed the trial and shared the evidence. I didn't think any of the images were new. These photos were already public, although the video I put together with the coroner's voice was my own creation. I chose to put the video on Patreon because of the sensitive nature of the evidence. Putting the evidence behind a paywall meant added security, and I naively thought they wouldn't. The video I created with a voice from the coroner wasn't meant to be shared outside of Patreon, and I chose not to put the photos on YouTube, a public forum, where the views would have allowed me to make more money, and the photos would be seen by more people. Because the video was placed behind a paywall, rumors about the images not being blurred or being different than what was shown in trial started to surface. No photos shows genitalia. I have made no jokes about the photos. I don't even cuss on my channel, and I would never allow derogatory remarks about a victim. I realized my intentions were not communicated well. My channel style was sort of me hanging out with friends and speaking off the cuff, and I did not articulate my reasons or think my decision. At this time, my Patreon website has been shut down. I am not sharing any of the photos or video anywhere, although you can see the photos published on other popular sites. Nothing you see is from me, nor will ever be. Family, I have no words.
Now you think that victim wanted to get into that shit? Oh yeah, boys get together.
She tried to make like an intellectual argument as to why she needed to distribute this and why she did nothing wrong. Big brain take here. I want to address what's going on right now with the Gannon autopsy/coroner video I created. Unfortunately, this seems to be something where people are very divided on how they feel about it, and I'm hearing a lot from both sides. Let's be real, you're not hearing from both sides. You're hearing one side angry at you, and then you are in your own little corner in your hug box being like, well guys, we need to hear both sides of the aisle, okay? Maybe there's people who agree with me. Nobody agrees with you. The reality of the situation is that different people feel differently about this. Some people genuinely think the video, including the autopsy photos, is bad, and I respect their opinion and feelings. Other people, like myself, think of autopsy photos in the corner discussing thus explaining them as interesting and informative and are able to view them in a more scientific and detached way. It's just one of those things where it depends on the person. I'm not adamantly against taking down the video if people are truly unhappy with it, and I will absolutely consider doing this. Right now, it seems that there are a lot of other people who are acting in bad faith and creating lies for fun and excitement in order to pit others against me. I understand some of you have issues with me charging money on Patreon for the video. If I was charging money for the autopsy files alone or something like that, I'd see your point. But in this case, I spent a lot of time and worked hard. You worked hard, really, putting together a video lining up the coroner's audio and description, along with the appropriate part of the photo she's describing, and editing it together to try and make it as informative as possible for the viewer. That is what I am charging for, which I would hope you can agree is understandable. I actually do not agree. It's not understandable. It's straight up deplorable. It's not like she's just releasing this material publicly for people to have for archival purposes or anything like that. This is not education. She's advertising the photos of a dead kid's body as a way for her to make money. It's extremely disturbing to spread these types of images so carelessly. Unlike most cases where there's an argument for educational or documentary context, this feels like a step over the line, as this directly exploiting the victim and the family's misfortune for a spectacle. You're capitalizing on the demand to see an 11-year-old's dead body and marketing yourself with it and monetizing it. You're withholding info from the public, which firstly undermines any potential altruistic purpose or educational purpose. You're withholding that, instead trying to profit from dangling the photo of a dead child's body in front of your audience. It feels similar to the Porsche girl case, where the family was constantly reminded of the worst moment of their lives, because once it got online, the internet spammed them with photos of their daughter's mangled corpse. Like, if this is so educational, please explain the educational value or constructive benefit of showing this to anyone, and please explain why charging $3 a month is necessary for that as well. Like, if it is for that purpose, which is already pretty out there and dumb in my mind, but whatever, maybe we can take your word for it, why do you need to directly make money from it? To me, it feels like you got a hold of these photos and we're like, ooh, how can I directly profit from pictures of a dead person? I got the scoop. How can I make this into content in the most tasteless manner possible? It really is nasty, man. Now, Gannon Stosh's father also did an interview talking about this and how he finds it pretty reprehensible, and it forced him to relive the trauma of the situation, which, like, obviously it did.
We just finished the trial just over 2 months ago, Brian, and now we're having to kind of relive some of this stuff and not being able to put it behind us.
I think for me, like, what really pushed it over the edge was the charging the money. I mean, obviously posting it alone would be disgusting, but then charging money to see those photos, it's really awful.
The word I use to describe it is evil. The world got enough information from the trial to have every discussion they want to have. Why do we need to go out freedom of information request and pay for this kind of information and then dishonor my son by putting these photos out there like that? I mean, the world got to see it. I don't know how well you followed it, but the only day I chose not to come to the trial was the day that they showed the autopsy photos. Now I feel like I can't even go on YouTube without the possibility of accidentally coming across these photos.
Now, when asked if he would pursue legal action, Al Stotch said, "I'm just emotionally and psychologically and financially maxed out from the last 3+ years of this process. To take legal action, I don't know if I have that in me." So it seems like she's not going to get sued or anything like that. He's not going to, really target her. He just doesn't have it emotionally in him, and I don't blame him for that. That being said, I hope Zap Girl learns her lesson here and does not do something like this again, because it reflects poorly on the true crime community in general, and beyond that, the more important issue, obviously, is that it clearly hurt one of the victims in this case. I think that when covering stuff like this, you have to be super careful with how you report it and conduct yourself, and it sucks to see someone go about it in such a scummy way. You guys know me, I'm not really someone to, moral F-slur about a lot of this stuff, because I find that really cringy, but with this one in particular, I found it pretty outrageous and insulting. I don't know. I feel for the family. I hope that nobody does stuff like this again, even though they undoubtedly will at some point. Hopefully, at least everyone involved in this situation learned their lessons. And if you liked this video, consider becoming a member. For $5 a month, you get access to exclusive podcasts, unreleased videos, and the members-only Minecraft server. Thanks so much to all of my YouTube members who fund my content.
Tiny Violin the 5th horseman on Classic WoW. He already made history. He did. He made history.
7/11.
How am I
The
watching
day
this?
the Earth stood still. The day that 30.
Oh, it was.
6 very brave hardcore champions were killed in what can only be called an act of hardcore terrorism. Chat, today we have the opportunity to sit down with one of Classic WoW's biggest villains. The man that recently wiped an entire 40-man hardcore raid roster.
Bruh.
Tiny Violin. First off, Mr. Tiny Violin, thank you for making
Uh-huh.
this interview. We've been trying to set this up for a couple of days. I know you've got a very busy work schedule. How was your day at work today?
It was good. Before we start, though, I'd like to give you a brief introduction for those people out there who don't know me.
Okay.
Please, okay.
Here we go.
So, in Classic,
Yeah, this one was an inside job, too, by the way.
was wronged out of Scareboard and ATS.
Wait,
And then created
what?
So, in Classic, I was wronged out of Scareboard and ATS.
There it is.
Villain
That's
story.
right.
I then created 16 accounts.
So this is the villain backstory.
Yeah.
Faction PvP. Dispelling buffs is an intended Blizzard mechanic.
No, it's not. Kevin Jordan literally didn't even know that the buffs were dispellable. He literally said it wasn't. The world buffs, he said they weren't, but that's fine. It's fine. But just to clarify.
I then played with Blizzard employee named Wolf Job, so he confirmed that the driving factor. So anyone who likes Chrono Bloom has been this. After Classic, I kept playing Vanilla since it's my favorite expansion, private servers, Season of Mastery, and eventually I found Earth 4.
Yeah, he wasn't dispelling. It wasn't about the buffs. It was about sending a message.
It's a 60 in hardcore, and I played with HE Elite for about a year. I made friends with a lot of people in the guild, and I was one of the reasons they got so far. Without me, logs weren't putting out curses, some fairy fires, EA, some warriors.
How the fuck do these people not know how to play the game? It's a one-button game. Warriors, what the fuck is going? How are these people, bro? I don't even feel bad anymore. How do you fuck this up?
After every raid, I did a lot of
Fuck that shit up.
documentation.
Honestly, I don't
made
even play
sure
WoW,
you
but
know how they
still, you should know how to play the game.
And after raids, I played scriptly with them. I made a lot of friends in the guild. But eventually, I began to see some corruption in the guild. So the rules at the start were,
See, the guild was corrupt?
much more strict. You couldn't use non-hardcore tunes for help. For example, you can't use a non-hardcore priest for mic control for sun buff. Some of my friends got birthed.
Talking of the sun buff is the war chief's blessing.
Booted early on for this exact reason. But once AQ Next came into question, more and more people showed up with Prent buff, but they actually refused to explain how they got it. So I actually learned.
So he thinks that because, and also like Tiny Violin, remember his specialty is world buffs. That's like his area. You know, like whenever they bring in, you know, there's like a TLC documentary about something like some pizzeria in New York, and they bring in like a fat guy with a mustache, and his title is cheese, like you know, 1700s cheese expert. Well, this guy here is classic World of Warcraft world buffs expert.
Oh god.
So he would know.
He would know because he's been playing that long,
else.
motherfucker. I've been playing these other games.
A lot of them had actually died and they just felt that their add-ons to keep playing. The rules were different for different people.
If any other way,
I brought up the Brent buff issue in Discord, and the response from leadership was hardcore servers.
Like in Warframe,
on top of this,
I mean, realistically, they can't. Like, you can't micromanage what people do outside of raid time, and you can only control like what are they gonna say? What are they gonna do if somebody got the Ren Black Hand buff? Like what like how can you like realistically arbitrate this?
Very corrupt. There's leaked audio of Blue Council just stating, you know, I want these items and taking them. The same players who didn't even understand Ignite.
Leaked audio, where is it? Okay.
Mechanics were in charge of this Blue Council. So tension in H Elite was getting high, people were unhappy. I would call out bad players in Discord and people would praise me, others would hate me. It became polarizing.
Yeah. used to have a rule back in the old days that every single night that I would raid lead, someone would quit the guild. It was like a quota.
Eventually, I realized the true spirit of vanilla hardcore was lost, and we weren't doing an official hardcore run. None of this would have been possible on an actual hardcore server, since majority of the guild had actually cheated. I started warning my friends that Judgment Day was near, and I was looking to put
That's smart. Judgment Day.
a stop to what I thought was fake hardcore.
Yeah.
I actually
That makes
messaged
sense.
all my friends and told them beforehand there would be an incident in tonight's snacks.
So.
And I actually do have proof of people that were warned. Maybe they didn't believe me, but I can show you off stream some screenshots.
So did he tell him, like, don't come to school today? Is that pretty much what he said?
Damn, bro. Don't come to school tomorrow. That's fucked up.
Oh my god.
After the wipe, a lot of people were relieved. I got some thank you and I got some death.
I died.
But the corruption
He
didn't.
said they were relieved. That's the best part about it. Finally, we've been released from this torment.
Stop there. After a lot of the HC characters died, they started entering BGs. They actually died again since the game was over for them. But then Dell had a change of heart and decided to go back into KT. So these people actually told them that they went into BGs and died, but he just brushed it off and just said he wanted to go back into Max. Like, this was my problem with the situation. It was truly never hardcore. It was a fake accomplishment the entire time.
Well, of course it is, because it's not an accomplishment to begin with. But okay, sure.
Okay, right now I'm running on normal and one button.
One button game with one button boss. Okay. Oh, fuck. But, alright.
Okay, let's unpackage all of that. We're going to do that over the course of the interview. Thank you for showing up once again. Over the last 2 or 3 days, I've seen people dismiss your behavior as your depressed, hate-filled, basement-dwelling psychopath. Did you say any of that is true?
All of it's true, yeah.
Oh, not at all. I'm like the happiest person ever.
I would be too if I was him. Well, like, I saw his channel today, he had 600 viewers. Well, like, you run an ad at 600 viewers, you make money. You make like over $100. I was never.
That, you can make. Oh my god.
People. The one thing that could always bring me joy was somebody else's lack of it. No, I understand this very well.
I don't give a fuck about it.
I love playing vanilla WoW, and I have a blast doing it.
But if I make myself happy,
okay. I've also seen people calling you
that's a win-win, you know?
Osama bin Laden of hardcore community, and that you're a
Oh, that makes sense, because, like, you know, the 7-11 thing.
poor terrorist.
9/11.
What's your response to that?
I don't think so. Like,
I mean, he's basically Osama bin Laden. Yeah, he did, you know, kind of the same thing, right? I mean, it's got to be kind of close, right? This is kind of like, it's basically, yeah.
That was really helpful with the community. Like I mentioned earlier, like I would help them with like log reviews. I was really helpful with the community. I don't know why they call me a terrorist.
Okay.
As I said, I don't think he's like a terrorist, though. I think he's like a farmer. You know? Like a livestock farmer. Where like you raise cattle up.
It's not really a bird, he's a reptile, but still. We all look confused out here.
That's what's
So, this was not an accident. You were memeing a little bit, you were joking around when you made the comment about being in the wrong corner. This was intentional, yeah?
Shot itself.
So, like, even though this is clearly not a grief, but the problem is everyone would try to mass report me. So, in my best interest, I had to pretend it was the wrong corner. But Judgment Day was coming, and I talked to a few people I trusted the most, and I had to play it off as a raid accident, but at the end of the day, this was Judgment Day.
So it wasn't really a grief, and this is actually a very good point that he brings up. He wasn't really griefing them. It was just simply Judgment Day.
Yep, that's
so
true.
I mean, is that griefing?
No, but it's not griefing. That's Judgment Day.
Well, no. I mean, judges are in real life. Are they griefing people? No. They're two different things. It's a good point.
Okay, so just to be clear, considering it was Judgment Day, this was not an accident. Judgment Day was premeditated.
Well, it's not griefing. It was just said Judgment Day.
Yeah. That makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah, griefing. That
Right,
was
because it's just like, because griefing. How is? I mean, is God griefing on Judgment Day? No.
No.
No, that's
That'd be the ultimate grief,
that's
though.
what he does.
Or there's not a lot of nuance to it. I'm not
God,
sure.
the ultimate griefer, though. He
Sure
took
the
away
word
my
griefing is
family.
terminologically
God took
but
my family away,
prior
guys.
to this raid, you knew that you were going to do this.
So
wife,
it's,
took
I
my
like to
kids.
give you an analogy. So, like, you know, like killing a killer, is it really a bad thing if you kill another killer?
Yeah, now we're talking the ethics of that. You said that other people
Bro avoided
knew
the whole question.
in this raid.
That's a very good fucking point. That's it, an eye for an eye, brother. Yep, there it is. Because it's not griefing, it was just judgment. It was like it was something that just needed to happen. It doesn't really matter who did it. It matters that it happened.
That Judgment Day was going to happen. Is that true?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I can show you screenshots off screen. I warned my friends to read it. I don't know if they believed me or.
A small violin played a sad song in the hall from Naxxramas. Horseman massacre. Wrong corner. Every man's dead. Never return to life. Stone drink cannot save you. Careful from the yellow light.
Oh yeah, Randomizer was good.
They were
3 of them.
beforehand.
Okay, and so the people that were warned, were these people that you were friends with or that had been kind to you, or did you... How did these people figure out?
Yeah, he told them not to go straight.
They were just like they were good players. We had a kind of a similar mindset. You know, we wanted to min-max our characters. You know, we wanted to do well. They were just like cool people that I like genuinely enjoyed hanging around.
Okay, and you're not comfortable saying any of these names publicly right now, but you'll tell me afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, you don't want to give away that you're a co-conspirator.
Exactly.
I mean, that's gonna make you look bad.
Make them look bad too. I don't want them to look bad.
Yeah, first rule of Fight Club.
If we're gonna look bad, it's gonna be me type shit.
Do you think any of these people you told were sort of on your side, and they were happy to see that it happened? Or were they like, I hope the Judgment Day does not happen?
Honestly, I think they were relieved. Like, there was a lot of issues with the game.
Because if you live in a world full of sin, and sin is all around you, and you're forced to live in sin, there must be a time where you know that Judgment Day is coming, and you offer your body up to God, and say, God, please save me in whatever way you deem necessary.
With the cheating, people weren't happy about that. The favoritism, how some people got special treatment. Like, how can this person do this, but it's not okay for the rest of the community? The loot was super corrupt. Basically, like, it was. I guess it might have been mixed feelings for them. Like, at the end of the day, like, they understood why it was done. Like, I believe that they understood.
That's the thing, right? It's the Old Testament. Like, let's be honest, God is a dick. He's a much
God's
bigger
the best
asshole than
creeper,
Satan is. But you have to understand that it's part of his plan.
Oh God. Amen, Lord. Don't smite me. I've asked for death before.
Like,
Don't
I'll
smite
give you an
me.
example. A hunter got Badge of the Swarm Guard. He got the choker from AQ40 and Badge of the Swarm Guard. Like, the loot was like completely fucked. Like, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, so you would say...
I don't think that's a big deal. Like, Badge of the Swarm Guard, who cares? The game's so easy, you're gonna kill every boss in 20 seconds anyway.
Exactly.
The reason why Judgment Day was
It's no
necessary
longer
is
hardcore
because
WoW
of
though. Like, if you got
corruption within the hardcore elite community, and also selective
Like, Warframe
enforcement of the
will never ask for
hardcore
shit.
rules.
I'm
Is that
talking
pretty
about
much why
shit.
Judgment Day was necessary in your mind?
Absolutely, it was ruining the spirit of vanilla. It's not real hardcore.
It is now.
Okay. Switching topics here for a minute. Okay, I'll let you go ahead.
Like, these players would not survive on a real hardcore server.
He said that wouldn't last a day.
So this is like, again, this is like, so you're saying like natural selection.
Oh God. That is natural selection.
When did he first get the idea to do it just for a day? Was it the full year?
Let me ask you this. I've seen some screenshots floating around of Team Muggsy giving you some information regarding this event happening.
Yep.
To what degree is Team Muggsy involved in this?
So, Team Muggsy was saying a lot of things like playing flashbang sounds, and he got mad I didn't give him credit, but if you look at the timestamp, he was messaging me 5 minutes before Paul. Like, he just wanted his 15 minutes of fame.
Oh, so you're saying Team Muggsy was
So people were saying that T Muggsy was the actual mastermind, but no, he wasn't the mastermind. Tiny Violin was the actual mastermind, and T Muggsy was just trying to coattail onto them.
Oh God, I hate when people do that shit. Like,
latching on to
I mean,
Judgment Day after it had already been planned.
Oh, absolutely. Like, someone obviously told him it was about to happen, and so while the raid leader was explaining the fight, he was messaging me on Discord. So, like, like, the stuff he was saying, like the flashbang and stuff, like, the outcome would have been the same, regardless whether.
He says, I think it will trip out when my mob is in the middle of a mal, but whatever, this is the best strat. If you have threat, it will look very normal, it will be very focused on Thane. So taunt, count 5, move to Thane, do I stand on Thane? Just be near the stack. Man, they're gonna be so choked. This is gonna be amazing.
Whether he messaged me or not.
Okay, I just want to double back for one moment real fast. I'm stepping away from Team Muggsy. So, you said you've been playing in Hardcore Elite for how long? 6 months or so?
Yeah, over 6 months.
Okay, and so when you first entered the Hardcore Elite community, was Judgment Day your intention, or did you just feel like it needed to happen after you had experienced after already being in the community?
Oh, no, God, no. Like, when I first joined, like, I'm just a vanilla WoW enjoyer.
So he was a good boy.
He was a good boy until they turned him into a bad boy.
Just God-fearing, American Christian world buff dispeller.
He turned into the Joker, bro.
That had no bad intentions. But when he saw the evil and the sin in the soul of this community, he knew that there had to be divine retribution.
On God, literally on God.
All it takes is one bad buff.
Like I said, it's my favorite expansion. I love WoW. It's just all these things started to happen, and I just, like I said, I just started to realize, like, it wasn't real hardcore. Like, I made friends, and I still plan on playing with some of these people in you know, the next iteration, whether it's Psalm 2 or you know, official hardcore. But I just started realizing that this wasn't really hardcore. Like, these achievements and accomplishments were meaningless.
Now, let me ask you this. I've seen rumors swirling around that you were actually financially incentivized to carry out and execute Judgment Day.
That's what they always say for it. He's financially incentivized.
Or so after Judgment Day had been executed. Were you?
Well, I don't think that he was paid off for it. I just think people were happy that it happened. I don't think he was paid off. No way. Sorry, there was an ant that got on my monitor. I had to cut him in half with the scissors. But we got him. It's good.
We got him.
Paid off by someone to do this.
No, I did this because they were ruining the spirit of hardcore and vanilla. Like, what they were doing was not right. I even told people not to give me subs because it was never about the money. Like, I've been streaming for years. I'm not a nobody. I'm a small to medium-sized Twitch streamer. And I'll give you an example of someone like Crix. for someone like Crix to say I'm a nobody is false. It's never been about getting popular. I actually used to like Crix, and I watched his streams, but the guy is going around all over social media. I see him on Reddit, on YouTube videos, every Twitch chat that talks about me. I don't know what I did to him. Maybe he voted for Joe Biden or something. And I offended him, but he's going around saying I had no followers before. He's saying I was a nobody. In reality, I already had a decent following. I was a small to medium streamer. Usually had a...
Apparently, he was on a spider web. I didn't even know this, but I had a spider in my on my. He's been living in my monitor. He's dead now.
Don't kill a spider, bro.
I mean, the thing is, like, he streamed kind of regularly, and he streamed apparently more in April 2021, and I feel like, yeah. I mean, 20 viewers, that's pretty good. And you can see, look at the titles. Death equals Petri. Death equals Petri. Death equals Petri. Max DDKP diaper run. Let's read some of these more of these titles here. Do we have any other titles? So you can see how he began to get disillusioned. You see how this is? And it was somewhere, like maybe it wasn't 6 months, because he put death equals delete, but then something happened where it was death equals Petri.
Around 100 viewers during my HC streams. So it's disrespectful for someone to say, you know, oh, he's a nobody streamer. And, you know, it would actually demotivate a lot of small streamers to hear something like that.
Who are you supporting in the upcoming 2024 US?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not a US citizen of Canada, so...
Oh, you're Canadian, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
I didn't think a Canadian would be capable of this, actually. It's actually surprising. I wouldn't have expected that.
Let me ask you this. So you're saying you were not paid any real money to carry out these acts. So the idea is anyone that subbed or gifted subs to you as a result of this, Judgment Day, Exclusion, these are just people that are in favor of this act.
Well, so, like, these players are going back into Nax after dying in Battlegrounds. Like, what do you think about that?
Let me put it this way. I am happy we're getting official service.
Am I the only person who doesn't really think it matters that much? Like, I've always said before that, like, I think that, like, getting griefed and losing your character is, like, kind of cringe. It's, like, not really supposed to happen. So, like, if they go in and they do a battleground or something like that, like, why do battlegrounds count in the first place, right? It's just weird. I don't know. I think it's just, like, the... I think that people's rule system with Hardcore Classic is, like, very distorted.
On which there will be no appeals or resurrections.
You should be able to do BGs. Yeah, I think you should.
You know, here's actually a great follow-up question. What are your plans for the upcoming official race? Do you plan on future Judgment Days on the official Hardcore servers?
No, so I actually, like, absolutely not. I plan on leading the Horde. I have an entire army that will follow me there. Like, right now, I'm currently managing 2 Nax raids on White Main Era. We started doing Nax with people literally in green here a month ago. Like, we're doing an hour, 20-minute Nax, and we started from nothing. We'll be doing sub 60-minute runs soon. Like, we're the best and fastest guild on Era. And, like, it took other guilds 2 years to get where we are now. Like, we're gonna roll forward, and, you know, we're gonna crush it over there.
What would you say to the thousands, perhaps even millions of people that are tuning in right now that are condemning your actions, thinking that you should be banned for what is allegedly griefing? What would you say to those people?
Well, it's not griefing. Like, that's the thing. Like, what I did was not griefing. It's like I said, it's judgment. Like,
very good point. Yeah, how could it be griefing if it's Judgment Day? You see? Do you see kind of what? Do you see the argument there? Because how could it be if it's something? How could it be one thing if it's something else?
Exactly. Your Honor, how can it be a hate crime if I love doing it?
Honestly, it had to be done, and anyone that experienced
it had to be done.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, bro. I mean, true. Someone had to do it.
Right. So it's like, wasn't even grief. Like honestly, like if anybody should get banned for griefing, it's the rest of the people in the guild, because they're the ones that were not really playing hardcore.
Oh god.
They were the ones that were filing appeals and stuff. So like, if anybody should get banned, it should be them. He's the only person that shouldn't get banned.
They just hear one side of the story. They just, you know, hear I'm a griefer and they believe it, but it's just not true. It's not griefing.
Okay, so it's not griefing, but if it was, they deserved it. Is that what it is?
It's just Judgment Day. Like Alex was right, and all these guys were cheaters. Like there were a bunch of phonies, and you know, someone had to do it.
Somebody had to do it. And so really it's not, it was like it was a force of nature. It needed to happen. Somebody was going to do it. Somebody needed to do it. So is it really his fault for doing it when it was going to happen anyway?
Yeah, it really was. Like, think about it. Like, if you're doing shit,
do you think Judgment Day having happened
yeah.
empowers other not other because you're not a griefer? Do you think it empowers future?
I mean, there's always going to be griefers out there. I mean, there's probably going to be copycats that regardless whether this happens, there's always people out there that are sick in the head and are going to try to ruin people's fun. But in the long run, like guilds have learned their lesson. Like they can't cheat, or there will be consequences. So short term, maybe it had some negative impact, but long term, I really do believe it will save the community.
So he basically, like, they died for everybody else to live. To see, like, and so what he's saying is that if your guild in hardcore is doing things that are unethical, wrong, sinful, or immoral, it is not your option, but your responsibility to ruin the raid. It's like that is what, because it's not even really you doing it. It's just that it's happening.
Okay, and so I think we might have already kind of touched on this a little bit, but coming off on the official hardcore
for the rest
servers, do you think that this sort of dungeon or raid is a problem?
I don't think so. Like who, like, people like to talk about like a long con or whatever, but like, who's gonna invest that much time to play with people this long, like with the intent to grief them? Like,
most of the time I don't think that's what happens. I think what happens is that somebody gets passed over. Like, this is what happened with me one time, is I did a GDKP raid, and the raid didn't go the way I wanted it to. So what I did is I tried to get paid twice from the guild, from the raid leader, and he wouldn't pay me twice. Because you know how you get in line and like then they would trade you? Well, I got in line again. And so he didn't give me the money 2 times. And so then I went into trade chat and I started spamming that he was a scammer and they wouldn't give me any money. Eventually he paid me the second time. And why did I do this? Because the raid took too long. It pissed me off. We should have killed more bosses. We didn't. The guy was an idiot. Fuck him. Because fuck him, that's why. That's right. So whenever I joined the raid, I planned on just doing the GDKP and everything going well. But because of what happened, my priorities changed.
Exactly, bro. Someone's being a dickhead or not knowing what you leave, or you start
yes, in the eyes of the law, yes, I have committed a great crime. But in the eyes of God, I am amongst him. Yep.
Oh God.
I just don't see it personally. I mean, there's some sick people out there. I don't know, but
alright, bro, I gotta go because this shit is not good.
I think I think it'll be fine on official servers.
And just to be clear, that's not what you did. You did not engage in a long con. This was not your.
But this is what I'm saying though. It's like the long con idea. That's the point. Is that, I wouldn't really do this to a guild. But if I didn't get Ash Condi, and that like a hunter got it instead, at that point, it might be a different situation.
Plan from day one. You were just a man that had been pushed.
Yeah,
far
like Ash's
growth.
Bar, yeah.
It's like I said, it was just it was a fake hardcore. It wasn't real. The achievements were nothing. Like the first guild to kill KT deserves to do it on an official server that is a regulated server. You can't cheat the rules.
Have you heard? I actually don't know if this is true. Have you heard this idea that
That
this
was exactly
raid
cheating. I
that
don't know
you
what the fuck
wiped
it's
the other day? Sorry, that Judgment Day wiped the other day. They're just going to continue and go and try to kill KT. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I think it's ridiculous.
Corrupt complexity, corrupt admins, savior tiny violin, brought justice, crybaby hardcore players, Judgment Day, based Chad violin. I think that's what they should have done. Like, they definitely should have. They should have said, listen, because it was how they reacted. Like, if this was me and it had happened to me, I would have just said, like, well, this is a grief. We're not going to count this one. It's not a real death. Let's just do it again tomorrow after we get buffs again. And I would have just blown it up. Be like, all right, guys, see you tomorrow. And that's it. So, like, the fact that they took it so seriously, I think, is what really made the community hate them. How's that a grief? It was a grief. Guys, it was a fucking grief. He obviously was. That's what he was doing. This is my perspective, is that the spirit of a hardcore game is that you can only die to things that are your fault. And I would, if I thought somebody got griefed, I would not hold the death against them. I would not. That's where I stand on the topic. Now, we're never going to get appeals in hardcore official, so it doesn't really matter. But that's where I would stand. If I think somebody got griefed and they died to a person with malicious intent, then I wouldn't count the death against them. Because if I did, then I would be being used as a tool to exact somebody else's retribution, which is not necessarily what I would want to do. So that's why I would do that. However, it doesn't really matter what I want to do. Because at the end of the day, Blizzard is going to do it the way they want to do it. They don't give a fuck. So that's it. Yeah, they don't care. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing this stuff happening in official hardcore. This is going to be awesome. This is way more, what's more entertaining? Watching them kill a boss or watching them die on a boss?
Watching them die.
I don't know. Why do you watch NASCAR?
Yeah, why did they watch
Like,
NASCAR
these players went into battlegrounds. The same people that said, we're never going to do raid appeals, now all of a sudden they're doing raid appeals. It just shows they don't care about the spirit of vanilla. Like,
yeah, I disagree with this, like, on a fundamental level. I think that dying in a battleground isn't the same as dying out in the open world or in a raid. Like, I don't think they're the same thing. It's a completely different function of the game. But sure, it's like saying logging out is dying because your character disappears. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
First of all, you're appealing a death, a raid death that, they claim is griefing, and then they step into battlegrounds and they die 20 times in, battlegrounds? Like how can these players, sleep at night knowing that they've
exactly.
died?
How can they even sleep when they're doing this? It's fun for viewers like you, but for the players dying from griefers, it's not fun. They want to die how it's intended by mistakes. Well, they did make a mistake. They made a mistake by playing a game that's managed by a company that has a hands-off policy on everything.
Like, if you know the
You
company
made a
don't give
mistake
fuck,
by
why
playing
would
a
you
Blizzard game
go with
and
that?
expecting it to be
So,
anything
oh, I like the
less
game.
than a joke.
Shit.
Anything more than a joke, excuse me.
Don't expect shit. Ever.
Like, just by going on and playing that realm at all, you are a fucking idiot.
Literally.
20 times in a battleground.
Because that's not even outside.
What are your thoughts on the current Tetris Flask meta?
Of trusting.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's not gonna like this one.
I honestly, like, I think it's kind of, like... So I don't mind Petri Flask.
I don't think Petri Flasks are problematic at all. I don't mind them at all. I think they're fine.
The thing that I don't like is you can leave the group and get magically teleported
yeah, I think
to your Hearthstone location. So I understand it's in the game. I'm not a big fan of it, but I mean I understand if it's in the if it's like an intended Blizzard mechanic. Like I understand that it's really fun to consider. Like I honestly have no problem like bubble or anything. Like, if you can do it in the game, like it's fine for people to use it.
Okay, and so presumably you chose Four Horsemen specifically because of the way that Petri Flask interacts with the stacking units, right? Was that part of your judgment here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. The chain beam is GG's. It was all calculated.
Of course it was.
Okay. And once again, so what are your personal plans for the upcoming hardcore servers?
Like I said, I'm gonna lead the horde. I'm gonna bring my army over there, and it's gonna be it's gonna be challenging, obviously on horde side, but we're gonna have fun, and we're gonna try to clear as much content as we can.
Yeah, I mean, so he's just really trying to have fun in hardcore WoW. He's not trying to have fun in appeal core WoW.
Quickly, considering you died during Judgment Day as well, have you deleted your hardcore character on Classic Era?
Yeah. Yes, I have.
It's over.
There it is.
There the fuck it is.
Because I saw a screenshot.
Because remember what happened with Jesus? Is that Jesus also had to die to cleanse the sins of mankind. And then he left this world to say his character was deleted. Do you remember that?
Where Calamity had invited you to actually continue on in Naxxramas with them.
I think she was just meaning, but yeah, that character's to be honest, I might transfer the character to my name. It doesn't matter. It's that whole server to me is just like a big hardcore server at this point.
Let me ask you this. Considering that you have sort of known... well, let me ask you first another question. I've seen clips of you where you're posting multi-buffs and multi-bots. How many accounts do you multi-bot?
I had... I think I would stream about 16 accounts at the same time.
Jesus!
They were, like, it wasn't using software.
Okay, so would you consider that?
No, it's literally an intended mechanic. Like it's world PvP. Like there's zero free things. It's an intended Blizzard mechanic, so absolutely.
I would say it's clearly not, because Kevin Gordon said that it was not intentional for some world buffs to be magic and other ones not to be. There was no real intent. It was completely unintended. But Blizzard, the thing is though, Blizzard could have changed it. All they needed to do is go into the files and remove the magic modifier on that world buff. Did they do that? The answer is no. They didn't even try.
Yep.
And since they didn't change it, it became a yes. Blizzard intended on making the game easily griefable. This was their design. Blizzard wanted Judgment Day. You pushed no changes. I pushed no changes as a foundation. You're completely right. But I don't think it should stay with no changes. Does that make sense? I think the game should have released with no changes and then adapted after that. Yeah, is that hard for you to understand? Maybe it is. But yeah. They wouldn't do that because it takes away from the true classic experience. Did people? I don't think people purged world buffs back in Vanilla WoW, did they? I don't think so. I don't even think that, like, world buffs were hardly even a thing. Unless, like, I didn't even know about world buffs hardly. Yeah, that wasn't happening.
Okay. Is there something that you would consider to be griefing? What is an example of griefing?
Appealing a hardcore character death.
Give me a second. I guess, like, okay, I'll give you, I guess the example I can think of is, like, if you're stealing gold in the GDKP, like, that's great. Like, maybe you're, like, the master looter and you run away with, like, 200,000 gold. That's great.
Yeah, sure. No, I think it's fair. I think it's also maybe you could just say, like, this is not your take, but it would have been fair to say I don't think anything is griefing. Right? It's a fair opinion. I know people have that opinion also. All right. I'm being asked to quickly ask you, what is your affiliation with the guild Frontier? And for those in the chat that don't know, Frontier is a guild that is racing for hardcore world tours, everything from hardcore servers. I heard that you were in Frontier, but now you're not. So what is your relationship to them?
My opinion with griefing, what is griefing? It's doing anything that is intentionally trying to disrupt the gameplay experience of another person against their consent in a way that's not intended by the game. That's just generally what I think griefing is.
Like, I'll be honest, they booted me, and I mean, I don't blame them. Like, my original plan for hardcore was to roll on Alliance and push for, like, world first clears, but
Paladins are better.
Yeah,
Makes
like I
sense.
said, I got booted, and I mean, it is what it is. I would never expect them to break into death.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were kicked from Frontier as a result of the portal.
And you remember what happened with Jesus again, is that originally people welcomed Jesus on Good Friday. They welcomed him, Ash Wednesday. They welcomed him with open arms. They loved him. They thought he was amazing. They thought he was great. And then after he had to hold on to his ideals and his integrity and uphold the values that he was sent by God to represent, the people hated him.
Yeah.
But you said you've got a Horde army, and so those people on the Horde are presumably totally willing to continue working with you.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
The Horde
like,
sticks together.
yeah, like I said, I mean, I've been playing, you know, from private servers, classic WoW, SOM. So I mean, I've always had a pretty big following. I'm, you know, GM of a guild. I have a bunch of, you know, loyal soldiers that, you know, they want to play the next fresh game. So.
Is this motherfucker party?
Let me ask you this. Even though you might not consider the sort of account multi-boxing dispelling situation as technically griefing, I think a lot of people would. So, as an extension of that, people are sort of asking this question, scratching their head. Why would Hardcore Elite invite you to their guild and have you tank bosses for them, given that sort of gameplay history? Do you think that's a fair question, or could you shed insight on that?
Well, like, I was a good tank. Like, I was actively helping the guild. Like, I do believe that we only got that far because I was helping them. Like, not only in the actual raids, but like outside the raids as well, like with the log reviews, you know, teaching players how, teaching them their rotation, how important raid debuffs are. So, I mean, I was an asset to the raid, inside the raids and outside.
So one point you made initially is that you're saying this raid was sort of in shambles prior to you stepping in. That their debuffs were sloppy, their buffs were sloppy, everything, their spreadsheeting was terrible. Is that your take?
Well, yeah, so for example, like when I first started playing with them, there was never Fairy Fire on the boss. Like the druids did not understand like how important that armor debuff is. Like that's one of, like, if you have 20 melee in the raid, like that's a very important debuff. The warlocks are like letting like Curse of Elements fall off for like long periods of time. Like no one was tracking that stuff. No one was tracking Fairy Fire. They refused to use improved exposed armor, and it just didn't make sense to me. Like, I'm telling them, like, guys, we need improved exposed armor. Like, why are we not running this? Like, we have 6 rogues in the raid, and it was just, I had to fight with them. It's some cope excuse about threat. It's like, you play Alliance, you have Salvation. Like, we need these important raid debuffs. The faster the boss dies, the less risk there is for, someone dying in the raid. You need to burn the bosses down ASAP.
So, someone might even be able to make the argument, if they're to believe the story, that the only reason the Hardcore Elite made it to 4 Horsemen at all was because of your guidance and oversight.
Yes. Yes, it's, again, he's raising the cows up. You've got to feed them. You got to bring them out on the range. Let them eat the grass. Spend the time out in the sun. Grow up. Get big. And then you take them to the slaughterhouse. That's just how it is.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't think they would have gone that far without me. Like, they wouldn't even have had, Fairy Fire up on any of the bosses in Max. And, that's when stuff starts to get hard. That's what, typically guilds are, farming the older content for, like, months and months. We didn't have the same gear levels. Like, yeah, without my help.
So I guess if that's the case, one might even say that Hardcore Elite is lucky to even have a dragon there, because you're the one that dropped them that far.
That's true. Yeah, they would have never been in this position to begin with if it wasn't for him. So why could they be mad at something that he gave them whenever they wouldn't have never even had it?
Yeah, 100%.
They were lucky.
Who knows how far they would have made it without me.
True.
I played a very key role as a third tank. Like,
the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh
like,
away.
Why did they put me to start on Celiac? Well, I was their third tank. They trusted me. Like,
yep.
It's a no-brainer to put me on Celiac.
It's just what makes sense.
All right. I think I've asked you all the questions that I've wanted to ask. Are there any maybe final thoughts in the chat that you would like to express before we kind of part ways?
Yeah, like, I just want everyone to know that I'm still playing Scriblio with Calamity.
Well, that's good to know.
He didn't even know how to respond.
I actually thought of one final question. What would you say? I already asked you what you would say to the people in the chat, the billions of people around the world tuning in right now. What would you say to the 36 hardcore elite raiders that are presumably very upset at you? What would you say to those people?
Like, I understand they have, every right to be upset with me, like, but, I don't think, like, they aren't all upset. Like, some are actually thanking me, but...
Some are thanking him. Where the fuck? Who's thanking him? Who is doing this?
Obviously some of them are upset with what happened, and that's their choice. Like I said, I can show you this screenshot after.
Oh my god.
Some of these are, they actually want to play with me in the next Fresh.
Yeah.
This is something I haven't seen. Maybe you would know this. Have any of these 36 people come out and publicly defended you?
Fuck, I honestly, I don't know. I haven't really seen much besides the Calamity as people.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good one.
Besides that, I don't
No, that's fair. I mean, you can imagine if someone, on that raid team was happy with what you said, or sorry, with what you did. If they were to defend it, maybe they would be socially ostracized. You mentioned the Calamity as world interview. I have not seen that yet. Is there anything that was brought up in that interview that you disagree with, or if you want to add any more notes or commentary to that while we're still here?
No, I think, I mean, basically what Calamity said on the interview, I told you, she just kind of talked about how, it's a big part of the raid for a year, and the relates really all together, but besides that, I mean, I don't know.
Look at the guy in chat. You ain't gonna press him at all, stay safe? You okay with this? Let's see what his logs are in my chat. Yep. He's got logs in my chat.
What's he got?
Okay.
Damn, I should check those.
No, he doesn't, like, he no, it's just, yeah. He just talks about classic WoW, that's it. No, it's nothing exciting.
He's a normal Todd.
Just a classic WoW boomer.
Okay. One final question because the chat is now really hard enough on you.
One gun.
Over the last 3 days, have you taken every mirror out of your house because you can't stand to look at yourself?
No, not at all. I don't regret what happened. Like I said, it needed to be done.
Yeah.
So you might have even put up even more mirrors.
Yeah.
All right, Tiny Violent, I really appreciate you talking. I appreciate it. I think this is going to add some insight and maybe clarify some of the details with this guy. You understand? I don't know if you understand. This is my take on this. Over the course of Classic WoW, you have a very small set of sort of like epic gamer moments. You've got the Serenity Funeral raid. You've got Leroy Jenkins. You've got, I don't know. So there's a couple situations like this. You've got the corrupted Ashbringer being manipulated by a warlock.
That's a good video.
I think this one's up there. This is like a top 10 World of Warcraft moment. I think probably.
I think it's a top 10 classic WoW for sure.
One of those moments.
It's definitely a top 10 classic WoW.
Yeah, definitely. But the thing is it was never intended to be that. Like, at the end of the day, it was just Judgment Day for cheaters. Like, I honestly didn't. I never expected all of this to happen. Like, I never expected, Asmongold to be covering it, and everyone to be talking about it.
It was amazing how popular it was. Like, that video, I think now has over 1 million views.
Oh, okay, so that being the case, if you could go back in time, if you could rewind 4 days ago, would you change anything or do anything differently?
No.
Smart.
Absolutely not. Okay. There it is. I think
It's
that's
all my
probably
fault.
a very powerful final statement. Tiny Violent, I appreciate you talking to us today.
He regrets nothing.
Yeah, I appreciate the interview.
And there it is. Judgment Day. It was only a matter of time. It was not about the characters. It was not about the gear. It was about sending a message. And that's it.
"2011 was 12 years ago. You're welcome."
As I grow older and wrinklier, I bear witness to a whole new generation of gamers who don't remember ye old times quite the way I do. Sure, you newer crowd know about Dark Souls, but many of you probably weren't around when it was in its heyday. From Software had already been around for a while and had their fans through series like Armored Core and Kingsfield, but Dark Souls was the game that put them on the world stage. Originally a spiritual successor to the much more experimental, far less polished, but no less imaginative and ambitious Demon Souls, Dark Souls was an expansion on that prototype of a formula that became an instant classic, creating ripples across the entire gaming industry still felt to this day. So influential was From Software's magnum opus that it birthed an entire subgenre of games inspired by it. And these days, it's hard to browse Steam at all without tripping over titles carrying that ever-vague tag of Souls-like. And yes, you probably knew this coming in here already. It's pretty hard. Dark Souls' difficulty has become something of a meme over the years, to the entire series' detriment in my opinion. Not from a gameplay perspective necessarily, but from a marketing one. To the gaming public and gaming media at the time, Dark Souls was a trial by fire, only for the most hardcore of hardcore gamers. An oasis of brutality in a desert of games that had become too hand-holdy, over-tutorialized, and oversimplified. And sure, there's some truth to that. This was not a game that was tripping over itself to please you or keep your attention. It presented itself to you, expected you to learn it, get better at it, and handle all the exploring of everything it had to offer on your own. Well, mostly, but we'll get to that later. It was a challenge, especially for the time, but good lord did people oversell that one aspect of it. If you'd only ever heard about it, you would have assumed it was just a rage game in the same vein as I Wanna Be the Guy, just with a bigger budget. Marketing for the game certainly didn't help. For God's sake, the title of its eventual PC port was the Prepare to Die edition. Come on now. And oh boy did this come with its fair share of elitism. You couldn't dislike Dark Souls without being called a scrubby casual, unfit to enjoy its magnificence. And thus did one of the most notorious phrases meme its way into pop culture, get good. Something uttered to anyone who expressed displeasure or frustration with the game, invalidating any and all criticism by placing the blame solely on the person's skill or lack thereof. Personal taste? A legitimate flaw with the game? Nah, you're just bad, boy. Cry about it. I should clarify, I love this game to death, but this mentality and focus on this one aspect bothered me then, and still does. There was much more to Dark Souls that made it great than it just being hard. The level design, the art direction, the music, the world, the story. There was so much raw love and effort put into it that I felt went underappreciated at the time. All that's certainly not underappreciated now, hindsight is 2020 and all that, but there's still plenty about it that I don't hear mentioned enough. So I decided to revisit it and see just how well it holds up to that nostalgic memory. I've already gone back and played it many times before in the past, but I never really approached it with a critical eye, and been more willing to admit what it does well and what it doesn't. Before we set off on this journey, I should mention that I'll be playing the remastered version, because despite all my problems with it, it is the most stable way to play Dark Souls on the PC. The original port was notoriously bad, and trying to record this game off my original PlayStation 3 version was always a minor nightmare, since the console's hardware never seemed to play nice with things like Elgato. It is unfortunate though, because the remastered version, while it is still basically the exact same game and keeps the vast majority of it untouched, makes a few changes to the visuals that I don't agree with. I'll get into that more in a bit though, because this intro is pushing 5 minutes by this point and we got a long road ahead of us. So pack your bags and gather around the bonfire, kids. We're gonna be here a while. Before we head out though, a few ground rules to lay. 1. I'll be taking the intended path through the game as best I can from beginning to end. This means no master key. Sorry, old friend. We'll be going with black fire bombs instead. 2. I'll be playing a strength faith build since I was looking to try something new for this playthrough. So we're starting cleric. 3. To the very best of my abilities, I'm going to try and do every single NPC's quest line to completion. So Lairs at the very least. This does mean that I summoned NPCs for the boss fight in this video. I'm still not 100% sure if you really need to finish some of their quests, but I just wanted to be sure. Besides, I needed sunlight medals, so at the very least I was summoning so late. Also, I'll say right now, I didn't get far with Briggs. I kind of forgot about them after saving them. Whoops. And finally, 4. I'm not going to go super in-depth into the game's lore. Dark Souls is famous for being the fucking iceberg of video game stories once you start delving into it. And to explain it in detail would require me taking at least a 2-week crash course on Vodvidya, and this video has taken long enough. There's plenty of other people on YouTube who've covered it far better than I ever could, so just go look it up for yourself if you're interested. That said, I will at least be giving my own summary of what I do know as we go through where it's relevant. This isn't guaranteed to be accurate, but I'll try my best. So, with all of that out of the way, we're in prison.
Oh yeah.
Off to a good start. More specifically, we're in the Undead Asylum, a facility built to corral humans that became afflicted with the curse of undead. Undead will eventually turn what's called hollow, which reduces them to a shambling corpse that attacks just about anything still alive. And one undead here happens to be yourself, wasting away in seclusion before a very helpful knight drops a corpse with a key through the ceiling. Why he couldn't just drop the key and not the whole ass body, I don't know, but we take what we can get in these situations. Thus begins the game's tutorial, and it handles it in a pretty unintrusive way, leaving the actual tutorializing to messages written on the ground that are entirely optional, but give you the basics to get you going. They also demo one of the multiplayer aspects of Dark Souls right away, messages. If playing online, people can leave messages for other people on the ground using preset bits and pieces of sentences. You'll find messages that are legitimately helpful, and others that are just people being gremlins. We'll come back to this later. For now, we make our way up to the game's first bonfire. Bonfires became the icon of the entire Dark Souls series. Even Sekiro and Bloodborne had their own versions of these things. From here, you can rest, level up, and later on, store, repair, and improve equipment. They're the checkpoints of the game, and let me tell you, back in the day, after carefully inching my way through an area, being slowly drained of resources, clutching my souls and humanity to my chest, finding one of these things was always a huge wash of relief. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, luckily, I'm prepared. Okay, so yeah, that's usually what happens when you get careless in Dark Souls. The game tends to take offense to that. Kids, this is what we call hubris. Thankfully, through the holy power of explosives, we prevail and move on. Now, normally you run away from that thing, grab your shield, weapon, and other gear, then go back and fight it again to cap off the tutorial, but it's nice that the game gives you the option to just beat it right away. Even better, you're rewarded with the Demon's Hammer if you do. This is one of the many good things about Dark Souls. It's pretty open-ended. You can approach almost any situation however you want with the tools the game gives you. All it asks is that you get from point A to point B. How you get there is up to you. Sure, you can go through the tutorial in the intended path, or you can bomb the Asylum demon so hard there's now a smoking crater where it's supposed to be. It's your choice. This is expanded on later as you get the ability to summon allies for boss fights, get more weapons, spells, and consumables. I never felt like I was forced into playing a specific way or the right way, just that the game expected me to get good at the fundamentals, which thankfully are pretty simple to wrap your head around. Here's our prison break buddy, and they're dying already because of course they are. But at least he gives us some crucial direction in his final moments.
There's an old saying in my family. Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lore. And thy word forever awakeneth.
Oddly specific familial saying, along with the key to the big-ass door and the Estus Flask, the single most important item in the entire game. This is your primary healing item and it refills every time you rest at a bonfire. Starts with 5 uses, resting at a bonfire gives you 5, but you can sacrifice humanity to kindle that bonfire, and from then on, it'll give you more. The Souls series always seem to change the healing system from game to game. This is still my preferred way, though lately they've settled on a similar system with find key item, use key item on whatever your flask adjacent item is that time, and get more uses of it that way. It works and there's nothing wrong with that, but I still prefer the first game's way. Though admittedly it can suck if you get to a new bonfire with no humanity to kindle it and you're stuck with only 5 uses. That does sting a bit. Ow! Ooh, ankles! Anyway, after getting the rest of our gear, we push past the big doors, waltz right up this pathway, and... Bird up! Now, I've been mostly fun and jokes up to this point, so let me dial it back and go slightly serious for just a little bit. I love Firelink Shrine. There's many reasons, and I'm not entirely sure where to start. This is where you're always 100% no bullshit safe, as long as you don't go this way. You can spend as much time as you want just hanging out here. Nothing bad happens. No timed quests that run out if you idle for too long. No enemies that roam around until they find you here. Nothing. It's very similar to the Nexus in Demon Souls, but narratively, I think it's stronger, because it doesn't just serve a gameplay purpose of being a hub. It's part of the entire world. The land of Lordran is winding and vast, but almost all of it branches out from this one spot, and some of it loops back. It's where most of the NPCs you meet end up one way or another, and as you progress, you start seeing more and more familiar faces just wind up here. The further you go, it feels more like a home, reinforced by that somber but peaceful music that plays every time you visit it, and slowly fades away every time you leave. This is the only place in the game that has a consistent musical backing, by the way, with only one other exception that we won't see for a while. The rest of Dark Souls only has music in boss fights or important cutscenes. It creates this unique feeling when you wind a corner and slowly you start to hear that familiar melody just humming away. Firelink is important to the entire experience because it makes the world feel connected, even if it doesn't lead to every zone. The areas it does lead to are often the paths you need to take to reach those places further away, like needing to go through the catacombs to reach the Tomb of the Giants. A minor note, but the use of depth of field makes the world feel massive, even if its main technical use is to hide texture limitations and such. Although speaking of visuals, before we continue, I did mention that I had some problems with the remastered version. They're small things, but I feel like they messed with the visual presentation of Dark Souls overall. The sparkle that marks items used to look more cloudy and slowly fade away when you pick them up. Now it's more like a flickering ball that immediately blips out of existence. And I was going to say that the remastered version looks a bit darker than the original, but I don't know, looking at them back to back, I might just be remembering that wrong, though the remastered version is definitely doing something different. I think it might be using less bloom and the color palette might be a bit more faded. I couldn't tell you exactly what the remastered version is doing differently, but my brain prefers the old one for some reason. And most aggravatingly, to me at least, the bonfires in the remastered version I would consider to be a direct downgrade from the originals. I mean, sure, they look like a bonfire, nothing wrong with them, but the original bonfire looked more ethereal and magical, with tendrils of fire-like energy wrapping around and reaching above the coiled sword. It's more visually interesting. This is a problem I have with the bonfires from the rest of the series. They left this original magical look behind, and I feel like that was a mistake. I am probably the only person in the world who cares about this, but I do, goddammit. There's likely other visual changes from the original version that I didn't notice, but those were the ones that stood out to me the most, and the ones that actively bothered me. I'm bringing this all up now because once we get started, I'm not going to have a good chance to later, I guarantee you that. So back on topic, Firelink is immensely important to the whole of Dark Souls, and I needed to give it the proper appreciation it deserves. So now that I've had my moment of nerding out, want to see me get swarmed by skeletons? Now's a good time to talk about die. I made fun of the Prepare to Die edition, but death is a major part of Dark Souls. You die, you pop back out of the last bonfire you rested at, and you lose all your souls and humanity. You can get them all back if you return to where you died and pick up this mark on the ground. However, if you die again before reaching that point, it's all gone forever. Carrying a bunch of souls on you at once is often an unnecessary risk unless you're saving up for something big. Spend it while you got it is a harsh lesson most Souls players have to learn the hard way. Now, while there are 3 pathways we can go from Firelink, the way we really should go is up. Oh yeah, there's also a dragon. The Undead Burg is the game's intended starting area, and it certainly feels like it. Enemies are slow, don't hit all that hard, and sometimes go completely catatonic. Okay. In terms of overall enemy difficulty, the Burg is an extension of the tutorial. However, the game has taken you off the rails, and you're free to explore around. It's worth doing so too, since even though the berg is relatively straightforward, there's some hidden paths and extra items tucked away out of immediate view. And despite the fact that enemies are easy, getting cocky when more than one is attacking can still get you in trouble. We meet our first merchant here, but we're really only interested in one item from them, the residence key. We're gonna need that for an NPC quest later. Aside from that, he sells some basic weapons, armor, the yellow soap zone which you use to leave messages, and the dried finger, a new item added in the remastered version. What does it do? Hold your horses, we'll get to that. In addition to merchants, the berg introduces the idea of enemy ganks to you as well, but in very easy to see coming ways. The hollows here get up very slowly and take a while to start attacking when they do. The entire time, they're vulnerable to attacks, so it's not hard to kill them before they have a chance to swing. You can even get the drop on them if you're vigilant enough. And this is where the idea of the item gank is supposed to be shown, where you pick up an item and then enemies that were in hiding suddenly spring on you. But I'm so familiar with this whole game by this point and where most of the ambushes are that eventually I had to purposefully fall into an item gank just to get some decent footage of it. Yep, I guess I'm just too good at the video game these days. How tragic. Tagging this bonfire, we make our way across the bridge, throw a lot of unspoken curse words at the annoying guys throwing bombs down at us, and look at this fight here. You walk into the room and two guys immediately attack you. After a few seconds of tussling, a third enemy will join the fight, but the game makes it very obvious. If you don't see the Hollow Knight entering the room, it loudly kicks in the door to alert you. This is yet another lesson. Sometimes additional enemies will just burst out of hiding and you'll need to adapt on the fly. But again, the way it's shown to you here is very forgiving and easy to see coming. I should note that being this familiar with all the trap locations makes my viewpoint very biased, so take my word with a moderately proportioned helping of salt. Nothing personnel, kid. I'm so fucking badass. Ow. At least we get to take our revenge on those firebomb douchebags. And on that note, it's time we talk about one of my other favorite things about Dark Souls, the ragdolls. What? Well, I wish I could have seen where he fell. Hands down, cards on the table, Dark Souls 1 has the best ragdolls of the entire series. They attain levels of jank surpassed only by the likes of Skyrim. I'm not entirely sure what kind of law of physics these ragdolls are working off of, but for whatever reason, they react so violently to your character's movements. It's been the source of endless entertainment for me every time I replay this game. With our newly acquired residence key, we commit some casual larceny and head on our merry old way. My guy throws like a wimp. However, taking a small detour down these stairs, we get this ominous-looking interruption. The placement of the Black Knight here is great. This thing is entirely optional, is way out of your way, and it's not even facing you as you approach. Fighting it is 100% your choice, and amongst all these slow, easy-to-digest lessons the game has taught you up to now, this one is hard and fast. It's a great little curveball since the whole game has been so not that up to that point. And if you hadn't died already, that's probably death number 1 for many people. I wish there was a player death tracker like in Dark Souls 2, but specifically for this Black Knight. It's got to be in the hundreds of thousands by now. Oh man, playing Spy be like. Round 2 goes much better, thankfully. Okay. I was in the wall. Makes sense. By the way, I'm so used to starting with the master key that I habitually go to try and open this door, even though I don't have it. Up the spiral stairs, one specific barrel hides a crystal lizard that we kill for some nice upgrade materials, and we make our way out onto the bridge. Nothing's out on the bridge just yet, but go a little further and... a sudden boss fight on a narrow bridge. While the fight itself is fairly straightforward, you've got limited elbow room to work with. However, upon entering the bridge, you'll most likely be shot at by 2 archers from above and behind you before you even get far enough to spawn the demon, prompting you to climb up and deal with them. Then, when the Taurus demon jumps you, you can still climb back up the platform at the start. While you're up there, it'll look up at you and, hey, this looks familiar. I wonder if... Yep! Or you can just wait up there and it'll jump up to join you, giving you a circular arena to fight it with a bit more room to dodge around. Explore, go slow, and more importantly, pay attention. These are the lessons Dark Souls is trying to teach you in this first area, and I'd say it teaches them fairly well. Together, those three concepts make up the basis for how you should approach any Souls game: cautious and attentive. Also, on a side note, for the purpose of recording, I had to turn this music off to add it in post later. And without music, this fight is very... pathetic sounding. There is nothing in these barrels. There will never be anything in these barrels. There never was anything in these barrels, and yet I will always break them every single time. Making our way from the bridge onto another bridge, we meet our next major NPC, Solaire of Astora. Alright, let's talk about Solaire. I don't think I need to tell you that when Dark Souls first came out, Solaire became a fan favorite almost immediately. People latched onto him, and of course, that signature phrase has been a meme ever since. But there's more to Solaire than him just being a fun character with a kind of silly way of speaking. That's not the only reason people became so invested. You see, throughout Dark Souls, every NPC you meet, even the nice ones, all have their own agenda or are just performing a service for you. Hell, some even straight up betray you or just gradually reveal themselves to be complete pricks. Petrus. But Solaire is different. In a world devoid of liveliness and hope, Solaire stands out as the only true optimist you meet. He's jovial, confident, strong. Hell, he's more of a hero than you. He's a bit slow, but he's got the heart to make up for that. He's the OG Dark Souls himbo, but even that isn't everything. When you first meet Solaire, he gives you the white soapstone, which you use to lay down a summon signature to be summoned into other players' worlds and help them. Most people typically do this to team up on bosses, and in several instances, you can also summon Solaire to help in fights. There's a few other NPCs you can do that with as well, but out of everyone, Solaire doesn't help you just because it furthers his own goal. He just genuinely wants to help and enjoys the camaraderie. You're both chosen undead on the same journey as each other, so why not? With everything being so bleak, someone like Solaire is refreshing. It's very fitting that when you first see him, he's gazing off at the sun, its rays piercing the smog-like clouds and shining down on him. Yet, that can also be symbolic of ignorance and naivete. Someone who hasn't yet caught on to the devastated state of the world he's in, and so focused only on the good that gradually the bad will begin to catch up to him. While we won't get to it until much, much later, his story comes to an emotional head further down the line. Either way, I loved this guy then, and I still do. Even through 3 whole games, he's remained my favorite in the entire series. Anyway, back to our journey. After meeting Sunbro, we begin making our way across the bridge. Now, up to this point, Dark Souls has kept itself restrained while it attempts to teach you, without words or exposition, the unspoken rules of engagement and the best ways to approach it. So, since we're past that extended, unofficial tutorial, now the game starts trying to kill you. Now, this part probably got almost everyone their first time through. There is a visual clue about this with charred stone and corpses on the path ahead of you, but on my first playthrough, I did not notice it and caught a face full of dragon breath. It's fine. Fortunately, it doesn't do enough damage to outright kill you, and you can run across and duck into this safe space without it attacking again. From here, we head further down and kick this ladder to open up one of the many, many shortcuts built into Dark Souls' world, which I then promptly don't use. Now, if I were playing this the same way I did all those years ago, I'd take this door on the left to go under the dragon and the bridge. But with the power of knowledge, I now know how to get around it. Yeah, I don't know why that works either. Masterfully slipping our way past the dragon, we shove all the souls we've gained up to that point into faith. Just enough to get it to 25. Which is the exact amount of faith we need to pledge ourselves to the Covenant of the Sun and gain the best spell in all of Dark Souls, fucking fight me, Lightning Spear. Bold, iconic, and devastatingly powerful, Lightning Spear is the spell of choice for the righteous warriors of sunlight. Strike down your adversaries with naught but the power of your unwavering conviction to all things good and just. Lightning Spear, the spell of champions. So yeah, I like Lightning Spear. It's simple, hits like a truck, and turns the entire rest of the undead area into a joke. Not many enemies in the game are resistant to lightning damage, and some are extremely weak to it, so this spell stays good throughout the whole game, even if it starts to slightly fall off toward the end. But that's fine, because eventually, we'll be getting an even better version of it. For the moment though, this here gate is blocking our happy fun times, so down we go to find an alternate path. Snagging this here key before we go, we introduce ourselves to the locals, do a quick balancing act, and continue on. Oh, hello there, square fog gate graphic. How are you doing? Pretty sure the camera's not supposed to catch that. Hang on a minute, I gotta draw attention to that shit. I'm not sure which body that is, but it looks like their legs are stretching away from their torso. This knight's position always made me laugh. It's like they're trying to imitate that Black Knight from earlier. Don't think it works for them though. Okay, this pathway's kind of a dick move. There's two enemies hidden on either side of these corners, so the best way to deal with them is to walk out and then immediately duck back in to try and lure them to you. I have a minor panic attack when I accidentally use Lightning Spear with this knight charging me. That works. It's fine though, because the Dark Souls ragdolls continue to be a built-in stress reliever. We round this corner to take our revenge on the prick who shut the gate on us. I was obviously over there, which allowed me to parry you from over here. Didn't you know? We pick up a very important key for our trouble and then continue on. Watch me expertly dodge this crossbow bolt totally on purpose. Moving on, we reach the next bonfire in this old church and hey, Andre, you fucking fridge of a man, how you doing? Okay, real quick kids, time for another pointer. Dark Souls is one of those games that gives you just enough information on the story and mechanics to get you going, but if you want to learn all the details, you got to do a bit of digging yourself. One of the best ways to do this is just by talking to everyone and exhausting all of their dialogue. Most of them have something important to tell you that gives you background on the world or a hint on where to go next. A lot of NPCs will even give new dialogue after certain points in the game, so it's worth checking back with everyone when you find yourself stumped. Other times, some info is deliberately hidden from you and there's no way to know about it without methodical exploration or just blind luck. This is what we used to call secrets. Bits and pieces of a game or entire chunks of it hidden away for you to find yourself or with the help of others. Remember what I said in the intro about discovering everything on your own? Well, it's not just you going on this journey. If you play online, you can see ghosts of other players going through the same areas you are, you can summon other players to help you, and yes, you can also invade other worlds to fight each other. See, Dark Souls was built around the idea of shared knowledge, being a communal journey of sorts, harkening back to the days of sitting with your friends at lunchtime in school, sharing your stories of secret playable characters, hidden levels, that whole Yoshi on the roof thing in Mario 64 that actually turned out to be true, stuff like that. It's not meant to just be played once and put back on the shelf, even though that one experience is still great all on its own. There's content in it that not everyone was going to find on their first time through, and there was a friggin' gold rush to discover it all. Remember the pendant fiasco, where entire swaths of the community were convinced this seemingly useless item had some hidden use, and collectively spent months, if not years, trying to find it, only to be told by the man himself, Miyazaki, that it was, in fact, useless and was put into the game as a joke for this exact purpose. What a guy. This was still before the time when data mining became the norm and we could just dig into a game's files and find everything the boring way. The whole idea of shared knowledge being basically a necessity to experience everything a game has to offer has its pros and cons, but I have a certain respect for games like that. There's entirely not enough of them these days, that's for sure. Secrets that are actually, you know, secrets almost seems like a dirty concept these days, or at least an antiquated one. I don't know, maybe I'm weird, but I like my games with a bit of mystique to them. Anyway, I've old man rambled enough, let's get back to the adventure. Why do you have a giant Titanite demon statue living next door to you, Andre? Are they paying you rent? Or maybe they're just terrified of the man who, in a world of gods and demons, swords and sorceries, elects to bare-knuckle box people and drop-kick them out of fucking existence. Look, when you have that much meat on you, you can solve a lot of problems with a body slam. Now, before we head up to the bell tower and accomplish our first major goal, we have a few stops to make. So off we go to Darkroot Garden. I like Darkroot. It's certainly dark, but it's got some color and life to it that stands out a bit from the more bleak coloration of the undead burg above, without looking like the two don't belong in the same world. Still not exactly smile as an ice cream, as everything is still trying to kill you, including literal walking shrubberies and giant stone knights that are impressively weak to getting maced in the knee. Wow. I attempt to dismantle this item gank before it happens, and it doesn't go exactly planned. A few close calls later, and we nab a very important item set. If you ever wanted to kill sentient trees, surprisingly, Dark Souls has you covered. Also lizards. Frogs? Lizard? Frogs? Something. Behold, the Dark Souls 1 ragdolls going fucking ballistic. We really only went this way to grab this ring that I don't need because I'm weird like that. We head back to Andre briefly to finish leveling up my mace to the max that I can currently get it, and while we're in the area, we stop by the entrance to Sen's Fortress to say hello to a very special boy. Meet Siegmeyer. Along with Solaire, he also became a fan favorite character. Very innocent, a bit goofy, and really sounds like he's trying to be the big chivalrous knight type, but is just kind of struggling.
So, here I sit, quite weighing my options, so to speak.
But we love him regardless, and if you don't, you are factually going to hell. I'm sorry, those are just the rules. I don't really have a big segment to explain Siegmeyer's importance and reason for being liked because I feel it's a lot more obvious than Solaire. He's a walking onion who gets himself in way over his head on multiple occasions, but still keeps trying his best. And you know what? Good for him. We'll be seeing more of him later though, don't you worry. Like I said, we're trying for every NPC questline. I test out my newly empowered weapon on this giant Sentinel Knight, and it proves very effective. Then we nab ourselves a Firekeeper's soul, very important, and bear witness to the Dark Souls community being as classy as ever. Now, what's supposed to happen as we climb the bell tower here is that channeler up there is supposed to buff up a bunch of hollows with ridiculous damage who then try and rush me through a very small door, making themselves very vulnerable to some portable war crimes. But I don't feel like dealing with that, so we're gonna nip this problem with some masterful lightning marksmanship. Stepping into this here elevator, we ride it all the way down and, hey, this looks familiar. Finding a path that looped back to Firelink after all that I had done up to that point was kind of amazing to a younger me. It kind of blew my mind that through all of that, I ended up this close to where I started. And that was kind of the moment where the whole of Dark Souls world began to feel as connected as I see it today. While we're back in town, we stop by and check up on everyone. Petrus here finally has more to say to us, and after some donations, he tells us more about why he and other companions of his are here. They're escorting an important figure through Lordran on what he calls an undead mission to seek something called kindling, which is the art of feeding humanity to bonfires to gain power, which is something we've done ourselves before. We don't have much more to go off of yet, but we will very soon, don't worry. Now, I could have used that Firekeeper soul to upgrade my Estus flask while I was here, but I forgot to do that, so off we go. We're on our way back to Darkroot specifically to grab one more important item off the beaten path. Unfortunately, it's kind of protected by this much beefier halberd-wielding Black Knight, but thankfully its AI entirely broke and didn't seem to mind getting blasted in the back of the head with a bolt of lightning. Twice. And behind them is the best shield in the entire game. The Grass Crest shield doesn't have the highest defenses, but it does give a pretty substantial buff to your stamina regen when you have it equipped. This even carries over if you have it on your back while two-handing a weapon, and even then, its overall defenses are still pretty good. I always get this damn thing whenever I play this game. Always. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too heavy for us to continue light rolling, so time to start taking off some clothes. It lets the world admire the beef jerky muscle we're sporting. Also, the view of the basin here is just fucking gorgeous. Back up to the parish, we finally start making our way up to the bell tower. This knight learns the hard way that it can't parry lightning to the face. I'm pretty sure at this point it'd be easier to count what part of the Geneva Conventions we aren't violating. Breaking through this door, we meet another important NPC locked away in a cell. It's about at this point I looked down at my Estus flask and realized, oh, I'm an idiot, and skedaddled my way back down to Firelight. But not before getting off the elevator early to snag these hidden items. May as well check in on Lautrec while I'm down here. You can tell he's trustworthy because of his sinister chuckling. We talked to this lady that's imprisoned below Firelink to empower our Estus flask with the Firekeeper soul. Now that I say all of that out loud, that's pretty fucked up. What in the world am I doing? We reverse our hollowing and, at long last, make our way back up yet again. I decide to sprint past the hollows this time, and they very thoughtfully form a death queue for me. I'll consider it. Finally, we ascend to the roof and summon a dear friend. The Bell Gargoyle is a pretty easy fight when you've got Lightning Spear and Solaire on your side, even if he does tend to get a bit confused. Solaire, that way, buddy, that way, man. But with the amount of damage we can put up between the two of us, it hardly matters. It's a good beginner boss, though. Nothing fantastic, but it does throw a spanner in the works by spawning a second one with half health for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. With the gargoyles thoroughly dismantled, we climb our way up to the top of the bell tower and ring the first Bell of Awakening, marking the first major step in our journey. Which apparently magically summons this guy. Oswald. If you commit a sin at any point in the game, you can come back to this guy and pay him a sum of souls to erase it. We make one more pit stop in Firelink to check up on everyone, double check my equipment and Andre, and then continue on our way. As I leave the church, the game cheerily informs me that disasters are gone after the defeat of the Gravelord servant. Yeah, that's probably something else I should mention. Dark Souls' multiplayer has more than a few layers to it. Most of the covenants you can join, like the Warriors of Sunlight, alter how you experience the game's multiplayer and even introduce entirely new modes with it. The way they typically work is you join, you do a thing specific to the covenant, get a specific reward for that covenant, accumulate those rewards, and then turn in a certain amount of them to earn items or spells as you advance in rank. This is the frustrating part of trying to 100% the game these days, since the multiplayer, while it's still certainly active, is not as active as it once was. And most of the covenants are centered around PvP, which I never liked. More often than not, I seem to just get laggy fights or people who have devoted hundreds to thousands of hours to their craft, and I am nowhere near that level. I do get why people like the PvP, it's just never been my thing. But the Covenants are still a major aspect of the game and lend more to the idea that Dark Souls was developed with the concept of being this shared communal journey in mind. Whether it be through helping each other along the way, or beating the living daylights out of each other. Really, it was just down to how you enjoyed playing the most. And to this day, some people still argue about what the true way to play Dark Souls is. Hint, there is none. Anyway, with our previously acquired basement key, we opened this here's door and lower the walls of the undead bird. Would sliding down a rusty ladder like this be good for your hands? I don't think it would be. I guess I am wearing gloves. If we make an immediate right turn up these stairs, we find another gate to open, and holy crap, that's a pretty significant shortcut. And I forgot to include this in the recording at the time, but what makes this sort of thing especially cathartic is that we're a good deal more powerful now, and these enemies that used to take a bit of work would be folding like paper. Despite how brutal Dark Souls can feel, it does something very important. Breaks up that difficulty with moments of mercy and genuinely rewards you for your efforts. Here specifically, it's like an indirect way of showing you, yes, you are progressing, you are getting more powerful by giving you a reference point of where you were not that long ago. It's a confidence boost, and even in games designed to test the player, this sort of thing is vital. And then moments later, we're introduced to not one, but two brand new enemy types, both of which fight much differently than anything we've encountered before. The second of which being introduced in a straight-up gang. So directly following a moment of relief and reward, you're then reminded that the game can still throw new tricks at you, and you shouldn't get cocky, like I did. While we're down here, we free Griggs from his imprisonment, and then I promptly forgot to do anything else with them. I mean, aside from checking on him in Firelink. Behold, the beautiful sounds of Sethorvin. Before we take on the next boss, I elect to first open up the next shortcut ahead of time. It's awfully polite for enemies to just stand there and let me blast their head off their shoulders from afar. And would you look at that, the shortcut loops right back to Firelink again. All roads and Rome or something. Then I got bored of waiting. Oh, I guarantee more than a few people remember this guy. The Capra Demon themselves isn't that difficult or particularly interesting. What made this fight hell for new players in the old days is the two dogs that rush you down in the utterly tiny arena you fight them in. As you can see in the time it's taken for me to describe the fight, I'm already dead. Panic is the word I choose to describe this boss, because the second you cross that fog gate, this ugly-ass thing with twin greatswords is leaping at you like a bat out of hell, and the two dogs are chewing at your ankles. And by the time you manage to get away from them, you've already cornered yourself. You don't have a whole lot of room for error in this fight, which is probably why I don't like it very much. It's great as a scare for new players, and was certainly a wall back in the day for many people. But apart from that, it's just not that interesting. Round 2 starts off much better as I luck out and get both the dogs in one swing, and once you clear them, this fight gets much easier. The Capra Demon's swings are very slow, and while he can certainly take a chunk out of you, he's extremely weak to getting lightning shoved in his face. Near full health, 3 shots, dead. Damn. He also just kinda gave up toward the end for me. I guess he was mourning his dogs, the poor guy. I did just break into where he was squatting and trash the place without word or explanation. Ooh, shiny key. With our newly acquired unlocking instrument, we begin our descent into... Some of the Hollow in here have torches, and they break the goddamn rules. They have this bizarre flailing charge that has no starting animation. It just kind of comes out all at once like... Down here, we rescue another NPC, Laurentius the Pyromancer, who was about to be eaten by... Oh, hello up there. I love this goddamn spell. Oh yeah, and watch your head while you're down here. I always forget the timing on this shit. Get off of me, you little... I die to these dogs in the water. I'm reminded why they're my least favorite enemy in the game. The butcher thing here briefly forgets there's a table in their way. One bolt to the face and a back full of mace gets them out of the way, and we are rewarded with... Oh yes. The large ember allows us to upgrade our weapons from +5 all the way up to +10, so we'll have to make a pit stop at Andre later. We also get a sack. I look beautiful. Okay, may as well just go back to Andre while we've got the time. Sack boy away! Back at Firelink Shrine, we do the usual checking up on everyone and see that Lautrec is missing. That's concerning. And hey, Petrus has friends now! I'm so proud of him. You mind repeating that? Thank you. Meet Lady Rhea of Thurland and her 2 companions, Vince and Nico. They're the ones Petrus talked about being on that undead mission to seek kindling. They're not very talkative at the moment, so we won't stay long, but Vince does mention them going down into the catacombs soon. I can't wait to hear about their resounding success. One small note, NPC quest lines advance as you progress through the game and beat bosses, but you need to physically speak to several of them before you go too far, otherwise you'll miss your chance. You can fast forward a few quest steps by just quitting the game and jumping back in. I have no idea why this works, but oh well. A few resets later, we find Petrus all in his lonesome again, distraught about being separated from his group. Oh hey, Lautrec's back, and he has some spicy info for us. Why yes, please.
Maiden Thurland and her followers recently arrived in this land, but she became stranded below the catacombs. Her followers either fled or were reduced to horror.
Oh god damn it, and I was so confident in them. We confront Petrus about this, and he's suddenly changed his tone entirely, almost seeming pleased that Lautrec spilled the beans to us. Maybe because he doesn't have to hide his intentions anymore?
Right now,
I restrained myself from zapping him on the spot. Well, now we have a maiden trapped in the undead catacombs to rescue, but we aren't exactly prepared for that, so we'll come back to this later. And Laurentius made it back here safe and sound. Sweet. He teaches pyromancy, which, unlike miracles and sorceries, are not dependent on stats when used, but are instead empowered by the pyromancer flame used to cast them. The more you level this thing up, the more powerful your pyromancies get, and being able to cast magic with almost no stat allocation needed aside from spell slots is pretty nice. Anyway, off to Andre. Imminent gorgeous view? Oh, I do agree. We give Andre the large ember and chat him up a bit. He tells us about a divine blacksmith in the Darker's Garden who made weapons specifically for places like the catacombs. Well, isn't that convenient? Why don't we pay them a visit before we continue? Disasters are gone after the defeat of the Gravelord's servant, and we're off to Darker River. This time we hang a left in the area we got the elite knight armor from for a set of runes. Oh, hello, sir. How are you doing? If you don't mind, I need to get by you. Thank you. Come again. Up the tower we come to yet another fog gate. Well, not getting any less hollow here. Off we go. The Moonlight Butterfly is such a cool-looking boss. It's one of the most complicated designs we've seen in the game at this point. It's beautiful and ethereal, almost like it doesn't belong here, like it came from a dream. It's the most fantastical and alien-looking creature up to now. Its music theme is very simple, but hauntingly pretty, fitting the butterfly's graceful, floaty movements. Its magic attacks can do a lot of damage if you're not careful, since they aren't entirely telegraphed until just as the attack is launched and it's already dead. Huh. Yeah, this fight takes much longer if you're running melee only, since it spends most of the fight flying around out of reach until it comes to rest on the bridge. But with Lightning Spear, it just kinda melts. Well, it's still a very cool boss from aesthetic alone, even if it can be kinda completely and totally cheesed with the right build. Fun fact, you can actually see it resting on the tower before you step into the fog gate. It also stands out as the only really pretty thing we've seen in the game so far. Everything else is dark, decayed, looking devoid of hope and life, or is just monstrous and frightening. The butterfly is entirely different and makes you wonder just how it got here. This is compounded more as you climb the tower and find the divine blacksmith Andre spoke about, dead and turned to stone, clutching their divine ember in their arms. Everything's been fairly straightforward up to now, but this is when Dark Souls first began to make me question things. Why was this odd creature here? Why was that the blacksmith's tower? Was it the one who turned him to stone, or was it in mourning? Did it attack us because it was hostile, or was it trying to defend the blacksmith's remains? This is another layer to Dark Souls. The world tells a story too, obviously through the dialogue of the characters and descriptions of the items you find, but it also has these moments of a sort of unspoken narration, details in the environment that give you hints or mysteries. Things that may be missed if you're not paying attention, but open up a lot of questions when thought about at length. The thing is, though, not all of those questions end up answered. This is obviously not an approach to storytelling that everyone likes, but personally, I love this. It gives enough context to get you going, but the more you delve, the more you think, the more you uncover and let your mind wander, the deeper and more complicated this dark and depressing world starts to get. And the whole overarching narrative is made less and less cut and dry. Now, I'm seriously digressing and really need to get back on track, but we'll come back to this point later. For now, I'll just say that for me at least, this is when Dark Souls started to show that it wasn't just about the fun and the challenge. This was the first hint of a hidden beauty to it. Yoinking ourselves back to Andre, we give him the Divine Ember, and now he can make us Divine Weapons and plus 10 weapons. But I'm not doing either of those yet because at the moment I don't have my main weapon, so for now we'll be rocking a plus 5 mace. And we're relying on Lightning Spear to get us to the next bosses for a bit. But before we do that, we have a very special friend to go with. We didn't just get the Divine Ember from the Divine Smith, oh no, we also got this key. Now, where does it go? Well, we only know of one more locked door so far, but we're taking a different route to it. Back in Darkwood Basin, we scurry our way across this little stretch of land, ignoring everything there for the moment. Don't worry, we'll be back later. For now, our friend waits, and he is apparently very eager to meet us. Meet Pavel. He's a chunky boy who has something we want, and surprisingly, it's not his godly armor and weapon. We can't even get those yet. He is slow as fuck, but do not let him touch you. That massive bonker of his will most likely one-shot you at this point. Most people just chain backstabs on him since he's so easy to outmaneuver, but me, I like to live on the edge. That was risky! After taming the living boulder, we get the ring that literally everyone gets. Pavel's ring is incredibly useful since it significantly increases the max load of equipment you can wear, which lets you wear big armor and use heavier weapons and stuff without worrying about slow rolling. And with Pavel's power in hand, Sackboy evolves into John Dark Souls, also known as Protagonist Man. The Elite Knight armor is the most iconic set from the entire game, and pretty much the whole Dark Souls series, so I felt like I had to wear it for this video. That being said, it does make me mid-roll even with Havel's ring, but we can deal with that. Welcome to Dark Souls' sewer level, kids. I don't know if this is actually a sewer, but I certainly count it as one. It's got all the hallmarks: cramped corridors, a dark, gross color palette, slime enemies that for some reason are highly resistant to physical damage, and of course...
We stop the giant rat that makes our nuts.
I actually don't have that much to say about the depths overall. I guess as far as sewer-esque levels go, this one isn't one of the worst. The area's only bonfire being hidden behind a locked door is a bit of a dick move, admittedly, but at least the key's not too far away. What's more noteworthy about the depths are things like the introduction of basilisks, these freaky little fuckers that'll spew curse fog at you, the abundance of ROUSs, and the first NPC invader, Night Kirk. Kirk kinda sucks. At one point, I appeared to get invaded by an actual player, and then didn't, I guess. And of course, the abundance of cramped corridors makes ragdoll freakouts all the more common and no less hilarious. I guess I have a friend now. You're coming with me. Foolish slime, I have the power of friendship on my side. Aww. But yeah, all in all, not a bad level, though I really only ever view it as a transition between the Berg and Blighttown, and it hasn't stopped feeling like that. Well, actually, there's one other notable thing about this place. To be a fly on the wall during this thing's creation, I gotta hand it to the artists. Being able to design shit like this is definitely its own skill set. Technically, this is also our first dragon boss fight, and what a first one it is. 50% of its body weight is teeth. It's also got an order of magnitude more health than any of the bosses we've fought so far. Now, that's also because I was able to summon Solaire and Nightlaw Trek for this. Go get him, boys! I'll be right behind you! The latter of whom had his summon sign hidden behind a pillar, the cheeky prick. And when you have summon health, the bosses gain more health to compensate. But even without summon health, this thing is chonky. Especially considering I'm running with a handicap with this under-leveled mace, I'm basically just letting Solaire and Lautrec tank it while I pelt it with lightning. Ooh, that was a spicy air shot if I ever do say so myself. Ow! Although I say that, but watching the footage back, I'm not entirely sure if Lautrec did anything. He may have hit it once. Excellent job, gentlemen. Round up next week. Either way, with the Blighttown key firmly in hand, we get back to the bonfire, have a nice chat with Domhall here, and at long last, reach the most infamous area of the Dark Souls world. As I write this, I've been sitting here for a good 10 minutes, trying to think of what the hell to even say about Blighttown. Everyone knows it, everyone's experienced it, so what's left to say? Well, I guess I can say that as much as this area can piss me off, as much as I hate the poison waters that FromSoft just really seems to love putting in their games, and of course these fucking toxic dart fuckers, I love Blighttown. Aesthetically and narratively, I think it's one of the strongest areas in the entire game. It's basically an unofficial sequel to the Valley of Defilement from Demon's Souls, which also had a very similar theme. Ramshackle slums made of rotting wood, barely held together and looking prone to falling apart at a moment's notice. Everything is decrepit, gross, diseased, and decayed. The denizens here are warped and mutated. Maybe once upon a time they were human, but now there's something else, as if the filth and rot of this place has corrupted them. The waters are poisonous. The wildlife is nothing but giant insects and parasites. What else could even live in a place like this? This is a place for the lost, the undesired, and the outcast. Below even the sewers of Lordran. Locked away and forgotten. This right here is the strength of Dark Souls. Hinted at with the Moonlight Butterfly and shown much more clearly here. And again later, but we're not there yet. Environmental storytelling. The world itself and the order you experience it tell you a tale. A hint of the state of the world before it became as it is now. What life was like before the fires began to fade. Now, as I said, I'm not an expert on the actual lore, so I won't be going into it much here. But when I first played this game, and as I returned to it several times throughout the years, this is always what Blighttown and its placement in the world told me. Up above, where the populace lived in relative comfort and safety, guarded by giant towers and walls of stone, the lowest of the low, the least wanted among them, lived lower than even the vermin in the sewage, treated like a disease, passed away, and never thought about again. It wordlessly questions whether the state of the world was all that great before the fires faded. It asks you, as the chosen undead, is this really worth fighting for? You see what it was like before you. You experienced it yourself at the asylum. You were one of those undesired and corralled. Why are you here? What reason do you have to even care what happened to this place? It never wanted you to begin with. We've just been following this vague prophecy, doing what we're told because we had to. It was our fate. But this? Is this really the world we're trying to save? Again, some or all of that probably contradicts a specific part of the actual lore, but I'm just saying what goes through my mind when I play this game. Art is always interpreted subjectively, and this, to me, is what Dark Souls is saying between the lines with Blighttown. Maybe this world isn't worth saving. Environmental storytelling. It's hard to get right, but it's incredibly powerful when you do. And we don't even have a full picture yet. I'm coming back to this thought later, so be ready for that. Oh, that's a good sign. My mace is really starting to feel like a pool noodle. At least Lightning Spear is still keeping pace, but we'll be getting a better weapon soon anyway. Descending down the slums here is never not nail-biting with how close you come to falling right off. There's a few spots where one mistimed roll can send you tumbling, but thankfully there's a bonfire relatively close to start out in the open. Still doesn't help moments like these. Over here. You could just call that bridge Hi, my name is Anxiety, and it would be fitting. There's a lot of vertical traveling in the first part of Blighttown, and it can be kinda easy to get slightly lost. Also, I really re-emphasize these toxic dark fuckers. They never stop being annoying. But mercifully are also one of the very few non-boss enemies to stay dead when you kill them, even if you rest at a bonfire. I am forever grateful that these big guys can be parried. After a while, we finally start approaching the lower level of Blighttown. This place is big, and it takes a while to get down from this first part. I nearly restart that journey by misjudging a roll and getting myself stuck. Oh, this is a bit of a pickle, isn't it? Should I? Well, I guess I only have one option. How's it going, fellas? But at long last, we finally make it to the second bonfire. Oh, God. We reverse our hollowing to kindle it, and then this happens. What is happening to my leg? On our way out, we get our second NPC invasion. You know, despite how decayed and gross this place is, getting to the bottom and looking up at the world just beyond the valley is amazing. I'm sure you'll be fine. Okay, this poison sound effect is really getting on my nerves, so let's wrap this place up. I do a bit of farming for upgrade materials for our weapon later, and take a quick stop in the big tree. I love how behind this illusory wall is a locked chest and another illusory wall. What was going through the mind of the first person to discover that? If I had to guess, they attacked the chest to check it for a mimic and accidentally hit the wall behind it. Oh, and don't worry, we're coming back to this place later. And after trekking all the way across to the other side of Blighttown, we finally come to Quelag's domain. This giant mess of spider webs, eggs, ugh. At least I could finally stop that poison noise. From here, we bring back dear Mildred, whose face is probably still concave, and finally... But from a visual perspective, I'd say Quelaag is one of the best looking bosses in the entire game. And no, I don't mean that in the way you think I do. I mean from an animation and overall design perspective, Quelaag is awesome. The way her upper body moves with more grace and purpose, starkly contrasted with the skittery, more ferocious movements of the spider half, makes it seem like she's two different creatures rather than one. She's also one of those bosses whose theme I never really remembered until listening to it afterward, because when fighting her for the first time, I was kind of panicking. I mean, it's a giant spider lady running you down, spewing lava at your face, swinging a giant fiery sword around, and occasionally blowing you the fuck up. It's kind of a lot to deal with. I'd probably say she's the hardest boss up to this point, but with Mildred on her side, she becomes much easier, even if Mildred is kind of fucking stupid. Mildred, help? Don't run into the lava, Mildred. Don't run into the lava. Fucking idiot. You absolute dunce. Get around the lava. But honestly, great boss. The build up to her with the whole mess of spidery webs, the overall fight itself, the music, it's all a home run. And once again, she has that what in the hell is going on here vibe with her whole lair and just herself in general. With Mildred getting the final blow, we bring her down, and at last, after several hours, we reach the second Bell of Awakening. The first half of our journey is almost complete. But before we leave, we head down the stairs and pass behind this illusory wall to meet the fair lady. That's the only thing the game refers to her as, by the way. Her name is never actually spoken. Speaking to her proves unhelpful, but she does give us the option of joining the Chaos Servant Covenant, which we will be doing, but not yet. Now, she is completely silent, but if you speak to her with the old witch's ring equipped, she can actually be understood. Given her raspy and weak tone, she seems to be incredibly ill, sustained through the offering of humanities, which are what you use to increase your rank and recover. She's also the sister of Quelaag, whom you just killed, and thinks you're her. So Quelaag attacking you wasn't out of hostility, she was protecting her sick sister. God fucking damn it. A lot of you are probably familiar with Body Bitch's series Prepare to Cry. Yeah, he goes over a lot of stuff like this. Dark Souls is fun, challenging, beautifully dark, and heartbreakingly depressing all at once. We do still have a quest to continue though, so leaving all this behind, we ascend back up Blighttown, take a small detour to grab a few items, reaffirming myself that these toxic dark guys can all burn to the deepest layer of hell imaginable, snag this key, and head out. With the new key, we open a previously locked gate, take the elevator up, and once again, welcome home. And immediately we notice Lautrec is missing again, and the Firelink Maiden is gone, with only her clothes and a black-eye orb in her place. And the game cheerily informs us she's dead. And now the Firelink bonfire goes off. Okay, things are getting real. It was kind of neat to have this happen right at this point in my playthrough. Right after completing a major leg in the journey, we get a big oh shit moment and have a new objective. Track down Lautrec.
This is not I was beginning to like it. Maybe it's time I do something about it.
But first, we have a new character to meet.
Was it you who rang the Bell of Awakening?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at either. You know, for as bleak, hollowing, and brutal as Dark Souls can be, sometimes it just throws you a fucking curveball. Seriously, what in the hell is this thing? Oh, okay, it's a primordial serpent. Question, what's a primordial serpent? Do they all have flesh mustaches? Either way, my man, please, evolve lips and hide those teeth because they are freaking me the fuck out. Actually, wait, no, now that I think about it, this thing with big puffy lips would probably look even worse, so yeah, never mind. Well, can you at least stop doing that chaw thing? Years later, after many repeat playthroughs, I still don't know how or why this thing exists. I mean, at the same time, though, I love that it exists because it's just so unexpected and adds to that special brand of oddity Dark Souls has to break up the tension. That's one of the more unique things about it. For all its darkness and brutality, it's still got a very fantastic element to it, and it isn't afraid to get rid of weird. It's kind of like playing through a dark fairy tale. For example, giant mushroom men who punch your fucking soul out. Anyway, right, so Frampt here has awoken after both bells were rung and has some more info for our quest. He tells us we're to succeed War Grim, usher in a new age of fire, cast away the dark, and break the curse of undeath. For this, he sends us on a fetch quest to get something called the Lord Vessel from Orlando. We can't get there without going through Sen's Fortress, so that's our next stop. He then becomes a vendor, kind of, in that you can feed him all of your unwanted items in return for souls. We stop at Marindius to upgrade our Pyromancer blend because even though we aren't using it, we do need it to be at about level 10 to advance this quest. And with all that settled, we head off to... Well, actually not just yet. First, I need to get my main weapon, which drops from these snake boys, and it's a fairly rare drop, so pardon me as I farm them for a bit. Oh, thank fucking God. We top our new sword off at plus 10, convert our mace to a divine mace, and now we finally head off to the catacombs. We still have a lady to rescue after all, and we can't leave that threat hanging forever. What's good, Skelly boys? I'm rocking a divine mace now, delivering the good will of Jesus through the power of blunt force trauma. So the reason we wanted a divine weapon in the first place is because these skeletons down in the catacombs are not only weak to divine weapons, but they also won't stay dead unless killed by one, or you kill these nearby necromancers that keep reviving. And unfortunately, Lightning Spear does not count as divine damage. I like the little head tap they do. So creepy. Gross. So the catacombs themselves are pretty neat, honestly. They're sufficiently creepy looking, filled to the brim with skeletons, and more than a few secrets to find. It's big, it's dark, it's catacomb-y, but apart from that, I don't have anything specific to mention, so instead... Hey, so this segment was supposed to have the Spooky Scary Skeletons remix by Living Tombstone playing, but apparently that gets completely screwed by YouTube copyright, so just imagine it here. So how many of you didn't know there was an illusory wall here that led to a bonfire? I know there's probably a few of you at least. Also, I thought Patches was supposed to be here, but oh well. After our super happy skeletal fun times, it's time for...
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I got nothing to add here. Moving on. And now it's time for everyone's favorite level. The one where you can't see shit. I really don't know why this specific trope just keeps showing up in games, but here it is, in all its frustrating, unfun glory. The second you cross the threshold into this area, the game's brightness fucking plummets, and you have to rely on either slow, careful movement to progress, or if you're lucky enough to find a skull lantern on one of the necromancers earlier, you can use that to light your way. There's two other methods, the light spell you get from the DLC and the sunlight maggot, but more often than not, your two options are either lantern or good fucking luck, dumbass. Hope you like fumbling around in the dark. Thankfully, we don't have to go all the way through this area yet, just a good portion of it. I'll save most of my opinions on this place for when we return here, but just, yeah. Anyway, after stumbling through the dark, we find Mr. Patches at last, and I'm not even gonna pretend to not know what's coming next. He, of course, tries to convince us there's treasure over the ledge, and then... Oh no, who could have seen that coming? Fun fact, if you hadn't gotten a lantern yet, don't worry, the game graciously gives you one now. So to recap, if you hadn't found one earlier, then after fumbling about damn near entirely blind, battling giant skeletons in the dark, and trusting every single blind jump and slide, we would finally get the thing we need to navigate this place reliably. No. Not yet. Anyway, we find Rhea down here in the pit, and unsurprisingly, her two bodyguards have both gone hollow, leaving her trapped. Vince and Nico are both fairly tanky, but our new weapon makes short work of them. After we ensure her escape, we yoink ourselves back to the bonfire and finally back up to Firelink. Petrus is less than pleased we rescued Rhea.
For the little man is not worth her salt without her family.
Charming. We find Rhea in the undead church we were in all those hours ago, and now she becomes a miracle vendor for us. We want her spells as she gives some of the best miracles in the game, and in order to advance her story, we need to buy all of them off of her. So goodbye, souls. And finally, with all of that out of the way, we make our way back to Andre and enter... Welcome to beautiful Sen's Fortress, proving grounds of the undead, and most likely the sole source of entertainment for some sick motherfucker with too much time on their hands. Who needs legs? You know, despite being a house of traps, the actual traps here are pretty out in the open. This would be the perfect excuse to throw in some genuine rage game bullshit, like having the floor fall away from you without warning, but in all seriousness, Sen's wild ride is actually fairly tame. Now, that doesn't make it easy, of course. We got fights on precarious walkways with little room to maneuver, giant boulders that I love using as impromptu parry attacks, pendulous blades that'll send you flying into a tar pit, and if the fall doesn't kill you, hello, sir. Arrow traps, a mimic, this one elevator that I guarantee got you on your first playthrough, don't lie. This snake dude here just chillin', more boulders that have the power of reverse momentum. And of course, sneakies. Kind of. And that's not counting the outside where we have a giant on the rooftops hucking massive fire bombs down at us. I won't show the entirety of my Sen's Fortress journey. It's a pretty big place with a fair amount of secrets. I did look for just about everything there was to find here, and there was no shortage of dumbassery such as this. I may just do a whole follow-up vid with some extra clips that I couldn't fit in. There's plenty in this whole playthrough I haven't shown. Sen's Fortress is like the depths in that it's more of a connecting area, but it's overall more memorable. It certainly does sell the whole House of Traps thing. I love this view from one of the balconies. Seeing the first bell tower off in the distance is a nice reminder of how far we've come. Oh, and of course, we have our second encounter with our dear Onion Knight.
Perhaps I could try some rolling. Bah, no chance. My head would spin.
While we're here, we have an NPC to rescue, which first requires us to do a little trolling. Big Hat Logan, very aptly named, is trapped here and requires assistance. Not a problem. I snagged a key earlier for just this occasion. He'll be skedaddling back to Firelink, so for now, onwards we press. We take out the firebomb lobbing giant for no other reason than pure spite for its existence and prepare to finally take on the area boss. You know, I was going to do the thing where you summon Iron Goddamn Tarkus, that is his full name, and let him solo the thing, but I needed an extra sunlight medal, so I summoned a fellow Sunbro and regretted my actions almost immediately. Oh well, gotta live with it. I'll be honest, the Iron Golem looks intimidating, but it's a complete pushover. Literally. And yes, you can make it fall off the edge of the arena with that and kill it instantly. I didn't do that since I wanted to get at least some fight footage out of this thing. I'll say though, the biggest threat it does pose is knocking you off the ledge, since its swings can definitely send you flying if you're not careful. Apart from that though, there's really not that much to talk about here. The real boss of Sen's Fortress is just the whole thing. The Iron Golem is more like a reward for getting to the end.
Why you bully me?
And with the triple pelvic thrust of the gods, we topple the Iron Menace. We briefly ponder the mystical orb of forward progression, and finally, we're hoisted up over the horizon. High upon the mountains, bathed eternally in the golden glow of the sun, spanning out as far as the eye can see, Anorlando, the city of sunlight and the home of the gods. Very few things in gaming compare to that first sight. Coming up over the mountaintops and seeing the city in all its glory just gleaming in the warm glow of the setting sun. Or rising. Either way, it's a breathtaking sight. And yet... This is something I've only come to appreciate recently, but the placement of Anor Londo, following your journey from the crumbling undead asylum to the mossy and rustic burg and the utterly squalid blight town, is pretty brilliant. I said I'd have more to say about the world earlier, and here it is. After subtly questioning whether or not this world you've been chosen to fight for is worth saving at all, the game's unspoken narrative plays its final card here. You've seen the worst, the lowest, where the least wanted and most desperate were confined to and locked away. Now, you see where the highest rung in this old world social order resided. A city of gold and stone, beautiful and eternal, looming above it all, unbothered by the perils suffered by those beneath, as if existing in a reality all its own. I should reiterate, I'm not quoting the lore here or trying to be 100% accurate. This is purely my interpretation and mine alone, just from looking at the way the world's presented. After everything you've experienced in the world at this point, Anor Londo really does feel like a world apart, a completely separate society and way of life from what's been hinted at. It's a pretty obvious analogy to the richest and most wealthy among us being the most detached from reality's harshness, living in self-indulgent opulence. Yet, as beautiful as it looks, it's clear that something is still wrong. Eerie silence, emphasized by its utterly massive size, make it all feel so empty and lonely. There's barely anyone here except for ancient guardians and demonic creatures that have since moved in. Not counting any boss encounters, the only people you talk to here are the keeper of the city's first bonfire, a giant blacksmith, Siegmeyer, and Solaire, the latter two being fellow adventurers, not even native to the city. It's like the beauty of Anor Londo is a thin veil that hides its tragedy, and beneath it all, it's no different than the broken world you've seen so far. Which is entirely accurate. Anor Londo, as we see it, is a lie, an illusion created by the last remaining god in the city, Gwyndolin, the neglected son of Gwyn. When the illusion is broken, the golden sun that illuminates the city fades, leaving only the cold and hollow night. Even most of the enemies are gone, making it all feel even more barren. Whatever reality this city was hiding from, it caught up to it in the end. In many ways, both literal and figurative, Anor Londo is the peak of Dark Souls. There's a lot more I could say, but I think I've gotten the point across. To me, Dark Souls isn't just about the difficulty or the challenge. It's not the PvP or anything purely mechanical. For me, it's the experience, from beginning to end, and the story it tells you without saying more than it needs to. That probably makes me weird, but hey, that's nothing new for me. It's at least fun to write it all out. And now I think I've officially gone well over my allotted serious time and we're overdue for a tonal shift, so while exploring this one room and getting my hands on the late Havel's coveted armor and weapon, I proceeded to fall headfirst into an obvious mimic that I knew was there and still somehow forgot about. Embarrassing, yes, but I can really only laugh at myself here. Brilliant timing, Minger. Brilliant timing. As was mentioned, we run into both Siegmeyer and Solaire here, the former of which we have to rescue from a room full of Silver Knights to advance his questline. In this place especially, it feels nice to run into these two, and reassuring that they haven't conveniently died off screen or something. Hey, remember the Firelink Keeper that died? Well, with the Black Eye Orb we got from their corpse, we can invade the world of Lautrec, who seems to have been expecting us, having put together a gank squad just in case. Unfortunately for them, I have the power of Jesus. With the Firekeeper avenged and their soul regained, we summon Solaire to our side once more and step through the big fog wall. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Anor Londo Arena. We have an exciting match for you today. All the way from the Northern Undead Asylum and the land of Astora, it's the enigmatic Chosen Undead, and Solaire, the Warrior of Sunlight. Together, these two wandering knights will face off against the reigning champions, the unlikely destructive duo you all know and love, the mighty and menacing Executioner Smo, whose name no one can agree on how to pronounce, alongside the lightning-fast Dragon Slayer Ornstein. Please put your hands together for the Super Londo Bros! Ooh, that's not good. Dragon Slayer Ornstein and Executioner Smo, however the hell you want to say it.
The original wall, the ender of many deathless runs, and the most famous boss encounter in all of Dark Souls. This fight is great. Its music theme is amazing, and the dynamic of Smo's slow but devastating attacks mixed with Ornstein's speed works better than you'd expect. Trying to keep Smo in line of sight while dancing around Ornstein's attacks can be tricky, and if you try to break away and get some distance, Ornstein just zoops on over at the speed of fuck you and keeps you nailed down. Of course, with Solaire at your side, you can keep one of them distracted, but I'm quite familiar with soloing these guys over the years, and let me tell you, the fight's different depending on who you choose to prioritize too. The second phase is reached when one of them is defeated and the still living one takes the other's power and fights you solo. As an aside, I love the detail of how Ornstein is respectful and honorable in how he takes Smaug's power, whereas Biggie Smalls over here just flattens Ornstein's sorry ass like the greedy, malicious fucker he is. Did I mention this guy ate people? No? Well, there you go. All in all, there's a reason this fight is the most remembered one. It was a summit back in the day, and while I can definitely say, even solo, it's not as hard as I remember it being, it's no less awesome. The mood is great, the music is great, the whole encounter is a lot of fun. It's just a really good boss fight, and is the pinnacle of the entire Dark Souls experience. But the funny thing about pinnacles is, after you reach them, there's only one way left to go. But before that, boobies! Yeah, I know, it's an old joke, but it's tradition at this point. Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn. Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn and princess of Sunlight. Oh god, I want to die now. Guinevere, daughter of Gwyn and princess of Sunlight. Let me tell you, someone was very happy when designing her. I'd show you the internet's overall reaction to her, but I don't think I need to. Really don't. Funny story, in an interview, Miyazaki said that in creating Guinevere, her height was his idea, but her size was not. The artist on his team who came up with the final design, however, just seemed so pleased with it that Miyazaki didn't have the heart to refuse it, and here we are. Lady Honkers congratulates us on making it all the way here and rewards us with the sought-after Lord Vessel. And with it, we have officially unlocked fast travel. Specifically, when resting in a bonfire, you can now warp to a few specific bonfires, which is definitely handy, especially at this point in the game. Also, she's not real. I'm sorry to break your hearts. Now, this is when the illusion that Gwendolyn had been casting over Anor Londo would be broken and the entire city descends into night, making his boss fight available. However, I did it a bit differently. Back in the catacombs, I came across this here ring, which, when worn, removed the illusory statue of Gwyn guarding Gwendolyn's boss door and opens up the ability to join his Darkmoon Covenant. But I didn't, and instead proceeded to rack up my regicide count. I would have devoted a whole segment to talking about Gwendolyn's boss fight like I've done with the others, but to be honest, I really don't like it that much. It's an endless hallway battle as he keeps flinging spells at you from a distance and teleporting away from you when you get too close. The cluster spell attack can be blocked by pillars, the big soul arrow goes through them and needs to be dodged, he'll also fire a rapid shot bow at you, and that's about it. Really, the most interesting thing to talk about with him is his lore, but I'm not going over the lore in this video, so go watch someone else if you're really interested. I'll just say that the poor guy's got some serious daddy issues. Not like their dad was exactly a saint, but that's a whole other story. Me, I'm just here for one particular goodie directly after his boss fight. The last miracle to complete my collection. Oh yeah. And with the power of the sunlight metals I gained from doing a bunch of co-op runs off screen, most of which I'll talk about in the behind the scenes and extras video after this one, which will pop up right here when it's done. We return to the sunlight altar, Solaire at our side, and with our deepened pledge to the cause of sunlight and righteousness, we gain the Greater Lightning Spear.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
And just in time too. Hope you've enjoyed the ride so far, kids, because now's when things start getting bumpy. Oh, and I was going to talk about the completely optional area, the painted world of
Ariana's.
But like, I couldn't think of a good place to put it in this script, and this video has taken long enough already, so when I make that extras video, I'll talk about it there, so just check that out when it's done. Anyway, back in Firelink Shrine, we find our boy Siegmeyer chilling by the bonfire. We let him know that it was us that opened the gate to Sen's fortress, and as a show of thanks, he gives us another miracle, Emit Force, which I'm not a huge fan of, but I can't say no to that face.
I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Adventuring is my life. I'm prepared for the worst.
Look, you gotta admire the optimism. Down below, we use the Firekeeper's soul to revive her.
Thank you.
And she speaks.
My tongue never intended for restoration. I wish not to speak.
And now I'm depressed again. Oh well, at least she's alive. Hey, where'd that really sullen dude go? And hey, Logan made his way back here, much to Griggs' delight. Logan becomes a vendor for more high-level sorceries, much like how Rhea got us more powerful miracles.
I'm afraid that you are unable to win.
Or he would if my intelligence was high enough. Unfortunately, I've been pumping all my souls into my Jesus muscles and my muscles, so my brain is as smooth as silk. Not to worry, we'll get a chance to advance his quest later. For now, we can attend to Laurentius and, of course, later, Siegmeyer. First off, in order to advance Laurentius' questline, we need to get his Pyromancer Flame up to +10. Then, make our way back to Blighttown. Down there, behind one of the pillars in the middle of the swamp, we meet a brand new NPC, Quaylana.
Very well. You should be my pupil, but to pursue my pyromancy, you must give something up. Are you prepared to do this?
Well, that's not ominous at all. Either way, she becomes a vendor for pyromancies, and we need to pick up one of the ones unique to her. With that done, we scoot our way over to the Great Hollow and find who else but our dear Onion Boy in a spot of trouble once again. How unexpected. This guy is a dork and I love him. This part's simple, he just needs some purple moss to get through the poison. And with our friend once again rescued, his quest is advanced, and we make our way back into the big-ass tree. Why? Well, both to make getting to a later step in Siegmeyer's quest easier, and also because we need to start gathering upgrade materials to finish our weapon, and unfortunately, this place has a few that we need. I say unfortunately, because this tree is a fucking dick. Welcome to the Great Hollow, or as I like to call it, Help! The entire level is a downward progression through winding routes, many of which are rounded, which leads to shit like this happening. If you couldn't tell, I don't like this place very much. Dark Souls was not meant to be a platformer, and this whole level is a great example as to why it wasn't. And even ignoring that, falling onto or jumping between platforms with rounded edges is always an exercise in frustration no matter what game you're playing. It's hard to not feel a bit annoyed when you're barely off center by half a pixel and end up becoming another statistic for the floor. In the world of gaming, gravity has the highest kill count. And if that wasn't enough, more of those buggy-eyed basilisks are in here, and with such limited real estate to work with, it's very fortunate I had big bolts of lightning to solve these problems with. Even then, I still ended up getting cursed and losing a huge chunk of souls in the process. I didn't have a good time while I was down here. There were more than a few butt-clenching moments with these near-blind leaps of faith.
Oh, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted for Christmas.
After a painstakingly slow journey, we descend to the bottom, fight our way through the Mushroom Kingdom apparently, and into one of the coolest areas in the whole game. The Great Hollow leads out into a shoreline of ashen white, looking out over an endless ocean of dark waters. Off in the distance, other massive trees loom into the skies and pierce the surface, as if holding the world above them steady, all backed by that ominous but beautiful music. After the frustration of the hollow itself, finding this directly after it was kind of mind-blowing to a younger me. And to think, this whole part of the game is hidden behind a fake wall, hidden behind another fake wall. I have to wonder how many people missed this place their first time around, or for that matter, if there's anyone out there watching this who still wasn't aware this place existed. I mean, most likely not, but it's fun to think about. Down here, there's a massive Hydra blocking our path, and while I failed to get footage of it, it can leap over the shoreline if you try to run away from it, which is more than a bit pants-shittingly terrifying the first time you see it happen. Far, far, far at the other end of this place, traveling along the winding shores, you finally reach a broken hollow. and within, you find an ancient dragon, likely the last one remaining following the uprising of the gods. Surprisingly, it seems entirely unbothered by your presence, just existing. Even if you go all the way around it and cut its friggin' tail off, it's still completely passive, or just uncaring. It's kind of creepy, to be honest. Lore-wise, looks-wise, and music-wise, Ash Lake is amazing. Hands down one of my favorite areas in the whole game, even if nothing much of note happens down here. Well, not yet anyway. We did come here to checkpoint it, so we'll be back later. For now, we bring ourselves back up to Firelink and talk to Laurentius. He's impressed by the pyromancy we got from Quaylana and asks if we share where we got it. If we say yes, he'll depart for Blighttown to go search himself. And with all that done, let's report back to Frampton. He seems happy to see us with the Lord Vessel.
Forgive me. I really should calm down. Assume that you are ready. Now, be still.
Wait, be still for whoa, God, no! I'd like to remind you all that it wasn't that long ago when we fed this guy all of our unwanted junk, including literal, actual shit. Can you imagine how bad it must smell in there?
This is the Firelink Chamber for the successor of Lord Gwyn. Now, place the Lord Vessel on the altar.
Yep, okay, sure, fine. Just gonna repress that memory deep into my subconscious. How was I carrying that thing all the way here? It's fucking massive. It's bigger than me. Jesus Christ, my guy must have a spine made of titanium. And with the Lord Vessel in place, the endgame areas are all unlocked. Next, we're tasked with finding the 4 Lord Souls left by Gwyn in order to satiate the Lord Vessel and open the chamber door. The souls in question belong to Gravelord Nito, the 4 Kings of New Londo, Chaos Witch Izalith, and Seath the Scaleless.
Are you ready? Then we shall return. Stay still for a moment.
Oh God, please no, not a No amount of therapy will ever fix that. Anyway, now that I'm sufficiently mentally scarred, it's time to hunt down the Lord's Souls, and our first stop just happens to be the closest. Welcome to the latter half of Dark Souls, kid. Oh. Sullen dude. Is that him? Yeah, so turns out following the appearance of Frampt, Sullen guy at some point went hollow. And, well, when an undead goes hollow, there's no going back, so... yeah, shit. Anyway, moving on. Welcome to the latter half of Dark Souls, kids. From here, progression opens up, and while we're going after the 4 Kings first, we can acquire any of the Lord Souls in any order we want. But we're doing a very specific order for a good reason. You'll see. I did mention that this is when the ride starts getting bumpy. Thankfully though, New Londo is actually a pretty good area. Not my favorite by any stretch, but the atmosphere here is solid. This is an entire city that was flooded to contain the spread of the abyss, and boy does it feel like it. Not just because of the water, obviously, but the overall color and darkness of the area really sells that whole drowned aesthetic really well. Another fitting touch is that there are absolutely no bonfires in this entire level. None. Why would there be? There's no fire here. No light, no life, nothing. It's all flooded and empty, save for the vengeful spirits still haunting the water-eroded structures. They can't be harmed by any means, even by magic, without being cursed, or using these things called transient curses. It's kind of a weak gimmick, honestly, since it's solved by using one item and the ghosts all have chances to drop them. And if you somehow run out, the moss vendor from earlier sells them. Not that the ghosts themselves aren't spooky, but at least in my experience, they're not very threatening without that invulnerability. They're very slow and their attacks aren't hard to avoid. I mean, unless they're coming out of the goddamn walls, then they're a bit tricky to deal with. Ow! Dick. Especially when an entire posse just phases through everything to gank you. Still, having only one enemy type for most of the area is kinda weak. I mean, there's a second kind of ghost, but I think there's only like 2 of them in total. We do get a bit more variety after we unflood the city and open up the second half, though. To do so, we need to get a key from this guy who tells us a bit more about what we're going up against. The Abyss, where the four kings now reside, isn't traversable by mortal folk. However, we could gain the ability to do so by finding a certain Knight Artorias. Artorias long ago traversed the Abyss to battle against it, so that's our best bet to kicking in the front door of the Four Kings' home and wrecking shop. So while we can't get the Lord's Soul just yet, we do have a few things to get from here. In the lower half of New Londo, we see the bodies of all the previous inhabitants piled up and rotting away. It's legitimately disturbing and more than explains why these ghosts are here. They're the spirits of the citizens who were unwillingly sacrificed to try and stop the Abyss, trapped in their homes as the waters destroyed them and everything they had. We also finally get a new enemy type, the Dark Wraiths, these edgelord Skeletor-looking fuckers who flourish their blades about with a kind of control and grace we haven't seen in many enemies up to now. It does seem like they're trying very hard to look cool, admittedly. We've also got this giant blobby thing. I'm still not entirely sure what it is, but it looks like some grotesque amalgamation of bodies, souls, and pure abyssal energy congealed into one being. Ooh. So yeah, New Londo is still a pretty solid level in my eyes, though really it's carried by its atmosphere and the story behind it. The whole gimmick of the ghosts is pretty weak and easily solved, and while I can appreciate the lack of bonfires, I can also imagine that frustrated more than a few people. I didn't mind it personally, but I can understand others hate it. Pushing forward past some more Dark Wraiths, we come across the main thing we're after down here, the Big Boy Emperor. I should also mention that by this point, I had already gone back to the Northern Undead Asylum by climbing the tower in Firelink and doing this. Killed the stray demon at the asylum, and nabbed the Titanite slab that drops from it, which we need to upgrade our weapon to the max level. I would have talked about this earlier since I actually went there when I was still at Sen's Fortress, but it kinda messed with the pacing of the video. On that note, not enough games do the return to where it began and now there's bigger, badder enemies there thing, and more should do that because it's always cool. We also, sadly, put down the now fully hollowed Oscar. Rest in peace, buddy. And with the Thick Boy Ember, the Titanite slab, and all the Titanite chunks we've attained, we return to Andre and ascend our weapon to plus 15, the absolute strongest it can be. We also get one last tidbit from him. The Darkroot Garden houses the grave of Sir Artorias, and he just so happens to sell an item that gets us to it. So, 120k soul splurge later, we unlock a previously sealed door. Yes, I know you can get around that sealed door by going to Darkroot Basin and going around it the long way, but I forgot to mention it during scripting, so shush. I think the sight of this forest alone just triggered a few people's fight or flight responses. We take out some of the Guardians here, while this guy proceeds to lose an argument with a tree, and now we're talking to a cat with a really long mouth. This is Alvina, and she seems intent on us not disturbing the grave of Artorias. She's also the leader of the Forest Hunter Covenant, which was the de facto main PvP covenant back in the day. Used to be you couldn't walk into this forest without getting invaded by about 2 player phantoms ganging up on your happy ass, but seems to be much less active these days, and I am certainly not complaining. I'm just here to commit some casual grave robbing. Yeah. Seath. Everyone knows Seath. This is the other most famous boss encounter in all of Dark Souls. Another one of those fights that just has a mood to it, between its arena, its music, and of course the story behind this big pupper. The old companion of Knight Artorias now standing guard over his grave to ward off would-be intruders like us. It's incredibly unfortunate I was so overpowered for this point in the game with my plus 15 weapon and soft-capped strength, because this fight was over so much faster than I wanted it to be. You can initiate this boss fight much earlier if you happen to drop that 20,000 souls on that crest from Artorias, and in fact, I did that in my first playthrough. As for the fight itself, I don't have much to say about it. It's a good fight, and Seath can pile on the damage, especially if you're lower level than I was. But what makes this fight so famous, aside from the music and of course its backstory, is that when brought to low health, Seath starts to limp, holding one paw up and stumbling after you, looking beaten and worn, but still fighting to defend its master and friend's grave. It's I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's heartbreaking. I didn't even know the story when I first fought them. It was just a big wolf with a sword to me, and seeing it suddenly get so much weaker when on its last legs still gave me pause. Its damage gets gutted, it falls over and struggles to get back up during some attacks. It genuinely made me feel sorry for it. In my first playthrough, this was perhaps the first time I felt hollow after killing a boss. I didn't feel like I overcame some great obstacle despite having a lot of trouble with them prior. I just felt sad. Again, in this playthrough, I was far too powerful to properly show this, and that's entirely my fault. But the memories of that first encounter are still fresh, even after all these years. And with Sif tragically put down, we gain what we came here for, the Covenant of Artorias. This ring allows us to traverse the abyss where the Four Kings hide and commit some righteous murdering upon them. So we trek our way back down to the depths of New Londo, bash in some edgy boy faces once again, equip our new ring, and... okay, that fall always makes me nervous. I may feel slightly conflicted about New Londo itself, but I don't feel conflicted about this boss. This is another home run as far as I'm concerned. It's impressive just how much a blank, featureless background can add to a fight. Sometimes less really is more. You're dropped into this completely black, endless void, your first taste of the abyss. And before you can even get your bearings, if you can at all, this music starts blaring in your ear as one of the Four Kings rises up in the distance and charges at you. It's pure panic. And just as you're wondering where the other three are, oh hello! The way this boss works is as you're fighting, the other kings will gradually spawn. Even after you kill one, they'll just keep regenerating and spawning back in. Up to 4 kings can be active at any one time, and while 1, even 2 is manageable, all 4 is damn near impossible. This fight is a damage race. Kill the kings quickly before you get overwhelmed. Now, thankfully with the power of my brand new miracle, I have more than enough damage to get through the fight in relative ease, but I still love it. Yes, I may know the tricks, and yes, I can basically just brute force my way through it at this point, but that doesn't make me like it any less. Extremely solid boss for me. Not my favorite, but it's definitely up there. And with the death of the fallen 4 kings, we gain the Lord Soul Shard bequeathed to them by Gwyn, and get the hell out of there. 1 down, 3 to go. Oh right, we haven't checked up on Laurentius yet. I wonder how... oh. Laurentius? He... oh. Oh shit. Yeah, turns out Laurentius also went hollow on his journey into Blighttown. This dude was actually one of the nicer NPCs and genuinely enjoyed teaching you pyromancy, so seeing this happen, yeah, fuck. I mean, we can't do anything about it besides put him down now, but damn, that one stings. Anyway, we're back in Blighttown for one specific reason, and it's to join the Chaos Covenant with the Fair Lady. I apologize, my fellow Sunbros, but I do this for the greater good. You will soon understand. We need to reach rank 2 in the Covenant, which requires us getting a whole 30 humanity to the Fair Lady, and that's a big chunk of change. So much, in fact, that I had to go farm rats in the Berg for a bit to get what I needed. I don't know why the rats drop humanity, but they do. I sacrifice literally all of it to the Covenant and get my required rank. Now, we need to make a small detour. Well, a fairly substantial detour, really. Okay, folks, I would give my thoughts on the Demon Ruins right now, but it's too soon. We're coming back here at a later point, and I'll have plenty more to say then. Just bear with me. For now, we're gonna leap forward a bit. With our rank in the Chaos Covenant, we gain the ability to open this here door, which leads us into a hallway with a bunch of sunlight maggots. And then we murder them all in righteous fury! I'm pretty sure we only need to kill this specific one right here, but I am not taking any chances. This hallway is also a shortcut between the Demon Ruins and one of the endgame areas we'll be going to later, but we're not using it. For now, we're just here to kill these bugs. Then we yoink ourselves back out. A later quest step has been assured, and we can continue on our way. And now, it is time to return to Skeleton. Spooky, skeleton, and we're back. Okay, so, New Londo was nice. A little weak in terms of enemy variety, but overall a rich, creepy atmosphere and a genuinely really solid boss. Hope you got your fill of that view from the top though, folks, because it's all downhill from here. The Tomb of the Giants gimmick is this. You're looking at it. The reduced sight radius and reliance on other sources of light to navigate would be annoying enough, but of course, they hide massive fuck-off skeletons in the shadows as well. At least you can see their eyes, so it's not like you're completely blind, but you know what isn't fun? Inching your way forward in the dark and trusting leaps of faith because you can barely see 3 feet in front of you. Why did so many games do this back in the day? I still see it pop up every so often. Literally the only genre of game I like this sort of thing in is survival horror, and yet it was all over action and platformer games for the longest time. Why? All it does is force you to slow down. It's padding of the most blatant kind. And it's obvious why, because if you remove the darkness, the Tomb of the Giants is barely a level. It's just a bunch of caves with skeletons in it. There's a nice view of Lost Islip and Ash Lake down here, but the area itself is just so bland. The featurelessness of the Abyss worked because, you know, it's the Abyss. It's an absolute void of nothing. And even then, you could still very clearly see the enemies you were supposed to be fighting. You didn't have 90% of your vision taken away, and only see the kings when they were right up on your ass about to pancake you. Friends. God damn, that is a huge fucking arrow. I'm fine. I'm sure people will defend this, saying it adds tension and creepiness, and sure, it can in the right setting, but you know, New Londo had a pretty creepy, intense atmosphere, and it didn't need to make it near completely blind to do that. At least the game gives you a lantern at the bottom of a pit at almost the halfway point, and to use the lantern you need to give up one of your hands to keep it lit, which isn't the worst thing, but it's just one more layer of annoyance on top of everything else. Despite all of this though, the Tomb of the Giants is not my least favorite level. It's irritating, but it's mercifully short, and it did give us that one really funny gif. After you pass a certain point, the game just kinda drops the whole darkness thing with about as much fanfare as it deserves, and I get invaded by an NPC for my trouble. Why are there a ton of mini pinwheels down here surrounding Gravelord Nito's domain and baby skeletons that come out of the floor? I'm sure it's all in the lore somewhere. I do especially love how when entering this fight you have to take near half your health and falling damage. That's fun. Fun fact, when I first played this, I always had trouble with Nito, but everyone I knew said he was easy. Then at the same time, everyone I knew said Seath was really hard, and I beat Seath on my first try with no difficulty. I'm not really sure what that says, but there you go. Well, I'll definitely say Nito's music theme is fantastic. It certainly sounds incredibly spooky and undead-like. Makes sense as he presides over the realm of the dead and all that. His design is fucking awesome, and he definitely has significant intimidation value. But apart from that, well, these days I now see why everyone said he was easy. Aside from a few skeletons that require a divine weapon to completely kill, Nito only has, like, I think 3 attacks. He swings his sword, he explodes in a shadowy burst, and he does this thing, which is actually bullshit and really hard to avoid. You just gotta dodge roll at the right time, but man is it precise. Still, now I never have trouble with him. And as long as you don't move into the back of the arena and just let him come to you at the start, the giant skeletons back there don't do anything. The only thing that threw me for a loop this time around was this one skeleton that just refused to die, no matter how many times I killed it with my divine mace. I don't know what specific rule kept this Skelleboy alive, but apparently its devotion to Lord Nito was far too great to be dissuaded by holy bludgeoning. Killing Nito seemed to do the trick though. Rest in pieces, the world's most determined skeleton. So yeah, Nito looks cool, his music is cool, but his fight is kinda meh. At least it's a decent payoff. 2 Lord Souls in the bag, 2 left. And thankfully, we don't have a big checklist to attend to this time. We just port back to Anor Londo and head straight to the next area. Oh, but not before utterly flattening the Firekeeper here, since she's just a tad bit upset with me for killing Gwendolyn. Understandable. Apparently, the first line of defense for the Great Archives is a giant armored boar. Not a problem, I have the power to throw lightning bolts. So of course I elected to run in head-first sword swinging. Why am I like this? I guess Seath liked the single boar defense so much he decided to use it a second time. To be fair, it did work on me at least once. So I should let you all know the reason we're doing the final areas in this specific order is because it happens to be the same order I did them in all those years ago. And by pure coincidence, it also happens to be the order of my opinion on them from best to worst. So yeah, you know I'm going to be talking some shit. I'll say first and foremost though, I actually love the Archive's looks. The whole giant magical library thing in fantasy is always great, and I imagine sorting all this shit must have been hell for the bookkeepers. I like how the crystal formations on the walls leading up to Seath's room spread more and more the further up you climb. It's like a slowly spreading infection and you're approaching its source. So the visuals are good, especially compared to the Tomb of the Giants, mostly because, you know, I can see them. It's just everything else I don't like. For one thing, the enemy variety. These crystal soldier dudes are the most common enemy in this whole level, and they are everywhere. No, really, I mean everywhere. They're fairly fragile, but they're pretty fast, like to ambush you, and do quite a heavy amount of damage per hit, but they alone are not the problem. Remember these guys, the channelers? Well, they're back again, and yes, they also do that goofy trident dance that buffs the damage of all enemies around them, just like the one in the bird. Only now, instead of buffing a group of relatively mundane and easily dealt with enemies into an actual threat, it makes the crystal dudes who were already hitting pretty hard start hitting like fucking freight trains.
Oh, that was the most devastating ass shot in history.
To progress in this level, we actually need to take this elevator here all the way up to Seath's room. Seath actually can't be killed here as he just instantly heals any damage you do to him. You're just supposed to die, which apparently results in you getting captured and thrown in a cell. It's really odd to have a supposed to lose fight this late in the game. Normally you'd see those toward the beginning to set a narrative tone or to give you a goal to shoot for later. Having it here is just, I don't know, it's weird. Oh, and by the way, even though you're supposed to die here, you still lose all your souls and humanity when you do. So if you didn't know that beforehand, ripperoni, my friend, thankfully, I came prepared. Well, the prison cells are even more impressive in scale, and again, whatever those bookkeepers were paid, it was nowhere near enough. How many times do you think someone fell to their death trying to get something out of the A section all the way up there? Probably at least once a week. After exploring around and opening a couple of these cells, we find, tucked away in the back of one, all on their own, Rhea. Yep, Rhea. All the way here, and fully hollowed. There might be a line of dialogue somewhere that explains why she came here, but I likely missed it. Either way, it seems she was also captured sometime before you, locked away, and likely went hollow just sitting in this cell. Another friend gone and in need of being put down. Seeing how she doesn't even cast any miracles and just runs at you punching is kind of sad, really. Despite everything, she still ended up like this. Same as the Crestfallen Knight, and same as Laurentius. God. Well, at least we find Logan again, also trapped in a cell, and once again in need of rescue. We don't have a key for that cell yet, so we'll have to come back later. Alright, we've been negative and gloomy long enough, and I'm getting fatigued here. We're in need of some levity. So, here's my adventures with the corpse of a snake man. Enjoy. Okay, I guess I have a friend now. Well, come with me. Joined arm in arm. We're gonna go see the world together. They are actually just completely stuck in me. Okay, this is my buddy now. Hi, Logan. This is my buddy. This is my new friend. How are you doing? Oh, don't be afraid. The outside world is much better than this old place. You'll love it, I promise. Oh no, come on. Come on. Random bit of geometry. You will not stand between me and friendship. Yes! Friendship triumphs over all. Alright, hang on. I need to get them in front of the ladder. I need to get them on top of me, in front of the ladder. Why is this suddenly the thing that I have to do? I don't know. But it is. I need— No! Oh, it's okay. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. No! No. Oh, that's so sad. Man, I ask if you want to be my friend, but already I can tell it won't work out. It's here that Dark Souls really starts overusing the enemy hiding behind corner waiting to attack you thing. Seriously, you could swing around any blind corner here and have about a 70% chance of hitting something in the face. Gotta love that view though. Honestly, I can't point to any one thing the Archives does that makes me not like it. It's a bunch of smaller things that add up. I placed it below the Tomb of the Giants, but really, I'd rate them almost the same. Where the Archives is a bunch of smaller annoyances like the level layout, the enemy variety, and stuff like that, the Tomb had one blatant annoyance that was much easier to focus all my frustration on. And at least the Tomb was short. The Archives feels like they made this massive, brilliant-looking map, but didn't have enough ideas to fill it. Which is probably accurate considering that, sadly, Dark Souls' original development started getting rushed toward the end. I'll get into that later though. After further adventuring and stealing all the things from all the chests, we eventually find the key to Logan's big-ass cell in the prison. So it's off to once again rescue our gloriously hatted friend, but not before this happens. Ow! One in the back, one in the shoulder, and one directly in the ass. That is just disrespectful, and how dare you. Back in the cells, we set Logan free, who I can imagine is only barely holding himself back from sprinting out of his cage and doing the reading equivalent of devouring these books like a starving wolf. And now, he'll actually teach us all of his spells regardless of our intellect. And sadly, we do need to buy all of them to advance his quest, and there's a lot, so pardon me as I burn my wallet alive.
200,000 souls later.
Okay, it was actually 183,000, but close enough. Logan also discovered the source of Seath's immortality. In the game's intro, we're told Seath lacked the immortal scales of his brethren in the ancient times and betrayed them. After helping Gwyn win the war against the ancient dragons, Seath delved into his research on how to artificially create this immortality, and apparently succeeded. And at some point in the whole process, he kinda, sorta, maybe went completely insane? So yeah, apparently Seath created, or discovered, a thing called the Primordial Crystal. So if we want to have any chance of killing him, we got to smash it. Outside the fog door here, we find a single giant golden crystal golem wandering about. We kill it, and they drop another NPC, Seath. If you couldn't tell, she's the daughter of our dear Onion Boy. Of course, we have seen him plenty of times, and we tell her just so. I'm not sure why she sounds like she's 5, but yeah. You know, as I write this, I feel the same way talking about this place as I feel in playing through it. I want to like it, I want to have fun with it, but good lord is it taking forever. At least the crystal caves are big and pretty looking. Like I said, the visuals are great from top to bottom. But like the Archives, this place also has its annoyances. Invisible bridges for one thing, but to be fair, they are pretty wide and are visibly shown through falling crystals hitting them, so that's not too bad. But hey, look, it's our old friend Slanted Geometry. Ah yes, giant clams. Every sorcerer's favorite familiar. Yeah, no, what? Well, finally, at long last, we make it to the Primordial Crystal, and Seath is understandably a tad bit mad at us for disturbing it. Well, obviously, to start the fight off, you have to destroy the crystal before you can even hurt Seath, and thankfully, it's about as sturdy as my self-esteem. I gotta say, the music for this fight is really bizarre, but fits Seath perfectly. A dragon that's gone completely insane, conducting all sorts of horrific experiments on people and delving into knowledge best left unknown, all for the goal of attaining immortality. And good lord, that is one big boy! I'm pretty sure Seath is the physically largest boss we've fought so far. He barely fits in his own arena. Most of his attacks are just mad flails with his tentacles. Why does he have tentacles? Yeah, whatever. Blasting lasers blindly around him, and of course, the big crystal explosion thingy from before. The crystals his attacks leave behind also inflict curse damage when walking through them, so there's the ever-present threat of just being gibbed by an instant kill mechanic when you're fighting him. Also, if you cut off the tip of his most rear tentacle tail thing, you get the Moonlight Greatsword. An item I wasn't going to use, but nonetheless wanted, because again, I'm weird like that, and died 2 times trying to get it. Without going for the sword, the fight is fairly easy, I'd say. The biggest threat is dying from curse damage, which does suck, but most of his attacks can miss you if you just attack him by ducking in and out. I, meanwhile, being the paragon of brain that I am, elected to just slap on Sunlight Blade and return to Monkey, charging in and swinging my sword like a heavily armed, divinely empowered, pissed off gorilla. Which worked, to be fair, but I misjudged how much curse damage I could take and got what I deserved. Thankfully though, I got the 3rd Lord Soul afterwards, so apparently it still counted. I'll take it. I'm not really sure if I'd call this a good boss, since it's not that hard, but much like the archives, I gotta at least give points for the scale. Or should I say, the lack of them. Anyway, with the third Lord Soul firmly in our grasp, I decide to give one last farewell to Logan. Logan? You feeling okay, buddy? I guess he's busy. We'll just come back later then. You know, before we leave, I'm curious what's in that room where we first fought Seath now that he's dead. So let's... God fucking damn it, again? I didn't really talk about Logan all that much, admittedly, but to give a brief summary, he's... well, he didn't deserve this, that's for sure. Like Laurentius, he liked to teach you and generally seemed like he had a good head on his shoulders, even if apparently his methods and aversion to taboos earned him an unfavorable reputation in his homeland. Also, Griggs may have been sent to keep an eye on him or kill him, I'm not sure, but that's one theory that's floating around. He only wanted to gain the knowledge locked away in the archives, not for power or control, but just for the sake of curiosity. And, well, whatever was in here, it led him to the exact same fate that befell Seath. Or maybe it was the fact that he achieved his goal. He had limitless knowledge at his fingertips, and now, what else was there? He had everything he wanted, but maybe that wasn't enough. Or maybe the pursuit of it was all the purpose he had left. Either way, he's gone too. Just another body added to the pile. I don't think he even went hollow. His body isn't decayed or anemic looking. He just lost his mind, somehow, some way. One by one, everyone we know is either dying, going hollow, or betraying us. What the hell is happening? Here, Framp, take your goddamn Lord Soul. One more to go. And we already know where we're going, so back down to the Demon Ruins. First, we can't even get to the Demon Ruins because of the lava flow coming from this thing, Ceaseless Discharge, whose name I shall not be making any jokes about, who just sort of stands there, looming over what seems to be the grave of a Witch of Izalith, staring almost motionless. They don't become hostile until we mess with the body, which we do because I'm just on a roll with being a horrible person today, and trying to fight them head on is ill-advised, so we run back to the fog door of the arena, wait for it to approach, and when it reaches us, it'll leap forward and grab onto the ledge. Then all we have to do is knock it off. I don't feel good about that one, but it's hard for me to feel good about anything right now. Anyway, with our path opened, the Demon Ruins can now be accessed. And good lord, that is a lot of Capra demons. The copy-pasting of enemies gets especially blatant here, with these former boss demons just standing there, almost in neat rows. I don't know why, but just seeing the Capra demons lined up like this just makes me depressed when coming here. Fortunately, that depression is interrupted by this. Yeah, watch your step around this part here. Oh hey, Kirk's back. Remember him? And now, fat, fire-breathing demon statues and another slightly bigger Taurus demon. I think I know why this part kind of depresses me. The Capras and Taurus demons aren't even new. There's just more of them now. That's it. Well, and giant centipedes, I think. So that's kind of neat. And just because I'm extra paranoid, I decide to give those sunlight maggots another piece of my mind. Through the fog door here, and it's just the stray demon, but now it's on fire. This isn't even worth talking about. It's a complete filler boss. Let's move on. More of those demon statues, and a lot more of those demon statues. This is becoming concerning. And would you look at that? An elevator that goes from the Demon Ruins all the way back up to Quilag's domain. That is pretty nice, gotta say. Right after that is another fog door, and you know it's a boss door because you can see summon signs surrounding it. Oh god, Solaire! Yes, I need some jolly cooperation right now. Thank you. At least you're still alive. And Onion Boy, wherever he ran off to. But anyway, yes, time to cooperate some poor fucker into the dirt. Let's go. Well, this thing looks metal as hell, even though I'm having trouble seeing where it starts and where it ends. Most of its arena is lava, which can vaporize you in seconds, a fact I very quickly remind myself of. Oh! Right. Death hurts. Lava bad. Sometimes I amaze myself with how often I forget the most primal of lessons humanity ever taught itself. Fire hot, ow! Unless your name is Solaire, apparently. Goddamn, Solaire, you just do not give a fuck, do you? In any case, the demon isn't that hard, though if you blast off its arm, head, other head, I think, It turns into a smaller centipede that charges me. Thankfully, lightning continues to solve all my problems, and we get the orange charred ring, which drastically reduces the damage we take from lava. And I mean drastically, like it fucking tickles now, which lets us enter the next part of the ruins without being reduced to crispy bacon. And around the corner, sitting by the bonfire, is Solaire. Oh, thank God. Buddy, let me tell you, I have been having the shittiest time lately, and I have never been happier to see.
Why?
What?
After all this judging, I still cannot find it.
No. No. Not you two, man. Please not you two. Look, I get it. Shit sucks right now. It's bad, but we're gonna make it, okay? We're gonna make it. We're gonna get through to the end together, all right? Just don't go. Okay? Just don't go. Okay, that got heavy. So, what's up next? Oh. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with the pretenses. Lost Isla fucking sucks. Everyone knows it sucks. It's so well known that I spoiled it 1,000 years ago in the intro, and I guarantee not a single one of you were surprised. Looking at this place now just makes me sad. It's a monument to lost potential. A reminder of what could have been and went criminally underrealized. I mentioned that Dark Souls started getting a troubled, rushed development toward the end. It's not exactly clear where that started and what areas were actually hurt by it, but Lost Izalith was absolutely one of them. Confirmed by the man himself, this place ended up not even close to its full vision. Behold, the flourishing fields of undead dragon asses, placed with about as much care and cohesion as a bad custom Half-Life map, or that one bit with all the head crabs that hunt down the freedom. They're barely even a threat. You can run right past most of them, and even the ones that are in your way will just kill each other trying to get to you. I did literally nothing here. That one just died to the other's attacks. You can't make this shit up. And yet, I still somehow managed to get myself killed by one of them. I don't even know what happened there. At least I can take some solace in knowing I wasn't the only one. Even the lava, the most consistent level hazard between us and our end goal, isn't even a hazard because of our new ring. Yeah, it'll do constant shit damage to you, but that doesn't mean shit to your 1 billion health and 20 plus 5 Estus flasks. And that constant burning noise is making me want to commit great acts of violence. Oh, by the way, these demon statues are amazing. They have one attack and it locks them in place, sometimes facing one direction. Their one method of doing harm to you makes it easier to kill them. And oh my God, how many of them are there? You know, for all my problems with the Duke's archives, at least the endless army of crystal soldiers were placed in actual formations. Oh, sweet Christ, a new enemy. Thank you. I have no idea what I'm looking at, but you know what? I'll take it. Oh, hi, Kirk. Bye, Kirk. It's hard for me to even stay comedically mad at this. It just makes me depressed. I mean, look at this place. This looks awesome. This should have been a fantastic area, and yet, here we are. The only decent thing I can say about this place is that we at least meet our onion boy again. Of course, it then took me an embarrassing amount of time to realize where he was. Siegmeyer finally offers to pay his debt to you by sacrificing himself so you can escape the group of Chaos Eaters below. Thankfully, though, if you find your way down below and kill all but one of them, you can make sure he doesn't die and get the final leg of his quest. Not that I think he needed the help, to be honest. Jesus! Are you absolutely certain you ever needed my help at any point at all, Siegmeyer? Jesus, fuck, man, that damage was nuts! Siegmeyer, once again, thanks you for helping him and decides to fall asleep standing up in a pool of poison. I'm sure he'll be fine. And before we finish up here, we have one last thing to check up on. We make our way up the roots, past this demon titanite statue, kill the sunlight maggots a third time because I am nothing if not thorough at this point. And
was it all a lie? Have I done it all for nothing?
We find Solaire, alive, in the shortcut, and believe it or not, we've saved him. If we had not come down this passageway before now and killed those sunlight maggots, Solaire would be here, controlled by one, having lost his mind entirely, unable to recognize us, and forcing us to defend ourselves. This was the end of Solaire's story for many, many people's playthroughs until the way to save him was discovered. Yet, as you can see, he's still broken. Alive, but questioning his entire reason for being here, for going on this journey to begin with. That naive and jovial attitude is gone. The bleakness of the world finally caught up to him. Still, at least he's safe. He won't die here. For now, we have a job to finish. And I don't even need to tell you what's next, do I? You knew this was coming. We all do. It's nearly impossible to make a video talking about Dark Souls 1 without mentioning it. And really, after 12 years and thousands of other videos, there's nothing left to say that hasn't already been said at least 100 times over. Adding on to it now would just be me taking my turn to beat the bloody mess that may have at one point been a dead horse, so there's really not much point in me doing it. I'm gonna do it anyway. Now, that may seem unnecessary and overdone after all this time, and you would have a point in saying that, but in my defense, this thing fucking deserves it! Where to even begin with this? The Beta of Chaos doesn't have just one thing that makes it bad, it's the whole thing. It's a cavalcade of terrible that all comes together into one gigantic explosion of stupid. Technically it has 3 phases, although I don't think the first one counts. Oh, how threatened I feel. You know how I said Sen's Fortress could have done some real cheap death stuff and been justified? Well, it certainly feels like this boss is trying to make up for that. Floor tiles falling away with no warning suddenly make these ineffective attacks very effective, and we're forced to rely on the utterly broken jumping mechanic, which only just barely works. I mean, barely. I had to be on the very last pixel of that ledge to make that jump. It is possible to roll dodge your way through those branch attacks, but that involves me betting on this thing's hitboxes behaving consistently. So I'll take my chances with the leap of faith, thanks. During its last phase, however, is when things get their most bullshit. It starts spewing up these pillars of fire that can just appear from anywhere and doing slam attacks that go off the fucking screen so you can't see them. Oh, but don't worry, we don't have to fight this thing. We just have to run through the middle of all this bullshit and make one last jump onto a curved branch at its center. Oh, and the Bed of Chaos hasn't stopped madly flailing either, and those attacks are wide, so good luck. And even if you do manage to get past them, you have to land that jump and not accidentally roll off. If you don't just get smacked out of the air, that is. And while you're breaking your way to the last weak point, it's still summoning these damn fire pillars that now you can only just barely dodge. Finally, you smack the bug thingy at its center, and that's it. You killed it. That's the boss fight, a glorified death run map. The only non-actively hostile thing I can say about this mistake is that it's the only boss to have fucking checkpoints, because even the devs knew this thing was awful and wanted the player to get past it as quickly as possible. I do not blame them. This thing is not only the worst boss in all of Dark Souls, but it's a top contender for one of the worst bosses of all time, and that's Lost Izalith. Horrible map design, horrible enemy variety, eye-straining color palette and lighting, all capped off with a boss so egregiously terrible that I couldn't even make me complaining about it funny. This whole area is the #1 reason I tend to stop my Dark Souls runs around Anor Londo, because I always have such a good time and always enjoy revisiting it up to that point, but know that eventually I'll have to have those good times crushed and ground into dust by this. I said it before, I'll say it again. Miyazaki and likely the entire Dark Souls team to this day regrets Lost Izalith and how it turned out. It was the result of mismanaged time, resources, and a tight deadline. And boy, oh boy, does it show. I couldn't even have fun with this. I was actually excited to talk about Lost Izalith and tear it to pieces, but now I'm just fucking depressed and angry. The planetary amounts of lost potential this place represents fucking eats at me every time I go back to it. And what makes it worse is for my first time through, this was my second to last experience with Dark Souls as a whole. I went into the final battle hot off the heels of this place, and if I were to follow it faithfully, I'd be ruining the ride for myself and all of you. So you know what? No, fuck it. We're not ending on such a terrible, depressing note. I'm taking a detour. This completely screws up the pacing of the script, but I don't care. We're not leaving it off like this. Strap in, kids. We're going back in time. wait a minute. This isn't where I left my time machine. Welcome to the DLC, everyone.
Let's go.
So Artorias of the Abyss was the first and only major expansion released for Dark Souls 1. As you may have guessed, it follows the events of Knight Artorias' original battle against the Awakened Abyss, and the resulting aftermath of his defeat. It's also got a bit of an odd quest to start it. First, you go to where we encounter the Hydra in Darkroot, kill it, reset the area, find this golden golem, kill it. It drops a woman named Princess Dusk. Dusk asks you to help her kingdom and then pieces out. Then you go to the entrance to the Grand Archives, kill the specific golem who's just off moping in the corner for some reason, take the broken medallion they drop, head back to the place where you met Dusk, and get yoinked through a portal. And dear friends, raise your hands to the sky and praise the sun, because that quality and passion of Dark Souls is back in force. This expansion is leagues better than the vast majority of the endgame, likely because the team was less pressed for time and could focus on making this relatively brief experience as good as possible. It's also arguably harder than just about all of Dark Souls. See, Artorias of the Abyss is one of those expansions that assumes you've played the original game to death, and as such, feels no remorse in tightening its gloves and swinging for the fences. It's got a total of 4 bosses, each one much harder than all the bosses in the Dark Souls endgame and most of the others in general. While each previous boss had a certain rhythm they each shared to some extent and certain tells for when they were about to attack, these ones have completely different paces compared to that, and it certainly fucked me up several times in my first time through. Hell, it still served my own ass to me raw. Even some of the basic enemies you encounter have motions and attacks specifically designed to throw you off. And nowhere is that more prevalent than the poster child for the entire DLC. You know, I wasn't going to go in depth for the DLC section since this video has already taken long enough, but I had to for Sir Artorias. It's just respectful, really. You don't fight Artorias as he was in his prime, you fight him right after he fell battling the Abyss, little more than a hollowed out corpse being puppeted around by the darkness he sought to contain. But there's clearly more than a bit of the old him in there as he starts doing this shit. Ow. So you know how we went back in time? Well, I'm thinking so did Artorias, because this motherfucker stumbled in from Dark Souls 3. His moveset is so varied and quick, way more so than any other boss in the entire game, with a few variations on moves that are, again, meant to trip up your momentum. All the bosses in this DLC are leagues more aggressive than anything else that came before, and Artorias is the king among them. He will not give you a second to catch your breath unless you really gain some distance, and will make you fight for those small moments to heal yourself. Yes, for me, Artorias was harder than the actual final boss of the DLC, Manus, Father of the Abyss. Oh, you have no idea how badly I want to start gushing about the lore this whole expansion added, but I promised myself I wouldn't. I'll just say that Artorias, the legend himself, is the highlight of the entire DLC for me. The boss from it that I remember the most, and the one that still gives me the most trouble to this day. The devs knew they had to give this guy all the love they possibly could, and boy, did they not disappoint. You are fighting a broken, hollowed out legend, and does it sure feel like it. There's so much more I want to say about the DLC. I love how Ulasil is visibly sinking into the abyss with all the architecture slanted toward the big, gaping opening at its center. I love how the deeper you go, the more you start seeing this abyssal goop all over the floor as you approach the center of the corruption. I love the small details from dialogue we get that further hint at the true story of Dark Souls, how the abyss began to spread, and the nature of what the abyss could potentially be. I love this cheeky fucker. I love this big fucker. I love how you find a young Sieve, and if you rescue them and fight them later, you get a different cutscene as they recognize you, and oh, god damn it, it breaks my heart. I could keep going, but I think you get the point. And I'll be going into much more detail about this in my follow-up video, whenever that happens. If all the latter half of Dark Souls had this kind of energy, I can't imagine how fantastic it could have been. Mismanaged time, resources, and a tight deadline choked the life out of it. But I'm at least very happy that some of it got focused back into this. If I had to imagine, part of the reason they made this DLC at all was probably because they knew the latter half of Dark Souls was so lacking, and collectively wanted to rectify that. You don't get a game like Dark Souls from a team that didn't have its heart in it. And for my recorded playthrough, this was a refreshing renewal of quality and a sudden challenge that I desperately needed approaching the final parts. But at least we don't have much longer to go. So I think it's time we get back on track. Throughout our journey, we've met and befriended many people, and nearly every single one of them are gone. Turned hollow, gone mad, or cut down in vengeance. Crestfallen Knight, Rentius, Rhea, Vince and Nico, Lautrec, Logan, and now Siegmeyer, dead on the beach of Ashlight, put down by his own daughter, to stop his hollow. No story we've come across has ended happily. The world we're fighting so hard to restore is beyond hope, and the people we tried our best to save all fell in the end. Standing here at the final hurdle, we ask ourselves, after losing so much, what's left to even fight for? Why are we here? To save a world beyond saving? A world that hated us and never wanted us at all? For the honor and memories of those who forgot even themselves in the end? There's nothing left. No reason to keep going. We don't walk into this final arena with hope in our hearts and triumph in our wake. We walk into it feeling like the scum of the earth, like a walking corpse, barely grasping at what small illusion of life it has left, much like the world itself. We never should have been here. We should have died, like everyone else we cared about. Even as grand and impressive as the kiln of the first flame looks, it hardly matters to us in the end. We don't care. We're just here to see this to the end. No other direction but forward. Pushed this way by the dying hopes and silvery words of others. Words that now ring hollow in our ears. Yet as we approach, we spot a flicker in the distance. A single mote of golden light, glowing bright and defiant against the night. So there, he made it. He got to the end. After everything you both have been through, everyone you've met and forced to see fall, here he is. It wasn't in vain. It wasn't in vain. What does it mean to go hollow? An undead who goes hollow doesn't simply die, but loses the will to keep on living. For an undead can never truly die. But an undead with no goal can't stave off the inevitable. A creeping madness that will eventually take hold. With no craft or goal to focus their efforts on, the symptoms accelerate, soon claim their lives. It robs them of their free will, their thoughts, their memories, sometimes little pieces at a time. But it always ends the same way. It's an unliving corpse, cursed wandering home for eternity. Empty and cold. Solaire nearly suffered that same fate. After failing to find his own sun, his own light, Solaire began to go mad in Lost Isola, talking to himself and barely registering your presence. Had we left him as he was, it wouldn't have even mattered if he'd been possessed by the sunlight maggot and forced to fight us, because he would have gone hollow, just like the rest. With no goal left to fight for, and the emptiness of the world catching up to him, he nearly drowned in it. A powerful, jovial hero would have been brought to a tragic, pathetic end. But he did find a reason to keep going. Something or someone. You. Want to know how I know? Because after the entire journey you and Solaire shared, after the many times you fought together, after you saved him from a terrible end and he stands at the kiln, what does he do? Does he charge in, defeat Lord Gwyn in glorious combat, sacrifice himself to restore the first flame, and become the very sun he sought all this time? No. He walks off to the side, puts down his summon signature, and he waits. To fight alongside you. One last time. This is Gwyn, or was Gwyn. The one you've been told about all this time. The towering figure depicted in statues, spoken of like a hero and a god among the gods. This is all that remains of him. A maddened corpse, hollow to the core, with mere echoes of his once great power. The man who once struck down the stone dragons with bolts of lightning and ushered in the age of fire, can now barely manage a single blast of flame. Almost all of his attacks can be parried, and if done right, this fight can be won with barely any dodging needed. There's no grace or majesty in how he swings that fiery sword, only desperate and thoughtless aggression. And this isn't a first phase trick, and his true power is revealed after that health bar vanishes. When he dies, he just dies. That's it. No second coming, no big reveal. Just another body added to the pile. This is the man you were meant to succeed, the one who sacrificed countless lives, even his own, to prolong the age of fire, an age that may have very well been doomed to fade from the start. All of this may have been nothing but a prolonged, dying gasp of an already dead world. Prophecy, fate, this was never about a prophecy or achieving our destiny. This was a desperate attempt by a fearful few, cowering from the dark, to restore a world that has been long, long lost. Everywhere in this game is crumbling and decay. Who knows how long this has gone on? You were never a chosen undead. There were probably countless before you, and maybe countless more will come after. Solaire himself said it, right at the beginning of our journey.
The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out.
The world is in such shambles that time itself has been corrupted and warped. Who truly knows how many times this exact scenario has played out? Every ghost we see, just another undead playing out the same events, over and over and over and over and over again. And for what? This hollow, warped, dead world that should have died long ago to hopelessly grasp at a fading age that will never come back? Defeating Gwyn carries no weight, no triumphant victory, or anything like that. Sure, he can kill you. Sure, he can put out the damage. But you'll always come back. You'll keep getting up and throwing yourself at him, just like you've done to every other boss in this game. You die, you get up, you die again, and you get right the fuck back up again. It's a cycle, not unlike the cycle the world of Lordran has trapped itself in. The actions of a fearful Gwyn unknowingly doomed thousands to endlessly repeat this same misery again and again, in the vain hopes of finding the one hero who can finally end it and restore the flames forever. In a way, it's a beautiful tragedy. Those left with the power to guide the world instead turn it toward this desperate ploy to lead those foolish enough to fight for them along the same path, to serve as little more than kindred to keep that first flame burning. Maybe it'll end with you. Maybe it won't. Who really knows? Maybe this really is the final one. The one that throughout all of Dark Souls and the adventure you took, it asked that unspoken question, whether or not this world deserved to be saved. If it even could be saved. So, what do? Do you cast your hope to those who will come after, that maybe they will find a way to break this curse and undo it all? Or do you let it fade, and walk quietly into the darkness, toward whatever it may bring? We don't really know what comes after our choice. All we can do is hope we made the right one. Dark Souls is a game that I hold dear to my heart. One that made me appreciate storytelling and gaming on a whole other level when I played it first. And one that I still hold a monumental amount of respect for all these years later. But, sadly, I have to admit, not all of it aged as well as I thought it would. Half of this game is one of the most finely crafted, expertly paced, and beautifully dark games I've ever played. And the other half is a slow, agonizing descent into outright mediocrity and disgrace. It ends on a tragic note, a well-done one at that, and its expansion adds some much-needed love and passion back into its endgame, but it doesn't make the thought of what could have been sting any less. I stopped my playthroughs around Anor Londo not just because I hate Lost Island or whatever, but because reaching the endgame reminds me that this game wasn't nearly the vision it could have been. What would this game have been had the polish of the first half been carried over into its latter half is a question that eats at me every time I play. And yet, despite all of that, despite all the problems and aspects that have not aged well, despite the slow descent into mediocrity, despite Lost Izalith and the Bed of Chaos, I can't bring myself to dislike this game. Not even close. It's not perfect. Hell, far from it. But where it's good, it's really, really damn good. It became such a phenomenon, not just for one reason, but for many reasons. Ones that I've only come to appreciate that much more as I grew older. There's beauty in its simplicity. And even if it's not as well polished as its successors, it still has a dark, twisted charm and beauty that hasn't been captured. FromSoft has made better games since, but for me, Dark Souls has and will always remain one of my favorites. There's something it does that no other game in history has done before and has ever done since. And nothing is ever going to change. Holy shit! I'm alive. Thank you everyone very much for watching what is without a doubt my most ambitious video to date. This one was rough to make, so if you enjoyed it, I would really appreciate a like and a comment to help the channel grow. And if you'd like to stick around, be sure to subscribe and do the whole bell thingy. For those interested, my Patreon page has recently gotten a major overhaul and has brand new tiers of rewards for those who want to support the channel, so check that out. I do want to keep doing this style of video, and direct support in that way helps a lot, so do check that out if you have the time. If you want to keep up to date with me and everything I do, I have a Discord server that is open to everyone, and I stream over on Twitch every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 3 p.m. Central US time. Thank you again for sticking around, everyone, and as always, y'all have a lovely evening, and I'll see you next time.
Good evening. Good evening. What was that intro? Just turn on the mic. There you go. Good evening. That was somebody trying so hard to like pretend like they don't, to pretend like they're not sick, pretend that they don't, like they feel good, you know. You can tell I was sitting here, just amping myself up to say something into the mic. Here we go. I gotta like, I gotta be like.
Here it is, the moment you've all been waiting for. Linus Tech Tip's first ever quantum processor. This quantum Z board is the first step toward a brighter future. Soon, we'll optimize everything from labs testing to vacation scheduling. We'll use machine learning and simulation to produce the most sought-after merch. It's going to be great. Okay, so Iran just admitted 4 hours before we sat down to film this that their previous statements were kind of BS. But darn it, we wrote a pretty sweet video about what this thing actually is, so I say we're gonna shoot it anyway. A few weeks ago, the Iranian government announced this to the world: the first product of the quantum processing algorithm of the Imam Khomeini University of Marine Sciences and Technologies. Apparently, this Z-board from Vigilant is meant for a system to counter navigation deception and detecting surface vessels using the quantum algorithms. Well, I bought one off eBay, and it's definitely not using quantum algorithms. It's a garden variety FPGA board. No quantum bits or qubits, no atom packing lasers, no cryogenic low noise amplifiers. But that doesn't mean it isn't cool. So just what the heck is this Z-board? And what other nonsense has come out of Iran over the years? Oh, and who's today's sponsor? Origin PC. Need a new battle station? Save big this month with $225 off desktops, an additional $100 off with the purchase of a monitor, and free US ground shipping. Learn more using the link down below. All right, we already know what the Z board isn't, so why don't we change gears and talk about what it is? It's a low-cost development board for the Xilinx Zinc 7000 APSoC, or all-programmable system on a chip. It's got a dual-core ARM Cortex-A9 processor, gigabit LAN, 512 gigs of DDR3 SD RAM, an SD card slot for storage, along with onboard audio, HDMI, and VGA, as well as a cute little OLED screen here. Now, looking at this board can be a little confusing to say the least, especially if you're only familiar with a typical PC motherboard. There are a ton of little buttons and dip switches and LEDs, all of which are controlled via programmable logic, or PL. Want to physically turn your audio on or off? Or enable a block of code with the flip of a switch? You program that to one of the buttons or switches and you're good to go, at least provided your code works. But why is this thing so expensive? Did I mention that this costs almost $600 for a dual-core A9 with DDR3? Like what? Okay, well, the A9 cores aren't the only logic processing on this board. The other part is an FPGA. These are super cool. FPGA stands for Field Programmable Gate Array, and it's kind of like a regular microcontroller or an ASIC, except that instead of baking the configuration of the transistors in at the time of manufacturing, they can actually be reconfigured in the field. This allows you to use one piece of hardware for as many functions as you can program and load onto it. So you take the logic cells on board and you group them into blocks of instructions known as IP cores. The more cells you have, the more capable your board is of performing operations like Ethernet packet inspection or video processing. See this heat spreader right here? Underneath it is our Zinc 7000 APSoC alongside 85,000 Series 7 programmable logic cells. But while that might sound like a lot, AMD just released the Versal Premium VP1902, an FPGA-based adaptive SoC with 18.5 million LCs that's meant for prototyping and emulation. More on that later. Coming back to the Z board that Iran showed off, the reason it's so weak is because, well, it isn't even new. The Zinc 7000 SoC family was introduced in March 2011, and the Z board followed a year later in August of 2012, just a few short months before the world was supposed to end. And while I'm sure that someone, somewhere can use it for some part of the chain, I don't know, maybe to monitor the thermostat of your quantum computer, the coldest place in the known universe. Realistically, this is a basic dev board that's meant for people wanting to try out FPGA or prototype a very basic ASIC before they move to mass production. Actually, on that subject, let's come back to one of the big use cases that I mentioned before, emulation. A major advantage of FPGA is that while it costs more on a per unit basis, it is much cheaper up front than doing a mass production run of a fully baked ASIC. So a major advantage of FPGA is that if you have a niche use case, you can actually use, provided it's sufficiently powerful, an FPGA to replicate the hardware of another system. So, let's say you want to run some software that was built for an Apple II, or an NES or Sega Genesis. Because those devices were so simple compared to modern computers and consoles, with some know-how, we can program an FPGA's logic cells to behave exactly like the original hardware components of that old computer or console. I mean, it wasn't always as easy as buying a DE10 Nano Kit FPGA and following the MR Project's documentation. To get here, programmers had to visually inspect integrated circuits, which often involved removing the top layer of the chip, photographing and mapping the die layout, then writing the core via hardware description language, or HDL. Which sounds like a lot of work, because it is, but The advantage of doing this over buying something like a Nintendo NES Classic or just running on a computer is that you eliminate any misbehavior or latency that could be introduced via emulation. For those of you who are new to emulation, basically it allows you to use the excess processing power that we have today to interpret code on a software level within an operating system like Linux or Windows. It's really cool, but there are inherent disadvantages, and by going straight to hardware, you're cutting out the middleman and you're convincing that game or that software that you want to run that it is actually running on the original machine it was built for. That is really cool, and our Z board here is pretty similar to the DE10 Nano. For example, they're both using Cortex A9 ARM SoCs and DDR3 memory. There's just nothing quantum about either of them. Iran's follow-up statement to the world was that it was all a misunderstanding. Of course they know there's no quantum processor on board. Their media just goofed. You guys, all this fooling around. Next, they're gonna tell me they were walking this whole time. You know, like they say, I ran, but maybe they walked. Anywho, with all of that said, it's not actually impossible that Iran has made some progress in quantum computing, and a Z board like this could be part of an actual quantum system somewhere along the chain. But for it to interpret anything using quantum algorithms, it would need a quantum circuit or a processor. If you want to learn more about quantum computing, we've actually got a whole video where I visited a local quantum computing company, D-Wave. But the short version is that a regular computer uses bit states of 1 or 0, while a quantum computer uses qubits, which can also be 1 or 0, but they can also be anything in between. Think of your bit kind of like a coin, okay? So with a bit, the coin is either face up or it's face down. With a qubit, the coin is somewhere between those states. That's called a mixed superposition, and to help stop decoherence, or the loss of information from the quantum computer into the environment, you need to keep the quantum processor as close to absolute zero as possible, something that currently requires a ton of energy and infrastructure. Energy and infrastructure that the Z board clearly does not need. But you know what you need? The new waffle hoodie. Okay, you don't, but it's super comfy and you can check it out at Ultimate. So, with all that cleared up, I think the best part of all of this is that this is far from the first time that Iran has pulled a silly stuff like this. Around the same time as this, they unveiled Farah, a hypersonic ballistic missile that can supposedly travel at up to Mach 15 or 3.2 miles per second. And it also has like incredible maneuverability that can totally pick up your dad. Defeat any current missile defense system. Hypersonic missiles, those are nothing new, but many military technology watchers doubt that Farah can actually do what they claim, in the same way that tech watchers are sort of wondering if this is actually a quantum computer. Then, just a few months ago, an Iranian professor told the world that the Python Universal Software and Python Global Network could be used to predict the future. I hate to break it to you, but the only future prediction you'll be doing with Python is that we will see some data analysis and task automation written in Python. It actually gets better. An Iranian scientist claimed to have invented a time machine, the Aryak time-traveling machine, to be precise. Now, in fairness, Iranian government officials were quick to dismiss that guy and state that no such time machine exists, but he was the managing director of Iran's Center for Strategic Inventions at the time, not some random crackpot. And it doesn't end there. During the recent pandemic, Iran tried telling the world that they had a handheld COVID detection device that used magnetic waves. Turns out that that one looked less like an FPGA board from eBay and more like a bogus bomb detector that was sold by British scam artists over a decade ago. Iranian scientists actually distanced themselves from that one, and the Iranian Health Ministry refused to license it. Unfortunately, this seems to be the kind of thing that happens when your country undergoes a massive brain drain. Someone, or some form of government, gains control, often a dictatorship, but not always. and a lot of your citizens leave for greener pastures. Typically, the ones who are trained professionals with the education and the money to do so. Between 2010 and 2020, Iran saw roughly 500,000 people emigrate, which doesn't sound that bad until you consider that they've had a net negative migration rate since the early 90s. Yikes. I mean, at least the folks who are remaining did have the sense to backpedal on this. If it only took, what, like 2 weeks? Considering the state of the world right now, it's probably an okay thing that Iran doesn't actually have a quantum computer, or a time machine for that matter. If you want to buy your own Zed board, we'll have links down below. I'm not sure exactly what you or they will be using your Zed boards for, but it certainly won't be to see this future message from our sponsor, Micro Center. Everyone hold on to your butts, because Micro Center's got a lot of deals on deck for July. We'll start with their upcoming store in Charlotte. I swear, these guys are expanding faster than me after a Thanksgiving dinner. Micro Center also has deals you can take advantage of right now. For a limited time, you can get $25 off all processors when you visit them in store. That's right, all of them. Well, I mean, don't buy them all, but you could. And also, July is back to school month, which means deep discounts on a ton of great tech, ranging from laptops to keyboards and mice. Don't exactly know what to grab, but still want to score a deal? Their online PC builder can help you pick parts to the best of your part-picking potential. I know that's a lot of stuff, but Micro Center is there to take care of you guys. So check them out at the link below to learn more about the offers they've got right now. If you guys enjoyed this video, check out the D-Wave video from a few years ago. It was so cool that I would describe it as like 0.1 degrees Kelvin. That's an inside joke.
Enrico Fermi may just be the luckiest man to ever win a Nobel Prize. Fermi is Italy's top physicist. At the age of just 24, he had been made a professor at the University of Rome, and thanks to his commanding presence, his researchers had nicknamed him the Pope. Unlike the Pope, though, he was broke. Italy's dominance in science had long fallen off since the days of Galileo. If they needed a piece of equipment, they built it from scraps. If they needed protection from radiation, they would sprint back and forth down the hall to avoid getting a lethal dose of whatever chemical concoction they had just made. You see, they were trying to do the unthinkable. They were trying to create a new element. The periodic table back in Fermi's time looked a little like this. Similar to what you're familiar with, but with a lot of pieces missing. You'll notice a few gaps in the middle regions, specifically elements like technetium, francium, astatine, and promethium. But the biggest missing piece is at the bottom. We're missing like a full row and a half. What you see here right now are all the chemical elements that humans had found in nature. Just sitting around in the atmosphere as gases, in the ground in rocks, even a couple liquids. Many of them are stable. A good number of them are safe, so long as you don't eat, inhale, or drink them. A decent portion, however, are not, and are in fact quite dangerous. Radioactive samples that are firing off millions of invisible electrons that can penetrate into your bloodstream. Radium, discovered by Marie Curie, almost certainly killed her. Her daughter, Irene, very likely died from exposure to polonium, the other element discovered by her mother. So maybe you understand now why Fermi didn't mind having to sprint up and down his lab if it meant extending his lifespan by a few years. So how does one go about creating a new element? Well, on paper, it's simple. You add or remove protons. Hydrogen has 1 proton, helium 2, lithium 3. And if you keep doing this, count all the way up the periodic table, you'd eventually get to the heaviest element in the known world up to that point, element 92. You know it as uranium. Here's the other part of the picture. An element is determined entirely by its proton number, but the number of neutrons can vary. That neutron number makes certain elements more stable than others. Carbon-12, with 6 protons and 6 neutrons, is extremely stable. It will stay in that form untouched for billions of years. Carbon-14, with 6 protons and 8 neutrons, is radioactive. It's got an energy imbalance that it wants to rectify, and at random it will convert one of its extra neutrons into a proton and fire off a dangerous electron to account for that energy imbalance. We call this beta minus decay, and what you're left with is an element with 1 extra proton. That's 7, aka nitrogen. Look at that! Purely by having 1 too many neutrons, the carbon destabilized and transformed into an entirely different element. Fermi's idea was to go to the furthest edge of the periodic table, uranium, element 92, and fire neutrons at it to try and artificially induce beta decay. If it worked, you'd be upgrading element 92 into 93, and if you could do it twice in a row, possibly even 94. Here's a fun problem though. How do you even know if you've created a new element? After all, you don't know what it looks like or what its chemical properties are. In this case, Fermi and his team had to rule things out by verifying which elements they hadn't created. They compared their result with the chemistry of all known elements down to lead, element 82, and couldn't find a single match. Unstable elements often lead to something called an alpha decay chain. That's when a nucleus spits out 2 protons and 2 neutrons. It leads to a leapfrog effect, where element 94 turns into element 92, then 90, 88, and so on, until they reach a stable element, which is often lead. The other possibility was that they had succeeded. They had made elements 93 and 94 for the very first time. The discovery catapulted Fermi into overnight fame. He was Italy's pride and joy, and obviously, he got first dibs on naming those 2 elements, although he was under a lot of pressure to name the element after a symbol of ancient Rome, fascisium, from the word fasces. Recently, however, the symbol had taken on an entirely new and terrifying meaning. It was the symbol of fascism, and the man pushing for the name was none other than Benito Mussolini. Yeah, Fermi did not follow this suggestion. 4 years go by. It is November 10th, 1938. 2 things happened that day. In Germany, it's the night of broken glass. In Italy, a wave of anti-Semitic laws are introduced. Fermi's wife Laura was Jewish, and her passport was on the edge of being revoked. So when the phone call came in that day at 6 p.m. that Enrico Fermi had won the Nobel Prize in Physics, their family didn't think twice. Fermi, his wife, and his children packed their bags and immediately traveled to Sweden. They did not return to Italy, and instead settled in the United States. And almost immediately after they arrived there, Fermi got the news. He had been wrong. He hadn't created elements 93 and 94. He had done something much crazier. He had made an atom explode. When Fermi declared that he had made new elements, he did so because the chemical properties didn't match up with anything as light as lead. Turns out, he should have looked even lighter. A group in Berlin had repeated his experiment, and they saw something really unexpected. They were seeing krypton and barium, 2 elements that were far too light to be the result of an alpha decay chain. But if you add up their proton numbers, 36, 56, you get 92, uranium. Fermi had split an atom in 2, a process that releases an absurd amount of energy. In reality, Fermi had discovered nuclear fission, a discovery that would go on to fundamentally reshape the upcoming war that he had just fled from, a discovery that would go on to dictate a global power struggle that would last for half a century. Entirely by accident, Fermi had falsely claimed the discovery of 2 new elements, and half a century later, one man would make a similar false claim, but entirely on purpose. This is a story about Victor Ninov and the race for the periodic table. I gotta show you something. This is the periodic table. I'm betting you recognize it, but it doesn't show the whole picture. Each element has a unique number of protons, but each element can have any number of neutrons. We call these nuclides. Some are more stable than others. There are dozens of elements, but there are thousands of nuclides. Here's what you're looking at. The x-axis is the number of neutrons. The y-axis is the number of protons. Each square is a possible nucleus. This is hydrogen, exactly 1 proton. This is helium, 2 protons, 2 neutrons. Every possible proton-neutron combination that has ever been observed is present on this chart. Every time we go up a row, that's a new element. I don't think my audience has a lot of overlap with football fans, but if it does for some weird reason, think of this as scorigami, but chemistry. A checklist where we mark things off that didn't exist before and maybe never will again. See, inside a nucleus is a pair of competing forces. On the one hand, you have the strong nuclear force. At extremely short ranges, it is able to glue together protons and neutrons into bundles. But on the other hand, you have the repulsive electromagnetic force. Protons all have a positive charge, and thus want to push each other apart. Only when the strong nuclear force can overcome the electromagnetic force can you have a stable nuclei. The neutrons, which are electrically neutral, serve as a kind of packing material. Because they don't repel each other, they can act as a buffer for the protons, making a nuclei more stable. Notably, the same element can have different numbers of neutrons, with some being very stable and some decaying immediately. We can actually see those stable nuclei quite clearly. They are the tall pillars in brown. The height on this chart represents the half-life of a given nuclei. A single half-life is the time it takes for a sample to be reduced by 50%. The taller it is, the more stable it is. One thing you can see is that for the lightest elements, the most stable combinations are those where the proton number equals the neutron number. See this line? Perfectly balanced. You can trace this line from hydrogen up until about calcium, and then the trend starts to diverge. For most elements, it's actually more stable to have more neutrons than you have protons. If we follow the path all the way up, we end up at lead. This is the path of stability. As soon as you stray even a little bit from that path, you plunge into the realm of radioactivity. The red pillars here are essentially stable, with half-lives in the billions of years. But by the time you make it to the oranges, you have a half-life in the minutes. A couple hours go by and a sample could be reduced to nothing. And if you touch the water, in blue, those half-lives are in the seconds. And the deep blue, well, that's milliseconds. Or in the worst cases, the half-life is so short we can't even measure it. For some of these nuclei, there's a good chance there's only ever been one of them in existence in the entire universe. A nuclei so unstable it could never occur on its own, but we forced it to. The beauty of this chart to me is that it's almost like a topological map of our journey through the periodic table. Like a mountainous peninsula surrounded by a raging sea of radioactivity. The sea has tides. Way up here in this chasm, you'll often get swept away in an alpha decay chain. That's when an element spits out 2 protons and 2 neutrons. It moves 2 spaces diagonally downwards, like this. A cascade that doesn't stop until you reach a stable element. On the south side of the mountain pass, there's a different type of tide, Fermi's beta minus decay. You lose a neutron, but gain a proton, like this. If you're smart, you can use this to go up a step, potentially creating a new element. But on the other hand, the northern side of the mountain pass is beta plus decay. You lose a proton, but gain a neutron. No matter where you are, however, every part of this sea is fighting you. The tides of radiation always lead you back to the same place. No matter where you started, eventually you get pushed back to shore, to the main path of stable nuclei. Some people refuse to accept this. They push back, trying to explore more of the sea and potentially uncover more and more land. Enrico Fermi was one of the first. Fermi began his journey here. He made it as far as the uranium chasm. Over the course of the next 50 years, several different labs would make the same pilgrimage up this mountain, and every new pilgrimage would fill up more and more of this chart. The protagonist of our story, the intrepid Viktor Ninov, claimed he had made it to here. It's pretty far, huh? To meet him, we've got a bit of a journey ahead of us, and we're gonna need some help. To cross this sea, we're going to need a captain. Fermi would go on to do important things. His most well-known achievement is building the first nuclear reactor under the stands of a Chicago football field. But he stopped pursuing the hunt for new elements. That chase would be taken up by an entirely different team. The discovery of the real element 93 was weirdly unceremonial. On the west coast of America at the University of California, Berkeley, American physics was in full go big or go home mode. Berkeley at the time was home to the world's biggest cyclotron, the best tool in the biz for element hunting. A cyclotron is a type of particle accelerator. It uses magnets to rapidly spin current particles around circles and smashes them into particles. Now, this isn't one of the multi-mile rings that you're probably thinking of. Those are actually too powerful for making new elements. For this, you need something a bit more delicate. Berkeley's state-of-the-art tool was 60 inches in diameter, and it could pelt a uranium target with neutrons. Again, hoping for Fermi's predicted beta decay. And one day, after finding a radioactive lump that matched no known samples, element 93 had officially been confirmed. We now know it as Neptunium. The credit for this discovery went to Edwin McMillan and Phil Abelson, but the celebration was short-lived. Their publication was met with silence from the academic community. No one dared acknowledge the breakthrough, lest it give the Germans an inspiration. Although America hadn't yet joined World War II, they were preparing to, and so McMillan and the rest of the lab's top scientists were soon drafted into the war effort, working on radar, or in some cases, Manhattan Project. That left a vacant seat to take over the element hunt. That's where our captain comes in, Glenn Seaborg. As the descendant of Swedish immigrants, they had left their home country with the last name Sjöberg. Upon reaching Ellis Island, an immigration official decided that their new name would actually be Seaborg, and it stayed that way. This customs officer had no idea that his half-assed spelling attempt would one day make it on to the periodic table. Glenn, from a young age, went wherever the tides of life took him. After his family decided to move from icy Michigan to sunny California, an 11-year-old Glenn decided to add an extra N to his name because it looked cool. Can't argue with that, Glenn. And on another day, as a 24-year-old chemistry student strolling through the Berkeley campus, someone from the radiation lab stopped him and asked if he could help them separate out some chemical samples. He was just the first chemist they found on campus. Seaborg would eventually work his way up through the lab, and with Edwin McMillan gone, he asked if he could take over as the new captain of the element hunt. Although McMillan never got to try it out, he'd come up with a recipe for element 94, and good old Glenn was going to get the first crack at it. If you add one neutron to uranium, it beta decays into element 93. But say you fired a proton and a neutron. The proton would immediately bump it up into element 93, and then the extra neutron would have a chance at beta decaying, upping it one more time to element 94. It really is like an absurdly delicate game of Jenga. So yeah, that's how you make plutonium. It's safe to say that the discovery of plutonium was kind of a big deal. It's actually an even better fuel for a bomb than uranium, which was the original plan for the Manhattan Project. And thus Seaborg and his team were immediately drafted to Chicago to work with, oh, hey, it's our old pal Fermi. There they spent months artificially making enough plutonium to flatten a city or two. It was difficult and hazardous work, and at one point a lead brick fell and broke a beaker, and 25% of the world's entire plutonium supply was soaked into a copy of the Chicago Times. But the Manhattan Project is a story that's been told many times by people better equipped to tell it than me. The story we care about involves Glenn Seaborg and Berkeley. By this point, they have enough plutonium for their bomb, so Glenn and his team are free to ponder some other questions. Why stop at 94? Surely the periodic table didn't end at such a weird number. And they didn't even have to reinvent the wheel. Instead of starting with uranium, just start with plutonium and fire neutrons at that. To go back to the Jenga analogy, you're trying to build a taller tower, but the bottom rows are radioactive, and they keep disappearing on you. But as long as you're building the tower faster than it's disappearing, maybe you can find a new element. Now at this point, we're going to pick up the pace a bit. There are still a lot of missing pieces between us and our friend Victor Ninow. If you want to read more, I highly recommend the book Super Heavy by Kit Chapman. Essentially though, the timeline went something like this. Element 93, discovered by Berkeley. Element 94, Berkeley. Element 96, discovered by Berkeley members in Chicago. Element 95, Berkeley members in Chicago. 2 atomic bombs are then dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing upwards of 250,000 in an immediate blast, poisoning the ground and air for decades after. Next up was element 97, once again found by Berkeley, and since they definitely earned it at this point, they named it the Pelican. Element 98. Hey, guess what? It's Berkeley again. They named it Californium this time. With 4 elements in a row, the New York Times joked that they should have just gone with Residium, Uvium, Californium, or Kellium. It was at this point that the Nobel Academy finally acknowledged Berkeley's achievements, and so Edwin Macmillan and Glenn Seaborg shared the Nobel Prize. Next up was elements 99 and 100. And this is going to sound extremely stupid. I swear I'm not making this up. America dropped a nuclear bomb in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, sent fighter jets to the very, very top of the mushroom cloud to collect samples, raced like hell to get the rapidly decaying lumps back to Los Alamos in New Mexico, where they were then analyzed to see if they had made any elements. Yes, and unbelievably, they did. Since Berkeley helped them with the analysis, they were co-credited with the discoveries of 99 and 100. These were named after 2 of the field's greatest minds, Einstein and Berkeley. Both of them had passed away just months ago. And soon enough, there was element 101, again found at Berkeley, named to honor the creator of the modern periodic table. It truly was one of the most dominant streaks in scientific history. Every other lab was left playing catch-up and could do nothing but watch as Berkeley added nearly half a row to the periodic table. And there was nowhere else to go except further and further up. As of 1945, the 4 earlier gaps on the table had been filled. Elements 43, 87, 85, and 61 had all been isolated. If there were more elements out there, it was only going to get harder and harder to find. From this point on, they were really known as the super heavies. As for Glenn Seaborg, he was once again going where the tides of life took him. His career took a turn when he received an out-of-the-blue phone call from John F. Kennedy, of all people. He was about to be named the next head of the Atomic Energy Commission. Later, he would become a close confidant of Lyndon Johnson. They were apparently such good friends that Seaborg was regularly invited to the White House to just come hang out and chat. After he had made the fuel for the first atomic bomb, Seaborg would push hard for treaties that would limit the spread of nukes. This is not an attempt to absolve him of his role in that, but I think it's important to fully contextualize it. This is where Seaborg diverges from our story, but Berkeley does not. Every element in the streak from 93 to 101 had been discovered by a team with some sort of tie to Berkeley. From this point on, it would not be so clear-cut, and the controversy would play out on a geopolitical stage. There are a lot of famous Einstein quotes out there. There is one I saw for the very first time while researching this video. This is what Einstein had to say on the topic of making new objects. It would be like shooting birds at night in a country with not that many birds. So true, that's true. And he's not wrong. Element hunting is essentially like the end. The basic setup is easy enough to describe. You have a target and you have a bullet. Except both the target and the bullet are so small they're invisible, and also the target is almost certainly radioactive. And even if you do make a direct hit, there's a good chance you'll break apart or destroy parts of the target. So this is less like aiming a gun at a target, and more like a game of roulette with the absolute worst odds imaginable. If you take just one spin, the odds of hitting the exact right pocket are not good. But if you take 5 million spins at the roulette wheel, your odds go from basically impossible to just barely within the realm of possibility. Yeah, the odds are terrible, but sooner or later, you're bound to get a hit. For element hunters, this means aiming a beam at a target and leaving it firing for literal months, which, you can imagine, gets very, very expensive. Depending on the lab and the type of beam, firing continuously for just one day can cost somewhere in the tens of thousands of dollars. A few months of beam time, then, is easily in the millions of dollars. We have a lot of uranium on Earth, about 5.5 million metric tons, and even the shortest half-life is still 25,000 years. So getting a large enough uranium target to fire neutrons at isn't really a problem. So making plutonium is easy enough. But then for the next level, your target needs to be plutonium. And then after that, it's curium, Einsteinium, etc. Each time, your target's half-life is getting shorter and shorter. 1 gram of uranium costs about 13 cents. A gram of Einsteinium costs about $27 million. Most casino goers can't afford that kind of buy-in. But, in theory, if you've got unlimited time and unlimited money, element hunting gets a hell of a lot easier. Berkeley, situated in the richest state in the richest country in the world, had the most money and the best equipment, so no wonder they had the leg up. But that's the beauty of the casino. It was just a matter of time until another lab got lucky. While the Americans were busy building a bomb, the Soviets were lagging behind, embarrassingly so. Admittedly, they were very occupied holding off the Germans on the Eastern Front and had focused all of their scientists on metallurgy. The Soviet nuclear program owes its start to one random volunteer lieutenant on the Eastern Front, Georgy Flerov. Prior to the war, he had been following the topic of nuclear fission quite closely, only for all publications to abruptly stop talking about it in 1939 of all years. He found this bizarre, as the ability to harness the power of an atom was like the most exciting thing to come out of physics in decades. He soon connected the dots. Oh my god, they're all making bombs. Flerov, against all conventional wisdom, wrote directly to Stalin and basically demanded that the Soviets devote as many resources as they could to nuclear technology. Flerov was, surprisingly, not punished for this insubordination, but instead made a key player in the Soviet nuclear program. Following the war, however, Flerov changed his focus. He wanted to hunt elements. He founded JINR in Dubna, a small Russian town. Soon, it would be America versus the USSR in the hunt for elements. Wow, science being used as a tool by rival superpowers to help fight a Cold War? Never heard that one before. Couldn't be me. It's safe to say that nearly every new element from this point on would be hotly contested, and any and all evidence would be denied by either side. These were the Transfermium Wars, and here's how they went down. First, a small lab in Sweden claims they found element 102. No you didn't, says Berkeley. Your equipment is cheap and bad and your tests not thorough enough. I agree, says Dubna, and then they both bullied Sweden until basically nobody believed Sweden had actually found anything. Berkeley tried some experiments of their own, which accidentally caused a radioactive dust spill that resulted in their lab being evacuated, and 27 people had nearly 3 months shaved off their average lifespan. Dubna then swoops in with even better results and claims 102 for their own. Then, Dubna claimed 104, 103, and then 105, so fast that all the Americans could do was try and nitpick their data and make those same elements, but just better. It didn't help that each side had their own preferred types of evidence. To confirm a new element, the Soviets preferred using spontaneous fission. Their detectors were cheaper, and nuclei that split in half were big enough that they were guaranteed to detect something. The Americans called this unreliable, as you had no idea what was being split in half. They preferred to track alpha decay chains, the long line of elements feeding into one another. Because of this split in methodology, the data from this period is a mess to make sense of. Some of it was good, but dismissed by the other side because of bias. Some of it is straight up wrong, but was pushed out the door due to urgency. It's almost as if this sort of cutthroat competitive structure leads to sloppy work. I sure hope that doesn't come back to bite anyone. For now, the element hunt had stalled. By the time you get up to element 102, your half-life is less than an hour. Before, you could rely on other dedicated labs to manufacture you enough of an element. They could ship it to you, and then you could start firing your beams at it. With a half-life of less than an hour, you couldn't even get a sample across town, much less an intercontinental flight. The quantities they were working with were getting smaller and smaller. When Berkeley claimed the discovery for curium, element 98, they did so after generating around 5,000 atoms of it. By the time they got to element 101, they had only created 17 atoms to claim the discovery. Soon enough, it was likely that any new elements would only be created one atom at a time. Singular atoms that would decay before another could join it. This clearly wasn't the end of the periodic table, but the element hunt was becoming too expensive and too impractical to continue. At least, not without a breakthrough. Out of the 218 total winners, only 4 women have ever won the Nobel Prize in Physics. The first was Marie Curie all the way back in the ceremony's 3rd year, for her studies of radiation. She would be the only woman to hold this title for nearly 60 years. It wouldn't be until 1963 that Maria Goeppert-Mayer would break that trend. Like many of the pioneers of nuclear physics, Maria was an alumni of the Manhattan Project. After the war, she began studying elements and their half-lives, and what at first glance appeared to be random, soon she began to see patterns. Certain nuclei were reliably more stable than others. It was almost as if there was magic numbers of protons and neutrons. Maria visualized protons and neutrons as a set of dancers engaging in a waltz. The dancers are circling around the room and spinning around on their feet. You can fit more dancers in the room if you pair them up, and by having adjacent pairs spinning in opposite directions. Certain magic numbers of dancers fit more cleanly than others. In technical terms, this results in nuclei with a higher binding energy, which in turn gives a more stable nucleus. To date, the known magic numbers are 2, 8, 20, 28, 50, and 82. In element terms, that's helium, oxygen, calcium, nickel, tin, and lead. The critical way markers on the mountainous path of stability. Notice that these magic numbers are all even. This demonstrates that protons and neutrons like to pair up to become more stable, like dancers pairing up for a waltz. Additionally, elements with a magic number of either protons or neutrons tend to be extremely abundant. And finally, at the end of a naturally occurring alpha decay chain, you will always find a stable element with a magic number. For an extra special example of this, take lead, the heaviest stable element. It's considered double magic, with both a magic proton number and a magic neutron number. There's a reason it is the very last step in the mountain path before you get to the Great Chasm. And the magic numbers theory had one last crazy prediction that gave the element hunters some hope. There was a magic island out in the middle of that sea. This island should be situated at 114 protons and 184 neutrons, right here. Make no mistake, this is not an island you could settle down on. You're still up to your neck in water, but your toes can just barely brush against the sand at the bottom. For just a moment, you can catch your breath before the tides of the sea will eventually come in and sweep you away again. And if this was true, maybe you didn't need to work your way up from the bottom, element by element. Maybe you could do it in reverse. Start at the edge of the cliff and launch yourself all the way to the island. From there, whatever element you made would likely decay into an alpha chain, and you generate all of the other elements on your way back down. They needed a catapult. Element 106 marked a turning point in the element hunt. The last 4 elements were contested by both major sides, but element 106 was found and announced by Berkeley and Dubna the exact same month. For once, both teams agreed that it was too close to call. The tactics at this point had changed. Element 93 was made by slamming a neutron into uranium, the biggest possible target and the smallest possible bullet. By the 1980s, the thinking had changed. Why use an expensive radioactive target when you could use a much cheaper and much stabler target like lead? And instead of firing something small like helium, fire something medium-sized like chromium or iron. Think about it. Lead has 82 protons. Iron has 26. 82 plus 26 is 108. Counterintuitively, this is actually more reliable than trying to get a single proton to join a massive nucleus. Nuclei closer in size balance each other out, and the resulting product doesn't eject nearly as many neutrons during the fusion process. Now, if this sounds too good to be true, yes, there is a reason no one had tried this before. A source as heavy as iron would need an entirely new beam technology designed from the ground up, and a detector that was more sensitive than anything that had been invented yet. The Soviets were out of money and had no hope of going any further, and the Americans over in California had, for the first time, run out of ideas. The stage was set for Player 3. This is GSI. Situated in Darmstadt in western Germany, GSI had more than enough money to bankroll the new expensive equipment that the Soviet team couldn't afford, thanks to the post-war West German economic miracle. Their new beam could fire elements as heavy as chromium, iron, or even bismuth, all of which would hit a lead target. Over the course of just 5 years, this led to the discovery of 107, 109, and 108, in that order. For the first time, it was a true 3-way race in the element hunt. Berkeley, Dubna, and GSI. As the 1980s came to a close, there were 9 elements that needed official names. In comes IUPAC. Now, I once got into an argument with a commenter who claimed that IUPAC isn't actually the body that decides the names for the chemical elements. It's the scientists who come up with the names, but only in the same way that 6-year-old me totally got to choose my own bedtime and my mom had no say in the matter. IUPAC laid out the basic rule for what can be considered an element discovery. Namely, that an element must be stable enough to exist for more than 10 to the negative 14 seconds. It's the time necessary for electrons to form a cloud around the nucleus. But IUPAC also had to choose who got to name which element. Otherwise, we'd have separate American and Soviet names for at least a dozen elements. And even in the rare cases where they could agree on a name, they couldn't agree on which element should get that name. At least 3 separate elements have, at some point, been referred to as Rutherfordium. IUPAC would foolishly spend years trying to find a compromise that satisfied everyone, but eventually settled on a compromise that made everyone just slightly unhappy. Among these new names, for the very first time, was that of a living scientist. Element 106 was called Seaborgium. The captain had left a permanent mark on the sea that he had traveled for most of his life. He passed away 2 years after the name was made official at the age of 86. It was a fitting end, because Seaborgium would be the last element discovered at Berkeley. The collapse of the Soviet Union hit the Dubna lab hard. The Russian economy was a garbage fire, and even its prestigious element hunting team wasn't immune to fallout. For a while, it seemed doomed to close down. If you weren't Russian, you left the lab for your home country. If you were Russian, you left the lab for a private sector job where you'd actually have a salary. In the end, what saved it was renting out the accelerators to private companies and a partnership with the unlikeliest of allies. Livermore Labs in California also had an element hunting team, and the Russian team kept their lab alive by joining forces. For the world, this was a good thing, but for Berkeley, this was yet another hurdle. Their fiercest rival had just teamed up with a fellow Californian lab. It would be outright petty to dispute any element claims that came out of such a partnership. Dubna Livermore first set their sights on element 110, next in the sequence, but their attention soon shifted. They were about to attempt something that had only been dreamed of before this point. They were finally making that catapult. Their recipe was calcium-48 fired at plutonium-244. They're going to skip 3 whole rows and aim for element 114. And in 1998, it worked. 114 protons, but only 176 neutrons. Remember, the theoretical center of this island of stability was supposed to be over here, to the east, with 184 neutrons. But the half-life of this atom of 114 was in the realm of seconds. Not milliseconds, full seconds. The island of stability was real, and they had found the beginning of its shoreline. IUPAC wasn't entirely convinced. They wanted some more data, so the Russians kept at it. They'd work on trying to reproduce 114 more reliably, maybe even aim for 116 as well. The German team at GSI had other ideas. Although the country had suffered its own depression due to reunification, they got back on their feet much faster than Russia, and they had spent the last 5 years upgrading their equipment. But the lab at this point was being shared by several teams with competing projects. The main accelerator had a busy queue, and you'd often only get a few weeks with the accelerator before another team got priority. The element hunting team had already spent a few of their precious weeks calibrating the beam intensity, and now they only had 4 weeks left before the next team would bump them off the schedule. It was an extremely short window for this sort of experiment. The team decided to swap out the beam to fire nickel at lead. After just 1 day, they saw the first sign of element 110. They were unbelievably lucky. Their luck continued when they found out the next experiment was delayed by 17 days. So they kept at it. They swapped out the lead target for bismuth. Bam! 1 extra proton gave them element 111. 2 elements in just as many months. A year goes by and they try firing zinc at lead. At first they get a weird reading, but they keep going. In a little over a week, they find 112. The German team had once again done the unthinkable. A hat trick of 3 elements in a row. Move over, Berkeley, the crown has officially been lost. Berkeley at this point was nearly 20 years out from their last element discovery. The Russians were probing the island of stability, and the Germans were doing victory laps. They needed a secret weapon. And so, they orchestrated a coup. Enter, finally, Viktor Ninov. Physics doesn't often lend itself especially well to the idea of a rising star in the same way that music or film does. It's a glacially paced field of study that happens behind closed doors, and where it's hard to find a photo of someone that hasn't been JPEG'd into oblivion. But if physics did have a rising star, Viktor Ninov certainly fit the bill. Ninov was born in Bulgaria in 1959. As a young man, his family emigrated to West Germany. Ninov would go on to study physics at the Technical University of Darmstadt. Eccentric does not do Ninov justice. He regularly signed his emails with "You're crazy Bulgarian." He loved biking, and even played the violin. After he met his future wife, Carolyn Cox, she turned him into an avid hiker. He would often venture into the mountains with colleagues, and had even survived an avalanche accident that left him badly injured. His travels were not limited to the ground, however. He once sailed the Pacific Ocean on a 45-foot sailboat, and somehow he still had time to be a pilot, flying a single-engine, 4-seat Aero Commander. However, none of that holds a candle to my absolute favorite of his antics. He and a colleague were on a quest to visit every Italian restaurant in Darmstadt, where they would always order the spaghetti carbonara, and they would rank them all. Let me be absolutely clear. This is a grade A bit. I would also do this. This is so funny to me. A Bulgarian man ordering an Italian pasta dish from every restaurant in a German city. Zero notes on this. Besides being well liked by the entire team, he was also essential. In 1988, GSI upgraded their old computers, and Ninov took the lead on this. He was the go-to computer tech and even wrote a custom software package called Goosey. It was a one-of-a-kind, state-of-the-art software for analyzing decay chains of radioactive samples. Whereas before you had to manually look for analog detection spikes, element hunting had gone digital. He had found himself a niche in a field that is already filled with niche experts. And over the last 10 years, he was able to add a pretty sweet bullet point to his resume. Co-discoverer of elements 110, 111, and 112. So given all of this, it was an outright scandal when Berkeley headhunted him from GSI in 1996. The man who orchestrated this headhunt was a man well into his 80s. Al Ghiorso's story is a wild one. One day during the mid-1940s, he was installing an intercom system to the Berkeley lab and ended up meeting two secretaries. One of the women, Wilma Belt, would later become his wife. The other woman would later become the wife of Glenn Seaborg. Through this mutual friendship, Glenn recruited Al when he joined the Manhattan Project because Ghiorso was gifted at making homemade Geiger counters. After the war, when they returned home to Berkeley, Ghiorso was Seaborg's right-hand man, and they had been together for every element up until 101, when Seaborg left for his political appointment. That left Al Ghiorso as the de facto head of Berkeley's element hunting team. He was meant for this job. Let me paint you a picture. In the 1940s, Al Ghiorso supposedly held the world record for the longest range ham radio. He had extended his personal one so far, he could pick up stations in Ohio all the way out in California. He never collected the prize though because he was illegally operating without a radio license. Back when Berkeley had their accelerator on one end of the campus, chemistry lab a mile up a hill, Ghiorso would jump into his Volkswagen Beetle and in the middle of the night race at illegal speeds up the Berkeley Hill so that they could get their sample tested before it decayed into nothing. Once he nearly ran over a security guard who pulled a gun on him, and he just kept driving. When Berkeley had their accidental radiation emergency when hunting element 102, it was Al who exited the building last after he calmly shut down the accelerator. Nearly half a century later, Al Ghiorso was the last remaining key figure from Berkeley's glory days. His second world record, a little more prestigious than his radio one, was for the most elements discovered. So when Al Ghiorso calls Viktor Ninov a young version of himself, you hire that man. Ghiorso was so excited that this brought him out of semi-retirement. Berkeley had a new rising star and an opportunity to be on top once again. With Ninov put in charge of the data analysis side, they needed someone to be in charge of the equipment end. That man was Ken Gregorich. He had overseen the construction of Berkeley's newest piece of tech, the Berkeley gas-filled separator. Now, they just needed a recipe. Dubna and Livermore had just made the claim for element 114. IUPAC wanted more data. Already months behind, Berkeley would have to act fast to try and scoop the element with a more convincing experiment, but they would have to use a different recipe than Dubna. Dubna had used plutonium-244 and calcium-48, neither of which Berkeley had enough of to run experiments. Also, the other problem is that the amount of required plutonium is actually illegal to use in a place as densely populated as the San Francisco Bay Area, so there was that whole thing. But they had yet another recent addition to the team who had another wild idea. Robert Smolenchuk was on a visiting scholarship from Poland. He was a theoretical physicist who had previously run some calculations that were mildly controversial. One colleague called his calculations simply mind-boggling. Robert was saying, skip everything from 113 to 117. Aim for 118. His plan was simple: fire Krypton 86 at a lead 208 target, both of which are easy to acquire and, better yet, not radioactive. Now, conventional wisdom said that this recipe was too good to be true. Yeah, the protons add up to 118, but the probability of the reaction was thought to be near impossible. Not Robert, though. He had published a paper in which he showed calculations where this recipe is actually more likely to occur. Going back to the roulette analogy, element hunting is all about probability. You gotta consider what the odds of getting a hit are against the cost to keep the beam running for weeks. And to quantify this probability, physicists had come up with a delightfully silly unit of measurement. A barn is a unit that is somewhat of a hybrid between cross-sectional area and the probability of a collision between two particles. It quite literally comes from the phrase, couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Given its origin, one whole barn is considered a comically large target, as in it would be very difficult to miss a target of one barn. When it came to element hunting, the size of this target had been shrinking exponentially for decades. These days, reactions are measured in picobarns, trillionths of a barn. Take a look at this chart. On the horizontal axis, you see the atomic number of the element you're trying to create, and on the left-hand side is the estimated measure in barns. You'll notice that this is a logarithmic scale. As you go from element 102 to 110, the probability has gotten worse by a factor of nearly 10 million. Talk about diminishing returns. One thing you might notice, however, is the probabilities go up very slightly around element 114. This is one of the indications that the magic island of stability isn't just a mirage, and suggested that the Russian team were onto something. Now, element 118, though, that's a terrible barn measurement. Most recipes were predicting not even a single picobarn. When you get down to the picobarn level, if you have your beam running constantly, you might be able to produce one single atom a week, which you might not even detect, and you're out hundreds of thousands of dollars. Once you go below a picobarn, you'd be lucky to get even a single atom for an entire month's worth of beam time. And that's why Robert's recipe was so controversial. His paper argued that his recipe could give you 670 picobarns. If he was right, it would be a game changer. Not everyone was convinced, but the nice thing was that this recipe was low risk with a potentially high reward, and they needed a calibration test for the new machine anyway, so why not use Robert's magical recipe? No one was expecting an immediate breakthrough, and yet that's essentially what they got. The experiment began on April 8th of 1999. Most of the lab had left for the Easter break. The one exception was Nina, who stayed behind to analyze the results. 11 days later, the lab director, Darlene Hoffman, would get a phone call. Her first instinct was that it would be bad news. It had only been 11 days. Ken Gregorich assured her that it was quite the opposite. Darlene had every reason to assume the worst. Chemistry in the 40s was not a job intended for women. Darlene Hoffman had to wade through years of systemic discrimination to help change that. When her father passed away suddenly, she asked a professor if she could miss tomorrow's quantum chemistry test to plan the funeral. The professor made her do the test on the spot instead. This was, to use the industry term, horse shit. She wrote it with tears in her eyes. She still got a B. She persevered and finally got hired as a nuclear chemist at Los Alamos. But when she got there, she was told that women weren't hired to work in that division. While HR sat on their ass pretending to do anything, Darlene found her soon-to-be supervisor at a party who immediately fixed the situation. And then her security clearance magically went missing. Wow, that's weird. It took 3 more months before Darlene got access to the lab, and she had just narrowly missed out on what could have been a career highlight. Remember that atomic bomb that the fighter jets flew through? They went to Los Alamos, and because of bureaucratic nonsense, she missed out on being part of the team who discovered elements 99 and 100. A loss that filled her with rage that she funneled into her work. And now, as she entered her 70s, she was beloved by nearly every chemist that she came into contact with. And she was in charge of Berkeley's element hunting team. So yes, she wanted an element. She wanted it a lot. Just a few minutes after the phone call, Gregorich, a visiting professor named Walter Loveland, and Viktor Ninov had come to her office. Ninov had found something incredible in the early results. Notably, Ninov didn't want to show Darlene the results at first, but he was outvoted because why wouldn't you? To better illustrate what he had observed, Ninov drew his colleagues this diagram, picture-perfect alpha decay chains that ended in element 106. If this was legit, the team had found not just 118, but 116 and 114 as well. With the IUPAC decision still out on 114, this was 2, potentially 3 new elements that belonged to Berkeley. Their first in 25 years. Darlene Hoffman was going to get her wish 3 times over. Ninov, in as much disbelief as everyone else, jokingly asked, "Does Robert talk to God?" Now, they didn't immediately announce to the world their finding. They took a few weeks and ran another experiment, and 1 more alpha decay chain was found. Of the 4 they had now, the team reasoned that 1 may be a fluke, but that the other 3 were legit. Not only that, they sent the results to GSI. They also gave the green light. In June 1999, Hoffman and Giorso, 2 titans of the element hunt, held a press conference and announced their 2 new elements. The eventual paper was submitted to physical review letters on May 25, 1999. Everyone from the semi-retired Giorso to the fresh-faced grad students got to be on it. Viktor Ninov was first author. Given how successful Robert's recipe had been, Ken Gregorich thought the next logical step was to simply swap out the lead target for bismuth. With that extra proton, maybe they could find element 119. Now make no mistake, if an element was going to be named after someone in the group, it wasn't going to be Ninov. The obvious choice, the one already being thrown around, was Giorso. Al was the current world record holder and the only person who had a legacy comparable to his late friend Seaborg. But Ninov clearly had a bright future ahead of him. With potentially 5 elements under his belt, he was clearly ready to carry the torch. He didn't get to carry it for long. GSI, missing the star researcher but still on top of their game, were eager to get caught up with Berkeley. However, when they took a crack at repeating Robert's magical recipe, they didn't see the alpha decay chain that Ninov had reported. Similarly, before the end of 1999, teams in France and Japan also came up blank. This was very odd, as all those labs had tried their best to replicate the Berkeley conditions as closely as possible. Robert's recipe was thought to be a long shot, yes, but the benefit of it was low risk with a potentially high reward, as the 2 recipe ingredients were comparatively easy to acquire and set up. Something was off. Ninov was doing the conference circuit at this time, and again was bizarrely reluctant to talk about his breakthrough. He continually deflected questions about his potentially career-defining discovery. The Berkeley team is perplexed at this point. They rerun their own experiment in spring of 2000. They can't reproduce the event either. This is a problem now. Assuming the same conditions, the second run in 2000 should have produced around 3 more atoms of 118. By summer 2000, Berkeley established an independent team to rerun the same experiment under the supervision of Yang Li. Completely different team of people, but the same lab and conditions. His studies wrap up by fall 2000. They too saw no evidence of the 118 decay chain. Following this, Berkeley overhauls their detector system and clamps down on their operation procedures. We're talking checking the purity of the helium gas, the resistance of the coils, everything you can think of. They even considered whether their beam was actually made of krypton and not contaminated by some other element. It was in fact entirely krypton, but by this point you couldn't take anything for granted. The year 2000 came and went with not a single hint of 118. By April 2001, they're ready to begin testing the new setup. By May, finally, they got what they were hoping for. Another detection of 118. There was only 1 single alpha decay chain detected, and the reporter, once again, was Viktor Ninov. Now in 1999, Ninov had been the only person to analyze the data, as he was the only one familiar with the Goosey analysis program he had brought over from Germany. But since then, it had been over 2 years, and several people had taught themselves Goosey as well. A postdoc named Don Peterson was among them. He and Ninov would run the program on the exact same data, and yet come up with completely different results. Don's results said 118 wasn't there. The dread had set in. Berkeley by this point knows it's in hot water and meticulously documents every single step from here on out, with multiple rounds of bureaucracy, which I have to imagine is for legal reasons as much as it is for technical reasons. In June 2001, Darlene Hoffman assembles a working group to comb through every bit of data relating to the detection of 118. They were going to sift through every raw data file as far back as 1999. This working group, based on their findings, leads to a new independent review committee, then leads to a 3rd committee, and then a 4th, the last of which has the official name, the Committee for the Formal Investigation of Alleged Scientific Misconduct. Over the course of 3 committees, the investigation had gone from, why aren't we able to repeat the experiment, to, okay, someone is getting fired. A big thank you to Kit Chapman for providing me with nearly 200 pages from Berkeley's internal investigation, which he obtained thanks to California's Public Records Act. As you can imagine, the three committees cover a lot of the same ground, so I'll be summarizing their main arguments into three categories. 1. Statistical. What is the likelihood that these measurements were genuine? 2. Technical. Is there evidence that the raw data was tampered with, either intentionally or by accident? 3. Identity. If anyone, who is to blame? We'll start with statistics. When the other labs attempted to verify the Berkeley results, they found nothing. This was odd because those labs actually had better beam setups. They had a higher chance of producing 118 than Berkeley. Berkeley was capped at 1.6 times 10 to the 18 krypton ions. GSI and Riken had a combined total of 4.9 times 10 to the 18, which is nearly 3 times as many. If you interpret that statistic in the most generous way possible, that's like being able to spin the roulette wheel 3 times as much. Together, they should have seen around 3 times as many atoms of 118. Again, just like a roulette wheel, this doesn't mean it can't happen, just that it's statistically unlikely. Another physicist, H.K. Schmidt, ran an analysis on the decay chains from an earlier study of element 110. He compared that to the data from 118. It's important to remember that an element's half-life is a statistical quantity. If you measure just a single atom of a radioactive sample, it will decay after a completely random amount of time. It could be a microsecond, it could be minutes. You need to analyze many atoms and then plot those decay times on a probability distribution. An ideal distribution would see many very short decays and fewer long decays. Data for element 110 agrees with this behavior. When the same test is applied to the 3 atoms shown in the element 118 paper, they rise up sharply, with most decays clumping in the middle of the graph. This data isn't physical. This is goofy. 3 more Berkeley team members privately performed statistical analyses of their own, and out of 1 million random trials, only 0.82% of them gave decay distributions that matched the 118 data. There was almost no chance this data was real. Next, the technical argument. The program used to detect the decay events was called Goosey. Goosey was known to be unreliable at times. It would occasionally glitch, and data could be corrupted in the shared memory database. This corruption could manifest as incorrect histograms, misaligned array indices, or truncated arrays. The problems were frequent enough that an aura of superstition had arisen around Goosey. It took someone experienced with the program to even realize that Goosey had glitched in the first place, much less decipher what it had really measured. But what they were seeing in the data was too perfect to be a glitch. To quote the New York Times, it was as though Microsoft Word had crashed, and like the proverbial monkeys banging away on typewriters, tossed off sentences from Shakespeare. The idea that Goosey had crashed and dozens of lines of measurements had perfectly corrupted to give 5 pristine alpha decay chains was absurd. We're talking time measurements, energy measurements, location measurements, all syncing up to give not just 1 rogue decay chain, but 5. With file corruption ruled out, the only remaining explanation was that the raw data files were manipulated in some way. Whether intentional or accidental, something had happened to the data files that wasn't random. The investigation became hyper-focused on the events that originally showed 118. In 1999, there were 2 runs of interest. Run 13, which was from April 8th to the 12th, detected 3 alpha decay chains. 2 of those made it into the published paper. A couple weeks later, Run 15, from April 30th to May 5th, also detected an alpha decay chain, which also made it into the paper. And finally, in 2001, there was Run 45, from April to May 2001, which showed just a single alpha decay chain. The committee determined by checking the relevant system log files that all the data from these runs was in fact original. The raw cassettes had not been altered. That being said, the original data tape that should contain Run 45 was missing. There is no explanation for where this tape went. Could be intentional or an accident. Fortunately, a disk file was found that was believed to contain an exact copy of Run 45, and this disk copy was analyzed as well. The committee took these raw data files and used Goosey to analyze them all. No hits for element 118 were found. Now that is really odd. This is the original data. There are no signs of 118. Their next step was to look even deeper into the log files. Goosey outputs a massive running log where a bunch of data is grouped in columns like this. The leftmost column is time. Each line is considered a separate event, which is when the detector receives an energy reading from somewhere. We're working with extremely fast physical phenomena, so there could be dozens of events in a single second. Take a look at this. This is the log file from 2001. This block of events here were supposedly a string of 3 alpha particle decays. You can tell because the location where they hit the detector are all quite close together, and their energy readings match predictions for 118. However, they checked much later in the log file after Goosey had been run multiple times, and these perfect numbers were no longer there. The signs of tampering are completely invisible unless someone is extremely experienced with Goosey. A printout from Goosey will typically contain somewhere between 63 to 68 lines of text. During the investigation, there were 5 exceptions to this. One of those exceptions was the detection of 118, which was 76 lines long, almost as if extra lines had been added to the readout somewhere. The event at 1254 states that a 200 megabyte file was read and analyzed in 5 seconds. However, the computer Goosey runs on would not be capable of processing a file at 40 megabytes per second. The only explanation is that a file wasn't actually being analyzed. If you look at the second column for the event at 1254, you see 2 dashes. The following event, 1503, shows a $sign and an A&L. The committee noted that 2 dashes only appear in the second column when a command is run to type the contents of another file into the log file. So, say someone takes the raw data, runs it through Goosey for analysis. Goosey then outputs a bunch of analyzed data. That text is then copy-pasted into a text editor, and the text is manually altered line by line until the numbers show what appear to be a perfect alpha decay chain. This text is then saved to a file, a command is run in Goosey, as indicated by the 2 dashes, which overwrites Goosey's log file to show the amazing evidence of a new element. So the 2001 log file had clear evidence of tampering. But what about 1999? Well, it turns out they had just been looking in the wrong place. The log files all showed the correct outputs, but when you compared those tables to those that made it into the published paper, there were some major differences. Energy values and time values were altered, some entirely new events were added, values tweaked just enough to suggest alpha decay chains. The entire fundamental basis for the paper was made up. It didn't match the data from Goosey. This blatant manipulation could occur if, say, only one person had actually seen the original log files, and that person just so happened to be the first author on the paper. The committee later found that every suspicious log file belonged to the same user account. The Nina. Argument 3. Identity. You would think at this point it's an open and shut case, that the user account name settles the argument as to who exactly tampered with the log files. But Berkeley had to cover their bases. Throughout the course of the investigation, as more and more signs pointed to Ninov as the culprit, he was placed on paid administrative leave. He also hired legal counsel. He wasn't going down without a fight. Even without the smoking gun of the user account name, there were plenty of indications that Ninov's involvement in the project wasn't entirely above board. When they submitted the paper, the original data had only been analyzed 3 times, all by Ninov. When the committee went digging for the raw data, they discovered that basically no electronic copies of it existed, and that the only record of a detection of 118 was on 2 hand-drawn pieces of paper from Ninov. And yet no one had double-checked where any of these numbers came from. Later, when one of the committees asked Ninov to reproduce figure 2 in the paper, Ninov was able to produce approximate versions of A, B, and C, but he was unable to reproduce figure D using any analysis program, instead saying that he had originally made it by hand. Interesting that of these 4 graphs, only one of these would be easy to generate by hand. Ninov maintained his innocence throughout the entire investigation. Ninov was specifically asked by the committee whether he thought Goosey could have corrupted the data. His answer was no. Instead, he offered multiple versions of a bizarre conspiracy. At first, Ninov argued that someone else at the Berkeley lab must be jealous that the element hunting team was getting so much time with the beam and thus resorted to sabotage. Later, Ninov changed his story and argued that after the initial reports of other labs failing to reproduce the results, someone on the team must have gotten cold feet and retroactively removed the decay chain from the original data. Finally, putting aside sabotage and putting aside someone getting cold feet, Viktor Ninov argued that everyone in the lab technically had access to the account via Ninov. His account password was apparently an open secret. Someone else could have easily used his account, and any blame would fall on him. The committee found that, yes, this was possible. Other members of the lab did have access to his files. The problem with this argument, then, is how did a Goosey expert like Ninov not notice any alterations when they eventually reviewed the data? Similarly, in October 2001, Berkeley submitted a retraction of their paper to physical review letters. PRL declines to retract the paper. Their cited reason is that Victor Ninov refused to sign off on the retraction. So again, if he believes he's been duped or framed, why would he refuse to sign off on a retraction? Ninov only attended one face-to-face interview on December 14th, 2001, and declined 2 later invitations. His later statements were written answers to provided questions, presumably after he consulted with his legal team. Despite this, some of Ninov's responses verge on outright petty. He claims that several figures in the report by Yang Li are off by orders of magnitude, as a way to discredit them. There's nothing wrong with these figures, they just happen to be based off of Robert's magic recipe, which was well known to disagree with most of the existing scientific literature. And he spends a whole paragraph saying that the committee's focus on the failings of Goosey is comparable to, and I quote here, debates about the superiority of Windows versus Unix, or Word versus WordPerfect. Sure, man. With his back against the wall, Ninov turned on his friends. Whatever friendships they had with Ninov beforehand were destroyed. They wanted nothing to do with him. The hammer came down quickly. Ninov was placed on administrative leave on November 21st, 2001, a week before the misconduct investigation began. He was officially fired in May of 2002. After being fired, he filed a grievance with the University of California, Berkeley, but nothing ever came of it. The paper was finally retracted after nearly an entire year. None of his co-authors were implicated in the crime, although that didn't stop the committee from having a few harsh words with him. They homed in on what they saw as a shocking weak link in the scientific review process, relying on only a single person, Ninov, for the analysis that underpinned the entire claim of element 15. Yes, Ninov was the sole expert at Goosey, but that still didn't prevent anyone from looking at the raw data files. Part of the issue here may stem from the management hierarchy. The experiment was essentially co-led. Ken Gregorich leading the machining side, and Ninov leading the analysis side. As such, he was able to avoid scrutiny. And finally, the lab as a whole was criticized for a stunning lack of documentation, especially for the breakthroughs in 1999, what we know now is reported entirely on just 2 pieces of paper. Heinz Gagler was a friend of Ninov, and they both worked at GSI. Ninov would often crash at his house when they went on hiking trips. Victor was so well received when he came to Berkeley, he had full support, and because of that, one didn't look too carefully at the analysis of it. It was a total disaster. Did it destroy Berkeley? Of course it did. Berkeley was Berkeley. The outside world doesn't want fake news. The show was over. Ken Gregorich prefers not to talk about the scandal. It was a dark period, and it's gone, and I'd rather leave it at that. It's a similar case for Darwin Coffin. She never got it out. For those at the top, it's mortifying to have such a blatant case of fraud occur under the watch. And on the other hand, you have a handful of 20-something grad students whose names made it onto that paper. Even if you had just a single ship running a cyclotron during the experiments, your name got on the paper. You had nowhere near enough knowledge or responsibility to even consider fraud as a possibility. And now at the very start of your professional career, your name will permanently be hard in a retrospective paper. Suddenly, your resume goes from being a golden ticket into any lab you want to a radioactive warning sign. To some, it would be better to just erase 2 years from your career history. And the damage wasn't entirely contained to Berkeley. Sigurd Hoffman had been Ninov's boss at GSI. Elements 110 to 112 had been verified by other labs at this point. The data used in GSI's initial publication held up under scrutiny. Their elements were legit. And yet, they also used Goosey in their lab, and Ninov had been their Goosey expert. Sigurd recalls one day when they were searching for 112. Ninov still worked there, and early on, only a week into the experiments, Ninov said he found something. Sigurd immediately asked to see a printout of his findings, all the raw data, but Ninov said he was busy. He'd do it after lunch. A bizarre thing to say when you may have just found a new element. The printout wouldn't have been time-consuming, it should have just been instant. And yet it took all day for Ninov to get around to it, and show it to Sigurd. When Sigurd saw it, he was confused. It was missing data, and it didn't quite look like a decay chain. He told Ninov it wasn't good enough and they'd have to wait for more data. He didn't think much of it at the time because just a week later, they had seen the real deal. Ninov's odd decay chain was only briefly mentioned in the paper. Almost no focus was given to it. At the time, it was easy to forget about. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, it was clear that Ninov had attempted to fake element 112 too. Sigurd went back and looked at the raw data files. The raw files only showed radioactive background noise, but on Ninov's computer, these old files had been manually altered, individual numbers had been changed. It was sloppy. Following the advice of his boss, Sigurd went back even further. Again, he found a single decay chain for element 110 that had been produced by Ninov. It was manipulated in the same way. Yeah, again, I keep burying the lead here. Ninov had attempted to fake 5 new elements. Of all the elements that Ninov's name is attached to, the only one with zero evidence of any wrongdoing is 111. The only reason Ninov got away with his first 2 fakes was because his team had found the real thing soon after. They ended up publishing a follow-up paper on their work for elements 110 to 112, where they said, in 2 cases, we found inconsistency in the data, which led to the conclusion that for reasons not yet known to us, part of the data used for establishing these 2 chains were spuriously created. Reasons not yet known to us. Yeah. They did not mention Ninov, but the implication was clear. They were not hit nearly as bad as Berkeley, but it still did lasting damage. Exactly how much damage is hard to say. When GSI requested permission to begin searching for elements as high as 126, higher-ups rejected the proposal. As Kit Chapman says in the book Super Heavy, I've seen the internal report. However, it would be misleading and disrespectful to everyone involved to say that the Ninov fraud was the only reason that GSI fell behind in the element race. The truth is far more complicated. Let's take stock of what we know up to this point. First, we have the element race as a whole, a highly competitive and volatile field of study which is prone to labs doing sloppy work just to have first dibs on an element. Secondly, Berkeley, a once dominant, highly respected institution who hasn't had a victory in over 25 years, and thus is even more desperate for a win. Third, they've just poached a young up-and-comer in the field from a rival lab with his name already tied to 3 elements. He is widely considered to be the field's next superstar, and he's brought over a custom software program that only he knows how to use. All of this is a recipe for disaster. It's impossible to talk about the Ninov fraud without also touching on the other major physics fraud from that same year. Jan Hendrik Schoen was similarly fired from Bell Labs for faking years' worth of data on organic semiconductors. It was these 2 high-profile frauds together in such short succession that forced the American Physical Society to revise its guidelines on research misconduct. No one had ever expected someone to be so brazen as to fake data in such a public way until now. Moving forward, co-authors have the responsibility to vouch for the work of their colleagues, not simply defer culpability because they had no direct involvement. In both cases, the fraud occurred because of a single weak link. What I find interesting is how these 2 cases diverge. Although his exact motive was unclear, there is a reasonable argument you can make that Schoen was pushed to fake data in order to keep his job during an economic collapse, and those lies snowballed until he couldn't cover his tracks anymore. Ninov does not have a similar motive. Again, much like Schoen, some suspect that Ninov was trying to get ahead of Berkeley's rivals by planting his flag on a discovery he thought was a safe bet. Someone was bound to discover it for real sooner rather than later. If he was really taking a gamble, he severely underestimated just how bad the odds were. Al Giorso said it best. Why he did it, I don't know. It's a real mystery. There was nothing for him to gain, absolutely nothing, and everything to lose. He was almost glad that his good friend Seaborg had already passed away. He would have been one of the co-authors. This would have just about killed him. Victor Ninov no longer works in physics. Since being dismissed from Berkeley, he briefly worked as a professor of physics at University of the Pacific, but since 2006, he has held a variety of engineering positions at a few different California companies. He is now in his 60s. Victor Ninov's exact motives will almost certainly remain a mystery, so with that in mind, I present to you this admittedly far-fetched theory, provided by his old boss at GSI, Sigurd Hoffman. Sigurd double-checked the dates when Ninov first made his false claims. Ninov claimed that he saw element 110 on November 11th, and it had a half-life of 11.19 minutes. On its own, it's a little odd that 11 would appear so much here. but consider the fact that German carnivals commonly start on November 11th at 11 a.m., coinciding with Armistice Day. Sigurd thinks that Ninov meant it as a joke, a taunt. I admit it's weak on its own, but Element 118, Ninov's other fake, was announced on April 19th, Glenn Seaborn's birthday. Who knows? Maybe we're looking for a pattern where there is none. That survived the Ninov scandal completely untarnished were Dubna and Livermore. The same year that Ninov was fired, Dubna and Livermore had jointly announced sightings of elements 116 and 118, alongside their still unconfirmed 114. The next year, they made a claim for 115 too. Alongside that, 113 was thought to be a possible Alpha Decay product. This was a partnership that seemed impossible just 20 years earlier, but a Russian-American collaboration was bulldozing everyone else. Of course, Berkeley and GSI weren't just going to roll over and accept this new state of affairs, right? The Livermore group found themselves at a conference in 2009 in Salt Lake City. Unexpectedly, they were approached by a researcher who told them, "Here's some data, hot off the press, no one has seen it. We've just confirmed your discovery of 114. That researcher was Ken Gregorich. After the crushing embarrassment of the Ninov fraud, Berkeley had put the scientific community first. IUPAC confirmed 114 and 116 in 2012. The names honored the California city of Livermore and Georgy Flerov, the man who had started Russia's element hunt in the first place. The two sides of the Transfermium wars were officially partners. But as it goes, a new challenger eventually emerged to fill the vacuum left by Berkeley and GSI, the Riken Institute. Riken's accelerator was top of the line, and they didn't have to compete for beam time like the other major labs. After a decade-long stalemate, Japan just barely eked out the discovery for element 113, although my understanding is that this is a very controversial ruling. The Cold War was over, yes, but new rivalries will always be around. On the flip side, however, Dubna did get credit for 118, 115, and 117. Al Ghiorso, who passed away in 2010 at the age of 95, never got an element named after him. In the end, Element 118 was named after Yuri Oganessian, who has been, and still is, the director of the Dubna Lab for almost as long as the Berlin Wall has been torn down. He is now only the second living person to have an element named after him, joining Glenn Seaborg in their elite little club. Element 118 marks the end of the seventh, and to date, final row of the periodic table. There is almost certainly an eighth row to the table. Right now, the first claim to that row looks like it belongs to either Dubna Livermore or Riken. 119 and 120, when they're found, hopefully within the next 5 years, will start that new row. There are a few different recipes being tried out. Riken wants to try vanadium and curium. Dubna Livermore wants to try titanium fired at berkelium. None of these are particularly easy to make a beam for. Calcium-48 is by and large the best material to use for beams, but that would require a target of Einsteinium to make 119. That's expensive. There's even an ambitious plan to swap the concept of beam and the target. Make medium-sized iron the target, and make ultra-heavy plutonium the beam. At this point, nothing is too crazy to rule out completely. In all likelihood, when 119 and 120 are found, they'll belong to you. After that, though, no one really knows what's going to happen. Maybe we'll need a third row, completely detached from the rest of the table. Going by the Magic Island theory, element 126 is supposed to be extra stable. Past that, some people say it should be possible to go up to 172, maybe even 173. Do these even mean anything for real-life chemistry? Probably not. As we've learned more and more about the elements up to 118, we've noticed that the traditional chemistry starts to break down. Whereas before an element's behavior could be reasonably predicted by the shape of its electron orbitals, by the time you have 118 protons, those electron orbitals just kind of look like a blob. You might ask why we spend so much time and money on experiments that have been reaching the point of diminishing returns for decades. I could tell you that, well, some of these elements are used in radiation therapy for cancer treatment and have saved millions of lives. I could tell you that some of these elements may be used to improve the efficiency of future nuclear reactors. However, the vast majority are not so useful. They will only ever exist for a fraction of a second. But you know by now that utility was never the point. It's like when you're a kid, you try and see how tall you can build a tower of Lego blocks before it falls over. We do it because why not?
Shockingly high numbers, and they use the exact same 451 research every single time. So who is 451 research?
I'm looking into that.
My name is Methhead, and today we are going to conquer the Clash Royale ladder system as a free-to-play player. Let's pop this bad boy open real quick. But I have just realized something. Goblin Hut... Oh, gotta upgrade this real quick. See if we can get some XP. Go up a level. Oh, okay. This real quick. Sorry. Hang on. Oh, looks like we're going up a level. Hold that thought. Level 5. Wait, magic items? Okay, do I have any? Oh, they gave me some. So generous of them. Knight, go up again. Oh, I don't even have enough. Okay, we'll level up chest again. Gimme. Okay, what can I use my rares on? Oh, mini P.E.K.K.A. All I need is a broken mini P.E.K.K.A, and then I can just 3-crown easily. But that's not what my point was. What I was going to say actually has nothing to do with using my mini P.E.K.K.A at all. In fact, it actually means taking mini P.E.K.K.A out of my deck entirely. Wait, hang on. Just need to get all my cards to a broken level before I explain what I'm going to do. I had a little scroll down my cards the other day, and I noticed my Goblin Hut is level 5. And obviously the game is a bit too easy at the moment, so I thought, what happens if I try and win with just huts and buildings, okay? I'm not going to use any of the troops to win. I'm just going to win with buildings. And if we want to train for the big dog leagues at the top, we need to prepare by struggling in the ghetto. So we're going to start with Goblin Hut, and we're going to take his entire tower. Just, why? Come on, little bro. You will not be touching my Goblin Hut, though. That will stay away. Okay, cannon, pull it to the king. Level 2 cannon. Level 5 Valkyrie, that doesn't do much. Go for the king, please. Stop! Just relax, okay, champ? Squirt, can you just settle down for 1 second? All I want to do is I want to get like 100 huts. So I'm going to try and save my tombstone here. Didn't trust the skeletons to spawn. Alright, fine. Now just leave it. Nothing else, Mr. Manuz. Alright, he's going to arrow. Okay, Jesus Christ, that worked too well. His troops are extremely over-leveled. I would absolutely love to just do what I want to do right now, but that doesn't seem to be a possibility. Okay, I'm literally going to have to play a defensive hut. Can we all just settle down? Let's take a deep breath. Okay, you don't need to play Tombstone at the bridge, man. The goblins are not even on your side of the map. Just settle down, okay? Simmer down, just for a second. Jesus, bro, you're not even letting them get onto your side of the map. All right. That is fine. We're gaining a lot of elixir. I'm playing nothing. This is a moment for us to play Tombstone in the back. Perfect, yes. Fireball or 1 HP hut. Excellent choice, man. I'm just gonna call him man. His name is too complicated to pronounce. I'm gonna try it once and never again. Manuzunaha. Okay, there we go. Nice, excellent. Yes, waste your elixir there. And I'm pretty sure the skeletons might be able to counter this. Okay, you know what? We're gonna play another building. Okay, good. He's giving me a reason to cycle. Thank you, man. Thank you for helping me out. We will take your entire tower with just huts. I will make sure of it. He missed the goblins. Excellent. Another tombstone to replace. Now we gotta get the cycle going. Okay, the goblin brawler doesn't spawn for a while, so we're gonna play it. It's like an investment. Oh, actually, that's what I wanted, because now it's gonna die, now it's gonna pop out. Go! Go, my goblins! Let's hit him with the angry face. I don't know why I played cannon. Come on. Okay, I want an arrow, but I refuse to play. Okay, I will not be playing spells anymore for the remainder of this game. Even if he plays things and my tower's about to go down, I will not be playing anything other than... Oops, wrong lane. Yep, great. I will just be cycling buildings. I refuse to win with anything other than buildings. This is Clash Royale, the free-to-play experience, part 2. Go! Go, my goblins! Do it! Take the whole thing! Okay, if that doesn't... How is he clinging on? Bro, give in! It's over! It is Jova, my friend. I'm gonna play another hut, just to add insult to injury. Good luck. Now we sit back, and we just watch. It's automated. Just stop, bro. Okay, you know what? I have faith in my troops. I'm not gonna play another card for the remainder of this game. Good. That's perfect. You know, I don't really care if I lose all my progress. Hey, look at that. Now we get more cannons. Woo! I was going to pick barbs, then I realized we can't get evolutions yet, so there's entirely no point in that. Why would I play barbs when I can play dead barbs? Oh my god. Level up again. Oh my god. We're getting all types of cards, and now we have... Oh no. No. Wait, how am I getting banners? Where's the banner box, Supercell? I would love to open one. It's not even there. Thanks. Really, really cool. Oh, yeah. Oh, another special offer has spawned in. Wow. Thank you, Supercell. That's a really, really tempting deal. Actually is not a... Wait, hang on. This is a good deal. This is out of character. You know what? That was too easy. What if I take out the things that were actually helpful? We'll take out Goblin Heart for goblins, Bomber in for the Goblin Cage, and now we just have 2 useless buildings and a bunch of cycle cards and spells. If someone manages to lose at this trophy range, then there's something meant... What? How does this guy... Wait, that's like an extremely rare banner box open. How did he get that? Wait. I don't even have the banner box. I can't even fucking open the banner box. How does he have one of the rarest ones in the entire game from this season? Alright, goat. Clearly you like spending money on the game. How about you spend some time looking at my laughing emote? Okay, this guy is playing an obnoxious deck. And it's level 5. Oh, ho, ho. There he is. This guy seems to be a bit of a virgin, so I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to win this with this deck. But I'm not a quitter. Meth Head has never been one to quit. That's why he became a Meth Head. Alright, I gotta think of a game plan fast, because this guy, he likes to spam. Pretty terrible bomber, but we needed to pull those over. Oh, hot damn. Good arrows, man. Let's hit him with the well played. Come on, hit me with the thanks. Come on, goat. Come on, goat. This is a courteous game of Clash Royale. Let's show each other some manners. Manners maketh man. Goblin Hearts are just rude. Show a bit of fucking courtesy. Oh, there we go. There he is. Love a bit of emotion in the bowl here today. That's gonna die. Okay, you know what we're gonna do here? We're gonna go for a sneaky goblins in the pack of skeletons. He won't notice. And then if he does, when he does, bang, bang, bang. Everything he plays is dead. Okay, you know what? Tombstone in the back. We're gonna play this in the back. We're gonna play this up high, and he's gonna go for an arrows because he thinks he's the coolest guy in the world. And he's gonna do a quick arrows, and it's gonna kill all my troops. Okay, Bomber, you know what to kill, man. There's like 100 goblins on the bridge. Let's just target what needs to be targeted right now. Spear goblins, go! Bomber, go! Okay, I'm back to Tombstone. I'm gonna build up the biggest skeleton army the world has ever seen. They're gonna call it a... Skeleton... I'm going to build up the biggest army. Actually, I'm back to Tombstone. Okay, I'm going to go for another Tombstone. Go for a bomber. Throw some skeletons in the back. They can blend in with the crowd. Okay, we're building the army right now. Okay, you think you're slick going with arrows, eh? Take that. Goblin gang at the bridge. Barbs, go for it. I've got my bomber ready. Here they come. More skeletons. You know what? Arrow time. It's a rare moment of arrowing. Ooh! Hit it with the thumbs up. Well played. Good one, goat. Not looking so goaty after all. I just realized he's still winning. This is not ideal. I don't know how he's struggling against tombstones. It's not exactly the most threatening card, but here we are. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, go goblins. You know what? What happens if I just... Okay, we're going to go for a Giga Chad play right here, guys. Alright, so he's spending a bit of elixir, right? Okay, you know what? He's not letting me do what I want to do. Go, just... Let me do what I'm here to do, okay? Oh no, my skeletons are gone. Alright, we're gonna have to fireball. Jesus Christ. Okay, cannon, please, hold up. I'm gonna have to arrow that. Top 10 arrows of 2023. We are on the ropes here. We have 1 minute on the clock. Let's play another tombstone. Watch this. This shit's gonna blow your mind. Not exactly what I was predicting, but I'll take it. Alright, now... Nice. Okay. Alright, there's only one way to win this game. Fuck it. We're spell cycling. He's too much of a, What's a nice way to put this? Fucking idiot to be able to realize that we are spell cycling him right now. So I'm just gonna keep throwing spells at his tower. Oh, oops. Activated. Wait, shit. No, 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 no. Okay, relax. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to arrow. Yep, thanks for value, chief. Okay, now I can throw another fireball. Why is this actually intense? Okay, he's catching on. I hope my spells do more damage than his. I'm gonna have to throw another one. I don't know why I threw arrows. That's... Okay, go... Oh my god, Bomber just hit the sickest trick shot. Nope. Stay away. Wait, did we do it? Alright, we've got to hit him with the laughing. Come on, man. Show me some emotion. Come on, goat. Goat, what happened? Goat! Goat! Oh. Well, aww. Now I just feel bad. What else did we unlock? Oh my god. It's like Christmas just came early. 10 XP. Make that 20. Make that 40 in a free silver chest. This is what they put under the tree these days. Oh my god. 1 mini P.E.K.K.A. That'll feed my children. What happened in clan chat? Oh no, you guys are doxing me. Hi KFC, waiting on your next video, mate. No way, KFC Clash. What are these cooked cunts on about? He's the most sexy Aussie CR YouTuber out there. Oh, I didn't even buy the daily deals. 1 archer, 2 minion. Wow, give me that XP. If I can get another level up from magic items, that would be elite. Oh, I have 25, so I'll just go for knight. Probably won't use knight in the future. Where's knight? Oh, that's right, not on my deck anymore. Give me a level up. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough. Oh my god, I am 1 win away from a gold chest. This is going to be berserk. Ori from Mating Walrus? Yuck. This guy needs to be put down. I just realized I queued up with my AIDS deck again. No, I was wanting a free win. I wasn't actually... I didn't want to troll. Okay, look. Last one was a meme. I'm going to prove to you guys this game that I can just win if I really want to. If I really start... Alright, I know what I need to do. This guy is clearly over-defending everything. So you know what you do? I'm going to do the ultimate big brain play. Skeletons at the bridge. Because he's going to be... Yes, nice. Predicted. That's not exactly what my point was, but that's going to work. I'm going to go for a bomber as well. Okay, we're building a bit of a push here. Level 6 goblins to pressure because they'll get some damage by themselves. Meanwhile, the real push... Well, the real push is still on the real push's side. Tombstone at the bridge. 1000 IQ play. Then we play spear goblins because he won't arrow because he doesn't know how to arrow. Oh, going for a little pressure, are we? Big boy? Orgy in the blind forest. That's your new name. All right, arrows. I'm literally just playing this to cycle. Just kill it so I can play level 6 goblins again. Hey, hey, hey. Slow down there. Don't play skeletons like that, man. It's scary. Let me be the one to do the skeleton intimidation tactics. All right, just don't arrow, okay? Just play this. It's infinite skeleton hacks. Go, 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 go. Shit. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to play everything at the bridge until I win from now on. Why is this working? I don't care the Valkyrie's there, fuck it. I'm still playing at the bridge. Just play everything in the bridge. I'm just gonna keep playing the bridge, I don't care. Oh, this guy is such a verge. Come on, bro. Give in, Orgy. Alright, Tombstone. Oh my god, we're making a breakthrough. At last, he gives in. And the strongest will pulls through. Sorry, Orgy. The hardest choices require the strongest wills. And that, my friends, is what I call a well-deserved golden chest. This is gonna be nuts. Holy shit. This is the best game ever.
Fucking Christ.
Okay, so what we have here is just a... This is the hardcore World of Warcraft Nax 40-man 4 horsemen. So if you die in this, you lose your entire character.
Okay, guys.
So get it. Like, so far.
I got on my boss, am I good?
First mark isn't for 20 seconds.
I got Rumsey Rum.
Are you calling out marks like 1 and 2 1, 3? Yeah. Okay. Yep.
You guys think so? I think I'm good, yeah.
Oh god. There aren't people on behind? Is that not how they do it? I don't even know. Why is Sir Zelia?
Stack up for the meteor. Stack now.
Why is Zelia go? Where's he going? Wait.
What was Zelia doing?
Oh my god!
On Zilek and run it away. Run Zilek away.
He's trolling our 4 horsemen?
Yes, you should have already done this. You're actually.
He's fucking grieving, holy shit!
Oh my fucking god. Let me explain what happened. Because whenever I was watching it, I was thinking to myself, why are they gonna wipe? They can just cleave them both down. They're full world buffs. People in speedruns were able to kill 3. I bet they could probably kill 2. But Zeliek has an ability that a lot of people don't know about. And his ability is the exact same as Eye of Cthulhu's Eye Beam. That it is a chain lightning that has an infinite target range or target amount that doubles every single time that it's cast on a player. So like you hit, it goes 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16,000, you know, to infinity. So this guy who is tanking Zeliek, because I was like, why is he bringing him over here? Like, what's he trying to do? I didn't even think of this. So he's got him, and he's moving, right? He's moving away. He's like, I'm going to be a good boy. I'm going to do what I need to do. He says, hold up, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. He turned him around. Took him all the way over there. And so he's waiting right now, and you can see this beam. Oh, is this the beam right here? I think this actually might be the beam. So watch this druid. Because it can't be chain lightning, it's an alliance raid. Watch the druid's health. Oops. Oh, maybe not. It's hard to say. So he brings Zeliek right on top of Thane Korthos. Because they have to be stacked, by the way, for Thane Korthos. Because Thane does a meteor. So effectively what they're doing is he's bringing them on top of the melee pile that have to be stacked in order to do the medium. It doesn't matter. Watch the Ziliac beam. Watch him. So there's the nuke. Boom.
He's fucking freezing. Holy shit.
Boom. Annihilated every single fucking one of them. Look at that. That was cute. It was something. I'll tell you that. Holy shit. Calamity said that Tiny Violin had played for a year plus, played outside of Raid with them, talked about long haul and wanting a KT kill, convinced them of being real, and then he had full intention of throwing at 4 horsemen. So he waited for his moment to strike for a year. Oh my god. And the thing is that if it was any other boss, they would have been able to recover. Like, what other boss could he have done it on? Maybe, can you taunt Robulus? I don't think you can. Thaddeus? No, you can't do it on Thaddeus. How could he do it on Thaddeus? Because Thaddeus, he would just one-shot himself. He would have to shield wall and last stand. Holy, you can't Petri the stacks. Wait, so even if you have Flask of Petrification, the stacks won't, they will still damage you? So he waited for the perfect moment. 1 year. And he also, yes, he also set it up in a way that he could tank Ziliac himself.
So annoying.
Oh my god. Literal JoJo villain arc. It was an idea all along. Oh my god. And he waited.
No.
Did he just do that?
Okay, there's the grief, guys. There's the grief.
Yeah. And they're Petriing.
Holy shit. He actually
Oh,
griefed
this
us.
one actually got out. The Paladin actually got out.
He just fucking griefed us.
Wait, is he the only one that lived?
15, 18, 24?
Oh my god.
Why not on KT?
Because you could Petri out of KT. And KT doesn't have the one-shot mechanics. That's why. Yeah, you could maybe ice tune 2 groups of people, but that's it. It had to be 4 horsemen, he had to be a warrior, and he had to tank Zelia. The Cosmos aligned, it was not the Cosmos. He played a warrior, he played a tank, he probably volunteered to tank Zelia. Bro, he lined him up himself. I don't think it's that deep, dude. So you think that it's all a coincidence that he played the warrior, that he was playing tank, that he happened to tank the mob that would kill the entire raid, and he did it on the one boss they couldn't Petrification Flask out. All of these things were just all a huge coincidence? I don't think so. I think that we're dealing with a villain.
Yeah, no. That's a lot of setup.
I'm not on KT.
That's why. He couldn't have wiped the raid. Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to wipe the raid on K2. Because so many other bosses are taunt immune. So it would be impossible for him to do. Tiny Violin had 20 accounts on Earth Fury just to dispel people in Classic WoW. How much money is that? like $300 a month.
Jesus. Who did it? Teeny. How'd I get out? I heart. I saw it happening early and started hearting. Mods, ban any toxic people. Just preemptively. It's around 30 deaths so far, guys. It's still happening. People are still dying.
Oh well. It was fun.
Oh well.
I mean, that's bullshit, right?
It was fun.
Like,
It was actually interesting that it took so long for stuff like this to happen. Yeah,
It
I mean,
is.
it was bound to happen.
For those tuning in, it was a grief. It was a grief.
We made it so far. Holy shit, that was impressive.
And there's no other boss that he could have done it on, because if he had done it, I'm thinking in my mind, like where could he have done it earlier? Because like on Cthulhu, it wouldn't have mattered because people could Petri out. Nefarian, you can't taunt Nefarian. What could he do on Nefarian? Thaddeus, it would just kill him, and then it would damage the rest of the raid. And with world buffs and everybody's passive resists because it does elemental damage, it would not have killed them. Vale, if he had, I'm thinking about all the fights. Vale, if he had burning adrenaline, that would be like a massive possibility, right? Because he would maybe tank the boss and then run it on top of people. Even that, people could move away from him, and they would be able to know that. The ZG Snake boss with the same mechanic as Celiac, but that's only 20 people. Instructor Resuvius, what could he do on Instructor Resuvius? Taunt and then die? I understand you guys want me to interview him. I kind of don't want to because of how absolutely degenerate this is. But you do have to admit that this is so disgusting, so perverse, so wrong, that it is slightly impressive. This is, I will be honest, this is impressive. I'll give it a day or so, and if people really want an interview, I will consider it, okay? Oh my god. This guy is an actual demon. Yes, this is... Is there any other ability that goes through Flask of Petrification? Is there any other ability? Saffron? He keeps saying it was an so he says it was an accident.
It's just a little oopsie.
Oh my god. It's not impressive at all. He's a trash human being. Not anything more. So you don't think that it's impressive. So these are the things that you needed to do in order to come to this outcome, okay? 260. Trust with the guild. Not die during AO. No, all fights in vanilla WoW. This is insane. I mean, like, I'm still going. Yes. This is the big one right here. Keep in mind. Hard to trust and do it for the entire fight. Zulik is tauntable, so you don't need to be the one assigned to it. Ooh, you're right. That's actually a good point. So let's get this straight. You had to level a character to 60 in hardcore WoW. You had to gain the trust of a guild. Play with them off stream and out of raid. Become one of the main tanks of the guild. You don't die at all during any part of this. Farm world buffs on a weekly basis. farm consumables on a weekly basis, know all of the fights in Vanilla WoW, backwards and forwards, to the extent that you understand every single intricate mechanic, so you know just the specific boss fight, the one fight that they can't stop you. Then you progress through all of Molten Core without dying. You progress through all of BWL without dying. You progress through all of AQ40 without dying. And then you study exactly not only the boss fights and the mechanics, but also the specific mechanics that allow you to bypass the Flask of Petrification. And there are only a handful of them. Then you clear the majority of Nax 40, which by the way is a hard raid in hardcore where you can't die, without having without dying yourself. Then you earn the trust to tank the boss that could potentially be the one that could ruin the raid. And that's how much trust they have in you. And you do all of this in over the entire year. It is over an entire year. And then afterwards, you say that he said he was set up and framed, he was griefed, and is going to find out the culprit and get them investigated and banned. This is fucked up. How did we wipe and I am to blame? This is fucked. We have a rat in the raid. And then you blame somebody else. Bro, fuck Jaina being a Dreadlord, it's this guy. This is the real Dreadlord right here. Also keep in mind that at any other point in the fight, this strategy wouldn't have worked. It had to have been at the beginning of the fight because that would be the only time that Thane was alive. And Thane being alive is the necessary thing in order for people to have to stack up for Meteor. This is Balnazar's brother? Yes. Oh my god.
Here are the characters? I doubt most of us will.
He killed the guild.
It is a grief though.
He destroyed the entire guild. He wins. It is what it is.
How did it grief? It is a grief though. How did it grief? He took the boss on top of it and chained the holy wrath. Not a guilty it was. The actual psychopath.
Somebody... It couldn't have been an accident. Teeny Violin used Mocking Blow to bring the boss back to the pile after the other warrior used Taunt to take the boss in the other direction. He could say that somebody had a remote desktop into his PC because he accidentally clicked the Discord link. Okay, here's the clip. We've got the clip, gentlemen. All right, let's see it. Here we go. So you see, this is where he turns around. He says, nope. And you can see he just turned around and he used his attack on this tab guy. And so you see the taunt go off from Legends. Legends was trying to be a legend. Teeny immediately uses his macro to swap to battle stance and apply Mocking Blow on Sir Zeliek to maintain aggro. He says no. Oh, it's the wrong, so he went to the wrong corner. Right here, here it comes. Bop!
You're actually lucky.
Oh fuck, is that the wrong corner?
Can you do that?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck, I had the wrong corner.
Stack now.
He sat here and raided with us for a year and made friends. So Greek of you, hardcore Casey, actual psychopath behavior. It was on purpose. It was on purpose.
I can think of someone. I can think of someone.
That's been super fun, guys. No,
I do
honestly.
have a question though. If some of us want to keep playing, like.
Can I just say thank you guys for bringing me along this entire time? That was a fucking work. I made a huge mistake when I made it.
That's a appeal one? That you're sort of appealing. Whether or not we will is a whole different story.
38.
I would. You have like 6 livers, I think. We can discuss it. It's a great question.
Yeah, what if Barney comes out with a video tomorrow? And it was actually after the Scarab Board video, had to figure out another way to update Annie. And it was Barney all along. It was me.
Like if we die here, he wins. I don't know.
Is that Nadia?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't let it win, yeah, but I'm not even talking about it.
I think obviously, like, I mean, no meme, like, they should just appeal to death. It obviously was a grief. Just keep going. Like, that's my opinion. He obviously griefed you. It wasn't the fault of anybody else. Yeah, you just appeal and that's it. Just move on. Yeah, good troll, but appeal. Yeah, I would just appeal and be like, okay, yeah, well, we obviously got griefed. Nobody should have this death held against them because it wasn't legitimate at all. Like, that's what I would do. How are you going to appeal on Classic Hardcore server? The official server? That's a great question. That is a great question. I'm sure Blizzard would be able to deal with it. Why do people even want to play this bullshit anyway? I don't know.
No, same. I think it'd undermine the achievement to come back and do it again, right? So.
Right. You know.
I personally would disagree. I think that if you allow something like this to stand, all you do is enable more griefing. Like personally, that's how I see it. Is that like if you let something like this stand, it's like just what a weird take they have. They're just giving up. Yeah. Because like if for example the guy griefed them, and then everybody just got their appeal, then the guy would look like an idiot, right? Because he spent a whole year for nothing. But like the reason why there's infamy behind it is because of the fact that it worked. If it didn't work, then it wouldn't matter. You see what I'm saying? It encourages more griefers, yes. I think this should not be appealable because he just dedicated so much time to it.
Honestly, I'm shocked he didn't wait for Cry. Because, like, he's now lost all.
Why not wait for KT?
No, people are gonna watch it more because of this. People think this shit's hilarious.
It's just I don't know. Actual Psycho, yeah, no, he makes friends with the less leadership even, like, it's actually really sad, right? Like, it's really sad. He was, like, actually, like, really good friends with, like, yo, happy fun, thank you so much for the sub. This is the industry for sure, yeah.
I really don't want to lose this on that.
That's such a blame, like, intention.
I have no more competition. Got a clip? Yo, watch the clip, boy. You know again? I didn't die. What do you think? You think it's a lame hardcore? Did you like one playing with Iron
Will cause more brain rot? Yeah, I know. Some of their takes are so odd. Yeah, of course. Oh my god. Even if they do appeal it, Gilly and all 39 players to come back willing to do it again would be a feat in itself. No, I don't really think so. Like, of course they're gonna want to do it again. Is this against the social contract? Well, no, because he said it was an accident. It's not against the social contract to make a mistake. Yeah, I mean, how's that against the rules?
I don't want to be that guy. To highlight.
How many died? 36, I think.
So many people in the group have wronged him. Uh-huh. He says it's a mistake, so they can't appeal it. Genius. I wonder what's gonna happen. I actually do. I'm curious to see, like, is Blizzard gonna ban this guy?
That's insane.
What's gonna happen?
Heartbreaking as fuck, yeah.
Dude, what if they don't ban him?
What you gonna say? I expect
Dude.
second chance. This tiny violin came to us a year ago saying, hey guys, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to play. Stays here for a year, making friends, literally hanging out outside of range.
Listen to this.
And goes, yeah, I'm here for the long haul, I want to go KC. I give them a second chance. Decided to do this.
Well, people never change. Yeah, the video title, Barney's Big Mistake. Oh my god! Imagine that! Oh, fuck. Is that Barney? No, it's not. We're just joking around.
If you can make friends for a year and hang out outside of range, actual friendship type, like, gameplay.
Listen to this.
This is bad, right?
It's over. It's done. That's it. It's Jover, yeah. Oh my god. I want to watch Dean's POV of this. Oh god. Look at his fucking face. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, here we go. Let's watch the other POV. He's so happy. He's happy.
First mark, 8 seconds. Are you calling out marks like
This is the same man who did a 16-man multi-box on Earth Fury, dispelling people 24 hours a day for weeks and months. And think about all of that power consolidated into merely one character.
We're locked in.
Stack. Tight, I'm not moving.
See, he's still happy. Everything is so good. It's just a nice, cozy day. Everything is good. There's the first bomb go off. Everything's good.
You're fucking losing. Huh? See, I can run it away. Run.